think 48 maps with him. Is he fully gelled into the team now, and is it a nice addition to the team as well?
Yeah, definitely. He's a great addition, and he's a fun guy. He always bring like a lot of fun, a lot of energy in the team. As you can see on the camera, he's always screaming a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's now like he's not a new player to the team. He's definitely into the team.
And if I were to put you on the spot, what are the expectations for you guys? Is it to make it to the next stage, or is it to make it to the playoff, or if you were to put a number on it, so to speak?
I hate to do that, but
yeah, I know.
Obviously, we always aim big, so always aim to play playoff games. We didn't do any playoff games in ESL tournaments this year, so yeah, we aimed for the playoff.
Have you ever been in the arena in Cologne before?
Never.
Never?
Never been, yeah.
It's a great atmosphere. So if I were you, I'd try my best to get in there.
Yeah, that's what Buddy said, because he was in the Lanxess arena with G2. He said it was like his best experience in the arena. So.
All right. Well, best of luck with it, Buddy. You've been in there. You've been in the arena. You've been there with G2. I'm gonna get on your level.
We're the same height. I'm gonna stand up.
All right. Sick. Buddy, G2. That's a long time ago. Now you're in 3D Max. You gonna get back into that arena?
That's the goal, yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I've been kind of dreaming of that for quite some years now, like struggling to get my way back to Tier 1 and stuff, and that's definitely one of the go-tos when I had to come back.
Would it be fair to say that 3D Max as a team haven't fully made it to Tier 1 yet, but you're getting closer and closer?
Definitely getting closer. Like even since I joined, I feel like they were really close, and now we're getting like stabilized into something that could make it like as a breakthrough and stuff. Like I think we're super close, yeah.
Yeah, super close.
I mean, we have this. I feel like we have this team bonding, this team atmosphere, and like tactically, I think we could be very, very good. But we just need that extra thing. I don't know if it's experience or something else right now, but I know that once we're gonna reach that, we're gonna be trouble.
Speaking of experience, obviously you've been around for a long, long time. And if I were to pose this question, what's the biggest difference between back when you were inside the arena with G2 and now playing with 3D Max? Because I guess the game has evolved a lot, and it's a different time to play Counter-Strike nowadays.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, like just as a matter of preparation and how you approach games, like this is so much different. Like,
is it harder?
You know, back then we didn't have practice rooms. We were just living home with the feeling of like how you played for our like weeks and stuff, just going to the tournament and it was going in or not. You remember like those best of ones, going to Cologne, play to best of one, going out or going to playoffs. So I think it's so much different. Right now, like I was playing with really experienced player back then. Now I'm ish the most experienced of the team, and I have like to show them like the way in some sense. And I think like they're super talented and they're super eager to perform, and I just think like one result is gonna like unlock everything.
One result is gonna unlock everything. Is that gonna be here in Cologne, or are we gonna have to wait for that?
Oh goddamn, I wish so. Yeah, that could be in Cologne for sure.
Could be in Cologne.
Yeah, overpassing. Come on, man.
Oh yeah, excited about that. We'll see about that. Now you're yelling a lot, you know, in this team, and you're trying to create a lot of atmosphere. So is Gravity. Are you teaching him anything in that regard?
We have an agreement, him and me, and the one that doesn't scream gets like slapped in the face real bad by all the teammates. So like this is something we must do for our own good, and then I think like this is helping the team quite a lot. Like they are all getting distressed, like unstressed, and just feeling it. So for me, like it releases all my stress and stuff, and for everyone, like helps a lot, like to see someone is on the server with them and they're not feeling alone.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, buddy, and best of luck here in Cologne. A bit of happy slapping going on here within 3D Max. Gravity. I heard some rumors that you and Buddy like to slap each other in the face if you don't yell. Is that something you can confirm or deny?
No, it's not true.
It's not true?
We kiss each other.
You kiss each other?
Yes,
why is that?
3D Max. What is that?
Why is that? Yeah, why?
Why? Because we love each other. Everyone in the team, after the matches, on the background, when we win or we lost, we kiss on the lips. This is how we do in France.
Yeah, sick. Why is that?
French culture. It's from exercise. They teach us this recently, so we do it since the last major.
Okay. How do you feel about that? Is that cool with you? Or?
I guess he kind of lie about it, but it's gravity's secret, you know. But I don't know why he tell it to the camera, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. Buddy told me that he screams louder than you, and he is a bigger voice in the team than you are, and you basically need to step up your game if you want to make it to the playoff in terms of screaming. Yeah. Would you agree with that sentiment, though?
I don't agree. He's screaming. Actually, sometimes I ask him to scream because it's making me also in the game. So it's kind of true sometimes, but only when I'm asking him. Either way, it's me.
Who's the better screamer, you or Buddy?
Yeah. It's me, for sure.
Is it Maka? Maka, is he a good screamer?
Nah, Maka, no. Just give me a call and that's it.
What does he do for the team, actually?
He's just calling sometimes, that's it. Nothing else.
Do you also think in-game leaders are overrated?
No, he's not even in-game leading. Like, it's crazy, guys. We need help.
Should he be replaced, maybe? Or?
No, it's a good guy. He's been me, we cannot say that. But yeah.
You want to keep the good guys on the team?
Yeah. Nice. Thank you, guys.
All right. Best of luck, Gravity.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have much else to say. I think the vibes within the camp here is pretty good. A lot of kissing, a lot of happy slapping, a lot of yelling. Yeah, Buddy in particular is on fire on that one. I think 3D Max will make a statement here. Whether that's going out of the tournament or making the playoff, we'll have to wait and see. Here at IEM Cologne, MIBR behind me setting up a team that I am very, very excited to see play at this tournament. Obviously, we saw them during the major deliver some great results. They came dangerously close, knocking out FaZe Clan in that game that we all remember. Now, Exit. It's been a while since we've seen you guys in Cologne. It's been a while since we've seen you guys at the top level. During the major, you came very close, you know, making it way further than anyone expected. Now at Frischer, maybe not the best start to this part of the season. So where is MIBR at the moment?
I think we just need some time to be better because we changed the player and we did kind of good on the major, but I think our expectations are higher than that. We just don't want to come to a tournament and eliminate one good team and go back to home. Want to be better, and I think we just need to play more tournaments. But we are improving each day and we are practicing a lot. So I hope we can do better here.
Speaking of practicing a lot, there's been a player break, obviously almost a month off. Did you spend that entire break practicing, or did you take some time off as well?
No, we took some time off. We took like 2 weeks off, and then we came back practicing. And I think we did good in Brazil. We had good practice there, so I think we're prepared.
And how is practice in Brazil? Like, we often speak about practicing in NA is tough, and in Europe it's better. How is the practice environment in Brazil at the moment?
I think it's way better than it was before. We have like good teams there to practice. If you can talk to them and book some appointments, I think you get good practice. I think it's the second best place to practice because Europe is of course the best one. And I've never been to. I tried to practice in Asia last year and it wasn't that good. And North America, I used it to play there and it's not good at all.
It's shit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really bad. And I think Brazil is maybe the second best place to practice.
Fair enough. As you said, you made a roster change not so long a time ago. So in terms of the expectations here in Cologne, is it just to make it to the next stage and progress, or are you still aiming at a playoff maybe?
I think our first goal is to go further than the play-in. We want to go to the next stage. It would be my first time going through the first stage, and I think it's our first goal. But we play like each match, focusing on each match. We are focused on 3D Max now, so yeah, we just see how it goes.
Obviously, being here in Cologne, it's a legendary place. We've been here for many years. Have you ever been inside the arena? Have you ever been there as a spectator or experienced the atmosphere inside the arena?
No, I've never went to the arena, unfortunately. But I hope we do this year.
All right, best of luck with it. Now, if you want to go to the arena, I think Insani here may be one of the guys who need to step it up. You are playing Counter-Strike at an incredible high level, and you have been one of the stars of this MIBR lineup. So is it fair to say that if you want to make it to the playoff, you have to have a great tournament?
Yeah, I feel like for us to be on the playoffs, we all have to have great tournaments and great performances. It's not only about me, it's about everyone. So yeah, we have to play as a unit, and then we are going to get it.
Now, obviously, you come straight from a tournament where it didn't go too well. Did you have any learnings from that one in terms of bringing that into Cologne here?
Yeah, I feel like every tournament that we don't go very well, we have some lessons that we we take off about it. But I think the last one it's a lot more because it was the first tournament with Nix, the newest edition of the team. So I think the more we get experiences at the higher level tournaments in the world, we are going to be better.
All right. It's not that I want to ruin the mood before you start this tournament either, but obviously during the major, you came so close beating FaZe in that game. I'm just wondering, how long after that game did it take you to I guess, focus on the next step? And how long did you allow yourself to be sad and disappointed?
Yeah, I feel like after the Falcons win that we had, we were so confident that we were going to get to the next stage. And after we lost to FaZe in that close map on Ancient, we felt the frustration. It was consuming us, but of course we had some time to. It was long after before the player break, so we had some time to reset our mind and stay close to our families. So it was great for us.
All right, and during the major, we spoke about the Brazilian Counter-Strike being, in a tough period. Just spoke to Exeter. He said the practice in Brazil is good right now. The teams during the major did fantastic as well. Do you think Brazilian Counter-Strike is on the rise back, so to speak?
Yeah, I feel like Brazilian Counter-Strike is growing up right now. It's on its peak. Talking about history, so not talking about SK or Luminosity, but I feel like since then we are better than ever. So we're growing.
You're growing, and you're growing into this tournament. Now, final question for you: do you think you're going to make the playoff, or is that too soon for MIBR?
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting sure that we're going to the playoffs. We need to get a good start, and we have to focus on each game, as Exit said. So we're going game by game.
All right, best of luck with it, man. Confidence in the MIBR camp. I kind of like it. As we saw during the major in Austin, they can play Counter-Strike at an incredible high level. I think most people remember these guys knocking out Falcons. Most of these guys remember themselves, being in that, was it a 5v3 scenario on Inferno? Can't really remember. Anyway, here at Cologne, we'll have to see the best version of MIBR if they want to make it to the next stage, and let alone making it to the playoff. We are at Cologne, IEM Cologne, and behind me is Gamer Legion, a team that I think a lot of people have decent expectations for, a team that is hard to quantify, a team that is hard to figure out. I want to learn a little bit about Gamer Legion, and I want to know where they're at right now. And to do that, I think Ash is the best guy to talk to. Ash, my man, back in Cologne, how are you feeling?
Feeling fantastic.
Fantastic?
Fantastic.
Why is that?
I just always feel fantastic.
You just always feel fantastic?
Yeah, default mode.
Default mode. Even after last week's event and last week's quarterfinal loss, was that also fantastic?
That was less fantastic.
Less fantastic. All right. It's been a while since we've seen Gamer Legion play, obviously, and you came back into play last week. Was that good enough on your own expectations? Since we haven't seen you since Dallas, you had a lot of time to prepare and get ready for the season.
I won't say we had a lot of time to prepare, because obviously we have our break as well. But it probably wasn't quite where we were hoping to get. I don't think we played to the level we wanted to play to either. So playoffs was okay, but I wouldn't say it was something we really wanted.
You obviously know the team from within, in terms of practice, etc. Would you say that you played less good than you probably could have and should be at this time of the season?
Yeah, I for sure say that. I think we were way below our best, to be honest, way below our best. So that's probably the most disappointing thing, more than the result, is that we didn't really show anything of what we were really capable of. But it was still good enough to get playoffs, so it's not like the worst thing in the world either.
That's a positive. Even on a bad day, you played decent, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're trying to say, is that we can play fairly poorly and we still get through.
All right. Roster change as well. A new guy coming into the mix as well. A French guy. How's he gelling in within the team?
He's doing really good so far. He's fit in really nicely. I think we haven't seen anything of him yet, so I'm really excited to kind of see when he can show what he's been doing in practice, because he's a very, very talented player. And as he gets more involved in everything and he gets used to it, it'll be much easier for him.
All right. I know you hate this question. Everyone does. Expectations, Cologne. Want to progress to the next stage, obviously. I think that's goal number one. Do you think you have what it takes to be a playoff contender as well?
I don't see why not. It's been the same in Dallas, same with Melbourne, so I don't see any reason why we can't do it. So yeah, we're just going to try and take it one game at a time as always, get through the first stage, and we'll see what happens there.
Ever been inside the arena before?
No, we won game short last time. I think we lost in overtime third map to Cloud9, so that was a bit of a stinger, but very close.
Have you been there as a spectator or?
No, never.
Oh, so you want to set foot inside that arena?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
All right. If I were to speak to one of your players, who's going to be the most impactful player this tournament for you guys in terms of, could be mood, could be on the server? Who's the guy to step it up?
I think Rez. Rez will be still the one, yeah. I think he's a super talented player, underrated still, if anything, so I'll go with Rez.
Where's Rez?
He's doing his hero poses right now for media, so I'm looking forward to seeing them.
Oh, he's standing in there. You can actually chime in, yeah. All right. Well, I'll speak to CTI then. Yeah. See you, my man. Back in Cologne, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
You wanna handshake? Yeah. You wanna this handshake? You wanna? What? Sorry.
We're former here.
We're former here. What about a handshake like this? Does that work?
Yeah, that works.
You know the trick? If you look at my elbow and I look at your elbow. Fuck. Okay. Look at the elbow. That's all right. CTR, back in Cologne. How you feeling?
I mean, it's the first time for me, so not actually back.
So not actually back now.
I think only Ash and Fredan have been here before, so it's gonna be a fun new experience.
A fun experience. So obviously it's a legendary place, and I assume you've been watching a lot of Cologne from at home. How excited is it to finally be able to walk in there and play then?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I mean, we've seen the studio a bit. It looks a bit different from the one in Kato, but still a lot of similarities. So I'm hoping, I'm dreaming big and hoping we get to the playoffs to actually feel the arena that everyone is talking about. I think it's the cathedral of Counter-Strike, as they call it. So yeah.
And you never set foot inside that arena before, no?
No, never. Only seen it on the big screen.
That looks pretty sick. Now, last week you came back into play. You've been basically off the radar since Dallas. You didn't participate at the major. Were you satisfied with what you did last week, or was it a little bit underwhelming?
I mean, it was our first tournament now with our new player. We made playoffs, but of course it was at a maybe lesser tournament, you could say. I think we were maybe top 3 ranked of the tournament, so I would say it was a bit underwhelming. But yeah, we have to take some lessons from that and hopefully put them into effect now for Cologne.
Now, As said the same thing. You learned a lot during that tournament as well, and I don't want you to give too much away. But if you could pinpoint 1 or 2 things that you learned from that tournament, what could that be? Like, was it communication issues? Was it certain positions? What was the learnings from that tournament?
I mean, without diving too deep, I would say it was mostly out of the game stuff that we learned, and I think it's definitely made us closer as a group and a team.
All right. Well, best of luck with it. I don't want to disturb you anymore, and we got to work on that handshake a little bit. Rest. You know how to do a proper handshake, yeah? You ready? Look at my elbow. I'll look at your elbow. Yeah. You ready? Yeah. Yeah.
Make it echo.
Bro, come on, elbow. Acceptable. You're better than CTR. Yeah. You're back in Cologne, and I can say you're back in Cologne because you've been here before.
I've been here before, multiple times actually.
Multiple times, yeah.
Yes, I mean, I've been in the arena as well, like I think twice, and that was like 6-7 years ago. So I really miss it. I wanna really go there again.
You wanna go back, yeah?
I really wanna go back.
You think you're gonna go back?
I think I can go back. Yeah.
You think you can go back?
Yeah, of course.
What makes you think you can go back?
Because I really believe in the roster we have right now and our players. I think we have a really good shot. Obviously, I think every event we play right now, we have a really good shot at least reaching like playoffs. So hopefully we can do it here as well.
You had a long, there's a break after Dallas. Obviously, you didn't go to the major, unfortunately. I missed you guys there, I'm not going to lie. Fisher event as well, maybe a little bit underwhelming. How do you feel coming into Cologne? Is it going the right direction right now for you guys? Or are you still trying to find your footing?
Obviously, still trying to find a footing because I think it's really nice though that we we made like Kersey still get the stage experience in Serbia. Yeah. So I think that's a really big plus for us, for the first event. So that will be really helpful when we get to the playoffs here.
All right, and speaking of the new guy, how is he gelling in with the team?
So far, so good. I think he's still he's playing really well in practice. I think he just needs more experience at this point. He get used to the studios, the stages, and all the noise around. But he's looking really promising, and I'm really excited for his future.
It's a new guy, and a lot of people don't know too much about him. So if you can do me the courtesy and do me the favor, a couple of fun facts about him. Anything he does that annoys the shit out of you, or
the first thing, he doesn't like baguettes.
What?
Yeah.
He's French?
He's a baguette and he doesn't like baguette.
That's weird. Yeah, anything else?
That's it. That pisses me off.
Pissed me off too, actually. Well, I was about to say best of luck with this tournament and I hope you make the playoff, but not anymore. Rest. Let's try again. Much better. Gamer Legion, a team that is always exciting to watch, a team that is always on the cusp of making something great. Will it be in Cologne? I don't know, to be completely honest, but a French guy that doesn't like baguette, that's not looking good.
The wait is finally over as the second season of 2025 has officially begun. We've got almost 2 weeks jam-packed full of Counter-Strike, so I hope you are sitting comfortably at home. And if you're not, perhaps you should get your hands on one of these, an Anthros chair, where all of the players will be sitting in throughout the duration of IEM Cologne 2025. Designed with precision sitting and posture lock tilt, which enables the players to stay laser focused and locked in no matter how many rounds their match may go to. My eyes, though, they're locked in on some of the bigger names gracing the stage for Stage 1. I am talking about FaZe, who will be taking on Big later on today on the A stream, with Brokey returning to the starting 5. Speaking of returns, it is also the homecoming of JKS, as he is back in an Aussie squad. They'll be facing Furia later on today in game number 2. But if that doesn't whet your appetite, perhaps a grudge match is much more up your street, as over on the B stream, we've got Bait versus Astralis, the exact same head-to-head that knocked the Danes out of the running for the Austin Major. It's all going down at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
Oh, we're in the beautiful city of Cologne, 2025, for another edition of the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne, ending in the Lanxess later on this event, and we're going to kick things off. I'm starting with Chad. I'm starting with Yanko. What's up, boys?
Yeah, Fred didn't mention my return to the desk. I'm not quite sure what to do with my hands.
That was a little bit messed up.
I feel I'm a bit overdressed for the occasion.
You've got the cable in the right place.
I do. You got to make Red Eye proud. So I've put it through my legs so no one can see the cable.
At least you brought some clothes for the desk.
I had a spillage situation.
It was an early start to the day as well.
Yeah.
And it's a Wednesday. It's hump day. Things go wrong on hump day.
Right, and it's a bit earlier than I'm used to waking up, I'll be honest with you.
I have a question for the two of you. What's older, Cologne, the event,
sure,
or the cathedral? Tough one.
Like the arena itself?
No, the cathedral.
It wouldn't matter, would it, Jason? It's definitely the cathedral.
I don't know, is it? Okay, yeah, the cathedral.
Pretty damn old.
Okay.
An old building.
Sure. Well, I didn't know if you meant the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. That's a confusing situation to put me into. There's the Dom Cathedral, and then there's the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Lanxess was there anyway before the event started.
Well, that's what I thought the question was. That's where we started with.
Look, I'm sorry, I've derailed everything immediately, and we've just started the day.
I know it's the start of the day, though. We're gonna rebound. We're gonna get back to it. We have some introductions to do because there's some new teams out there. Some new rosters.
My name's Chad.
Yeah, this is Chad. This is Yanko. I'm Jason. Yeah, new rosters coming in. Second season, obviously after the major, though, the whole offseason coming in. Plenty of teams changing the roster. So what's getting you jacked up?
Look, it's all under this umbrella of Vitality being the best team in the world right now, and teams having to make the roster changes, right? That's why we're seeing these changes that are coming through, because, first of all, it's an arms race. You want to be able to take them down. Now, are we going to talk about Stage 2 teams, or are we exclusively...
No, let's stick to Stage 1 teams for now. We've got...
Well, you asked me what's getting me jacked up.
Oh, I figured you'd go with JKS.
We know what's getting you jacked
I figured you'd go for the low-hanging fruit, as you always do.
Now, Chad, you need to tell us,
yes,
how, as obviously official JKS's agent this entire time, how much did you milk FlyQuest dry for JKS not to take a season off, be on the bench, which is what he usually does, but go straight into another project and go back to his home team?
Now, look, it was tough negotiations over there with Papa Smitty and Gomez. We sat down in a room and we were there for about 6 or 7 hours discussing all the particulars of what I wanted.
He's got that experience of negotiating with Riot, so there's plenty of places he could take it.
Right, so it was tough for them. Let's just say that it's worked out well for me. And I'm happy about this, right? Obviously, the homecoming is how Freya just framed it, and that's beautiful to see. First time Justin's going to be finding himself on a core Australian team. I want to make sure that people understand, right, that we always need an import. There always has to be an import. It's Regali, but Nedic is from New Zealand, right? And they say things different over there.
Does that count as an import to you guys?
No. It's from Oceania, but it's an Australian core of INS Vexai at JKS.
Sure.
I wish it was like that in my neck of the woods. But also, Chad, would you agree that this is the most firepower ever on a Oceanic team?
Ooh, okay.
I mean, obviously, ever since you
retired.
Well, because, right, it's 2025. Do you remember what happened in 2015 in Cologne?
Oh, remind
Titan
me.
game.
Remind me.
There you go. Thanks, Shanko. I don't know.
How could you forget?
Some of the most firepower you've ever seen. I don't know. I think this is the thing. Azza was in-game leading, right? He took over when they were Renegades towards the tail end, 100 Thieves. I think Jacob had some good firepower, but he was European. So
they had Gratisfaction as their opera. Like, no team with Gratisfaction on it can be considered as having the most firepower.
He's from
Nifty,
New Zealand.
though.
The 50.
It was a great game.
Look, I think this is probably why Justin decided it was time to go back home, right? Because I think Vexai, he hasn't lived up to the promise consistently just yet, but those peaks have been there. Nedic is the second coming of Christ, as we talk about the cathedral, so he can definitely bring the firepower.
Do you think he would have gone if Nedic didn't show some potential? If you did, because he actually felt like the time is right for him to go back to honest. Like, he's like, okay, these guys can actually compete now. There's actually a team I could bring up to a new level.
Or
like the price is right, but yeah.
We fooled all of you. It's the end of his career. He's 29 years of age. It's over. He's just steal paychecks.
One last
this
run.
This is going to be a classic 0-2 performance from FlyQuest. They'll win one map. There'll be the opening map. Everyone gets excited. You guys will be here on the desk. I'll be going bananas. They're casting, and then it'll all fall apart. It's the classic story. Nobody be fooled.
He doesn't have that IGL gene in him to extend his career, you know, like Hunter's going to do for another 5 years.
I'm training him. That's why he's hanging out with me in TeamSpeak.
Yeah, that's why he plays so much Face It. He's getting lessons from Chad.
But look, I hope that they perform well. I'm on board. I think that he plugs and plays for Liaz very well. I hope he plays more like a Rops than a Shush. Maybe not a modern Shush.
Everyone does.
No, wow, Shush is a good player.
Shush is a solid player.
And NIP are here.
The NIP are here. That's actually where I was going to go with this next.
Of course you were.
You actually love it, yeah. I was going to go straight to NIP because they've picked up a couple. They've actually looking good. They've kind of gone away with Erasdose. They brought in Casper Sky. So this feels like a team risen through the VRS as well in the first season. They're poised to do some good things.
I'm smiling because I'm going to call him Kaspersky.
Yes, Snappy's system is going to be well protected, Chad. Am I right? Yeah, I don't know. It was great to see them in Astana, right? It was when they had a good result, which enabled them to get up higher in the rankings, so they get an invite here. And they're one of the more exciting teams to watch, I feel like, because first of all, we don't get to see them as often. They made the change, and we need to see if they'll be able to build on what we saw towards the end of last season.
Yeah, that'll be fun. I think one other team that I think is really important to mention in Stage 1 right now, and we all know Team Liquid coming into Cologne, this is a huge event for them.
No changes, though. You wanted changes.
Well, they brought in Flashy as a coach. That's a change.
Now look,
they signed Shuhei full-time.
Flashy's a good one,
kind
actually.
Of a change, yeah.
Flashy's a good one. Why is Flashy a good one? Na'Vi, studied under Blade, did some coaching before with CLG Red, or were they FlyQuest Red? Either way, it was with one of those iterations. So he's got some tenure. I think the Na'Vi time he was with them when they won the major, going to be very important, but it's going to be interesting to see how he is a people person. Yes. He has to be behind them while the game's live.
I think as you mentioned, all that Blade stuff and all the experience, there's a lot of reasons to be positive about it. And then the question mark that we would have is you're going to Liquid as your first head coaching gig. That's a tough ask.
I think he's somehow...
Tell me about it.
No, I would know. Does anyone need any details? Please message me on Twitter. It's fine.
I think somehow he's managed to get into a tougher situation than me or you have to kick off the head coaching career, because, I mean, they're down in the dumps.
Feel my pain, Flashy.
If Liquid somehow messes up this play-in, or Stage 1, excuse me, they might not be at the major already. Like, their major chances might be shot because there's fewer opportunities there in terms of the amount of LAN games and whatever to accrue those VRS points. So this this is it. This is the Super Bowl for them. Stage 1 is the Super Bowl, and they're going up against Payne in the opening game, top 4 at the major, so it's not going to be any easy picking.
And their season started out horrendously, losing out on the EPL, the ESL Pro League.
Doesn't count. We don't talk
about that one? We're going to move past it?
We don't talk about that.
Okay.
Online Counter-Strike.
Cool.
Yeah. We love... No, we don't. We don't love online.
We have plenty of roster changes. We can spread those out across the next... I do want to get one thing that I feel like we have to do, because the game's going to start today. We have the Counter-Strike update. So for anyone who hasn't touched on it, could we talk about the update just a little bit? Obviously, the big headline is Overpass coming in, Anubis going out.
Added Funk vehicles. Obviously, they brought back Warcraft 3 mod. We have Hook in play.
Tasers are automatic weapons.
Yeah, shields are brought back in. Danger Zone will be coming in tomorrow. And no, Overpass, it's an exciting map. It's not.
Is it?
No, I lied. I did lie.
We don't know yet if it's an exciting map.
Come on, Jason.
It wasn't exciting at the end of CSGO.
Smoke bathroom. CTs play aggressive in 154 different ways. We have to sit and wait. Utility starts to fade.
Okay.
They drop back. They play safe in the side. They play 4B. They jump spot. Awesome.
Yeah, it's
gonna be lots of saving. Let's go.
Hold on, though. Yanko's the one person in the world who's excited for Overpass to return. He's pumped for it. He thinks it's going to be the best map in the pool, and go.
I don't think that it's going to be the best map in the pool. I think it's the best map pool we have ever since Vertigo was introduced for cash, because I think Overpass feels more like Counter-Strike than Anubis did, and the map has its challenges. It's huge. It's difficult for the Ts to rotate without, the CTs being aware of it. So we'll see how it plays. It was there at the start of CS2 a little bit, but that's where everyone was still figuring out, all the new changes, all the dynamics. The incendiary buff is much needed. I don't know if it's going to be sufficient.
Yeah, I want to stick on that because, Chad, I think I was at an event when this update came out, so I actually haven't played yet, but you've been grinding some Face It. I don't really... We know the MP9 accuracy, whatever. We know the economy buff is going to help in certain situations, but the incendiary is spreading faster. Could you tell the difference inside the server?
Look, I think in a couple of key areas, yes, for sure, and I think that's what they were hoping to mitigate with the change to the incendiary. I think about positions like long/banana on Ancient.
Sure.
Right? So the fact before that it took a while to spread, first spawns are still going to beat it, still going to run through it, right? But you're hoping to do a bit more damage, get a couple more ticks on the players if they're going to try and rush through in areas like that. And also I think more Ancient talk would be like Ancient Middle, the fact that it spreads quicker, there's going to be less pathing opportunities for them to try and get
walk
behind
past it elbow, yeah.
Have to see how it plays for sure, but I think that it is a necessary buff. If it's enough of a buff, we'll find out. We know Valve, little by little, inch by inch.
Yeah.
It's the economy one, though, that's going to be the talk of the town.
The most important topic, money, right, Chad?
Money.
I think it's, an interesting change because you talked about it, that they introduced a completely new dynamic to the economy where everyone gets, extra money for just a kill that you get. For me, it's the biggest problem for the CTs is that hard reset, and obviously losing the second round after winning pistol when the Ts plant the bomb. I think the interesting one would have been if you just increased the money that the CTs get if they win by defusing the bomb, right? So it's 3,500. So if you bump that up a little bit more, so it gives them more money to play with in that second round. I think that could have been another thing that they could have done, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? It needs to be a perfect storm in certain scenarios for the CTs to be able to maximize it, but they will have only had a week to practice on it. It's going to be better for the teams that weren't at Fisher as opposed to the ones that were, because they will know, this is the thing. I imagine would you practice on it during the tournament? Because you'd have to get a rollback version with rollback online
100%
server.
would have been, yeah.
Yeah, so this is the thing, right? So I imagine they already have some reps in their online pracs because the teams that they're playing against who were not at the tournament would have wanted to play the new version. So they're going to have a rough idea, but in terms of anybody mastering it, nobody will have that.
I was going to say, you might see some benefits of it here or there, but no team is going to be ready to have planned for it, right? To create a game plan with it in mind in any meaningful way.
I think this is the thing. The CT's economy needed something. Whether or not this is it, we're going to find out, but not today, not throughout Cologne, throughout the next 6 months.
Maybe 8 months from now, actually, might be the next. I don't know.
That's a long-term prediction.
Yeah, that is. It felt very exact as well.
Why'd you go with 8 months?
I don't know. 8 felt really good at the moment.
Hard 8?
Hard 8, I think.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, you guys mark your calendars
8 months to
the day. Look, the fact that we might see more activation late rounds in terms of denying T's exiting bomb sites, which is what I thought the bomb change on certain maps would do, like Ancient, but it really hasn't been incentivized that way. So maybe
this is to build upon it, to add an additional incentive.
Yeah,
to go for the exit kills. Incentivization sounded like it could have been a real word.
I'm not a native English speaker.
Felt that way.
Can't really help you.
But yeah, maybe you add this on top of the extra bomb radius, and there's more motivation to go for that.
I think overall it's a positive.
Yeah.
Just how positive, we'll find out.
You know what's a word?
What's that?
Ni hao. Chinese Counter-Strike is here, baby.
Yeah, it really is.
Ailu winning an event.
Yep.
We have the
Young
Mongols in the
MVP.
final of an Asian team in the final of the major. So I think it's interesting. They get to have a rematch against VP in the first game. I don't know if that was just a one-off or if they will be able to repeat it. But I think it was very exciting seeing them first with the coach make the playoffs, and then once G comes in
Win the
in
whole
the
thing.
playoffs, beat Astralis in a best of 5, but no one thought they stood a chance. It was pretty impressive.
Well, Fisher was an interesting one because there was a lot of teams that you took like a big picture look at and was excited to get your first glimpse of them, and a lot of them failed.
It was
Most of them
failed.
It was kind of wild, you know. I was flying to the event, right, and I had so many teams on the flight with me. You know, I had like Complexity was there, VP was there, Pain was there. Like for the first time, I actually wouldn't have minded if we didn't make it. I think it would have been maybe a net positive for the scene, right? But everyone's here, so we'll see. They'll get another chance to do better, Jason, and to impress you maybe this time.
do better.
Jam Young the goat's right there.
Jam Young is.
Jam Young the goat right there.
He's just sitting there.
Yeah, and then G, he doesn't have any ice cream just yet, but
No.
I'm sure. There was a compilation on Reddit.
saw it, yeah.
How cool was that? He was with Dan King, and people put subtitles, and they
Yeah.
were watching and celebrating, and it was really fun to quite watch. It's very entertaining, I thought. People should go check that one out. But yeah, I'm excited to see if Tyloo can back up their performance. I don't expect them to win this event, but their first task is probably the hardest, a head-to-head against VP, a week apart, with a map pool change. Good luck, my friends. Like, this is where you're hoping to see a cut. You guys are going to do a whole pre-match for that.
Yeah,
so
we don't have to dive too deep into it.
I won't cut your grass too much, but you're going to have to see some changes out of VP.
It was also weird seeing Kerrigan here like 2 days ago. It's like, wait, what are you doing here? Oh, that's right. You guys actually have to play stage 1. So another team that, you know, has fallen a little bit from graces, just bringing Brokey back into the active lineup, and have to see whether, you know, some time on the bench is going to do him any good, and will they find a way to play better?
I didn't want to get into the phase thing because it's like I don't even know what to make of like the Brokey you're just benched for the major and then we're bringing you right back. So I don't know, the phase in the play-in in the stage 1 is going to be crazy to see. It's very surprising. I don't know what to expect out of him coming back.
You just had to bring Brokey back for the aura for this event, because it was last year that the Liquid game happened and that crazy comeback from FaZe on Mirage, and
Oh, that's right.
giving everyone the middle finger and yelling "F you."
That's true. He did make some content here.
It's just crazy.
Regardless, that's it. That's it for the pre-show. Thanks, Chad, for joining us. It's been absolutely
I have to
lovely.
leave now.
Yeah, you do have to leave.
It's a great episode, Chad.
Can't stay here.
Thanks, everybody.
Regardless, we're going to head off to a break. When we come back, we're going to get the rest of IEM Cologne underway on day 1. We got games coming up next. Stay tuned.
Bye.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's Novi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Hello everybody, welcome in to IEM Cologne. We are here for Stage 1, Day 1 kicking off. So many games on the cards for today, both here on the B stream and on the main stream, of course, as well. It is myself, Scriv, and Neo to walk you through the action for the first couple of games today, and I think it goes without saying we are very excited to get into this. A lot of teams that are yet to play since the player break, and a lot of expectations coming into today, and of course, the entirety of Stage 1 itself.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's an honor, right? You look at and you ask any Counter-Strike fan what are the most prestigious events in the calendar, and every single time IEM Cologne will be there alongside it. So we're absolutely honored to be here, kickstarting the B stream. Of course, we'll be with you for the next week or so, running through all of Stage 1 into Stage 2 as well, and we're just super excited. For us, we've been the spectators. Now we get to do it as part of our job. It doesn't really get much better than that. So I'm super excited. Having attended a bunch of majors, a bunch of IEM weekends, random events. Cologne has always been the best for me. So now getting to work here, pretty damn sick. And we got some sick games as well to bring you throughout this week as well. We're going to be kickstarting things with, honestly, a bit of a banger as well. Complexity taking on a Gamer Legion, which does spice things up early doors, right? Both sides who are in this process of really trying to find their kind of their own level kind of playing field. They're trying to find out what their identity really is. This is our run of show in a way for the B stream. We're kickstarting things like we said with Game Legion Complexity. To follow that, we've got Astralis taking on Bait, that rematch from Austin. Then we'll change shifts as Fire and Cole Exno will take over from us as 3D Max MIBR they'll start with, and finishing it off with Ninjas in Pajamas versus Heroic as well. Battle of the social media manager memes in a way.
Yes, absolutely. Should be a good, fun game to keep up with on the socials and whatnot. But all the games, you know, coming into Cologne always feel like they have a lot of stakes behind them and that they do indeed really, really matter. This is a nice little graph for you as well, just to kind of keep up with how these two teams have been performing ranking-wise, getting very, very important now, and teams looking for it wherever they can get it. You know, shout out Epic Land one time. We had a good number of European teams, and they fly up the rankings, man, you know, so it can be very, very valuable. And you can see maybe some more consistency from Gamer Legion, a few more spikes from Complexity. They've had some moves as well, right, and might have lost a bit of VRS with the players that are no longer with them, but all the same, around the same sort of spots. It's not too far.
Yeah, I mean, the big kind of narrative when you look at it is that Complexity still have a lot to do to get back to that position of being a side that can make deep runs in tournaments like this, right? And I think since the departure of Elish has been the case. But we'll kickstart things with a Gamer Legion. That man in the middle, the new boy on the block, is kind of what a lot of people will be looking at this tournament. But a super cool team. Ash's sort of dream come through here with lots of talent that he's found, of course, and reviving Rez as well. You know, those jokes have kind of already written themselves. Your time in NIP does not count, but his time in Gamer Legion has been pretty damn fantastic. We touched on him a little bit as well, though. Kersey, new boy on the block as well for Gamer Legion. And, you know, you got to kind of credit Ash again in a sense. He's finding a talent really out of nowhere. He's played a lot of kind of real small, in a way, tier 2 might not even be sufficient, right? We're talking like tier 3, tier 4, gen 1, coming through kind of, you know, sort of much lower level of Counter-Strike, and he is looking for another gem, right? Let's see if he's found it. They've had one tournament already. They played just 3 matches since then, 8 maps in total, and, you know, it hasn't been the best performances, but they didn't do that great at Fissure, right? So we're still looking to see what he can now do, Scriv, in terms of what is easily the biggest event he's ever played in his career.
Yes, absolutely. I'm very, very curious. You know, another thing that stands out to me is, of course, the fact that he's 23. So it's not like a youthful talent sort of picked up. So they must have really good ideas for this guy, but we'll see moving into the rest of the tournament. They reckon they're going to make playoffs. Everybody feels quietly confident in the Gamer Legion side of things. We got Complexity on the other side, though, and this is a team that, again, I think a lot of people are going to be familiar with by now. They also have made some changes, kind of sticking to the homegrown as much as they possibly can. I suppose Halzerk and JT at this point kind of honorary Americans, especially Halzerk, of course. But yeah, 2 guys in Sixy and Nix that I think maybe didn't turn a lot of heads when they joined the team, you know, and it has been a little while now that they've been in, and I do feel that maybe we should have seen a little more from them, but they have also had some weird times. You know, Halzerk couldn't make his own major, as it were, quote unquote. They would have really loved to have the full roster there. All the same, I do feel that Complexity maybe taking a bit of a hit, but they have done well. They have sort of stabilized. Yes, they moved down a little lower in the rankings, but there hasn't been like a dramatic drop-off.
For sure. Let's turn our attention to the veto as well as it runs through, and the keen-eyed of you and those who have been following on socials, they'll know that Overpass is now a potential pick, and it's not first wave banned as well, but something that, you know, we've already discussed a little bit. I think for the majority of teams who already have a set veto in a way, I think Overpass is going to be very, very standard second wave bans, right? It'd just be whoever's got that second ban in that second wave, kind of just has to go for the ban there, and they'll go for a little bit more of a familiar map number 3 decider. We've got Inferno and Nuke to kickstart things. Inferno picked by Complexity, Nuke picked by Gamer Legion as well. So both maps actually, which are very good for those picking into them, and actually sort of on paper feel like punish picks in a way. The big question mark now is, does Overpass actually float all the way to the decider or not, right? Trainer Barrage out nice and early. I think in a way you can say argue expected. You know, there's Gamer Legion who now have this opportunity of playing a variety of different maps the way things are looking for them. Ancient going to be banned out here, so Overpass is still there. I'm expecting a Gamer Legion Overpass ban here, unless they're really going to spice things up, but no. There we go, Dust 2 to decide as well, and that one is a little bit more of an even territory as well. It's both very rarely played by both of these two sides. You know, Game Legion have 2 officials on it, Complexity have 1, right? So that might be a bit of a bloodbath if, and well, judging by this veto, probably when we get there.
Yes, absolutely. I think it will kind of run the whole way, and that would be a great way to kick us off. Look, Gamer Legion can kind of control the veto quite nicely. They didn't really like playing Anubis anyway. Mirage is also not a favorable map for them, so the permaban of Complexity works quite nicely for them. So I think that they have probably had a pretty predictable veto there, as it were, knowing what is likely to come out, knowing where they can take it. So in terms of that first game prep, I think this could be a game that Gamer Legion are very, very ready for in that sense. Again, big questions do raise, you know, how much time have they had in between, you know, surely finishing Fissure and then you travel to this event. Like, I doubt there's been very much going on. Did catch in the sort of pre-game lobby interviews that Pimp was doing, they have been working a lot on the outside of the game factors. So
nice.
It's good signs, but also a little tough, I think, to work that into the server, you know, and I do sort of worry a little bit that there might be a couple of pieces missing here, whereas Complexity have been slowly but surely scaling as the moves have gone on, as the era's gone on, and I do feel that, you know, the coaching change as well that they're sort of going through at the moment may well have really lifted this team in the past few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, as you saw on the stats as well, Complexity 50% win rate. You do have to take those with a bit of a pinch of salt as well. You got wins over Saw, which I don't really take too much into account. That was at Fissure, literally just sort of like last week, 5 days ago or so. And then the last one before that was against Fluxo, another win which I don't really take too much stock in. So pinch of salt there. You know, when you look at the losses as well, NRG at Austin, again, not exactly the best team to be losing to. Also a bit of a derby, which kind of hurts a little bit for them. And then Tyloo as well. Which, sure, Tyloo have been great recently. We saw them from kind of the Asian Champions League into Fissure, who've been looking fantastic. But still, you kind of on paper are expecting Complexity to pick up that win. So I think there's still that sign of weakness there for them, which is a little bit concerning. Flip side though, for Gamer Legion, you got a loss very recently, again, at Fissure to Wildcard. That's a pretty bad loss. That Wildcard side are in array, right? They're all over the place right now, it feels, and things obviously not looking too good for them. So for Gamer Legion to pick up a loss there, a 13-4 loss, may I add as well. Definitely not a good sign. This map is definitely a little weaker for them. And then prior to that, back in IEM Dallas, lost to Falcons. Fair enough, right? You know, obviously, right? It's Falcons. So the way we come in towards this game, as much as Complexity, I think, you know, it's their pick and they are favored, I still think this can be quite ugly, quite scrappy. And you really look towards that man on the left as well, Ash, the coach. This is the kind of the brain behind this team, the guy who is going to set them up for success. And he's probably expecting this pick to come through as well. So I'm wondering how much prep they've really got and how much they've looked into those wins and losses for Complexity and said, all right, there are weaknesses here that we can expose. And if we're able to get map number 1 under our belt as well, it puts this veto so heavily in their favor for that potential 2-0.
Yeah, very much looking forward to getting into it then. And we'll see if there is that sort of close competition that you are predicting. I think that, again, yeah, as an opening matchup, this one should be pretty tight, to be honest, and really difficult to deal with. Complexity, I don't know, man. I think that they are at times a pretty smooth team. I know that they sort of self-admitted there's a few mental issues in places. Closing games out seems to be really tough for them. They've had a good number of matches go to overtime, including like last week and whatnot. So, is there still an adjustment period for some of these players, the newer additions especially, just getting used to this LAN environment and how to stay calm and close things out? But yeah, I believe it was Nix actually who was talking about the fact that they struggle with closing things out, the kind of mental of the team, the comms and whatnot can go a little sideways when the going gets tough, as it were. So, and these are all things that you're really heavily going to get punished at Cologne. Everyone's on that extra 10% kind of lock-in at the moment. So they really do need to get it together. Again, though, man behind them, I do believe it is Mither as well for this tournament. So, he hopefully can bring a bit more. And it does seem like he is mental coach, to be fair, is maybe what he leans on a little bit more from what we've heard in the past, and his stints in Liquid and things like this.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, a little tech pause as well. It seems like be some sort of audio issue with Torsten. So hopefully only a brief fix and we can get things back on the road. But last time these two sides played was all the way back in IEM Melbourne. So it's been kind of a hot minute since then. And that was a 2-1 win in favour of Gamer Legion. But of course, as we've already sort of discussed, changes have come through, and both ways, whether it's kind of coaching changes or player changes, obviously specifically for Gamer Legion. And they feel like new sides now. It does feel like there is a bit more stability over towards this Cole team, especially since they've added in Nix and Sixy. I mean, the big thing we're still looking towards over on Cole, is the main thing for us is just the fact that we need Sixy to really shine. We're still looking for him to be essentially kind of pick up the slack of where when Elige left. We're looking for him in terms of firepower, right? And we haven't seen it in previous teams as well. He was a kind of a bona fide superstar, right? This is a guy, the reason why he got picked up is because of those individual performances. I mean, Script, me and you have been at plenty of times where, party astronauts have been present at like ESL Challenger Leagues, for example, those lands that we had kind of in Stockholm and whatnot. And Sixy was easily one of the best players at those tournaments, despite his team maybe not doing so well. You could just see that he had the raw mechanics, but we haven't really seen that since that big step up in towards tier 1. So I feel like that's still the thing they're looking for. Nix is a bit more of a role player. It's not the end of the world that his numbers don't really kind of shine through, so to say. So I'm still looking to see whether they can find that extra 5-10% out of Sixy to replace the lost Elige in a way. And that's when Cole start to once again become a real solid side. And you look at them in stage 1s, for example, and say, well, this side should waltz through. At the moment, we can't really say that.
No, this is true. Yeah, they're a bit more of an unpredictable entity at the moment. It's a very interesting case that you raise. I feel like someone like Sixy, it happens a lot, especially in the NA region, where you have like a hot fragger maybe in the pugs or in the ECLs and things like this, but then when they move into that more European environment, or they move into a more team-based environment, I think there are a lot of teams at the NA ECL level that play loose and fast, and that suits some players. It's also something I think that they've kind of talked about again quite a bit as a team, and sort of praising each other. And obviously this is going to be the case when you are teammates, but a lot of the guys say that Sixy is an incredible aimer, and I believe again it was Nix that said one of the best that he's ever played with. So it's kind of getting that more complete game that is perhaps required, and that's where you are also going to get abused. When you've got players like Rops and Zai who are waiting on the other side of the hill, it is even just 1 or 2 percentage points that are going to make all the difference, and slightly sloppier mistakes in terms of positioning, in terms of timings and things, might not get punished on home soil and in those online realms and in the FPLs and whatnot. But out here at Cologne, absolutely going to get flattened if you're making those small mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. And kind of the one man on the flip side that I'm looking towards for Gamer Legion to shut things down, we just kind of showed him a little bit on the cameras, is PR, right? This kid, from the moment he entered in towards his side, was lights out. And I'm looking to see whether he can really bolster up Rez, as you see there in terms of the stats, to kind of support him and be this solid rifling core. Then you've got, Rez, PR, Torsten, all in a sense with their own ability to really have these flashy moments and step up in a big way. You see there, last 3 months stats, very one-sided. Rez obviously just been fantastic, right? He is this guy who we expect big things out from Gamer Legion. He's such a stable factor, but actually the big thing you look towards Rez now, despite not even being that old himself, is actually experience, right? You know, he's been at that top level for such a long time now, despite not being that old. We're looking for him in particular to really kind of be that, in a way, secondary voice in this side alongside ZTR, and especially when Ash can't get on towards the mic when it's not attack pause or whatnot, you look towards your more sort of quote-unquote elder figures. But without further ado, tech pauses are concluded, ladies and gents. We get to welcome you in here. IEM Cologne here on the B stream. We're kickstarting things. Stage 1, it's Gamer Legion taking on Complexity, and we cannot wait to get this show on the road. Cole will start on that CT side, and it's already early fights coming through. Rez, PR will combine for a killer pieces. Nix and Sixy, the new boys on this Cole side, are shut down. JT now have to try and lead. It's only 3. It's messy from Grim as well, and it's carnage in through second mid. Gamer Legion are punishing the overextensions from Complexity. They're down to 2.
Yeah, it seems like they were ready for this pistol, eh? They get in deep, and they will demolish them, to be honest with you. Not a chance into the round. The bomb drops so far away from the action, and they just have no control of the map to work with from here. Really well played from them, really well committed. And again, it does help early in the morning if you are landing your shots, of course. I think Complexity with a rude awakening to kickstart Cologne. It's never nice, but careful, because the Glocks are always capable. Maybe just a second of it there. JT going to be a bit tougher for him. He's got no armor. He has slight bits of information to work with. There's some overfaces. Quick headshots are always possible, but where is this last man? He knows the location of one, but he does not know about Torsen, who's still full HP. Got to be around here somewhere, but just couldn't quite pinpoint him.
Double stack boiler as well, just so unlikely to check it for a second time after he's just got a kill, and he was sort of periodically jiggle peeking after that kill to bring it back into a 1 versus 2, but just didn't spot him crossing in. Nice start, really aggressive push. I love that sort of approach as well from Gamer Legion. You're the one setting the tone despite being on the CT side, despite being the ones who don't set the pace in the rounds. You're saying, we're going to bring the fight to you, and we're going to prove that individually we can match. That's a real confidence play. It's one of those that's also very risky. If you lose that as well, it can knock your confidence early in towards a game, but I think that's a perfect way to approach it for Gamer Legion. They're going to be really, really fired up now. So, full bites come through for Colt. Not many teams go for this, especially without a bomb planted. Upgraded pistols across the board. Holzerk with a UMP as well. Again, another gun we just don't see all too often. So
yeah, I mean, the change to the MP9, right? I think a few people are trying to force some guns back in. The MP7 might be a bit more viable now. Yes, it's more expensive, but it is more effective at range. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Nix with the first headshot as they go charging in towards A here. Double pit setup, you feel, should be pretty strong. However, the M4 goes down far too easily there. Bomb has been spilled. It buys some time for the rotations, but recovered weaponry, recovered utility, of course. The pesky moto smoke that's always so difficult to get past. They will just about retrieve the bomb. Some damage coming in. There is a gap. So could maybe push through here, but not going to happen. Sixy, this is it. With the M4, is just a monster now, and they can't deal.
Torsen, what have you got for us? Called into a 1 versus 2, make that a 1 versus 1. Catches Sixy, trying to set up some level of a flank, and it's now down to Nix. MP9 in hand, sub 40 HP. 1 versus 1, he's going to dance around. He's playing an open angle, and it might be checked. Torsen, quick reaction, and they find. And a big 1v2, but the narrative of that round is, why did we require a 1 versus 2 clutch? It was a force buy for Complexity, with a UMP being the best weapon they could bring to the table. That was much too close for comfort. It's good to get around under their belt, but my god, that was shaky. Carl are probably feeling all right about that, right? It's a bomb plant. It's 4 kills on the flip side as well, so they've done real damage towards that Gamer Legion economy. That CT side is not going to be set up in a real way. They might just go back-to-back force buys here, and I don't even think that would be too bad of an idea. It's close, but it's really not a bad round, and as we see, yeah, force buy going to come through. I think this is the right call. 16 towards an AK-47, Galil's alongside him, and it's a util as well. So this is the real reset round here, round number 3. Whoever wins this, especially if Gamer Legion are able to deny a bomb plant, for example, then they're going to put double eco on the flip side. So This is the important one to kickstart this map.
Yeah, ballsy call for sure. Going to be headed towards B early on. There is only one player here. Flash comes round. Oh, deep smoke. So he doesn't have it for the close angle. Not respecting how near to this B bomb site they are going to be. Does manage to pick one up at CT. Nade. So there you are. It's all prepped. It's a decent nade, but he will go down. Is there a chance at a trade? Is there a chance to stop them moving in? And it looks like yes, but kind of by Complexity's choice. They're opting not to go charging through this smoke at this time. They might give it a reaggress in a few moments, but they have no utility left at all. I mean, this doesn't look good to me.
This is where things become very difficult. There's also the potential, as that smoke fades in towards mid, which it's just about to, as our lovely graphic shows, it's the potential of a flank brewing too, but they're here ready for the fight. They've got to go dry here. They've got to try and isolate fights. Rez finds one. Grim will drop, saved for 60 as he's caught by Kersey, and it's all starting to dwindle here for Cole. Nix gets one, but he's shut down, and Torsen with another double to close out the round better from Gamer Legion, but it all comes back to what you were saying, Scriv. That is about them running out of utility. And, you know, unfortunately, you can't really blame them. There's two things that really kind of shoot them in the foot there. The A, that util that's dropped from CT, that nade that softens basically all of them up as well. And when they went for the execute, they didn't commit, right? They were sort of dipping the toes in towards the water, checking the temperature, but not quite committed to the cannonball into the pool. And that cost them. They needed to be very headstrong there and just basically say, right, riflers, we need you to step up.
Oh, JT goes digging. He had a good spawn. He felt like taking the first fight. The utility will push him back. But yeah, I think we're going to see it a lot from Complexity, unfortunately. You know, the force buy round in round number 2 is also a good showing of it, where I feel like they have good initial ideas. They just really do struggle to sort of finish their dinner at times. So I think that there's going to be a lot of rounds like this where they maybe bring it close or they're in the right place but can't quite execute. And maybe we're going to see it again here. JT opens up at middle. He's distracted them away from the pit area. ZTR stands strong, loses his life. Good chance for the bomb plant now. Halzert got to be very careful. Takes a quick dink. So they will indeed let him in. This is dangerous. This is very dangerous indeed. Another dink as well round from Grim here. Halzerk's managed to get the side swipe. And it's a force. Sorry, it's a save out from Gamer Legion. They lose out to the force. This is kind of wild.
Yeah. I mean, Torsen, maybe even a little bit more HP. He would try and give that 1 versus 2 a go. He's already had it under his belt on the same exact site, but credit to Cole, it's such a basic corner sense, but sometimes simplicity is best, and this time it works well for them. I'll finally get that first round under their belt, and I mean, better late than never as well. You know, we already spoke about how this map really feels like quite the necessity in a way for Complexity. Grim will go down to the bomb, but really not the end of the world. That's a really big round to be taking with minimal investments coming through when the starts haven't been fantastic. But the big thing, and I think the way that Complexity will be approaching this is their mindset's got to be, and I think this is exactly what sort of JT will be instilling along the team, is look how close we've got in every single round. It is coming. Wait, boys. Our chance is there, and they finally get it. So, good work. We see a very quick timeout get called as well as Gamer Legion. Ashley wants to get on the mic, and I think he probably notices this himself, right? These rounds have been getting a little too close for comfort each and every time, and they finally got over the line. Now they've got to buy behind it too, with actually a fairly decent amount of residual cash as well. They've got to be careful. Investment on the flip side for Gamer Legion isn't exactly flourishing. FAMAS, MP9s coming through to bolster up these M4s. They've got to find a bit of a miracle here if they want to keep this lead in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of strange. I think in the early stages here, Gamer Legion have been playing quite confident, like they are just flat out better players, and they just have to be careful not to get lost in that ultimately. So, dangerous territory, as you say. And they will opt to full spend here, so gonna have to do something with this in the back of your mind as well. Maybe talked about already. If you go south early, lose a player or two, I think you just have to save immediately. So yeah, a lot of importance on these early exchanges.
Yeah, that's for sure. Early damage dealt towards Torsen. just going to be softened up. As we mentioned, that buy is a little awkward. MP9, FAMAS, 5-7. It's not the best in a way, especially with Torsen not being tagged. There's actually a real world that he might even swap. Give the M4 over towards Reds, for example. Maybe picks up the 5-7 himself. Something along those lines, just because of how low he is. But he's sticking around for the fight. Oh my god, he takes even more damage. That's definitely dicey. And just as that pressure towards B is being put on, they're taking long control.
Oh, ZTR got to be careful. I mean, never going to expect a boost above this smoke. How often do you see this? Smoke comes in at library. Kind of worked out there. It's pretty easy for them to silent drop, I think, by virtue of that step being slightly higher. So that's kind of a nice touch. Nothing comes of it, and they now have to deal with the brunt of the defense. So far, so good, but in comes a flank, and Rez might just be hidden away. Here he goes, unchecked for a while. 5-7 up close is deadly, of course. Bomb getting planted. Rez hidden away in the pit. Needs one more to make this doable. He's going to get it. And Torsen with the trade will make it happen here for Gamer Legion. A big round secured.
Yeah, Rez has gone absolutely huge there. We needed a bit of a hero, and he's made that 5-7 sing. That long shot as well to the planter, really, really well done. Smiles all round for him, and a bit of a celebration there at the end as well. That's a huge round to take in response. In the same vein, the complexity, their first round on the board was a little bit of a scrappier put-together investment. That's a big one to be taken. Celebrations, of course, as you can expect. This is such an important one. So, 3-round lead kept in their favor, and pressure back on towards Cole to respond. And Gamer Legion, despite this map obviously having its issues for them in the past, so far actually looking pretty solid. Well, I'm not seeing any glaring issues in the early part of this game.
No, and this is maybe one of the things that, you know, we were going to be looking out for. Would Inferno be a tough time for them? I feel like you really do need to have Inferno down pat, especially at the moment. It's one of those things, it's like, do you put work into Overpass, or do you actually bolster the other maps that you're already slightly comfortable with? And I think with how quickly we've had Overpass in, you perhaps just leave it to evolve naturally, you know?
Slow around it, as Caller just... have a look around. Torsen, right idea, right find as well. JT, just try something a little audacious, and that'll cost him his life. At the same time, they're moving towards the A site. It's Nyx for the first, but down below, ready to be met by PR. Nyx gets his second, and now also the site to work with. Moto Smoke to come through. Full retake going to be required here in this 3 versus 3.
Are they going to go for it? Of course. Moto Smoke in. They do have an advanced position here towards short before the bomb has really gone down. It just gets planted. ZTR is so far up, so he can gather information by process of elimination. Nice boost up. Rez finds one, and ZTR, I think he's pretty confident that it's probably just more of a pit plate than anything else. He will go down, unfortunately. It's all on Torsen once again in the 1 versus 1, and Grim just has to stay alive. 25 HP is not enough to take a wide swing or a fight here, but he will give it a bit of a look and try and grab some timing. Not going to work, and Gamer Legion again coming away with a key clutch.
And this is where we look at Torsen as an individual, and this is where his stock rises, and this is why Ash believes in him. You know, a player that in the tier 2 wasn't really notably amazing, right? You know, his previous stints in a variety of different kind of Danish sides, he was all right? Wasn't a hero player, just a role player who sort of did his job and didn't really even put up the best numbers, but this kid keeps stepping up in these big moments. The amount of clutches he's won already, or multi-kill rounds he's had already, he's absolutely flying. He's so solid, so self-confident, and you can see they have real belief. Colt, their first timeout called as well as we get on the mic here, but you can tell this is not going to plan in the early part as well. We need stability on this T side if we want to make Inferno sing for us, and so far for Cole, it's been this story of close but no cigar. They're getting down to these clutch 1vx situations, but they're struggling to see them in their favor, and it's not good enough, and they're actually at quite the deficit already, 5-1. They can reinvest in. That's the luxury of loss bonus plus bomb plant. But I don't know, I just think the mental's probably in such a weird spot right now. They're bit by bit, as they keep losing these clutches, they keep losing the confidence. First time we get to see the new boy Kersey on the AWP. It's PR, though, who opens things up, swinging a fine. Nick's deleted. AK up close as well. Goes 1 for 1. Tian needs to be a little careful, but he does have a support, and that's all that matters. There's an MP9 there. And Rez playing in through CT with the M4. Flashes come over. They wanted to fight early. Rez going to fight his way through it, but he doesn't clear water. ZTR will. Trait is good. Pistol pulled out, and ZTR makes it a second. All down to one man. Grim, what have you got for us? Been another round from you, but it's Kersey's AWP. Sings loud to close that one. Big round to find.
Yes, and it feels like that is maybe one of the more dominant rounds that we've seen in recent history as well, which Gamer Legion really do need to just start solidifying their corner. Get that money in a good place, maybe survive a loss as feels inevitable in the ebb and flow of Counter-Strike. Really solid hold, though. The counter utility looked a bit dodgy initially, didn't it? You know, Rez just went flying in, headless chicken, no idea where they were, got a shot in the back. But it was well held. I suppose his distraction was enough to get the job done.
Uh-oh, they're going to go quick. Oh, that's going to work. Grim, drive by, PR, night. I'll see you next round, mate. That's not exactly the way you want to start things. And Rez has to actually be quite careful here. He is alone. And he's going to beckon over the support, but he has to play time. He basically can't deny this bomb going down.
Yeah, this is problematic, to say the least. Full post plan to deal with, and I think they are calling a save by the looks of it. They also don't quite know what's on the other side, right? Is there one of those pesky hero rifles that you sometimes see? Seems to have taken off in tier 2 once again. How much armor is there, etc, etc. So they really do not want to test it here and just hand it across. You know, you're in a good position. 6-2 still looks pretty decent, right? So there's no need to get excited and give away even more weaponry. And hilariously, okay, Grim will manage to get it, but that was a bit of a tough find.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the only rounds that Cole have found so far are these kind of low-buy, weird, scrappy drive-by rounds. But the big question you got to ask yourself in situations like this, is it replicable? And, I mean, so far the answer is just no. You can't rely on rounds like this, but you'll take them, right? And it might just bolster you up a little bit. I understand Gamer Legion going for the save. It's the meta. Everybody does it. Oh, James, how you've cursed our beautiful game. But I don't really... I mean, I can't really say anything bad. It is the right call, monetarily speaking, especially. So, back underway. They've already guaranteed, worst case scenario, Gamer Legion, you've got a tie game at the half. That alone's pretty good. Any more for any more will be huge. PR and ZTR combine for a 2-for-1 opener.
Yeah, showing some really good aggression here. Just the get up and go of this team has looked solid so far. Gamer Legion not messing around. The flow seems good. Kersey fitting in. You know, no real problems. It is Torsen who is taking over the game, to be fair. He's been in a lot of clutch situations as well. Rez swinging out. Wants to go for another, but he will think better of it. Peek at short as well. And the 1v1s are just being won all over the shop right now. This is not great for Cole. They can maybe make it look scary in the low buy, half buy situations, but the full rifles are really starting to go against them now. 60 alone. They know about him. He has been seen and he's double swung, so not a chance.
Lead now guaranteed. This is continuing to be such a flourishing CT side by Gamer Legion. Second time out going to be taken, and again, understandably so for complexity. They're in a spot where, like we mentioned, you have to have some level of a foundation in this first half. If you don't, there's just no chance of expecting them to go on such a tear on that CT side, especially in the current form that Gamer Legion are in. Everybody's sort of having their moments to shine right now. This is really difficult. I understand that they've got to make something out of this T side if they want any chance on their map pick as well. And we'll come back to what we were saying in the pre-show. It really does feel that complexity sort of have to win Inferno if they want to push it towards that decider, which then becomes a little bit more of a 50-50 map. Nuke has been a very good pick for Gamer Legion, and all expectations is that they win it. So tumultuous time right now for the Americans. 7-2, 5-round buffer. We buy back in, sure, but a couple of Galils have to He worked around here. Kersey, I like the rear. Squash the reward like. It's a kill. An opener on towards Nix. Nice find, and he gets out scot-free.
Again, yeah, feels like a bit too common of an occurrence here. PR for more will be taken down, so not happening for him. So at least there's that. Complexity, able to even things up and keep it interesting here. Torsen backs off from B. They're trying to fake out A and draw attention. It seems to be working. The smoke will, of course, buy time. Torsen trying to fake that he's dropping back. 1-for-1's probably not quite going to be enough here.
Yeah.
They could pick up the pace and get that bomb down, but they are playing it too tense, and it gives time for ZTR to rotate.
And he gets time for that smoke to come down. He also heard that smoke tag as well, hence why he's spamming. Oh, this becomes really janky. Rez. A little jiggle peek and a fine 60 deleted. And unfortunately for Complexity, this round is feeling like it's probably lost just off the back of, as you mentioned, their lack of confidence. Both spotted as well. ZTR knows 1-for-1 in this instance is good. And it puts Grim in a 1v2. Both players over towards Gamer Legion are full HP. Surely an impossible state to be in. Tap. Who committed from CT. That smoke broken open. It's Kersey to close. And another fantastic round for Gamer Legion. They're loving life. Smiles around, and understandably so. This is a great showing, Scruv.
Yes, absolutely. A fantastic way to kick things off. I think we're not necessarily expecting the biggest of things, but if there's any team that people are behind and expect to have done a lot of work in their player break, I think this is one of them, as they do have some of the hardest working players and, of course, coach in the game.
Yeah.
Torsen, through the smoke here, doesn't want to fully commit. They'll just take the banana control and work with that.
Tech9s, again, they've been a bit of a pesky problem for Complexity twice already. They've picked up rounds on a bar like this, so let's see if Cole can do it once again. Gamer Legion, got to be a little careful. This time, 1-for-1, but a double from Kersey. Spray down, bomb spilled forward, and surely round concluded as Rez from pit finds Nix. This has got to be done. Kersey swings for his third. And this time, the Tech9s not feared by Gamer Legion. Another big round on the board, their 9th as well. All the North American side are still fast asleep. The time zones haven't changed internally for them. Gamer Legion are flying to a map 1 at the moment.
Yes, disappointment all round, and again, it's the nature of the rounds, right? They've brought things close in those low buy situations. All power for Halzerg, doesn't quite land it. There wasn't much to hit, to be fair. Kersey shows him how it is done. And they are not messing around here, Complexity, bringing some aggression into this. Halzerg just trying to take matters into his own hands at the end of the day. Soon as he crosses this point, though, there's 2 players ready and waiting for him, so does have to be careful, does need to know the dangers of it. He calls on some support to try and help him clear these angles as they move in together. Rez, though, with the unlikely spot. However, he's lost his boiler presence, so now he's on an island, now he's alone. Flash comes in, and it doesn't quite blind up enough. ZTR's here quickly, can he slow them down? But for the first time in a while, Complexity get themselves in a winning position.
His smoke bounced off the ledge there as well, so it's actually got a slight gap on that right-hand side. Hence why he's had to cross. So an unorthodox spot. And a big flank. Not the find initially. Damage dealt towards Halzerg. ZTR's pulling a risk here. He's going to sit inside of the smoke, just waiting for presence to come through. Reaction's good for 1, but only. 60 on the trade. It feels like this one should be concluded. I might be planted as well. Halzerg waiting, but he is smoked down himself. Torsen and Kersey. Torsen's been so good in the clutch and so much damage dealt. 60's lucky to be alive. This is still on a knife's edge, and there might still be a bit of a chance.
Nade does decent damage. 1 taken down on the totem pole. Kersey the next to fall. And Torsen is left to do it all here, of course. Usually a save, but he's going to have to move in for it. Not going to happen for him. 60 takes him down. 9-3. It's not great. it's 3 isolated rounds in from Complexity, but it is maybe, just maybe, something to work with. I say tentatively, we'll have to find out. This is kind of where, you know, the good from the great get separated if they are able to come back into things into the second half. But a lot of work going to be required here now.
Yeah, absolutely. This was not the showing that I think Complexity wanted at all. We're going to have to see whether in that second half they can step up, but for now we're going to head to a little bit of a break. We'll see you soon.
To another. What's it gonna be? Where's your head at? Where's my head at? Watch how the waves they're chasing each other, and they let it be. Where's the shore at? Where's the shore at? Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. To lay my hand on your shoulder for a minute, babe. We grew stronger, we grew stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. You know what told me.
Welcome back in. Complexity, not the first half they would have dreamt of heading in towards the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. Gamer Legion are looking excellent. They've set themselves up with a 9-3 half before heading in towards the T side on their opponent's map pick. Complexity need this map in this series if they want a chance of taking it. Nuke doesn't feel like a good prospect, so all signs point to what this CT side can now do. And Scriv, we're actually very quickly getting to the now or never territory. If they don't win this pistol, it actually could be over before it even begins.
Well, yes, this is very true, and then the rest of the series does look scary for you. This was meant to be the harder move for Gamer Legion, and at the moment, anything but. They've not really been massively tested. A couple of moments where they just lose enough control of the A-bomb site, and that's about all Complexity have been able to get. It feels more like luck than anything. Nade stack here. No one in towards CT. Flash is coming in. They got the Julies up top. Grim for one, looking for a bit more. He will be denied, and unfortunately he was all by himself, so Complexity taking a risk in the defense that allows that bomb to go down with a simple 1-for-1 trade.
What do we do now as well? In this 4 versus 4, but that smoke, that alone makes life really difficult. They're going to try and funnel them in towards Rez, who spots that one, can't quite connect. Looking for the kill, and he will get it. Down goes Holzerk, and down surely go the chances of complexity. JT a kill of his own, but he's shut down. And that'll be Gamer Legion double digits, 7 rounds ahead, and surely the beginning of the end here for complexity and map number 1. Their chances are dwindling, and Gamer Legion, it just feels like they've barely put a foot wrong. Another really, really good pistol. They move as a pack, so utility comes down to funnel them in towards fights where their heroes can step up, and Rez does exactly that. PR has his moment as well. Beautiful, beautiful work. No complaints from me.
Well, as you said, do or die was pretty quickly around the corner, and we are now there. So complexity going to have to, I mean, find like 4th gear, honestly. They really have not been driving all that fast so far here at Cologne. It is not looking good on Inferno at the very least. As we've mentioned, the series as a whole looks difficult from here on in, but always possibility. That is the game of Counter-Strike, of course, and there's some experience there on Nuke, just really not as much as Gamer Legion. And it would have just been nice to bring your first map competitive. You know, you might be missing that sort of 10% because of, like you say, bits of jet lag maybe, or just not quite warmed up into it. Again, we're still not necessarily bedding in, but getting Sixy and Nyx used to this environment as much as possible. And this is Cologne, this is a big deal. You know, you might be missing a little bit in game 1, but for it to be this one-sided is really just not a good sign. You might argue for the rest of the tournament, right? And it is just the double elimination here. You're out pretty quickly if you can't get yourself going. Nyx dealt with, and that's the A-bomb site, just like that.
Needed that. Literally, you know, you're spot on, man. That is the A-bomb site. We needed that kill from Nyx. I mean, even if he had got that kill, I don't know if it made too much of a difference. We've gamble stacked for Cole, but I mean, you're so right. Losing that aim duel alone seals the round. So you just shell up and save it if you are Cole. The only issue is, are you given the luxury of a save? As you can see, there is a hunt brewing. ZTR getting in the back lines as well, and he'll actually be able to sort of get all of this church control for free. There's no information to be gained here, and he's just obviously doing his due diligence, checking every corner, every nook and cranny. They look like they might just avoid him. Bar Holzerk, who is periodically checking. The gun up, mate, it's going to be needed, and well, finally we'll get his kill. Takes a little tag, but everybody else should be safe. 11-3. And we are on that brink of now or never. And unfortunately, again, they just don't have a lot to work with for Colt. Gamer Legion, they haven't really even been required to kind of get out of second gear here. They have been coasting through, and it's been working very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as I've said, the few rounds that they've lost have just come down to like, if only I'd hit one more bullet and we'd have kept control of A. If only I hadn't been caught with a nade out. You know, a few just unlucky moments that are going to happen. They're just inevitable in 99% of games that you play. But other than that, they have been controlling the game, as the scoreline reflects banana control, banana aggression, in fact, for complexity. So they're trying their best desperately to get something going for them.
Ooh. Close. Rez waiting around this corner. So far as well for Gamer Legion in terms of opening duels. Obviously a lot of this been from this first half, but Kersey and PR are normally the ones who are setting the tone a little bit. So we look towards them again here. And look at B as well. Not a single body there. It's Rez going to find the first as Sixy just overextends his shoulder, peeks round that corner, and a silver platter as Rez is gifted an opener. They're still staying gambling towards A, but the bomb's moving towards B, and he's got 2 bodyguards to support him here as well. Rez, one more, looking for a third, and he finds it. Giving no look in. They've gambled A, and Rez is feasting. He gets the support of PR as well. And they realize nobody's home towards the B side. Bomb will go down. The last remaining man of Nyx is here. Stuck in towards Mini Pit with a 5-7. Half armor, a hope and a dream. He's obviously not going to be giving this a go. Any gun is an upgrade, and he might get the chance of an AK. very least. Rez has fallen, but a quick trade, a quick find. That'll be 12. Map point on their opponent's map pick. Gamer Legion, fantastic.
Yeah, that's Asher's boy right there, of course. He's been singing the praises of Rez since he joined this team. I think a pickup that he's very, very proud of. Brings experience, still young enough to have great mechanics as well. And you just see it here on the replay. What is that first shot? You know, he's barely on the screen. Crazy work. Absolutely crazy work. And a guy that I think is gagging to get back to that arena. So we'll see if they can indeed make it there in quick time. Holzerk says a bit more Inferno required. It's a nice shot from him and a little whoopsie-daisy on the silent jump. But there's actually nobody close enough to short to hear it. So no harm, no foul. Either way, first time on the C side, it feels like Gamer Legion are under threat.
Yeah, they're not so silent jump, but still Holzerk. What a flick and a find. As PR was just getting around that pillar as well. Shoulder protruding, gets deleted. So yeah, maybe, as you mentioned, single-handedly, Holzerk saying, there's still a little life left in this game. We're not dead just yet. And it's these sort of situations where you really see the stellar players shine. They know that backs up against the wall and they've got to put up on a bit of a show, but Holzerk overflicks. And he will be punished by Kersey, who could opt to pick up the AWP if he wants to. Looks like he's going to still opt to keep that Galil for now, but he makes it shine. Back into a 3 versus 3. 60, he's the shine himself. He'll find Rez round the corner while Flash delivers. And his ZTR thrust into a 1 versus 2. Smoke down Moto, bomb plant, and a wealth of time to set up in this 1v2.
I do like his chances here. Swaps across to an AK as well, and he has many different angles that he can choose from. Opts not to go for a super early fight. Doesn't quite know where to expect them. I think one from middle is not a hop, skip, and a jump. Did he hear the boost up? Did he hear a step? He definitely seems sure of at least one. It's a quick move here into the apartments. He's got to be careful. Grim charging him down with that AUG will fall, and it's low HP JT with no kit available. 10-second timer gone, and ZTR to finish it off 13-3. And what better way to shut them down than with a clean 1 versus 2.
Brilliant stuff. And also as well, just how this map started. 1v2's coming through, especially for Torsten as well. He's 11-1 out the gates as well. He had a fantastic showing, but kind of everybody did. We saw so many incredible performances and so many different individuals who had their moments to really shine. And, you know, we look back to it. There's Torsten's 1v2 that started things off. Another double as well in round number 3. I mean, this was just the story of Gamer Legion shining all the way throughout. Everybody looking absolutely fantastic. So much to like there, man, and such worrying signs for complexity. That was their map pick. They needed Inferno. With Nuke up next, Gamer Legion, they've got to be loving life.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose it, you have to lose it close, right? We talked about that as well. There just wasn't enough in there to really make us hopeful. And usually we'd maybe hit it with a little bit of, oh, you know, but look at this particular matchup on Nuke, and they might just be able to edge it out because of how close that, but they just didn't show up at all.
Yeah.
And lots of moments that we're seeing here on the replays as well, where they're losing out in advantageous situations. They're losing to like a 1v2 moment within a round. It might not be the winning moment, but, you know, there's a lot of multi-frag moments from Gamer Legion that I think you just don't really expect them to be taking. So it's not just that they've been unlucky or what, they've just been played off the park. And a few individuals, you mentioned Talson, Rez was kind of the second half guy doing that very same thing, and yeah, just taking over the game, and it's really not a good look for complexity. So I'm very worried all of a sudden for this team that, you know, they weren't like a favorite or anything coming into this matchup, but it should have been a close ride. It should have been a competitive game. They've in theory got their server rust off right ahead of a few of the other teams, Gamer Legion being another one as well, playing last week in Serbia. So, you know, it really is worrying now, I think, for this American court.
Yeah, and they both had very similar tournaments as well last week, right? They finished in the same spot, and I sort of thought this would be a little bit of an even bloodbath, a back and forth, really kind of trying to find those nuances which win maps, but it was nothing like that. I mean, credit has to be given to I think, obviously, you always kind of tout Ash here, right, in terms of that map in particular. It's been in the pool for Gamer Legion, but not been a strong part at all, and it has actually looked quite weak, and they've been exposed by teams of a similar or even a worse level in the past as well. They've cleaned it all up. That looks really solid. That really was such a good showing. That worrying signs, you know, like we said, we've got Nuke coming up next. It's been a very decent map for the Gamer Legion guys, and I mean, I don't know what you even say in this sort of 10-15 minute break for complexity. Mentally, where are you at? I mean, this is where I guess boys become men in a way, right? And they've got to find a way to just shrug it off and move forward, but it is a huge ask. You never got going at all, and now you've got to go in towards your opponent's map pick of Nuke. We'll have to wait and see, but for now, ladies and gents, we're going to first one to a break. When we are back, it's Gamer Legion's map pick up next, and all signs point to a 2-0. So let's find out.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Welcome back. We are here into map number 2 between Gamer Legion and Complexity, of course, here. First map never really got off the ground for Complexity in particular. Not a good look. Their pick, kind of a struggling map as well for Gamer Legion, typically speaking. So we were expecting a 3-map affair here, all down to the even keel playing field of Dust 2, but Gamer Legion, they've got other ideas. I think they want to get through this first game nice and quick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what can we say in a bad tone over towards Gamer Legion? Nothing really. That's a map in which used to look really quite rough for them. They fixed all of these issues. It's looking fantastic. We're seeing them look so damn solid as well, man. That was difficult, and it was these two who shone. Torsen, that first half from him was lights out. 11-1 he was at one point. He was looking incredible. The second half, all about Rez, setting the tone, setting the pace. So good when he was called upon as well. Multi-fragging left, right, and center. So much to love as well. 1.43 and 1.41 rating for the both of them respectively. Incredible work. And now we're in this spot where we look in towards Noog, and we look towards, in particular, Col, and we say, right, Complexity, how do we actually get back into this? This is the map in which they've struggled on. It feels like a bit of a punish pick. It's a very good map for Gamer Legion 2. All signs point to a 2-0.
Yeah, and again, just by virtue of how things went down on map number 1 there. Look, I will say Complexity have played Nuke quite a lot recently. Played it at Fissure 3 times, lost it twice, won it once, but the 2 losses were in overtimes. So if we're really trying to, dig into it, there is a chance that they have had a lot of reps recently and they might be able to pull it off here. The new kid on the block as well, also looking pretty good for Gamer Legion. I mean, we highlighted because it felt like they had the most impact, Rez and Torsen, but Kersey was higher than Torsen. ZTR was matching Rez, so everybody is firing on all cylinders, and also maybe a few extra installed in between last week's tournaments and Cologne here. So yeah, looking very, very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll have to see. Everybody's getting back in the server as we get ready to kickstart what is a very up in the air map and situation, right? I'm looking at this and saying, how do we actually find success now? And here we go, right? We're looking at kind of where for Cole, even it's pretty indicative, right? 27.3% ban percentage. I mean, that alone shows that it's not a map in which they're super confident on. And you were touching on, I think you're absolutely right? You look at the maps they played recently, 3 times at Fissure just last week, 2 of which being losses, sure, but close losses. Still, I look at it the other way and say, that's data for Ash. And I feel like he's must have spotted something, right? That's what Ash does best, right? He spots weaknesses and he exposes them. And I feel like this is where, once again, he can continue showing that. He obviously had a really, really good game plan and idea about what to do heading in towards Inferno. And all that was required was for the rifling core to step up, which they did, right? And now we're heading towards Nuke, and I'm expecting more of the same as well. So for Complexity, for them to stay alive in this series, a big ask required. If we do get towards that map number 3, though, the playing field becomes completely level once again. And that's the main kind of narrative here that they've got to kind of instill in towards themselves. Say, all we have to do, find our form here, just shrug off what happened at our map pick. If we take the Dust 2, we've got a really legitimate chance of taking this series. It's a map in which both of these sides don't play, so it's absolutely anybody's game. But it looks like we're about to get ready. Fist bumps coming round as well. Map number 2, it's Nuke up next on the docket to see whether Gamer Legion can pick up a 2-0 to kickstart IEM Cologne for them. And getting ever closer to stage 2 as well, joining the big boys quite literally in the cathedral as they want to push for that crowd experience. Let's get the show on the road, of course. Gamer Legion will be starting on the T side, Complexity on the CT side.
JT takes a peek, but is denied the information. It's actually quite a quick round here. JT ready in at mini, because he will take the first. He's got some support here as well. Surely got to net this kill, but doesn't quite get Torsen. So he's lucky to be alive, fighting up against the P250 now as well. Risky move, just gathering info there. Rolling slowly down secret, but waiting for the main man. It's PR on the lurk, having a joker, as they call this, so we'll see what he's able to find. Grim, meanwhile, holding down the main fort, with the Julies, but it's very touch and go, and I don't think they appreciate that PR is in behind. There was a man at Hell who thinks he's got ramp control, but it's not the case, so PR looking to take the round into his own hands, and he will net both the kills. Perfectly played. Bit of lucky timing on his side, but he will capitalize. Halzerk, though, takes his head clean off his shoulders, so now where is the bomb going? And they're ready for an upstairs attack. JT left to do all the work. It will be a trade out from 60, however, and now Torsen with that low HP from earlier on has got it all to do. Where does he go? How does he win this? I think even he doesn't quite know how to get it done. They'll allow him the bomb plant at the very least. They do not want to mess this one up. They don't know that he's low either, so the round is certainly up for grabs. Torsen clearing some angles, both coming in from Hook. Can he get the flick? No, he can't. And it will be Complexity on the board.
A really unorthodox pistol from Gamer Legion, even right at the start. We're going for outside presence. Sure, pretty normal, but doing it dry feels like a rogue call. Not even a single smoke to give them some level of coverage on the cross. Even if it was one smoke with gaps on either side, it still gives you a real decent amount of control in a way. PR, it's a great effort from him. It's just this shot from Halzerk. That flick and a find, that's what flips the round back in their favor. So, kind of great work from Cole to recover that. I think PR, yeah, fair enough. I mean, he knows how quick that shot was from ramp. He did great work to give them a leg up, but I still think the idea behind that round, little weird, little funky. Probably read something into about how outside control and not being great for Cole, but not to be in that one. So they'll start well on the CT side, exactly what we want to see, but we are going to get a force, understandably as well, as it was a bomb plant. PR trying to get down, and he just about will. Fine margins as Nick's open things up on towards Torsen. Opening kill takes a lot of damage for it as well. Still going to be careful of res around this corner. They're trying to drop down. It's bomb on the back of Kersey, and a molly will force all three of these Hell players away.
ZTR watching up top. Got to win this fight if they have a chance at the round. Not going to happen. Bomb will get planted. And man, I feel like Complexity already, you know, 2 rounds in, playing very nervous, not wanting to take those swings, not wanting to overface. And there is maybe such a thing as too much respect, so we'll see if they've given that across. We got Rez on the AK. Super, super dangerous here. 4 coming in from ramp. It's a good smoke. It will force that AK into a less favorable angle. Grim goes down very quickly. The AK chimes in early, and now with the 3 versus 3, they don't really feel the need to get too excited here. Smoke going to come down onto the bomb. Get the kit in there is what they're after. MP9 to try and deny it's not going to work, and PR, he can't stop that defuse. Rez can't stop it either. And it will be Complexity just about taking it over the line.
Fine margins though, isn't it? I mean, he even does a little bit of damage on towards the diffuser just as he's getting it, but all that matters, round win and another 1 point on the board. This is sort of exactly the same feeling too as map number 1 was, but on the flip side, Gamer Legion were finding rounds on the board. They were close, but all that matters is the lead that you're building, and this is the same narrative we've got to build now for Cole. It's close but no cigar for Gamer Legion, and it will instill confidence in them, as we see with the reinvestment coming back through. 3 AKs. And Glow on a Tech 9. Hang on. JT is being completely unchecked there. It's only 1 down towards Secret, and he went loud as well, so JT knows all about this. And look at the space. Look at the information Torsen's gathering here. He is getting so much that there's basically no B presence. If they can get out through ramp here, they can split towards B so well. They've just got to get out, and JT's actually going to go looking. He knows somebody's down here. He smells a rat. The question is, what corner are they tucked in? Shoulder spot to Torsen. Surely a dead man. Unless the Spidey senses tingle, he will fall, and down he goes. AK upgrade for JT.
Chaotic game so far. A lot of flanks, a lot of catch-offs. A few gaps in both the attack and the defense, to be honest. Up top, Halzerk ready to help out Nyx. This is a great spot to be in. Flash comes in. They're not super prepared. He lets them cross. This is getting kind of weird. What's going on? Oh, no, and he's dropped the bomb at his feet as well. It couldn't have got any worse for ZTR. They try and sort of fake things out there, but the fake's been read, and now the bomb is in the hands of the CT side. 25 seconds left. Surely not a chance to get back into this round, you would say. Trying to beat the man up top. They will get that done. They do actually get the bomb back under control, but then there's somebody waiting for them downstairs. So how are they going to play around this? JT again, giving a lot of space, lets them cross. A fake comes in with 10 seconds left. Rez with a beautiful read will now get the plant round. Grim got to be careful as double doors being covered. Rez gets another and PR to finish it off. Oh my goodness, 4 versus 2 converted.
That is nuts. What a round to take as well. And you could just see panic started to instill in towards the way Cole were approaching that, and it costs them. Oh my, what a round to be taken as well. Some nut shots. Rez walks away with a quad kill as well, by the way. Insane round from him. Fantastic work. And yeah, you could just see tilt starting to play in. They overface, they overfight. It's unnecessary from Complexity, and they're punished. You can't make mistakes against a sharp Game of Legion side like this. I'll punish you every day of the week. What a fantastic way to respond. And look at what it's done to the buy over towards the CT side as well. Triple MP9, Scout, and a 5-7 to round it out. They lose this. The bank is empty, and the wallet's pretty damn thin. Molly, Grim is burning. He's dropping down. Everybody's flat. It's ZTR who kills Torsen with his Molotov. It's Carnage here on the top side, but Carnage that's favoring that of Gamer Legion somehow.
What is going on, man? Absolutely mental. ZTR, the only healthy one on the backside, wins his fight. Very important. Halzerk, I guess so. Yeah, there's not really too much else he can do. But he also gets very unlucky. He landed a tag with the Scout on, again, one of the undamaged players. I think even ZTR was like a low enough HP to go down to the Scout. So just really unfortunate, really wild sort of round. But Gamer Legion at least proving that they can change the pace and style of their attack.
Yeah, I kind of love it as well. You know, just off the back of them really sort of testing the waters and getting control and playing this sort of methodical approach, they're saying, all right, we just went around sort of out of nowhere. We know the money's still going to be in a weird spot because we're super early in the map. Let's go for a quick one. Let's rush them. Let's see what they do. Also goes down to the bomb as well. So all that for nothing in the end in terms of the save. Not what you want to see. And 3 remain alive for Gamer Legion. We go back in towards the highlights of this round, and it's absolute carnage all the way throughout. A little bit of tilt, you know, you can see he goes down to his teammate's Molly, but thankfully the recovery was so good there. It's a tight square. And unfortunately, nothing saved, nothing gained for the North Americans means nothing to bring into round number 5. So it should be a simple lead to take back for Gamer Legion. Looks like we're going to gamble stack A. And already just looking for presence towards ramp is a good sign that Gamer Legion might just avoid this.
Nothing coming as they will slowly edge out ramp. Oh, don't think that's where that's supposed to go, but it's all good. There's nobody around to see it apart from the entire counter-striking world, yeah. But the enemies didn't see it. That's all that matters. Or rather, I suppose the enemies should see it, and then they would have been blind by it. But either way, it's one of those rounds where if you're going to fail a flash, probably the best time to do it.
Yeah, do it when it just doesn't matter. B-side open. They've realized now as well, nobody's home. So, a plant for single. Just a tap just in case. Torsen is going to start to get maybe a little bit overwhelmed. Needs to be a little careful. There's bodies here looking for fights and actually can't get the second despite the low HP player of Grim. Drive by. So he'll get an 8 game and he'll just go and tuck his head unsaved. Nothing really else they can do in this one. I wouldn't be too surprised before heading in towards the next gun round if Cole tempt a timeout. Just have a brief moment to call for a pause, try and get back into this a little bit and try and say, right, this is what we've been seeing from the T side. This is the pace they're setting and this is how we're going to punish. But I would actually like a tactical timeout. Just take a breather. They called a couple really early in towards Inferno when things weren't going well. I feel like this is a deep enough hole in a sense that it's worthwhile going again. AK saved. That's a nice little silver lining. That is about it. All in all, though, good work.
Shaping up very well. Maybe not quite as explosive as Inferno, bit more work going to be required. But that always feels like the case on Nuke, to be fair. As we've seen a couple times, timing can just go against you, and that's the round. But it does feel bigger moments, the 4v2 especially, have been swinging the way of Gamer Legion. And saw it at the end of Inferno, seeing it a little bit here, I think the team dejected on that complexity side. They do feel like a lot of the unfortunate moments that they've had recently, a few overtime losses that I think they should have closed out, right? Happened a couple times at Fissure. I think they feel like it's just happening to them. You know, there's a bit of a why me type mentality that comes into things, which, again, you can't blame them because it has been a tough run in recent months. Sure. And, you know, you got this big major on home soil. You just get the report that's like, oh, yeah, your kind of main prong of the attack is not going to be able to make it. It's very, very difficult for them. So, yeah, a month off maybe doesn't feel like long enough, and they barely had that.
Yeah. There's that attack pause I was talking about as well. I think this is the right call to be taken here. Slow it down, take a breather. Let's not get too overwhelmed, too tilted in any of these situations. You can see from the cams as well, they were looking a little dejected, especially when they lost that, essentially a 2v4, right? So understandably why they just try and slow things down a bit. For those who have been sticking with us on the B stream as well, first of all, thank you. Love that from you guys as well. But to update you over on the A stream, VP have taken map number 1 in that series over Tyloo, 13-7 on Tyloo's map pick of Inferno, no less. So VP, despite all their problems, might be about to take down a pretty hot informed Tyloo side. I have to see it. Of course, they're playing Overpass there as well. That's VP's pick. And first Overpass in a while in official Counter-Strike too.
Welcome back.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome back. I'm actually so happy it's back. I'm a big Overpass fan. I really was not happy when Dusty replaced it. So I'm glad it's back in the pool.
Of all the maps.
Yeah, no, come on. Let's get this ass out of here. Speaking of as well, when will Inferno go? That is the question we ask ourselves.
I bet you ask yourself that every day.
Daily. I wake up.
I've known you long enough now.
Seething. Inferno's still in the pool? God damn it. But we're live after the tech, followed by the tack. Torsen taking outside control. He needs to be careful on the edge of the smoke as well. Look who's lurking. JT gets one, gets out. He dealt damage, but he's somehow still thriving, still breathing, and still in play. Takes even more damage from the heavens. Grim on Mustang finds PR and Rez. This round, in a matter of mere moments, surely done, unless we have another big 2vx situation.
This one would be even more mental than the last, and indeed it will be shut down before it gets going. Now, I suppose it's a 1vx, but Torsen pretty far away from the action. Not a lot of time. He needs the element of surprise to probably win this one, but he just doesn't have time to play around that, so maybe take one down with him. The actual round itself, I don't think is going to happen. He's baiting out the death cam a little bit, but they are not chomping. Needs to keep him at bay. A Molotov as well, and that'll definitely get the job done. So here we are. Complexity, proving capable. Timeout pays dividends. They do have a quick charge from Gamer Legion that just works right into their setup. So perfect parameters for them to play around. All the same, keeping things even and much hotter on the heels, and maybe a chance for them to even take the lead here, which, you know, would be the first time in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe just something to build upon as well. Money's not going to be completely at a wit's end for GL, but yeah, bit of a weird round, I think, all in all, for Gamer Legion. They just caught off guard in quite a few instances. Kersey in towards the AWP, but same for Holzerk as well. So I'm right in saying the first time we get a real head-to-head between these two, it's Holzerk who opens things up, takes damage through the flames, but still alive, and that's ultimately all that matters. PR gonna sneak through, and this is something that Gamer Legion have been getting away with a lot. This lower site presence, whether it's through Secret or down through vents, maybe making their way and just getting in the backlines. Torsen gonna find a big kill as well, so JT can't get away with these antics towards outside any longer. And PR, all he actually has to be is an insurance policy. A waiting game at 6. He's got one of his own as well. And that's the bomb, no less. Rez will fall, the big man himself. And volley towards outside. He's going to get a second behind it. flank upon flank. It's carnage here in Nuke. Map number 2, and 60, he might be on for the third as well. Torsen's just lurking below, but it's Grim who comes for support. This round is done, so PR's push through vents was all for naught.
Well, here we go. Complexity. There is still life in the old dog yet. And they will take a lead here. And they will look good while doing so, to be honest. Gamer Legion have had the wind just ripped out of their sails. So, start to worry a bit for them now that this T-side might struggle to find those final couple of rounds just to make it satisfying. Complexity keeping things interesting here, and this is it, man. Staying present, staying in the game. We can talk about it and be like, yeah, it should be a 2-0 now, you know, this is a great map for Game Legion, but they have to be very careful not to have come into this map with that kind of mindset. Things can change in an instant, and Complexity looking to be the proponents of that. So far, so good, and we see them, I'd say for the first time in the series, with some real decent control and a chance to lock Gamer Legion out for the rest of the half.
Yeah, absolutely. Now there's maybe a look in as well where Gamer Legion might call for a pause of their own. I wouldn't even hate the idea. Looks like they're just going to go in, back in for round number 8 without too much discussion, but yeah, they were very much sideswiped in that one, and it really did cost them. So, Triple AK, the Eagle, and a Tech 9. It's not the worst buy in the world as well. We saw Cole win a few of these rounds in their very sparse success in the first half of Inferno. With the Tech 9s and the drive-by, and they might even use ZTR in that sense as an information gatherer. They're going towards our side, and they're going to dry again. This is something that they're going to go actually in front of the smoke, so they catches JT off guard, but Nyx is here to meet them and greet them through the flames. He'll find Torsen. And Kersey looking to split in towards A. It's 60, backside, alt vent, who's got a lot to do to lock it down. And Kersey might just continue this roll round. He will now get the support 60. Grim's come through, and Grim will find the kill on ZTR. Up the vents, into the thick of it. Numbers advantage now for the Americans.
It all rides on this man. Kersey behind. He's being watched for. Oh, 60 with an overstep. It's even better for Kersey now. He nets his. And the advantage swings in. There's a man downstairs. They know that. There's a man hanging around heaven. But in which angle is he going to come up? Kersey oversteps. The discipline is missing here in this round for sure. And it allows Complexity maybe that slim chance that they were looking for. You know, 2 versus 3 separated up on the retake. You don't fancy it. But now, 2 on 2, they're a little more confident. However, Rez will pin him. And Holzer can't get through, so just bailing themselves out. It's a big steal from Gamer Legion.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it really, in a way as well, it's so surprising to see it flip like that. Oh, PR, only a pixel to work with, but Nyx gets clipped. Gamer Legion, they needed that, right? Things were looking shaky. Things were looking kind of dire for a moment as they started to lose a bit of control. I love that move to go before the smokes actually plume. JT's trying to be proactive, and it costs him. If he was actually a bit more patient there, wait for the smokes to go down, and then starts to play around, probably still alive, but that's all easy to say with the benefit of hindsight. Tied again, 4-4. And generally speaking as well, as much as it's even on paper, it's good signs that we're seeing Gamer Legion look really quite active here on the T side. What do they got for us? Kersey. Horzek, and the head-to-head is Kersey, who comes out on top, and he makes it 2 as well. Brilliant work as Nyx also gets found. That's why they picked this youngster up. We've spoken about this lower lurk presence. Here's Torsen once again. That's it. Surely you're just safe here, by the way. JT, Grim, got no money left in the coffers, right? Nothing left in the bank. Just keep hold of the MP9 and the AUG. That's all you can do.
Yeah, and they will back away to do that. Very nicely followed by the drone cam, but ultimately the round does not look good for them. So the ever-shifting pendulum of Counter-Strike swings back towards Gamer Legion here, and they're in with a very good chance of netting a nice T half. This is kind of the problem that, yes, this map has started moving more towards that T side, but I think Complexity, given their circumstance, given that this could be the last map of the series for them, they would probably have wanted to take that clean 2 rounds, turn it into 4, maybe, and they had an opportunity to do that. They let that previous one slip, of course, and it's now cost them a big shift in momentum.
Okay, so Cole, what are we really doing in response, especially with only 2 staying alive as well, and it being an Organ and MP9? It's, first of all, slightly weird buy to kind of try and facilitate, and also they don't have the money to work. If they have 3 staying alive, we could actually tempt with drops coming through, but 2 or less means that it's not really financially viable. So a couple of P250s for Horzerk and 60. It's basically as good as it gets in terms of support. Round number 10 should go the way of Gaming Legion. Should be them. Up to 6 in this first half. And well, once again, they're going to go testing towards ramp. I don't blame them. They've had good success here, so why not look again? Molotov down. And Nick's forced back. Not really a lot he can do. He tries to fight through the flames briefly, but he's just so low. This nade will soften up a few, and look who's here. Ready to meet them. Res for 2. Grim does get his one, but only as PR finds a double of his own and shuts down this low buy. Nothing gets going for Cole in round number 10. And now 1 versus 4 for 60. And realistically, what can he do here? Bar a consolation kill, that's as good as it gets.
Said TR, pretty funny for him that he was just desperately trying to get one of those eco kills, but they were all gone by the time he made it there. So, yeah, very quick and dominant exchange there from Gamer Legion. 60 on the slow creep. I think he is after this gun, you are correct, but which one is he going to get? The AUG is workable. And he should be able to survive with it, so there is that at the very least. It's a small boon for a rough run of rounds here. Gamer Legion moving up to 6. This is the scoreline that we really quite like for that T side. If they can hit 7 or 8, you maybe would start to worry for complexity into that second half. So, going to have to be a keen bounce back here. Lovely little angle for the AUG to work. Now revealed his location, however, and they are after him, so his days and his weapon may well be numbered. Oh my goodness, there's so much utility left to force him out, and he will go down.
Nice work. Well, this is starting to get to a position of being really quite uncomfortable. Opening doors looking very, very good as well for Gamer Legion. Bar JT, everybody else is struggling on call, and they're going to call for their second timeout. This was a similar position they were in Inferno. They've done better than Inferno, which is the good news, and that's the first bit, which at least we'll take. But in terms of the vibes and the feeling, Gamer Legion now still have the chance to put up a very, very solid first half on the T side, no less, on a map in which has generally always been revered as very, very CT-sided. And sure, of course, those narratives have changed for Nuke as of late. Teams are really figuring out how to make the T side look quite comfortable, but even still, on your CT, Cole should be putting up some level of a success, and sort of anything less than 5 is actually considered a pretty bad half. Go back underway. Penultimate round here of the half, and Game Legion have the ability to really build a stable lead before heading in towards the CT side on their map pick. 60 gonna try and sit inside the fence. He's on the ladder and he won't find him, so PR can't get away with his antics this time. They've adapted and they found.
Yeah, there you go. Peekaboo on the other side of the smoke, and I think couldn't have been any worse for PR. The smoke ended at the perfect spot, or rather imperfect, depending on which side you were on. Either way, Gamer Legion man down to kick things off. 60 as well. Where is he? Could be truly anywhere. Holzerk spots the knees and will indeed take Rez down a few feet. 60 does fall as he gets giddy. JT on the off angle here. Will this be expected? A dry move in towards Secret does not go well, but the trades come in thick and fast. 2 versus 2 after such a keen start. And again, a chance for Gamer Legion to steal victory from the jaws of defeat here. Nick's downstairs ready and waiting in another off angle. Where are they going to take this bomb?
Ooh. I thought they might be tempted to go back up towards the top side. That would be a bold call. He's got to anchor in a huge way here. Head spotted, door open. Oh, but he's going to get both Nicks. What a round from him. Needed somebody to step up, and there he is. He's struggled a little bit since his tenureship in Complexity, but that's a huge 1v2 to win for him individually on the site. Of course, a 2v2 overall, but also was nowhere near to support in that sense. Big one to find, and him and Legion going to call for a timeout of their own. They just want that guarantee of a lead before heading in towards the second half, and understandably so. But good work from Nyx. Weird off angle, as you touched on, and it's one that they just couldn't quite piece together. I think comms were probably a little cluttered there when he found that first kill in towards radio. But I think all Ash really needs to reinstill is really good spot. Things are looking fine. We're not under really that much pressure just yet. Even if they are the final round of the half as well, we're still doing all right. So don't stress. Don't get too in your heads. We're doing good. We're still in the lead, and also in terms of the feeling and the momentum of this map, still in a really, really good position to be in. A final bite. AKs across the board, just a Galil for ZTR as he prioritizes utility. No warp on the flip side for Complexity either, and look at this move as well towards outside.
Holzerk ready. Flash comes in, but he's still set. He's got backup as well. Oh man, what a beautiful setup. JT for 2. There will be a trade-off in towards Mini. Can they do anything with it? I think the answer is going to be no, and pretty decisively. Really nice final round there from Cole. So they keep things close here in terms of the scoreline. I think they will be very happy with that. Much, much improved from Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a lovely 1-2 punch towards outside as well. Holzerk playing up close. The flash finds him, but his crosshair trained already. And the inability to trade because JT's holding at range. Beautiful. That's what we want to see from Complexity. It's still a long old road to take this, but for now, 6-all, and that recovery, we'll take it. We're going to head to a break. We'll see you soon. We are back. The playing field is level here on Nuke. 6-all at the half as well. A decent little recovery, a couple of rounds at the end for Complexity to tie things up. But a lot more required from them. They now head on towards the seaside, which at times can be difficult to get going. His pistol's got to have something special behind it. Oh, Rez and Torsen, they start well. Torsen once just slipped the net, but he might follow him downstairs. And it might be at the cost of his life. Actually, it's Rez here. He just has got the timing as 60's committed away, so it's ring around the roses. Rez is in between. He's threat the needle, but he's run out of ammo. He's still fighting and he'll lose his head. What is happening? Bomb goes down. The chaos continues. This map has been carnage from the get-go, and it might be more of the same. Julie's cannot do it again, so Nick stopped at 2. 3 versus 2 ensues. Make that a 2 versus 2. PR, he might overlook 6C. What is happening, Scriv?
This is crazy. 4 versus 3 turn 1 on 2. The CT side have seemingly let the ball slip. Kersey's got to check all the angles and he just cannot get it done. Huge round for Complexity, and you can see some great energy maybe brought back in. They don't want to look too happy. They don't want to overreact, but that was a really, really keen recovery from them, and a lot of heads-up fights, actually, which I think is very impressive, that they're able to individually outgun the side of Gamer Legion, who looks so good on map number 1. And pretty good in this first half as well.
I think that's the way they've got to approach this as well for Complexity. You just got to be so assertive in a map like this one, this seaside. I think you've really got to make them feel uncomfortable in your pace, your tempo changes, the way in which you want to kind of utilize aggression and whatnot. And that pistol round's quite indicative of that exactly, right? You know, we're flying into fights, we're sticking as a pack and a unit, and we're just making trades really awkward. Game Legion, they will force in themselves. They're hoping really that because he can soften them up or just find that straight headshot. And B9's up close as well. Hang on a second. PR's found 2. Uh-oh. Dropping down from the heavens. Torsen's the 5-7 delivers to 1v5 for JT. Oh, Nuke. This is why I love you.
Indeed. I mean, it just hands itself to so many insane rounds. JT's location now known. He does find a nice kill there. Faking things out a little bit. I think Rez will have heard him now, though. He's just trying to take some guns. Aggressively save, you might call it. He knows with so much time left on the clock, he's going to have to fight his way out of this. Can he do just that? Creeping around here. Spotted from behind and finished off from the side. It's actually ZTR to get it. We've got some screaming coming in. That is a big, big round, though, from Gamer Legion. I mean, arguably, in some ways, if you break it down, bigger than winning the pistol, because you just demolish the economy, especially denying a bomb plant away. You get your hands onto a couple of AKs, too. Really, really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. My, oh my. Yeah, for Gamer Legion. Having a lot of fun there as well, but you're so right, it's such an important round to be taken, more so than the pistol, as you mentioned, because you put yourself now with a nice amount of breathing room, and that's ultimately all that really matters here. Smoke down towards single, which is open. ZTR just going to tuck himself in towards Vens. They're swinging out. Labit spray going to come through. JT will fall, so will Nix, as ZTR is looking to line them up. Rez will come in for support. Julie's pulled out as well, and it should be done. Thankfully it is. Little Labid, maybe a little bit more expensive than Gamer Legion would have liked, but a round is a round. A win is a win. And they're getting ever closer to the 2-0 now.
Looking clean. And this is one of the things, that CT brick wall effect, I think is going to be hard for Cole to get through. Still having a good time, I suppose. Enjoying the competition and what it brings, but maybe need a little more depth from this team to give them a chance. We'll see. Not going to happen in this round, of course, as they will be onto the upgraded pistols. Can they take a gun away is what they might be after. PR says no. And then doing his spray practice, and he will hold ramp nice and easy. Super, super clean round and really great for just getting that money going.
Yeah, exactly. Having a bit of fun with it as well. You see the smile starting to ring through. This is, as we head back into a bye round as well for Complexity, this is basically the most important round it feels like they've played so far in this map. You lose this, it's Gamer Legion who lock in double digits and actually probably get the 11th as well as a bit of a gift, because that economy gets shattered again and it puts you in a horrible, horrible spot. So it's not quite now or never, but at this current trajectory, we've got, what, maybe 2-3 with a force buy of gun rounds left for Cole. That's not the way you want to kickstart your journey here at IEM Cologne. Only damage though, held over towards ZTR. Sub 50 for him. Kersey under pressure, but up close. Rez, he's got to do better there and he can't quite find it. Rez and PR both fall. Kersey gets one, deals damage as well and towards a second, and he's still sticking around. He got the right idea. And ZTR reclaiming space, but his crosshair trained a little too high. Grim's not that tall.
Down to a lull here. Kersey with a catch, just playing a little wild. As he will get a big kill, actually. That was one of the healthier players, if not the only healthy player. So, an overlooked angle could cost an awful lot here. You can see Torsen down below is hidden away, ready for the bomb to come his way. Is that going to be the case, right? It's been hanging around for a little while. I think they are really just hoping that Kersey reveals himself once again with an overstep. Are they going to know that these players are low? Is he going to get the timing? Oh, they've just crept through the smoke. Is it good? Is it bad? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The gap was there to spot the back of that player and he just isn't able to do so. However, the plant comes in quick enough that he hears it. They might not expect him to be in towards Mini so fast. And I think they must not know how low everybody is, right? Because they are just moving to save now.
Even if it was like a 1v3 for Torsen with his full HP, the HE as well, he can find the bulk of the kills, that alone. But yeah, I think you're right. It must be unconfirmed damage in a sense. Tentative to give it a look in. They're going to go for exits. Down vent as well. So Kersey should have a gift there. If you want to save, of course, being that low, you've got to get your way all the way to secret. And there we go. There's one. Only down as well. And he will recover the AK. Need just in case he was lurking around, but that's a huge round for Complexity to take. Like we said, you lose that and you put yourself in a lot of trouble. Thankfully they don't. There's still life left in this game, absolutely, but we know, and everyone watching at home knows just how on a knife's edge that was. If Kersey was 1 or 2 steps ahead of where he actually was, he probably catches 1 if not 2 players.
All right, let's see. Can Complexity seemingly pull off the impossible as we all thought coming into this second map? Definitely making it look like they can. Decent damage to kick things off. They will send one down secret, not fully committing at this point, but control of the round. It feels like Complexity are the ones directing this.
Smoke down. Trickle down smoke as well, which just keeps Rez at bay, but they walk straight into Kersey, who's looking for more, and he'll get it. He just about gets out, but that's all that matters. At the same time, ZTR going to find an aborting kill of his own. Kersey maybe an overface there. Staying alive will probably be more valuable in this spot. With a minute to work with, we're now into a 2v2, and everything resets because they're going to lose track of where Complexity go.
Another freeze here from Complexity. Sometimes does work quite well for them. It certainly did in the previous round. We follow closely with Torsen. Oh, that was his chance. And he goes down. Feels like the round along with him. ZTR doesn't quite know where to go now as well. They're in that crossroads. Could go B, could go A. He's going to bank on A. Similar to last round. Ash keenly watching behind here to see if the IGL can pull it off. Doesn't spot them outside. 15 seconds. I mean, timing everything. Oh, they're towards him as well. The Molotov comes in. He's not going to burn to it, so they don't know that he's up there, but he can't stop the bomb going down, and he gets a little too close for comfort. Singes his toe hairs off, and they will be ready for him. So down he goes, and now it's even.
Oh man, that's another round which is again down to fine margins and complexity. It feels like that's a real experience play there for, you know, I have to come back to it. Kersey, that over facing towards heaven, I think that's the one real thing that cost them. That fight there, it's a 3 versus 2, and you know they're towards outside. All he has to do is actually just lock down that position more than anything. But he swings back in after getting 2 nice kills, right? I think it's his individual confidence is looking good. It's an overfight, it's an overface, and it does cost them for me. So, tough old predicament. Complexity, lifeline extended, hence why we go for this tack pause as Ash enters on the mic. Yeah, you got to feel for them though. That's a tough one to let slip like that. Complexity, this door's wide open to push this towards Dust 2 now. Game of Legion, technically speaking, they're really on the back foot.
Yes. Game under threat. Lacking bits of control. I figured, you know, we'd swap over and things might get a lot harder for Complexity, but they are up to the challenge, it would seem. Really utility out from both sides here. Nice Molotov. Actually slows them down a lot, gives a lot of space across to Game of Legion to get into the thick of it, and that seems to be maybe a major part of what they've talked about here. Around the smoke they will go. Kersey, gotta watch for this. Oh, they don't check him at all, though. He gets away with absolute murder. It's Rez as well to stay alive, so solid stuff there to hold outside. Still a chance for Complexity, as they have gained that outside control. Could drop in towards Secret if they wanted. Got a man behind the vent who's looking to thread the needle and be the hero that they need. A lot of time left on the clock here, but he's just going to play the patient game. It seems to be going well for Complexity when they pull these freezers.
Lobby crunch. Looking at good. They're in the back line here. This is a gift. It's a gift which is a little laboured, but a gift nonetheless. PR could be 2 here. They're both knife out. Oh, that's a bad time to not be guns at the ready. Celebrations as Ash gets loud, and we figure out how to do a high five as well. So working that one out bit by bit. The Game Legion, nice round to be taken. Another opening kill for Kersey. That's how his 5th opening kill. He's 5-0 in opening duels. So he is really making a statement here on Nuke.
Let's go, man!
Huge celebrations though. And Cole, they'll dip in towards their 3rd and final tactical timeout as well. In regulation, that is. Of course, if we get towards overtime, they get another. But let's hold our horses on that thought for now. It's double digits for Game of Legion, 3 away from taking the series as well. And Cole are in a weird spot. You know, it's a timeout called, but you look at the finances across the board. It looks like they're going to go for the gamble of the buy. This is the definition of the gamble, though. Might even just be a hero AK. Armor upgraded pistols alongside it. So, Script the Feeling is similar to the narrative of Now or Never. It looks like actually a bit of a sell has come through, actually. That is definitely a smart call. Hero AK can get behind. Full buy with upgraded pistols around a Hero AK this late into a map. That's where I'll question it. This, sure, why not take the risk? I don't hate this.
Yeah, I don't know. The Hero AK has kind of crept back in this year. I'm not sure that I am a fan of the concept. I know that some people are. I think for me, it does feel like an oversell in your own belief, and I don't know, you can still buy like a weaker weapon, but I'm more a fan of like consistency and a game plan that has more flow to it rather than the sporadic and spontaneous choices. And as if to prove my point, Polzo will go down here, but maybe we keep track of it for this tournament, see how successful those Hero AKs are. Grim will recover it. He's got no armor, so you don't worry about him so much. PR making it look easy. Molotov comes in to help him as well, so this should be all but over here in round number 20.
Yeah, they know where both are. Damn it though, JT dropped, and they know exactly where Nyx was. And surely as well, because you've heard that AK, you have to go hunting. I don't think he's going to get out of here alive. And, well, he's been spotted on the cross to start things off. It'll come through. Just the 1 point of damage, but yeah, there's no surviving this. The onslaught will come through. A flawless round for Game of Legion. 11-9 now. 2 rounds ahead. 2 rounds away from the map and the series. And a beautiful, bountiful start to IEM Cologne here in stage 1. for Game Allegiant. Complexity, they're in a spot where they're starting to be left sort of reeling a little bit. We've got a triple Galil, 1 AK for Grim, and Holzerk, who Hero bought the AK in the previous round. He's left on just a Tech 9 here.
Ugly, very ugly buy here, especially one that is supposed to keep you in the game. Here's he getting aggressive outside. Once again, bites off far more than he can chew. Very greedy boy will get taken down. So, man advantage for this weaker buy.
Well, outside control's good here, despite Horzek finding a kill. Rez, one tap for the first and a second behind it as well. Another towards outside somewhere, but Torsen needed that shot and it slips. ZTR 1v3. Complexity aren't done just yet.
Can he pull it off? Starts as damage. Not even going to get the first, so here we go. Complexity have bought themselves a lifeline.
Oh my.
They look good while doing so. Very, very curious now as to what they have got left in store. Same for Game of Legion, actually.
Yeah, I feel like the Game of Legion just get a little bit giddy there. They want to be taking fights and putting pressure on. They want to just seal the deal there and then, but they want the fights, but they actually just give opportunities towards Complexity, and it's opportunities they'll take with open arms. So 1 round game, 11 to 10. Much better map out of Complexity, right? You know, this is coming back to what you were talking about, that even despite losing 2 out of 3 of the last 3 times they played Nuke at Fissure last week, they were close games, and this is looking like another one of that. ZTR going to be overlooked as well. JT finds one, but Rest quick on the trade. So numbers still stay in Game of Legion's favor, but A-Site lost.
Bomb plant. What do you do from here? Do you want to go for it? Do you want to maybe attempt to save? It maybe all depends indeed on PR's move. He felt good. He will take Grim, but he drops back. So space being actually conceded despite the 4 versus 2. Not looking to get too giddy, and it works. It works nicely. I think he had the information on where those last 2 players were. No need to give them anything. Really important round, really important moment, and it goes perfectly for Game of Legion to pick up number 12. This has been harder work for sure, but still in the hands of GL.
Exactly that. 1 away now as well, and I mean a bomb plan as well will help Cole in a way financially, but mentally, I don't know what to say. And, you know, it helps them in a sense. Holzerk, 60, they'll get AKs. Grim on towards a Galil, but it's a double deagle to round out the buy for Cole. So another ugly one they've got to try and make work. And did it a few times in towards Inferno, a couple of times here on Nuke, but relying on these is not where you want to be. Oh my, the Orpakazi actually got lucky to get away there alive.
Rez. Oh, he looked away, didn't he, at the worst time, but the superior weaponry will still favor him. Clean spray down there. Not a lot of Holzerk available to hit, in fact.
Yeah, no room for error there at all.
Yes. Beautiful find. But he is traded, so we'll see. Complexity fighting tooth and nail to stay alive here on Nuke.
I like this from ZTR. It's a non-contact, it's a spot play. So now they know 60's down here. And then you're 60. The question is, where do we go? Oh my, Nyx is so lucky to get away alive. Grim, same can't be said for him. They're stomping around the vent. They've got to commit towards this lower side. Doors open for ZTR as well. And sub 40 seconds. They've got to try and get this bomb down. 60 being spotted, and he nails a shot on towards ZTR. So life left in them still. The new boys, a dynamic duo, have got to come alive here. A 2v4 turn 2v3. Still no upgrade for Nyx just yet, but there is a gun down there for him to wield. With the flash, still opting for the deagle. So all the onus is on 60, and he goes to try and collect the gun, and that'll be at the cost of his life. What a 6 he got for us. Nothing's the answer. Kersey to close map and series. Gamer Legion 13-10. They take their pick of nuke and they start their journey here in Cologne, the cathedral of Counter-Strike. Opposite well.
Yes, very much so. I mean, a tough run for Complexity as they will be actually joining Tyloo pretty quickly. I thought they were going to be the first one down there, but Tyloo not really delivering in their game either. So, yeah, tough run for Cole to open up with here. They look a bit better on Nuke there, a few more reps, a bit more experience recently, as we had talked about, but it's tough, you know. You look across the board, there's maybe a few accepting expressions of like, this is, you know, just sort of the way it is. We're not quite good enough yet. Maybe they know that, and it is hard. They feel a bit more work required, maybe 1 or 2 more changes, but another team similar to Gamer Legion, but maybe the North American version that just has to deal with the hand that they are dealt in terms of players, in terms of roles, in terms of rosters.
Yeah.
Not quite able to deliver in the same way. Looked a hell of a lot better there, but that first map especially just not awake, not ready, and they will pay the price. The lower bracket run back now required.
Yeah, and, you know, when we look at it as well for, you know, we brought up this guy right at the start, Kersey, right? It's a debut for him in a big event, right? You know, of course, he played last week, and that was, you know, the tier 1, tier 1.5 event, depending on how you want to kind of argue it. This is his first prestigious top level S tier event, and actually a really nice start for him. I thought he looked super comfortable, hitting some great shots, very versatile both with the rifles and with the AWP as well. And I think this is the sort of player that Gamer Legion have been missing. Even when they had Slend previously, he was good and he had these flashy moments, but consistency was always a problem for him. Kersey looks very comfortable, and so do Gamer Legion as well. That is a really nice series to get under your belt. You take down North America's finest, arguably, with Complexity, and you start off your run here in a really solid way, you know, especially as well knowing that we've now cleaned up Inferno. That's another map we can have in the pool as well. A good spot to be in as well. Complexity back to the drawing board, and you can still see they really lack this identity. We just don't know how to really find success at the moment for Complexity. You know, they're obviously still reeling off the loss of Elige, despite it being quite a while ago now. They lack firepower, and it's very evident.
Yeah, and maybe still playing the same sort of style as they were playing with Elige as well, right? Yeah. Where they give all the best spots, now it feels like, to Sixy, try and get him going, get him towards the top of the scoreboard. But I don't think he's quite as world-ending as Elige was, you know, and unable to bail them out of the same sorts of situations or entry into rounds in the same way. And maybe, yeah, it does need a revamp. And therefore, I think that might mean a couple heads might have to roll, potentially. And again, this is always very tough for Complexity, but still time for them to bounce back, right? Lower bracket, if they can get into stage 2, I think they would be happy with that. Obviously going to be harder for them now, but there is always that chance. And lower bracket, you've got a couple games to play down there, so it's certainly doable. It's not like it's totally impossible. And the idea would be that the teams down there might be on your kind of level and a little easier to get the better of. For me, Gamer Legion, the way they've been looking kind of recently, before Kersey coming in and everything, I think that they, for me, would have been maybe top 5, I think is not too controversial to say here in stage 1, and they prove just that. They do prove just that with that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic work coming through. I think the question, I think, now is for this Gamer Legion side, especially with the introduction of Kersey, is really, where is the ceiling, right? How deep can this side actually go? Because we know that Ash and whatever 5 he has to work with, which obviously chops and changes quite a lot, he always makes them punch up, right? Especially in terms of, I think, generally still seen as kind of in the lower pecking order of tier 1, but they still managed to find really great wins under their belt as well. So we'll have to see how things pan out as well. Game Legion, of course, 2-0. Virtus Pro 2-0. So Game Legion, they'll take on VP there. Tyloo will actually be in that lower bracket. There we go. They'll take on Virtus Pro, who, yeah, you were right. You know, a fantastic series from VP as well over in the Asians. Yeah. 13-5 it was in towards Overpass. So the spirit of Jame lives on in Virtus Pro, as it's still a very good map for them, and really good to see as well from looking at just the scoreboard here as well. Obviously, Flip playing well as expected, but Perfecto playing well as well, which I think is going to be very, very important if VP want to find and rekindle that success over for them. So Game Legion, that's going to be a really good test as well, VP. I think no matter what form they're in, and we can always talk about this electronic calling style and whatnot, they're an awful team to play against. They're so difficult to break down. They're so, grinding in terms of their approach to Counter-Strike, and a lot of teams struggle. And, a lot of youngsters, i.e. we're looking at Kersey, how will he deal? He's got to be 10 times more patient than he normally is, right? So I always think VP, as much as they're not an incredible side, and I don't expect really deep runs in tournaments like this, I just think they're so brutal to play against. So we'll see. Complexity, of course, they'll go into that lower bracket. They've got Tai Lu. Damn, they just come off the back of winning Fissure, a tournament in which the best Cole could do was like an 8th to 13th finish or whatnot. So signs are a little dicey. Either way, we're going to go to a break. When we are back, we've got our second series of the day. We've got a rematch from Austin as well, as Astralis take on Bait. But for now, a little break. We'll see you soon.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first match.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Buddy, you've been in there. You've been in the arena. You've been there with G2. I'm going to get on your level. You're
the same height. I'm going to stand up.
All right, sick. Buddy, G2, that's a long time ago. Now you're in 3D Max. You going to get back into that arena?
That's the goal, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. I've been kind of dreaming of that for quite some years now, like struggling to get my way back to Tier 1 and stuff. And that's definitely one of the go-tos when I had to come back.
Would it be fair to say that 3D Max as a team haven't fully made it to Tier 1 yet, but you're getting closer and closer?
Definitely getting closer. Like, even since I joined, I feel like they were really close, and now we're getting like stabilized into something that could make it like as a breakthrough and stuff. Like, I think we're super close, yeah.
Yeah, super close.
I mean, we have this, I feel like we have this team bonding, this team atmosphere, and like tactically, I think we could be very, very good, but we just need that extra thing. I don't know if it's experience or something else right now, but I know that once we're gonna reach that, we're gonna be trouble.
Speaking of experience, obviously you've been around for a long, long time. And if I were to pose this question, what's the biggest difference between back when you were inside the arena with G2 and now playing with 3D Max? Because I guess the game has evolved a lot, and it's a different time to play Counter-Strike nowadays.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, like, just as a matter of preparation and how you approach games, like, this is so much different. Like,
is it harder?
Back then we didn't have practice rooms. We were just living home with the feeling of like how you played for our like weeks and stuff, just going to the tournament and it was going in or not. You remember like those best of ones, going to Cologne, play two best of one, going out or going to playoffs. So I think it's so much different. Right now, like I was playing with really experienced player back then. Now I'm ish the most experienced of the team, and I have like to show them like the way in some sense. And I think like they're super talented and they're super eager to perform, and I just think like one result is gonna like unlock everything.
One result is gonna unlock everything. Is that gonna be here in Cologne, or are we gonna have to wait for that?
Oh goddamn, I wish so. Yeah, that could be in Cologne for sure.
Could be in Cologne.
Yeah, overpassing. Come on, man.
Oh yeah, excited about that. We'll see about that. Now you're yelling a lot, in this team, and you're trying to create a lot of atmosphere. So is Gravity. Are you teaching him anything in that regard?
We have an agreement, him and me, and the one that doesn't scream gets like slapped in the face real bad by all the teammates. So like this is something we must do for our own good, and then I think like this is helping the team quite a lot. Like they are all getting distressed, like unstressed, and just feeling it. So for me, like it releases all my stress and stuff, and for everyone like helps a lot, like to see someone is on the server with them and they're not feeling alone.
We are back at IEM Cologne for 2025, and honestly speaking, I'm excited. And a team that's also back, a team that's been around for many years, but probably haven't had that much success lately, but they're starting to get into it, is Astralis. I'm next to ex-teammate Rocker. Yeah. You just came straight off an event from Serbia where you got to a grand final. You lost the grand final. So how's the mood in the camp? Was that a positive one, or is it still, you should have won?
I think like overall it was very positive. We wanted to have won the game, of course, but we also gotta give like some shout out to Jam Young. He was like on fire, and everything we did, he just found a solution. So yeah, overall a positive experience. A little rough, like in the hours after, but yeah, we're ready for a new tournament.
Is it fair to say that was the training playground to get ready for Cologne? Was that a great experience in terms of learning new stuff about obviously bringing in Huxi, but also gelling the team together?
Yeah, of course. And we also changed some roles, as you might have seen in the first event. So we got some experience. We got some like rounds to like get some feedback on, and also
you have to take
bring the real guy. Bring the real guy.
Okay, yeah, I want to speak to you then, Huxi. Okay, so we speak about you coming in from Fischer, you coming in from a grand final, you coming back into the game as well. How are you feeling?
Tired. It was rough to play a final and then go straight here at 4 in the morning. But yeah, it's good to be back.
Good to be back. You're used to being tired, I guess. You're used to playing a lot of Counter-Strike. It's been a little bit of a break for you. How excited are you to be part of a team once again?
Oh, it's amazing to have something to actually spend your time on. I had a hard time figuring out like what to actually do with all that time that I finally like all of a sudden had. So yeah, it's just good to be back.
Speaking of that time, when you weren't on a team, what were you doing? Like, were you just sitting around chilling or playing Face It, or what you up to?
Like the first few months, I tried to take a break a little bit, and then after that, I started grinding DM Face It, trying to work on myself individually, and then going to the gym and stuff like that. Just trying to better myself a little bit, and then obviously I tried to follow the scene, follow the meta and stuff like that.
What's your favorite gym exercise?
Oh, I think that's chest press right now. Just any kind of chest press is good.
Yeah? Yeah, I feel that. Huxi, obviously you're back with Astralis as well, a team that you've been playing against for a long time, a team that, at least back in my day, you always looked up to. Is it like with a bit of proudness that you're wearing the Astralis jersey and also, I guess, additional pressure to you?
Proudness, yes, for sure. I think it's a legendary brand, and it's, it carries a lot of weight.
You're coming to save them, huh?
I don't know about that, but I think that the pressure is not really there because of the recent results they had, and it's not the same in that way, but there's still a lot of pride in having this logo on the jersey. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to get to play more of these like bigger tournaments now.
Hey, buddy. Oh, dude. Okay, yeah, saw you there. Hey, Halzberg, how are you, pal?
I'm all good there, buddy.
You missed out in Texas, did you?
I did, sadly.
Yeah, well, it's real hot there, too, in case you didn't know.
I prefer that.
Yeah?
I do.
It's not very Norwegian of you.
I mean, I'm so tired of the cold, So I like the heat in my body. It makes me feel happy.
Speaking of heat, I feel like Complexity gets a lot of that, right? Like, you guys find yourselves in hard situations sometimes. So tell me about playing with your crew.
I mean, it's a struggle every day. I struggle waking up.
Yeah.
Struggle finding motivation playing with these guys.
Damn.
Nah, joking. It's a great group of guys, and I feel like we have everyone is good friends, which helps a lot. So it's a pleasure being able to play every day and do this with these guys, and it's very fun.
I guess at this point in your career, you've been through a couple different lineups, a couple different roster changes. When it came to this one, how was it different?
I mean, I don't know where to start. I don't know. I mean, it's good. I mean, we have been playing well. I feel we have a lot of potential. We got two rookies basically, so there's always places to improve, and all of us. But also, I feel like Nick, for example, has taken a lot of steps up already, and we all know that he has more to do, or he has more potential to. He can he has good potential, right? So it's definitely something that's other rosters and stuff. I didn't have any big rookies per se, so it's just different in that way that we know he hasn't shown his full potential yet, and we're looking to bring that out.
So when you go to a place like Belgrade, you go to play it in the playground. When it comes to that potential, it's kind of hard to isolate it and recognize it there, right? Because it's new, it's fresh. So how do you start to say, okay, well, these are our expectations. Here's what we want to do. Here's how we're gonna win. How do you get there?
Oh, this isn't hard hitting questions.
And don't worry, there will be more of these. Just kidding.
I mean, I don't know, to be honest with you. That's tough. Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, that's up to Graham. I don't know. It's like we have like this level we want to play at, and like we know what level that's like our like average, right? And I want to stay as much of that and over, of course, and try not to go under. And I mean, you can't just look at stats. You need to look at everything around, because I feel like you only look at stats, it will go downhill, right? So you have to look at everything around, and we have to every after tournament you have to come to a conclusion on what you can do better and stuff.
Stats are cool, but I think results are better, right?
100%.
100%. And y'all can hold that. That's a Halsert guarantee, isn't it?
For sure.
For show. Gang. Appreciate you, Halsert.
Oh, Stær. I just spoke to your in-game leader, and he told me that you're now getting more responsibility. How does that make you feel?
It feels good. It's new, and we didn't have too much practice, so it's also a little weird to get back to. But it feels good, and it's nice to get back into those positions to do that. And I obviously like that, but I will admit it is a little tough in the beginning. So I need some experience. That's why we're here.
That's why we're here. So you reckon you'll be ready to show that kind of responsibility at Cologne? Or is that going to be a work in progress for you?
Show it, yes, but it's of course always a work in progress. I mean, it will get better with time eventually. So it's not like the best is the best now, but it will definitely be with time. I think we did pretty good in the Fischer tournament. So if we keep going like that, then we'll gradually get better, and hopefully I'll get more comfortable in my new positions, and also with the other guys getting their new positions, getting more comfortable in those. So yeah, now we got I think we got 5 matches for sure with the new positions, which is decent, but it's still not enough to say that you are fully confident in the new positions. But I still like the progress we made with such a little time.
And speaking of practice, new positions, etc., how long have you been practicing in those new positions? I guess that's something you changed during the play break.
We changed after the play break, so we only had a week of practice, and then we got the one tournament. Right?
Why after the play break and not during the play break?
I'm actually not sure. I think we just talked about it could be a possibility before the play break, but it was not like a final decision until we actually met together and was like, do we want to do this? And then we did that after the player break when people were ready to have the conversation and ready to start again to see what do they actually feel like, right? So that it was like, it was a possibility and people could think about it in the player break, but the final conclusion came when the whole thing started.
All right. Listen, enough about deep tactical Counter-Strike. You're in Cologne. You're in a legendary city, a legendary place. Obviously, you as a player, you must have seen a lot of the Cologne tournaments. Are you extra excited for this tournament and maybe even at the prospect of making it to the arena?
I think everyone is. I mean, now we played in Serbia. It was in front of a crowd, but everyone knows that the Cologne crowd is a little bigger and very cheerful. And it's one of the most legendary arenas there is, I would say. I played in it once, where we actually beat Heroic. So that was an amazing feeling, and I would like to do that again. It doesn't have to be beating Heroic, but just playing in the arena. So I think everyone knows that this means very much, and reaching the playoffs would just be a dream, and going far in this tournament.
We're standing inside the playing area right now, where 3D Max have just showed up for IEM Cologne, a team that I have somewhat expectations for, especially considering that they always seem competitive, but sometimes struggle to make the big result. Now, Maka, I kind of want to talk to you about that, because you and I engage a little bit back and forth on Twitter from time to time. I think I'm one of your biggest fans and one of your biggest critics at the same time. You always seem to be playing well. You always seem to get close, but you lack that final, oomph to get over the line. You had a player break now. You had an event in Fischer. Are you coming into Cologne to get over that humble?
Yeah, sure. After what we showed in Fischer, I'm pretty sure we can show even better. Like we just find our way back into the season. So it's not like our first tournament in Cologne, so we want to prove that we are way better than what we showed at Fischer.
And speaking of the player break, have you done anything in particular to get better during the player break, or did you take some time off to relax and recharge the batteries a bit?
I think we just tried to get some time off and relax because the season was quite hard. Like a lot of tournaments, a lot of practices. It's a pretty new first year for us in the Tier 1 scene, so it's pretty exhausting when you are not used to it. So we get some rest, and now we are back on track.
You've been playing with Buddy for quite some time now. You've been playing, I think, 48 maps with him. Is he fully drilled into the team now, and is it a nice addition to the team as well?
Yeah, definitely. He's a great addition, and he's a fun guy. He always bring like a lot of fun, a lot of energy in the team. As you can see on the camera, he's always screaming a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's now like he's not a new player to the team. He's definitely into the team.
And if I were to put you on the spot, what are the expectations for you guys? Is it to make it to the next stage, or is it to make it to the playoff, or if you were to put a number on it, so to speak?
I hate to do that, but
yeah, I know.
Obviously, we always aim big, so always aim to play playoff games. We didn't do any playoff games in ESL tournaments this year, so yeah, we aimed for the playoff.
Have you ever been in the arena in Cologne before?
Never.
Never
Been. Yeah.
It's a great atmosphere. So if I were you, I'd try my best to get in there.
Yeah, that's what Buddy said, because he was in the Lanxess arena with G2. He said it was like his best experience in the arena. So,
firstly, loving the new jersey. How you feeling about that?
Looks fresh, huh?
Yeah, bro, it does look fresh. You looking like a Call of Duty weapon skin from back in the day. You remember the blue tiger camo? Whoo, dude, that's fire. Tabson, man, I always love seeing you here in Germany, in Cologne for this event, but I want there to be some happiness around it, man. I want you guys to hit hard. You've been playing a hell of a lot. You guys have a mixture of online LAN events. You're in Melbourne, Astana, you're playing the CCTs, you're doing everything. Yeah. Who is it? Is it helping? Are you feeling like you're in great form, or is it like, damn, we've played a lot, boys?
No, definitely it helped a lot. Like playing all these tournaments, we finished almost really close. Last tournament, we were so close to reach playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a learning experience, but as you mentioned, we will for this tournament obviously just be really positive, really happy, enjoy ourselves. And for me personally, we just go game by game. You know, we are not looking at the trophy or the playoffs or whatever. We are facing face first. They're a big team. They want to prove themselves. They want to beat us. We want to beat them. It will be a fire game, and everything is doable if we get it rolling. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, as you mentioned, I love being in Germany. Germany is the best.
Yeah,
Did you have kebab already?
Do I have? No, actually I haven't. Dude, I used to be vegetarian, but now I'm not. This is my first time here while I'm not vegetarian, so bro, get me in on the kebab. Recommend some good ones, please, man.
I will message you.
Okay. That's good. That's private though. That's just between me and Tabson, guys. The last thing I'm going to say is just with the map pool changes, Anubis was like kind of a weird map for you guys. You lent away from it as of late. You're feeling, I guess, pretty darn good then about its removal, overpass coming in. Back in the olden days, bro, you guys used to love a bit of overpass. So you're gonna get these guys up to speed on it?
Yeah, 100%. We love overpass. We will definitely work on it. I mean, now it's kind of we don't have really much time for it.
Yeah.
No one has, right? Playerback was there, and everyone was attending the tournament. So we will see how people will mix it up. Maybe play freedom, and we will definitely have something in our sleeve on overpass. We love overpass. We really enjoy it, and for us, it's the best case scenario. They remove our permaban. Yeah. We now love overpass, so we have a free ban. We will see which map we will ban.
Sixy, please.
Oh, what's up, dude?
What's going on, Sixy? It's hot out here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's actually sexy.
Oh, my bad. Sexy. Bro, let's go inside. What's going on, man? How you feeling in Germany?
It's okay so far. Yeah. Got in yesterday, so yeah, I'm pretty excited.
Fighting the lag? You got any of that?
Nah, we've been in Europe for a while now, so we've been here for 2 weeks, so we're good. Yeah. Got the early games, so.
Okay. Yeah, early games. They say early bird gets the worm, or what?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the early games. I like them, so.
I saw you wandering around the hotel yesterday. I don't know. It was like we were the only two people in the whole lobby. It's a big hotel. I'm like, where are we going? What is he doing? But nonetheless, tell me about Complexity. Where y'all at?
I mean, I think we're in a pretty good spot. I think with Halzerk back and the work we've been putting in, I'm pretty excited going into it. Yeah.
Any hard learning curves for you guys coming into Cologne like this?
Probably just not having like as much practice as we probably wanted. But I mean, we got a good 9 days. So,
Where'd y'all play at?
We were in Serbia.
Oh, we're in Belgrade.
Yep.
What do you think of Belgrade?
I liked it actually overall. It was pretty nice.
It's a unique place. I'll give it that. I do like spending time in Belgrade. Did you guys have any good boot camp memories from this one or what?
I mean, we made playoffs at the event that we were playing in, so I was happy. Wish we would run farther, but it was all good.
That's right, over there at Fissure in the playground.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Who do you want me to talk to next?
Get Nick.
Okay, we'll see what we can do. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. No, but seriously, Complexity, legendary brand, been around since the beginning of time, I think. Now they got Nick. So, tell me about this journey of yours.
Pretty fun, pretty unexpected. I didn't think I would be here right now, but happy that I am. And I'm happy to be a part of, the NA org as well,
Yeah, I mean, I worked for this org when I was a kid, like a youngster, and now to just see the brand back in the right logo, it's all good stuff. Anything you want to say here? I think this is your debut in Cologne. Is that right?
Yeah, it is.
So anything you want to tell the people at home that are watching Complexity, they want to buy into the program?
We are at Cologne, IEM Cologne, and behind me is Gamer Legion, a team that I think a lot of people have decent expectations for, a team that is hard to quantify, a team that is hard to figure out. I want to learn a little bit about Gamer Legion, and I want to know where they're at right now. And to do that, I think Ash is the best guy to talk to. Ash, my man, back in Cologne, how are you feeling?
Feeling fantastic.
Fantastic?
Fantastic.
Why is that?
I just always feel fantastic.
Just always feel fantastic?
Yeah, default mode.
Default mode. Even after last week's event and last week's quarterfinal loss, was that also fantastic?
That was less fantastic.
Less fantastic. All right. It's been a while since we've seen Gamer Legion play, obviously, and you came back into play last week. Was that good enough on your own expectations? Since we haven't seen you since Dallas, you had a lot of time to prepare and get ready for the season.
I wouldn't say we had a lot of time to prepare, because obviously we have our break as well. But it probably wasn't quite where we were hoping to get. I don't think we played to the level we wanted to play to either. So playoffs was okay, but I wouldn't say it was something we really wanted.
You obviously know the team from within, in terms of practice, etc. Would you say that you played less good than you probably could have and should be at this time of the season?
Yeah, I for sure say that. I think we were way below our best. Way below our best. So that was probably the most disappointing thing, more than the result, is that we didn't really show anything of what we were really capable of. But it was still good enough to get playoffs, so it's not like the worst thing in the world either.
That's a positive. Even on a bad day, you played decent, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're trying to say, is that we can play fairly poorly and we still get through.
All right. Roster change as well. A new guy coming into the mix as well. A French guy. How's he gelling in within the team?
He's doing really good so far. He's fit in really nicely. I think we haven't seen anything of him yet, so I'm really excited to kind of see when he can show what he's been doing in practice, because he's a very, very talented player. And as he gets more involved in everything and he gets used to it, it'll be much easier for him.
All right. I know you hate this question. Everyone does. Expectations, Cologne. Want to progress to the next stage, obviously. I think that's goal number one. Do you think you have what it takes to be a playoff contender as well?
I don't see why not. It's been the same in Dallas, same with Melbourne, so I don't see any reason why we can't do it. So yeah, we're just going to try and take it one game at a time as always, get through the first stage, and we'll see what happens there.
Ever been inside the arena before?
No, we won game short last time. I think we lost in overtime, third map to Cloud9, so that was a bit of a stinger, but very close.
Have you been there as a spectator or?
No, never.
Oh, so you want to set foot inside that arena?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
All right. If I were to speak to one of your players, who's going to be the most impactful player this tournament for you guys in terms of, could be mood, could be on the server? Who's the guy to step it up?
I think Rez. Rez will be still the one now. I think he's a super talented player, underrated still, if anything. So I'll go with Rez.
Where's Rez?
He's doing his hero poses right now for media. So I'm looking forward to seeing them.
Oh, he's standing in there. You can actually chime in, yeah.
Oh, Yakinder, perfect timing, buddy. Hi, how's it going, Yakinder? How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Pretty good. It wasn't an ambush. It was just, I saw a familiar face. I thought I'd come talk to you.
Of course. What's the point of living if you cannot do that,
Exactly. So I see you got this officially on your body now, right? Yeah. So how's that going?
Feels great. Obviously, it would be, I think everybody understands it. I was also doubting, what's going to happen? Is it going to work out? Is this, am I going to have a career or whatever after the slump a year in Liquid? But I'm glad everything worked out. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be with these boys.
Yeah, because right out of the gate, you look at it on paper, you're like, wait a minute. What, Yakinder's doing what? He's joining Furia? What? He's doing what? So, not even how that all came together, but were there some real hard parts of, making this work?
Honestly, I think it just kind of clicked. when I first kind of went for it for the stand-in period, I didn't necessarily think I would be staying here, but I'm glad I did, and I'm glad my agent kind of reached out to Fury about this possibility, and I think we found ourselves in a way. Obviously, we didn't have the best tournament before coming in before this event. I think right now we're in a transitioning period where we kind of want to elevate as individuals, as players, as a team, and that's why it takes a little bit of time. And yeah, but we're trying to be better for ourselves, for the fans, and for the org.
What did you guys learn in Austin? I mean, it's been what? We've had the player break now. We've had a little bit of time for that to decompress. What did you get from your trip to Texas?
Obviously a lot of great emotions. I think we showed great CS. I think we were ready mentally. We had a great bootcamp before the event, and everybody kind of believed. And the pain game kind of showed what we were lacking still. And that's exactly what I was talking about. The transitioning period is we're trying to elevate ourselves, and we're trying to forget some maybe bad habits, face it habits, you know, like these things that happen naturally because you don't necessarily try the 100%, you know, and we're trying to get to as much as percent as we can.
What you doing, bro? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. It's good to be in Cologne, and yeah, I'm setting up we're doing SSC right now, and I'm just setting up my settings.
What other games you got in here? I'm taking a look. You got some Elden Ring, Dragon Ball, Sicario. Dude, you're liking all of these kind of like I can't think of the word. What's the game? Souls-like. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Elden Ring I enjoyed a lot, and Dragon Ball is like childhood for me, you know. And
I think I've seen people playing that one. Like, is that? It's kind of it's weird. It's like third person, but is that the one, right? Like you have to fight your way up through everyone. Okay.
Exactly, it is, yeah. But mainly, obviously, I'm playing Counter-Strike, and
that goes without saying, bro. Come on, you don't have to clarify that.
So sometimes, you know, when I have time, I also play Rematch. You know, this game came out. I don't know if you know it. It's like
is this the football one?
Yeah, it's the soccer game. Yeah, and yeah, it's enjoyable.
Dude, do you guys ever play it as a team, or is this like solo?
We actually played it as a team. Yes.
Dude, the big CS division is about to make it huge in Rematch. It's happening. Dude, that's fine. I actually like looking at the Steam library, bro. Yeah. I guess for you within the team, how's the vibe? Because, you know, big at Cologne, it's always a big deal, man. The German team, like you want them to do well.
Yeah, the vibe is pretty good. You know, it's the biggest tournament for us this year for sure. You know, it's like a dream come true if you know, like make it far in this tournament, make players play in front of our fans, our community, you know. So yeah, we're just looking forward to play, and most importantly, play the best version of our Counter-Strike and show what we're capable of, and yeah, just enjoy it.
Firstly, happy birthday to you, Yavi. I don't imagine there's anywhere else you'd rather be than here competing. Let's talk about the last event you were at, because Fischer, obviously, it'd been a while since we'd seen you actually play an official in the server. How was it to get back into things?
Yeah, I mean, I think we are one step ahead of some of the teams that haven't played after the break. But yeah, obviously it was a good tournament for us, but sadly we couldn't win the final again. But yeah, we are just taking it step by step right now.
Can you tell me kind of initial takeaways from losing out that grand final versus Tolu? Was there anything you guys learned that you bring into this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a long learning process because we haven't had that many practice days overall just since we got Hooksy. But yeah, obviously it's just a team experience as well to get the games in the final and the semifinals on stage, all these kind of things. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
You're obviously under Cadian's leadership for quite a while in terms of your career. Initially, how would you compare Hooksy to Cadian and how they kind of both respectively like to lead the team?
I think in some ways they are really much the same, but I think Hooksy is really good at just taking the control on T-side, and he really knows what to do, and he likes to go more into the game plan, I would say, in some kind of way where in Heroic and also Astralis with Cadian, we played CS in another way where you have to be really proactive and do a lot of things in game, so you couldn't really just say what you want to do from the game plan.
And in terms of this matchup at hand, there's a little extra layer of spices to this one because you're going to be going up against Bait, obviously the team that stopped you from making it to the Austin Major. Did you get any kind of, you know, PTSD, trauma when you think back to that experience?
I mean, if I think back, yes, but I'm trying to forget it. But for now, it's just like I think we're the better team, and we just need to show it on land. Now it's before it was online.
Very excited to see if you guys can claim revenge. I'll give you this pen and you can go ahead and sign the wall here in Cologne.
Before it was online, says Yavi. There you go. I mean, that really does put into context the rivalry here between these two teams. A great matchup to continue on with and to, of course, kick off your Cologne campaign. Astralis up against Bait here, of course, and as Julie highlighted, as I'm sure we'll talk about quite a lot, an absolute barn burner of a series to knock Astralis out of contention at the major from Bait, of course. So yeah, I think, you like to say for the camera, oh yeah, it's all good, don't worry about it, I'm sure I won't think back to it and all that, but it will be there in the back of your mind, and I think we are due for another really hot series here between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start with Astralis as well, and you look towards that man in the middle, Hooksy, taking up the leadership, and now that question is, what can he do with his side, and can he rekindle the flame that Astralis has been missing? This is a side that have had many a chance of being close, but that trophy still eludes them, and it has for a long, long time as well. So can he be the man to turn the tides? And it seems like at the moment the answer is leaning very much more towards the yes, right? This is a side that are now looking a lot more holistic, right? It's not this reliance on device as we see there, right? We're looking at a side who really feel like they have a lot of depth behind them. I'm excited to see whether this can be a continuous run, right? Move from kind of the near real success of Fissure, right? Second place there is still not bad at all. And then try and chain this into a very good Cologne, getting towards stage 2, maybe even make a run towards the playoffs. Flip side for Bait, this is, that little team that could, right? The tier 2 demons that keep punching up and keep being very, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, starting to edge their way in. I think, you can argue as a tier 1 extremity team, I think, and certainly could start knocking on that door. They've got a good number of players in here, in Head Trick, in NPL, that are now really starting to build up some serious experience, both in their leaving of the region and then sort of the return to the region, as well as they're able to not just fade into obscurity, as we have seen a few teams here and there. You can see the rankings. I mean, Astralis, have been playing very well this year, despite what feels like a tough run for them, not taking any tournaments and dropping in a few different places. And indeed, I think that this has been a really good one for them. Bait, though, as we're talking about, also decent, but still a little bit more needed from them, I think, before we get super excited. But there's some young pieces here. Kenzazor, Senthial, players that outside of this year a lot of you will have not heard of, and they're starting to turn some heads now as we get into the second season.
Absolutely. Let's get this veto underway. Nuke into ban. Overpass banned by Astralis as well. So no new map here on the B stream. Let's look and see sort of what we get rolling through. Now we don't have to wait and see whether Overpass is going to be that second wave ban. I'm expecting a Mirage pick here by Bait. That seems like the very standard one. Flip side for Astralis, I'd probably even look towards like an Inferno, maybe. And then the decider, you've got probably either Dust 2 or Ancient. I feel like Ancient's probably the better of the two. Dust 2, obviously being a map in which Bait have played quite a lot. So there's that Mirage pick by Bait. That's no surprise. We probably should see an Inferno here, despite it being very, very good for Bait. Don't get me wrong. It's been a good map for them, especially when they do play it online and punch up and whatnot. It's just been quite a strong part of the pool for Astralis, and without Nuke in consideration, it's kind of the only place they gotta go. So second wave bans will come through. Bait will get rid of Train. They don't play it. They don't like playing it. That is for sure. I mean, not that Astralis play it loads themselves, but Bait won't want to play it. I think Astralis go for a Dust 2 ban here. So Ancient to the side should be where we head, unless they really do curveball it with their Dust 2. But that would feel very, very rogue for me.
Yeah, I think so. This is a veto, again, that makes a lot of sense between these two teams, and they have actually had a good couple of keen major-based head-to-heads, right? We talk about the Astralis game. Before that, it was Astralis knocking out Bait for major contention at the Shanghai Major a while ago now, of course, some very different teams, but actually almost a rinse and repeat of the last time that they played. In fact, it sort of is maybe slightly different order. So, you know, they know what's up, and I'm sure they've been prepping hard for this matchup. You get your opening matchups way ahead of time. The one key difference, as Yabi pointed out, and that we'll see whether it has an effect here, is the fact that, you know, we've got online versus LAN. But look, if that's all you have in the back of your mind, that it's like, yeah, we'll be fine because we're on LAN, and last time we lost it was online, I think you do have to be very, very careful. Bait obviously have built up a lot of LAN experience in the past 6 months, so, you know, you cannot underestimate this team. And one of the key things about this roster, about this region, as we're seeing with teams like TNL, for example, they are just printing fraggers like it is going out of business, especially in Ukraine specifically. So, you know, I think that you really, really have to be careful. There could just be a keen opportunity for someone like MPL or Headtrick to just take over the game, and there's nothing you can do about them. So just watch the headspace on the Astralis side of things. That's maybe where a guy like Hooksy on your camera at the moment comes into play. That's also another key difference, you would argue, from the last time that these guys played. Cadian, they don't make the major. He is slashed, and Big Hooksy comes in, and I think maybe there has been an upswing in terms of the way that they're playing, and in terms of the way the team works. You know, obviously there's maybe animosity in places with Cadian and some of the other members of this team, and also the fact I heard Stair talking about the fact that, you know, just the vibes are different. Cadian, very hands-on, very socially driven, let's work on that, you know, the brotherhood and all that sort of stuff. Whereas Hooksy, he's chilling, you know, like if you want to do that sort of thing, fine. If you want some me time, fine. If you want to practice, if you want to just be in the same server, right? Very, very open to working with you rather than bringing in his own game plan as Cadian would.
Yeah, it feels like with Hooksy, it's not as philosophy driven, right? It's let's just work on what we're here to do, right? Play Counter-Strike into that top level. So as you just saw there with that graphic, last time they played, it was that 2-1 in favor of Bait, but of course that Ancient going towards overtime, 13-10 on Mirage as well, close games. But we've got the exact same veto, you know, hence why this one was pretty predictable. Mirage was 13-10 towards Bait, Inferno was 13-7 towards Astralis, and on that the side 16-14 Bait closed it out. But Mirage coming up next. It's not a bad map by any means for Astralis. It's obviously a map which has been in and around their pool, and there's some decent wins under their belt too. You know, you look at some of the sides they've taken down even kind of relatively recently, kind of 2 wins at kind of Fisher Playground with Bet Boom and MIBR, not too shabby. Only losses they picked up at that tournament were both to Tyloo, which ultimately obviously ended up winning the whole tournament, so fair enough, and one of which went in towards overtime itself. So it's obviously a map in which they're very capable of themselves, but all expectations are that this actually should play out very similar to how that series all the way back in Austin did, right? Go all 3 maps and settled on Ancient. And now will it be as close? We'll have to see. But the expectation here is Mirage has just been such a strong pick for Bait. It's been their punish pick for a lot of teams, especially when they're punching up, because they're so mechanically sharp and they've got such a good understanding. But it looks like we're about to get underway here. For Astralis, for them, it's about redemption. It's about revenge as well. They may use the mantle of online, but I don't think that's a nice thing to lean on, generally speaking. You should have a better idea and strat of how to break down this side. I don't think we're live, judging by the fact that everyone's still in spawn, so all good. A little match when it comes to and a reset. It's fine. It happens. And then we can get this show on the road. But for Astralis, they need to get started in this tournament well, right? They're actually looking quite sharp, as we saw kind of at Fissure just last week. There's really, really positive signs now since Hooksy's coming towards the side. It's now about this sort of redemption arc for this organization as a whole, and saying, right, we can actually make deep runs at these sort of tournaments. We can go into a stage 2. We can maybe even look towards the playoffs as well. And these are all things that are not out of the conversation at all.
No, indeed. I think a pretty important opening game here, right? Astralis come in as, especially given recent performance last week, they come in as one of the favorites to make it through this stage, right? We do have some big names, quote unquote, but a lot of them are looking shaky at the moment, so Astralis perhaps have a bit more stability to them. Bait, meanwhile, one of the extremity teams, maybe just in and around that top 5, that if on a good day, they could indeed take it. We're into the action, though. We've got plenty of it. Quick down mid, one getting short control and just completely uncontested. Wild sort of start here. Flashing through connector. It's thick and fast from Bait. They are not wasting any time getting this control, looking for these kills. Device will hold strong for his. Yabi goes completely unchecked, and he has just deleted them. It's 5 headshots, barely any damage done, and that is certainly the way that Astralis wanted to kick things off.
That's kind of as good as it gets, right? Individual stepping up, and in that sort of a fashion, no less. And to just shut down what actually ultimately looked like a really confidence play by Bait. They fly in towards the fight. They're trying to take early control. They're trying to really set the tone here on their map pick and Mirage on this seaside, and they get deleted. That's a really, really good way for Astralis just to, if there is any nerves, shrug them off and say, we're here to play. Brilliant work. Nice and Yabi, that combination was immaculate. And, you know, actually we've got to look at Yabi individually as well, because this is a player with actually still a really high ceiling, but we haven't seen him towards that ceiling in kind of a while, bar obviously very recently since Huxley's come back in. So I'm hoping that his redemption comes through as well individually, and we get to see him be a real consistent factor once again. Just pistols for Bait, and it feels like a little bit of an existence timeout in a sense. Not really doing anything too audacious out the gates. They're angling for a B here, but the bomb is making its way under. Dink on towards there. I need to be a little careful.
Little bit by little bit if you're going to get the round done. But there is obviously nothing here. I think they just want to kill somebody. Huxley on the MP7, man. Keep an eye on the meta. As the MP9, I don't know that it's going to fall out of favor that massively. It still feels pretty good.
Yeah,
it just feels like it's still good at its job. It just doesn't do another weapon's job relatively well. You know what I mean? Like the range is just not as good on it, which is how it should be.
Yeah, I'm with you. I still think the MP9's good. The only thing I noticed from when I've been playing is it just feels like spray obviously is the thing that's a little bit harder. It's got a lot more kick to it, but most players these days, I mean, especially, you know, we've seen it since the MP9 really sort of took over the meta, they burst fire anyway. So I don't think it's going to be too impactful on towards them. But a nice 2-0 start for Astralis nonetheless. AK's now brought out. That was a low buy. We're not reading too heavily in towards that one. This round, however, round number 3, first guns brought in for Bait. This is going to be pretty indicative of how they're feeling. And a nice nade to open things up. Just soften up Kenzazor a little bit. He'll still take mid-control. He'll tuck his head in towards Delpan, but all in all, that extra bit of damage could go a long way, especially to something like an MP7.
A lull here in the middle, as this first rifle round could really set the tone of the first half. Mid presence, Huxley holding, interestingly by himself on B, in advanced position from him as well. So certainly an unorthodox setup here, but Step will make use of a poor smoke, getting 2 over the top of it. There's no real chance to trade him. He's got cover as well if they try and run him down. Head trick drops down. That'll be the bomb spotted. Where the hell's that going to go? But this short killer's come in, and they are desperate to stop the bomb from escaping. They will drop it, so all the bite taken out of the attack here from Bait. They'd managed the B control, get over here, but the bomb could not escape. So it's back in the hands of Astralis to clean this one up.
Yeah, I mean, what do you actually do here? MPL and Alex, heroics are required. I mean, we look towards MPL a lot. This guy puts up numbers for the side whilst calling as well, and Alex will find the kill of his own. Maybe opens up a little bit. One towards top mid, one towards window. It's a crossfire here, which can be dismantled, and Alex will. Uh-oh. Heads up, MPL drops, but he cannot find. Device got all the HP and all the information. 10 seconds as a nade comes through, and Alex goes through it. 1 point of HP. God's looking favorably down upon him. He will get this bomb planted too. 1 versus 1. Device knows exactly where he is being hit the shot. How has he got across alive? How has he set himself up? In with the potential tap on towards the bomb. Alex tempted by the swing. He will fall eventually. Finally, I may add, but that was way too close for comfort.
Certainly flashbacks there, right? I believe it was Alex who pulled off the clutch to kick them out of the major. So, you know, a little bit of that, especially when that spray down didn't land. Don't know if we'll get it on the replay here because it wasn't a kill, but it must have been 5 or 6 shots that he got off. Crazy work, but they will indeed convert it. Still ends up being kind of costly. These are the silver linings that Bait will be looking for. They get a bomb plant as well, so I think they will try and stay hot on the heels here. Big nices all round and a sigh of relief for sure. Holding their breath for that one.
Man, that was so close. And that's where it's, you know, showing that Bait still are a side that have to be feared a little bit. Opener found, but a quick trade and another trade that'll come through, but this time favorably for Astralis. Numbers now favor them 3-2, and this lower buy, which is trying to play a little quicker. That's down to 2. They're grouped towards ramp, MPL and Essential. Looks like they're not going to commit in that direction. Back towards mid or B is the play. 1 molly, 1 smoke, 1 flash. So just enough for a bare bones execute. But essentially I'm looking at MPL. He's got to hit a corker to crack open B, and it's Hooksy who's there ready to meet them.
Slow roll here towards B. Oh, not a spot, and they're able to set up, but they do not find the kill. That was dangerous for just a moment. Hooksy now looking to survive as he buys time for the rotations. They are on a limited clock here to eliminate him, and he's actually fighting back. So he's looking good. MPL forced out. Hooksy to do it all, it would seem. I thought surely he would be numbered or just have to like hide in his smoke or something, but he takes the fights and he wins them. That's a very good sign.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, so far, as much as there's been kills that are coming through, this is actually a relatively easy role, all things considered. Astralis out the gates looking pretty damn clean. I mean, Bait really want to fight, right? We can see this. We know that's their nature too, and we can see it in the way that they're approaching these rounds. They want to get the individuals in the thick of it, but it feels like Astralis are very, very aware of this. They're really ready for these sort of engagements, and they're punishing them. Overextension's getting caught off guard, and they're wanting to fight back, and they line up. Down for 3. Make that 4. The vice will close, but it's down with the quad kill, making mincemeat of that mid push. That is beautiful. That's bountiful for Astralis, and Bait immediately into attack timeout.
Yeah, it's not going well. It is not going well.
Really?
I think that's about all you can say here.
Yeah.
Couple rounds now where they have been flattened. They lost a 50-50 clutch. Even that felt like it should never have come as close as it did. So we'll see. Has to be some chit-chat. As these guys, one of the things that they may well, again, struggle with is just trying to get back into games. They do have experience, but their experienced players are still kind of young. A couple of guys here. This is, you know, a big stage for them and all that sort of stuff. So you look across to Astralis, and yes, it can be a hodgepodge of Danish experience, but these are some players that have really been to some high heights.
Exactly. Device 3-0 in opening doors. He's loving life so far. 7-1 for him. Down 8-2. And that quad kill in the previous round will, of course, help you out there statistically. Buy, unfortunately, for Bait off the back of the attack timeout is next to non-existent. I'm going to get a Galil and just some upgraded pistols. So if you can get a bomb plant, that'd be nice. Getting a round feels very unlikely. Things are going to go drastically wrong for Astralis. And the way they're playing so far, no mistakes, no over peaks, no over fights. It feels very, very unexpected. And PO that Deagle looking in towards B and take a bit of damage. Same for the nade that comes over and rains down on Ascent the Hour. Molotov will meet him and force him away. That's also with that tick, information gathered.
Yeah, a tiny bit. Whether they're able to act upon it is another question, of course. Device aggressive at short now. So a few changes here and there at times. Ooh, Alex, the double is big. Rotations are here. Can they stop the bomb from crossing? The answer is yes. The spray transfer from Stair. Gorgeous. Meanwhile, up close to this smoke is Essential. I thought he would be the one to get something done, but it's Stair again to keep them in the runnings here. NPL is left in the clutch. He's already picked up one, but he's got 2 more to go. A quick plant, a quick fight. Wow. He can't survive. And my goodness, a big round from Stair. They're all trading moments here.
Stairs had an absolute blinder of a round as well. That was so sick. They needed him to step up in a big way as well, especially when Hooksy falls deep backside B. It's looking over. That little mini transfer goes such a long way. And that push through the smoke as well. It's ballsy and it pays off. Yabi will close, but... yeah, look what it means. Look what it means. Astralis 6-0 out the gates on Bates map. Pick up Mirage, no less. My, oh my. This is so sick to see. It'll come down and Reigns on head trick. So he'll start off at 70. And speaking of the orbs, I like this move from Device. A little bit of a change up. He's been playing through mid, through connector, even back deep triple as well. This time, going to push B apps and honestly can just stay parked here. We know that Bait like putting pressure on towards B, and here he is. He spotted him, but he was in the process of transitioning, so can't commit to the fight.
All right. He decides, actually, I want to get back in there. Just showing off some moves.
By the way, though, Anchor B with the AWP alone early there. If he went down early, that really could have been a little awkward. So it's a real confidence play, but if you're going to back anybody, of course, you back Device.
Indeed, and I think there is a lot of, you know, we like calling it vibe CS. That seems to be maybe what they're playing around here. If it was like 3-3, I don't think they go for a move like that. But because they're 6-0, see what they can get away with, right? And just keep the relentless pressure on this team. They did call over Hooksy for a second. Now called him away. Pretty interesting. They've done this a lot, actually. The 4 on A seems quite popular for Astralis at the moment. First head will roll. We do have the sandwich position unchecked in the pistol, but it will be checked here. It's Yabi trying to find the hero moment. He's still alive. Device in from short as well. Leaves it down to Head Trick, who has to recover the bomb. Only 20 seconds to do so. And he's just begging for a fight to come his way. He doesn't want to have to walk into them here. He will make a lot of noise. CT player plays it patiently, and it's Yabi with a big round. Everybody doing it, legitimately. Everybody doing it here for Astralis. You just cannot focus a single player. I'm sure we've all been in those moments where you kill the one guy who's got all the kills, you go, good player dead, but not the case here. There's good players all around for Astralis.
Yeah, it feels like really 4 to 5 players have had a monster round. I'm just waiting for my GOAT Hooksy to step up. It's inevitable at this rate with the run from Astralis 7-0. And, you know, the individual stepping up, but I think Hooksy also calling a blinder right now. He is making life so uncomfortable for Bait. They cannot get in towards this game. They can't even get a foothold on this map of Mirage. And the tempo changes, the pace, the adaptability from Hooksy is making life difficult to deal with. Device flashed, he thankfully gets out. They are going to go for a standard A here. Smokes towards Stairs, Jungle, and CT, and they make their way in towards the A side. So bombs should be able to be planted here relatively easy. The question is, how does Astralis look on the retake? Well, the opening double of freebie. Stair and Device will combine that dynamic duo, the friendship that works so damn well as Yabi adds to his impressive tally too. MPL falls. And it's Kenzazor and Ascenthiel with it all to do. And they still need to get that bomb down. Swinging a find. Any more behind it feels unlikely. And they're shut down. Just a couple of consolation kills for Astralis. Their 8th round in a row.
Goodness gracious me, this is getting out of hand. Bait has yet to really appear into this game. This is their pick as well. I mean, look, the map vetoes we talked about, it's mirrored from the last time they played. It's predictable as well that this is the way that it would go. Not much has changed in that sense in the past few months. I think one thing that, for me, is always going to be very interesting is, you know, Bait, decent team, decent organization, but are they going to have the resources available that Astralis have? You know, so many people behind the scenes for Astralis, I'm sure, breaking up and breaking down all those demos and whatnot. And it does seem, especially with this 4A business, that they're really reading into the fact that Bait are leaning that way a lot of the time, and they're just in the right place at the right time. 3 holding in at CT, you know, they let one guy have a go, they let the next guy go when he gets traded, you know, really, really clean stuff in terms of facilitating the aggressive individuals.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of a change up here as well, so they're going to go looking in towards mid. And actually, in terms of top mid presence, there's not really a lot there. I mean, he's already sort of gathered that, at least in the early part of this round. Molly goes deep, but actually goes too deep. MPL's up close. Hooksy. Uh-oh, this could be a little funky. Will he even clear close left? Has he been hurt? I think he's been spotted now as well from deep. And PL has a chance to punish Hooksy, trying to spam as well. This could get awkward, but his leg spots him. Oh, that's unfortunate. MPL crouching. Just his knee pokes around that corner that betrays him. Felt like he had the drop there. It is a little bit of an advance pushing towards B apps. But Hooksy punishes. And he has now the support as well. There's 2 players here to join him towards B. He knows there's another Deagle spamming deep. MPL was up close. All signs point that they were at least setting up for a B here. Now the smoke down, they've got to reconsider with 45 seconds.
They'll go under. Got a little bit of presence towards the A extremities, I suppose. No one's pushed ramp is about they really all have going for them. And they will converge and meet with Essential, who has that one smoke. Boost into window, spotted, finished. It's a dink for a dink kind of business, but not really going to make too much of a difference, and nothing to cover off these long-range angles that the M4s are just going to have a field day with. Another one for Stown on the cards. He doesn't actually net it immediately, but he will second time of asking. Too easy. Nobody dies. 9-0. Where's bait? Someone wake them up.
Yeah, this is... Oh, it's sad to see as well, considering the bait that we were kind of expecting in a way, and maybe going back to that interview, they were saying, oh, it was online, now we're on land, different kettle of fish, and well, absolutely. 9-0. This map already feels like a write-off as well, and I mean, for bait, we've got to get something, right? Surely in this first half. Hetrick in towards the AWP to try and change the tone and the tempo. I'm going to play in towards under. Orthodox angles, but I like it. Device posted on the corner, not being flash mollied or smoked off this window angle. They peek him dry. This is such a risk. Device, there's a huge gap he's working with. And an easy find for him.
And again, bait have to begin things on the back foot. They cannot win, it seems, both figuratively and literally, to be honest. That's a bit harsh, but it is true. So we'll see a group up towards B here. Plenty of utility this time around, looking to take over. And again, they might have this feeling that the A lean is ever popular. Hooksy got to be very careful. Takes a swing. It's confidence, trying to buy space for Stair. Not going to work for him. And Hooksy survives a lot of bullets, but no kills come with him. And it will be the B bomb site drop. Might be our first save out here from Astralis. They're going to try and give it a look. The nades are good, but not quite on the mark. Not quite going to give them that free kill that they so desire. Nothing presenting. It does look a little tougher. I think that kill for me surely has to confirm a save. They have so much money, though. They do have so much cash. Why not give it a go? They can buy for the rest of the half. Let's see what we can get away with here. The spams do land. It's starting to look a little futile, and they're having to fight those saving instincts. Yabi will find himself, though, in behind enemy lines. I don't think they quite know that he's here. He's going to try and play the patience. Not a lot of time left on the bomb. Oh, he decides to take the kill. Maybe could have let him leave and all that. He's not going to get the round done. He takes 2 down with him. It's the AWP flash from MPL. But all the same, the round will go the way of bait.
Yeah, well, finally on the board, right? And it's not the embarrassment, quote-unquote, of a 13-0, but even still, right? I feel like the hunt's a really good call. I feel like as well for Astralis, you're still going to keep pressure on them kind of financially too. So as a whole, still a lot that bait needs to do. If they can make it a 9-3, then get a pistol and the force pipe behind it, we can maybe start making considerations. But like I said, right, because everybody dies for bait in a round 1, I mean, look at actually their buy. Sure, we've got AKs for the most part across the board, but they'll really lack utility. They don't lack opening kills, though. A double there and a third in the trade. Device will find one of his own. Still a 2 versus 3 here. Made that 2 versus 2.
For a second. Yeah. Might just be on here. Bomb Not out on the side. Device with the flick. He's got the deagle out as well. He's close. He does a lot of damage. Surely Huxley can get this done now, you would say. Smoke goes down. Not ideal for him, and it does give the space across to Headtrick to move around, but the pace picked up, and that HP is easily dealt with. Bait come close, but they can't string them together.
Yeah, big clutch there for Huxley as well. Keeps things favourable, and that's all that matters. I mean, things are very favourable, but just make sure that there's just no pathway here for Bait. They want to keep that door firmly shut, and you know, with a 9-3 and a pistol and a force behind it, you can maybe start to fathom the idea of getting back into a map in some regard, even if percentage speaking, it's very, very small. But now the fact that they're up to double digits, I mean, it's surely completely out of their grasp. 10-1, final round of the half as well. And Astralis, they have just made light work out of Bait on their map pick. They've obviously really looked into how they play this map and their approach, and they have made life so damn difficult. And you kind of want to give all the tout to Huxley for it. And, well, he might be called upon as well. He's now anchoring B all alone. Device is there as he breaks open the smoke. This could get a little funky. He's also being pinted upon from the other side, and he knows about it, but he now has support. Huxley, all he has to do is stay alive, wait for the rifling call to join him. And in they come. He finally falls.
Ooh, Device. Risky move. Loses his head. Not expecting, I suppose, anyone towards apartments. Bomb going to go down. I see what they can get done. Both players here have had hero rounds. Yabi on a 15-2 half. What the hell is that? Is there anything more left in the tank for him on this CT side? Position known of one. Where is the second man? They're just hoping for an overface, and it's not really happening. Utility comes out. Wrong area. Nice nade, but doesn't reveal the location, and they just walk into the Lion's Den. Easy pickings in the end. 10-2. Still not going to be enough for my money, and the Astralis rounds were so very dominant. But at least Bait give themselves something, anything. You know, they will take it. They're just on the line, ready and raring to pick up a few more and get some momentum going, but not going to happen for them. It's very, very unfortunate. We will see if they can bounce back into the second half. They absolutely need to do so here in this series. We'll catch you in a few.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our body's moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real?
look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5.
Refuel yourself.
Welcome back in 10-2. Is there any life left in Bait in their own map pick or Mirage? We'll have to wait and see now, but it's quick towards B seems to be the play. Kenzazor, he's here but not alone. 3 players anchoring this B site, but Device will find the first down for the second. It might be another dominant display on the pistols and in this map for Astralis as it's now a 2 versus 5. Device finds yet another. And Head Trick, he's 1 foot in the grave. It feels like his day is done, so all eyes on MPL to maybe try and bail them out, but it looks like Head Trick's already angling for a save, and MPL might be joining him. I guess it's better than being 6 feet under, but this map feels like it is more or less dead or buried.
Indeed. The bounty collected here. MPL with a nice find. Little comical, but the round itself is anything but. Head Trick as well. His life seems sacrosanct. He will go down, so unlucky here for Bait, it feels like, as things are fully out of hand, unrecoverable now, you would say. That is the one clean slate that you get at the turn of the half, but they are not able to capitalise. And thus, we look towards map 2 for some kind of a revival for this team. Not their pick. And all that good stuff. Still a decent one for them. I think they will be relatively unafraid of what's to come. But after a performance like this, Astralis might just take them to town once again.
Yeah, you're right. Let's see. Force buy, understandable for Bait. You got nothing to lose. Why not take a risk? And the risk is pushed in towards ramp. Of course, it should be a known quantity, right? They've done a lot of U-turn, a lot of steps made, and Yabi and Device break it down with ease. Deagle's bounced with the smoke, but ineffective. That's the A side taken.
Yeah, looking all but over, to be honest with you. There's just no energy to the Bait team, as you might expect after losing the pistol, but just in general, I'm talking about. They will look to save. It's your only option. I'm sure you don't want to, but there's really no point in looking for anything else. They just cannot catch a break. Huxley with 5 HP lands the headshots that he needs to get that kill, you know? It just is going from bad to worse, and you feel like the whole world is against you at moments like this. So, quick break. Get some cold water on your face, maybe. We did see it in our previous series as well. Complexity very quiet on map 1. Bit more to them in map 2. But I don't know, man. There was some unluckiness there. They were losing a few clutches and things like this. Here, Astralis are just really going to town on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one-way traffic. Astralis really showing the level that they're at. And these should be scary signs to other teams, not only in kind of stage 1, but maybe looking towards stage 2 as well, that there might be a really decent tournament out from Astralis. I know you don't want to kind of get ahead of yourselves, but a dominant display against a side who beat them not even that long ago as well does really make you ponder. Is this new look Astralis with Huxley the real deal? And Fisher Playground last week, not a fluke, right? Even though it was only, I say only second place, but, you know, a finals appearance on them is maybe a sign of things to come. Spoken towards DeepCon. Give Astralis a lot of control here. Flash in towards Ladder, but Stair jumps to his demise. Device thankfully there to trade. He's looking to spam through the smoke. He gets close. Damage dealt as Alex is a lucky man to still be alive, and one he might be not so lucky soon. As these players on towards B, they're pouncing. Down, Yabi combining, running and gunning. Yabi finds Head Trick, and it leaves Alex, the lone man who Device softened up earlier, now in a 1 versus 3. MP9 HE half armor. Surely this is GG on map number 1.
Yes, indeed. not going to happen for him here. I would absolutely bet my house on that. And he's spotted now. His seconds are numbered, not even days. And surely they're just kind of messing around with him a little bit here, you know. Peek me, just get it over and done with. I'm sure he's saying in his head, and they will finally take him down. 13-2 on their pick. It does not get much better than that. An absolute masterclass there from Astralis and the likes of Yabi, the likes of Device, taking over the game and just absolutely shutting them down. The highest amount of kills, 8 on the side of Bait, which is just absolutely nothing at all.
Yeah, and also never a good sign when 4 kills separate kind of the top and the bottom, but they're all single digits. When it's 4 kills and they're all thriving, hey, that's great. Team-wide performance, but this was a team-wide non-performance from Bay. Nobody got going. Really rough to see. On the flip side, you see individuals like Device looking fantastic. Yabi, incredible for him. Both of them on 19 kills at the end of that as well. And Stown, Stare, all of their moments. Hooksy had its clutch as well. Beautiful, beautiful work from Astralis. What a way to start the series, to start their run here at Cologne with a dominant Mirage at that out the gate. It's the great litmus test as well, Mirage. Everybody knows it, everybody loves it in air quotations, and not everybody does, but it's a map in which there's nothing new on, right? And that's just a raw sign of how good Astralis can play. Device 5-0 in opening duels, 93% KAST. I mean, you gotta love what you're seeing from individuals like that. So really positive signs. It was done at the halfway point, if we're being completely frank, but you run through these highlights and you just see how one-sided it was.
Yeah, 100%, man, and it really is all about Astralis. And as we said in the early stages, especially, they were just trading rounds. Some great individual bailouts that I think gave them the momentum to get this scoreline going. There is a world in which, you know, if those individuals failed the spray down or couldn't quite land the headshot, it could have been a much closer affair. I don't know, maybe like a 13-7, 13-8 still would have been good for Astralis, but, you know, there would have been something in there for Bait, and now it is, again, a very bad sign going into that second map. Yes, they like it, but Astralis have picked it. Surely they've done the work there, and it looked like they've done the work on Mirage as well, just to get ready for Bait in particular. You know, a curious sort of 4-man A play quite often, but it seemed to really work. The kryptonite potentially to that Bait team. It certainly looked like it in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all signs now point to this 2-0, right? I mean, Bait offered up so little in that first map, their map pick, as we will reiterate that. How do you actually fathom now, as a spectator, as a commentator, whatever, how do you fathom Bait getting back into this? It feels so unlikely, especially considering the last time they did play, not just Bait won, the map they lost is the one coming up next, Inferno, and it wasn't even really a close loss by all things considered. So this is a tough predicament. Astralis look like a team possessed right now, a team with a point to prove as well, and Stage 2 seems to be beckoning the name, even though we're this early on. That is unbelievably clean from them. So, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. You kind of touched it a little bit. Complexity started that previous series pretty bad, and they really woke up into map number 2. They still lost map number 2 and got 2-0'd, so it might be more of the same for Bait, but we'll have to see. For now, we're going to throw this one to a little bit for a break. We'll be back in sort of 9 minutes or so before we get underway with Inferno. See you soon.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right then, that's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll carry you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/
They boot camp in Malta, guys.
There's actually just pictures of Furia all around Malta.
Like wanted posters or?
Nah, like they're just like, yo, we live here.
You must go to different parts of Malta than I do.
Yeah, dude, at the airport. Fallen, big thumbs up.
Fallen, big thumbs up. Yeah, that's what it says on the poster.
Yeah.
No one's died in this round yet.
Yeah. It's about to change. I think the first collision course is set for Fallen. Oh, you think Molodoi rush? Oh, okay. Ins and Molodoi. Yeah, you're right.
That's why Rush is...
He's just goated.
He's on top of his game.
Goated. He thinks JKS is going to do something, so let's just...
Rush is kind of like the vanilla bean ice cream of observing, isn't he?
Yeah. Vanilla bean ice cream. Something like that. Like a Harry Styles song? Is that kind of like it?
I see what you've done there. Watermelon sugar.
Oh, that's it, yeah.
Watermelon sugar.
Vanilla bean observing.
All right, thank God.
Oh, sorry.
All right, everybody.
Oh, we can commentate again.
We got a real round of Counter-Strike now.
6-minute hiatus, but we are ready to go.
AWP for Regali.
2 Mac 10s for the Brazilians.
Kit for Vexite. And a smattering of Utah to work with for this opener. FlyQuest need to start applying some resistance on the CT side. The Mac 10s, as highlighted as part of this bonus, going to be great to tussle close and personal in Banana. There's clearly a couple of sets of head armor that are lacking.
Replenish half wall. Oh, and Yakinda lucky to get away with that. He dips into the bedroom. He isn't... Oh. He's not making a secret about his departure.
It's 8 rounds in a row now for Furia. So FlyQuest maybe forgetting what winning feels like. I remember it was pistol, it was tough conversions, it was a clutch.
I like this. Double molly completely denies any info towards car. Didn't quite nail the Molotov quad.
The roof is on fire.
The roof.
Showing our age, Mr. Richardson.
The roof is on fire.
Half-wall smoke, nobody in Banana, 47 seconds, A-piece on the way. JKS anchoring down, only one player for support of Regali.
Yeah, Regali's going to flash off the short side, and it's really nice smoke. Look at that. Look how limiting it is for their crossfire. Completely broken by the smokes, but JKS gets away with it. Gets a second, forced to reposition, dropping down, gets it done. Now trying to fight around the smokes is Regali. Does well to find output, now getting hunted by a Mac 10 up and over. Punished, and it's Vexite to close. An intense affair, back and forth, trading blows, but Vexite, the difference maker, gets that second and pulls them into their first CT round.
Yeah, now, winning a round feels great, but in the fashion they did feels miserable. The fact you only have one player who stays alive, he saves the AWP, the bomb doesn't get planted. Sure, you get all the kills, so you get the 250, but you only get the 3250 loss bonus. I'm going to be talking about this more and more with the change, which means you only have a 3500 in total win bonus. I said loss bonus. Yeah, I meant win bonus, everybody. So you see 2 MP9s, 2 M4s, 1 AWP. The buy's not great. That was a bonus round from Furia. You have to do that again, and this time it's harder.
Yeah. They've elected to start 3B with the potential to flash that MP9 in, but quickly Molotoved off. Yakinda takes Saps kind of solo.
I feel if you don't win this, if your FlyQuest game's over.
Yeah.
I know that's very doomer, but that's how the money will flow.
You can see how the conclusion's been reached. Ooh, okay, now they were debating going for a half-wall play now. Does that delay them? Yes, great nade. Keserato and Yuri within that one-shot headshot from an M4. Okay, Vexite's elected to stick around. Keserato wants this top banana control. They've been delayed so long. Yakinda's still boiler. And still waiting out smokes.
I can't believe he's hanging around. He needs a kill, Vexite. On the fade of this, there has to be a flash. He has to...
Oh, you could just get spammed by a speculative tap.
And that was the M4.
That was an M4.
Now it's just poor Nedic. And look at this up mid. They've got space.
Wait, JKS is going to re-aggress with Regali leading the pack. A little bit of a...
Oh, they're already through.
Yeah, one slip the net. Fallen's already behind you. Oh, they're dead. They are so booked. You've got everyone. You've got Yakinda and Abs. From every angle they emerge. Regali surrounded. Surely a dead man. So many targets. Not a chance in hell. Wait, maybe Inns could do more. Just finding one, but the weapons are just not suited to the task. How are you retaking A with MP9s? You're just not.
No, I think that they could just send Inns over towards top banana to pick up the M4 that they know is over towards car.
True.
But either way,
it's 10.
The writing's on the wall, isn't it?
Ooh. I mean, what a fantastic round out of Fury. If you think about the way that the pressure, like we were on the POV of the CTs, you could just see there was balcony, library, and short simultaneously under threat. Like, where am I supposed to stand?
Yeah, and the reaction was good from FlyQuest, but it was a moment too late.
Yeah.
If they're there a split second, maybe 2 seconds earlier, they're able to catch Fallen before he's able to slink around the long side, and they have less problems. But this is a drubbing at this point. So what are we talking? 1 out of the last 9 rounds played. It was 6-1, the opening scoreline for FlyQuest. And since then, the momentum has just been completely taken away from a bit of a rug pull. So Furia, throwing them around the server currently. Sure, it's only a 3-round difference, but it's about how we've gotten to this point. Urcast on the mic, trying to offer something. So some guns saved, sure. JKS with an MP9, Inns with one as well. Rifles for the rest. Now, people will go, why is JKS on an MP9? Well, he plays these positions where traditionally that's what you're going to see. I can't believe that.
Yeah. I mean, it
is risky. That's paper thin.
But you're gambling, or Vexite's gambling in that instance, that it's overlooked, right? Like, that's the whole play is that they're like, no one's stupid enough to still be here, so I'm not going to check it or spam it. But they did.
Oh, JKS has been given a rifle. Interesting. Okay. I was just saying, because he plays these anchor spots, right? They are MP9 territory.
Oh, that's a shame. Vexite caught by the Yuri spam. Any space you want to take, you have to pay with blood. And now you dip away.
And what do you do?
Lost the space, yep.
They're reaggressing again because they have to. They have brackets control. I feel like have will be had in a moment. Too many gaps. Too many gaps.
Way too many. Regani trying to ask questions of the progress of Yakinda, loses his head for it.
Something that I was talking to Fallen about just yesterday. See if... I don't think Nettie can get anything done. This would have to be insane.
I mean, he has the AK. Little sequence of taps, his only real recourse.
Everyone is here, actually, for FlyQuest. They've gambled correctly.
Yeah, he's not blind. This is his chance. K Serato, Netic head-to-head. Netic bests him. Good flashes. Messi, MP9.
Can go A.
It's on its way. It is on its way.
Unless they clear out this top banana frag.
Well, a bit more of a competitive game there on the mainstream. We've got anything but at the moment by all accounts. Bait, unfortunately, not really showing up very much into Mirage. Astralis said, Yabi said, they were looking to take them to town. It was only online when we lost at the MRQ, and well, it seems like that kind of confidence has paid off. They really did believe in the process, and they minced them. I cannot reiterate enough how one-sided some of those rounds were, and yeah, Bait just really going to need to find that reset. They can certainly do it on Inferno. It's a decent map for them, but Astralis, they've come in, they had a game plan on Mirage, they're going to have a game plan here too, so I am scared to witness it, let alone be on the end of it.
I'm with you. I mean, probably the expectations are, I feel like Bait are going to be a little bit more prepped for this. This is such an expected pick to come through. But, I mean, let's run through some of these stats as well. We kind of touched on it. The best we got from Bait was 8 kills from Alex, with 4 being the bottom end for Ascentia. On the flip side, 19 apiece for Device and Yabi. Brilliant from them. And Hooksy finishes towards the bottom of the scoreboard, but still be top over towards Bait. So, I mean, all in all, a non-existent showing from Bait. They couldn't couldn't get going at all. As we look towards this, all signs point towards that 2-0. I cannot seem to fathom a way of how we get back into it, but just about head trick there. Smiles all around as well. Seems to be a very relaxed vibe towards Astralis too. Yeah, well, NPL's looking to God for answers on the flip side as well. So this is going to be a wild time. I think I don't even know what to expect, but the mood in the Astralis camp is very good.
Yeah, they're chilling. The referee has to go over and he's like, "Listen, man, you're having a good time, but maybe just put the dogs away and sit straight."
Let's not take the mick here, mate. This is everyone's desk. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
I mean, true. Yeah, true. Someone's gonna turn up and be like, "Bloody hell, what's that smell?" You know?
Yeah,
it's a little funky, but I get it. They're chilling. They're feeling good, and maybe it is all part of the mental warfare that goes on, the psychological warfare. Sometimes, though, just regular warfare is effective enough. Look at these stats out from Device. Everybody, I think, rooting for this guy to do well. One of the most beloved players in all of Counter-Strike, and he certainly did that. 9 AWP kills as well. I think the opening kill stats, he might have gone completely uncontested on those as well, to be honest. So really, really, really impressive stuff.
Yeah, can confirm he did 5-0. He was in opening duels. I mean, he was loving life. So looks like we're about to be getting back on the way and readying up and whatnot for this map number 2. And I can see people are joining the server now, but it's Inferno up next, right? This is a map in which Astralis not even that long ago picked up a win, and sure, we could talk about it being online and it was in a series they lost, but it was a 13-7, and this has been a very good map for Astralis as a whole. It's a map in which there's always kind of been a part of their pool. I will say, we saw moments of things looking a little up in the air when we saw the start over at kind of Fissure Playground. They lost to Tyloo 13-6. That looked dicey, but they did actually get that win back in the final. Of course, they ended up losing the final, but they did manage to take that map at the very least 13-10. They've got wins of Pain and Odic as well. Did pick up a loss to VP and Astana, but for the most part, this has been a pretty good map for them. This has been one which they look pretty damn solid on. Flip side, you look towards Bay, and as you mentioned, right, good map for them. They played a lot. Granted, you got to maybe take into account at times the caliber of opponents. We're throwing in teams like kind of Partisan, the Huns, GG How, Sinners, teams that are a little bit more of the kind of solidified tier 2, but there is a lot of wins on this map, and they went on something ridiculous like a 8-match win streak at one point before VP broke it for them. So it's been a really good map for them. Astralis, they cannot afford to get overconfident or too comfortable, because that's when they might fall flat.
Yes, I mean, it is indeed entirely possible. I think we do have a little bit more of an extended issue here, so if I'm right in thinking, we're probably going to have to wait this one out, which is a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, if you want to keep talking, I'm happy to keep filling here, to be fair, but I do think we have a tech issue. You can see everybody is chilling maybe a bit too hard, which is maybe not a great sign. So yeah, we'll stick with it for a bit, and if we feel like we run out of stuff to talk about, then we do have that break available, I believe.
Yeah, I've told you my stages of tech pauses, right? My tier list. This is how they work, right? So like a tier 1 tech pause, which is just, I guess I probably should do the other way. Tier 3,
like DEFCON. Yeah.
So we can say like tier 1 being like the worst case scenario in a sense. So start from the bottom. So like tier 3 is like just like a pause, right? That's it. Headphones are still on, but a pause. Stage 2 or tier 2, I guess in a sense, like headphones off, right? That's when things are like, they're pretty bad here. Admin's got to get involved, referee's got to help out, whatnot. Stage 3, where sirens are going off and we've got to, something's really in trouble. If people start standing up, that's when we're cooked, right? So right now we're at a little stage 2. It's okay, they're still kind of warming up, still at their seats and whatnot, but if people start standing up, that's when things get a little funky here. But we'll have to see. Yeah, it looks like, unfortunately, a bit of a tech pause before we get underway. We know the precedent, I think, here for Bay, and in a way, this a little bit more of an extended break. As much as tech pauses are annoying and all the rest, I actually think might help Bay a little bit. Just reset the mental, just like slow them down internally. You kind of want to, if you're Bay, do basically as much as you can to completely forget about that map, shrug it aside, and essentially start the series as if it's the start of it, right? And just forget about it. So I think this extended break actually might work for them a little bit. Give them a chance to have a conversation, talk, kind of yeah, I guess just have the feelings, the vibe check as we always go off. So that seems to be the case there. They seem okay for now.
Yeah, I mean, look, try and stay warm, of course, but the next couple of maps that you've got coming up, they are comfortable on. You get to remove the Astralis nuke, right, which is always sort of a good feeling. So there's always going to be levels of inconsistency to the upcoming maps, you know. This is one that Astralis managed to win and lose against Tyloo at the Fissure Playground last week. So it's like, I think even they are not really sure of what to expect out from Inferno in particular. But Bait, meanwhile, so many reps. This is something we like leaning on in the tier 2 because it just, you know, you can look down the streak and see miles and miles and miles of consistency. These are games before the player break, you might say, but there is a lot of potential for Bait to take this and bring it to that third of Ancient. But it does seem like we have some kind of major issues that are a little bit out of our hands as well. So I am maybe going to take the executive decision here, Mr. Neo, and take us across to that break. I really didn't want to, and I was hoping that, you know, things would sort themselves out, but not looking like it. Stick with us, guys. We'll see you on the other side of this.
And you happy with Overpass being back in the mix as well?
I mean, I always liked Overpass, and I can't say I'm the biggest Anubis fan anyway, so I think it kind of fit us as well, timing-wise. We have a new team. Yeah, I'm happy with Overpass.
Any particular goals for the team coming into Cologne? Because it's like, realistically, it's been a while since we've seen NOP at the kind of top tier competition. Does it add more pressure, less pressure? What are we thinking?
I mean, I think it's less pressure now than it was before for NOP. As I said, we're a brand new team, right? The old cliche game by game, right? But I think we have a lot of potential with this team. I'm hoping for some good results as well. And I mean, yeah, I think the future is bright for sure.
Did you guys have a boot camp at all?
No, we had an online boot camp instead. But yeah, we just got the team together, kind of not last second, but we had a change, right? So yeah.
Is that like, obviously online isn't as ideal as being together on LAN? Like, how does that make your job more difficult in ways? Like, how do you have to kind of adapt to suit that?
I mean, I think it's pluses and minuses. Of course, like an online boot camp, I think the players will arrive with a lot more energy when they come to Cologne. I remember in Heroic, we had like a 2 weeks boot camp just before Cologne, and we come here, we play a week, and then week 2, all the players are kind of like tired and mentally drained. So there's definitely pluses and minuses. I wouldn't say it makes my work harder though. Yeah, I think we did as good as we could with practice.
Final question, and a fun one. What did you get up to on the time off? Did you have any vacations, anything fun?
I mean, that's the thing when you're a coach, I guess. I didn't really have that much time off. It was easier when I was a player. You just log off for 2-3 weeks. But I managed to get a few days here and there. It was nice and relaxing.
Lovely. Love to hear that. Thank you so much for Time Exist. That is NIP in the building in Cologne. Overpass, it's back. You happy?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Only fine.
Yeah, I don't think it's one of the best maps, but it can be a bit boring to watch because it's slow paced. But there's worse maps out there, so it's I would say average.
I thought you'd be like really excited about it because you kind of come from, you know, you're a bit of a CS veteran, right? Like people always talk about the tactical aspect. There's so much depth to it. You're not sold on it?
I think Overpass tactically is pretty overrated. I think it's more about slow map control, very slow paced. Often very obvious where the opponent comes, so I don't think it's the most tactical map, in my opinion at least. Okay. But
I like that take.
I disagree.
Yeah, I like that take. I like being different. Ex-Casper Sky is now on your team. Everyone's talking about him. Is he the real deal? What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I think people are going to be very surprised.
Okay. What surprised you the most about him? Because he's been pretty hyped up. We saw him a couple of EPLs a couple of seasons ago. You know, he did pretty good. But what do you think is kind of his best attribute as a player?
I don't think he did so good back then actually, but I think the surprise is how quick he developed. I think, and natural skill and hunger. And also he's a lot smarter in the game than what I initially thought. So, I mean, there's a good combo of everything. I think he will for sure be a top 20 player for the future.
swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
playing Counter-Strike at an incredible high level, and you have been one of the stars of this MIBR lineup. So is it fair to say that if you want to make it to the playoff, you have to have a great tournament?
Yeah, I feel like for us to be on the playoffs, we all have to have great tournaments and great performances. It's not only about me; it's about everyone. So yeah, we have to play as a unit, and then we are going to get it.
Now, obviously, you come straight from a tournament where it didn't go too well. Did you have any learnings from that one in terms of bringing that into Cologne here?
Yeah, I feel like every tournament that we don't go very well, we have some lessons that we take off about it. But I think the last one it's a lot more because it was the first tournament with Nix, the newest edition of the team. So I think the more we get experiences at the higher level tournaments in the world, we are going to be better.
All right. It's not that I want to ruin the mood before you start this tournament either, but obviously during the major, you came so close beating FaZe in that game. I'm just wondering, how long after that game did it take you to I guess, focus on the next step? And how long did you allow yourself to be sad and disappointed?
Yeah, I feel like after the Falcons win that we had, we were so confident that we were going to get to the next stage. And after we lost to FaZe in that close map on Ancient, we felt the frustration. It was consuming us, but of course we had some time to. It was long after before the player break, so we had some time to reset our mind and stay close to our families. So it was great for us.
All right, and during the major, we spoke about the Brazilian Counter-Strike being, in a tough period. Just spoke to Exit. He said the practice in Brazil is good right now. The teams during the major did fantastic as well. Do you think Brazilian Counter-Strike is on the rise back, so to speak?
Yeah, I feel like Brazilian Counter-Strike is growing up right now. It's on its peak. Talking about like history, so not talking about SK or Luminosity, but I feel like since then we are better than ever. So we're growing.
You're growing, and you're growing into this tournament. Now, final question for you: do you think you're gonna make the playoff, or is that too soon for MIBR?
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting sure that we're going to the playoffs. We need to get a good start, and we have to focus on each game, as Exit said. So we're going game by game.
All right, best of luck with it, man. Confidence in the MIBR camp. I kind of like it. As we saw during the major in Austin, they can play Counter-Strike at an incredible high level. I think most people remember these guys knocking out Falcons. Most of these guys remember themselves, being in that, was it a 5v3 scenario on Inferno? Can't really remember. Anyway, here at Cologne, we'll have to see the best version of MIBR if they want to make it to the next stage, and let alone making it to the playoff.
Been a long time coming. How's it feel? How's it feel to finally don the jersey, bro?
It feels good.
Yeah,
really nice.
Yeah, I was taking a look at the tournament you played in already. I can't remember the name of the tournament, but I saw it was like you had one great game in there, and then one kind of quiet one in there. What are we expecting? What are we expecting from the young god Nilo?
I mean, I just need to find some consistency, new positions, limited practice. So it will take some time, I feel.
Yeah, because you've only played, I think it's like 10 LAN tournaments on HLTV. Yeah. This is quite a step up. This is Cologne, man. You feeling kind of pumped though to show it in a tournament of this scale and size?
Yeah, of course. It's my biggest dream, playing like Cologne and things like that. So just see how it goes. Yeah. No pressure.
Yeah, because mate, we've been hearing about you for a while now, man. I remember I cast a lot of like the old academy leagues and stuff like that too, and you were always sick. So I think it's sick to actually now have the chance to see you playing versus the top dogs, man. I want to see the kind of form you come into this with. Have you been pracking a lot during this time off?
Time off, I mean,
I'm saying player break, but I imagine for you moving into the roster, it wasn't time off.
I would say I will be practicing a lot, like face it, just keeping my visual high and try to be in the meta as well. So watch them on demos and things like that. But it's kind of limited what you can do.
Yeah, right.
So that's the thing.
All right, sweet. Well, man, it's good speaking here, and we'll catch up again, I'm sure. Start strong, Nilo, bro.
Hey, man. How you doing, Shuhei?
Interviews are banned.
All right. Well, I guess I'll see you around, man.
Thank you very much.
All right, cool. Hey, speaking of banned, there was a guy that made a video about you guys recently, and he was banned at one point, but it was about some of the shortcomings of Team Liquid. His name was Steel. Did you guys watch that at all?
I did not watch anything, no.
Fair enough. So how's it going over here with Liquid? You guys have some hard times or what?
Some hard times every now and then, but that's part of the process, right? Right? You have to go through the hard times to get to the good times.
True. What do you? What are some of the struggles other than like when you're in the officials and the servers? What are some of the hard things that are happening with Liquid? What makes it difficult?
Oh, you're starting off tough. I think there's a lot of things we need to work on, which now with Victor coming in, we're working on a lot of those things. Maybe a new way of looking at the game, adapting to the current meta. So all these things that we're working on, it will take a while, but we're on the right tracks.
When you say Victor, can you tell me about Mr. Victor? Can you tell me about this teammate of yours and maybe introduce him, perhaps, if you want to?
Victor, Mr. Flashy. Honestly, he's had a lot of impact since coming in. I think he's done a really good job of getting to know the team and working with what he can at the start because he came in where there's a lot of things to work on. So obviously he's helping out with that. But no, he's been doing a really good job so far. And everyone's been looking forward to working with the coach finally. So last couple of months were very, very difficult for us. But now that we have some sort of a base to work from, it's good to be back on the track and progress.
For an IGL perspective, right? When you get a new coach in, does that make it? Does that come with its own learning curve? Does it make it so you have to kind of readjust to make that fit, or what's the hardest part about that?
I mean, as an IGL, you start working with a completely new coach who is coming from a different background and a different perspective of the game. So it's part of a learning process for me as well, and getting to know him and how he views the game, and also it's part of trying to find a common understanding of the game. That's the whole goal of the coach and IGL combo. So that's what we're working on.
It's cool. Stay comfy. Stay comfy. Because I just want to play. I want to play a game with you. I want to play rank the baldies, because we've seen a new bald baddie enter the chat over the break. How would you rank Apex's baldness on obviously you're up there with a 10. You got the likes of Grim, Crims, Forest. Like where does he rank in that?
What are we ranking exactly?
Just how much of a bald baddie he is.
I mean, he's up there. It looks good. But he didn't go all the way. It's more of like a very close buzz. Yeah. But it still looks really good. I think I'd say 8 out of 10. You could still get those 2 extra notches, just a little bit more.
What's it like to maintain baldness? Are you shaving a lot? Do you have to moisturize? Like, do you put an SPF on there?
I mean, it's not like there's like a guide you get as soon as you decide to do it or anything. So I'm just kind of freestyling it. I do it like every 2 days. It only takes like 5 minutes. It takes like as long as it took for me to do my hair. So it's not really that much maintenance at all.
That sounds pretty easy. Final thoughts. Obviously, everyone's talking about Overpass being back. I hear there's a lot of I'm not going to use the word fights, but maybe I'll insinuate that. There's a lot of A-site players on your team. Where are you sitting?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of role conflicts, that's for sure. So, I mean, it's definitely a battle, but I mean, it's a hot topic spot. We'll see how it goes.
Did you get the position you wanted on Overpass at the moment?
I mean, that would be kind of a spoiler, wouldn't it be?
Okay, we'll have to wait and see the game. Fair enough, Elise. You can't blame me for trying. Thank you so much. Good luck.
How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling really excited to play Cologne since we played last year and we made pretty far in the tournament. So right now we want to do more. And as you said, we just came from the major. Wonderful result for us. Yeah. So we've seen that we can go far in these tournaments. And right now the main focus is this.
Who are you guys playing first? I actually didn't write it down for you. So Liquid first? Yes, okay. You got the Liquid match. How you feeling about that?
Oh, feeling great. It's going to be a really exciting match because since Overpass came in right now, we actually don't know who's going to play, who's going to pick it, who's going to veto. So I'm really excited to play against them. I think they are not in good shape right now, but they have good players.
With the Overpass edition, what does that do for you guys with Anubis out now and Overpass in? Is that more stress?
Actually not. Speaking for myself, it was a relief because playing Anubis recently was really tough for us. We were not finding ourselves in the map, and Overpass is a really cool map, and I think everyone in the team likes to play it, especially me because I play with the op. So for me, it's way more comfortable holding like 1 kilometer angles than holding tight angles in Anubis.
That's fair. Like the Anubis angles for the AWP are very, you have to hit that first shot because they're like 3 meters away. You know, and like you're taking a dark fight or whatever. I don't know what you guys call it, you know, like through the canals every now and again, but that's like the longest range fight you get. Whereas Overpass, bro, every angle could be called long. It's kind of sick. Like,
yeah, Anubis, I felt like every corner there went in was smoked or mollied or 5 flashes into me. So Overpass right now feels great for us. And see you, Anubis. I won't miss you, so don't come back, please.
That's good. We've had some really polarizing takes on the Overpass Anubis swap. Because how are you feeling about it, Bray? Having to come up with a whole new game plan on Overpass?
I hope so. Let's see. But yeah, I agree with him. I used to love Overpass, and let's see right now if we're gonna love or hate. We never know because was another time, you know. And right now it's kind of different, the meta and all this stuff. Let's see. But I love the map. The past months, Anubis was like terrible map for us.
And you happy with Overpass being back in the mix as well?
I mean, I always liked Overpass, and I can't say I'm the biggest Anubis fan anyway, so I think it kind of fit us as well, timing-wise. We have a new team. Yeah, I'm happy with Overpass.
Any particular goals for the team coming into Cologne? Because it's like realistically, it's been a while since we've seen NIP at the kind of top tier competition. Does it add more pressure, less pressure? What are we thinking?
I mean, I think it's less pressure now than it was before for NIP. As I said, we're a brand new team, right? The old cliche game by game, right? But I think we have a lot of potential with this team. I'm hoping for some good results as well. And I mean, yeah, I think the future is bright for sure.
Did you guys have a boot camp at all?
No, we had an online boot camp instead. But yeah, we just got the team together, kind of not last second, but we had a change, right? So yeah.
Is that like obviously online isn't as ideal as being together on LAN? Like how does that make your job more difficult in ways? Like how do you have to kind of adapt to suit that?
I mean, I think it's pluses and minuses. Of course, like an online boot camp, I think the players will arrive with a lot more energy when they come to Cologne. I remember in Heroic we had like a 2 weeks boot camp just before Cologne, and we come here, we play a week, and then week 2, all the players are kind of like tired and mentally drained. So there's definitely pluses and minuses. I wouldn't say it makes my work harder though. Yeah, I think we did as good as we could with practice.
Final question, and a fun one. What did you get up to on the time off? Did you have any vacations, anything fun?
I mean, that's the thing when you're a coach, I guess. I didn't really have that much time off. It was easier when I was a player. You just log off for 2-3 weeks. But I managed to get a few days here and there. It was nice and relaxing.
Lovely. Love to hear that. Thank you so much for Time Exist. That is NIP in the building in Cologne.
House call, no rest. Pull up on your shot in the front next. House call, no text. I've been up all night, baby, no stress. House call, no rest. Pull up on your shot in the front next. House call, no text. I've been up all night, baby, no stress. House call, no rest. Pull up on your shot in the front next. House call, no text. I've been up all night, baby, no stress. House call, no rest. Pull up on your shot in the front next. House call, no text. I've been up all night, baby, no stress.
So when you say your game, can you describe your team to us? Can you tell us about your team in international gaming? I mean, it's a mix of like obviously so it's like kind of more loose play style I'll try to implement because I like want to free up the players because I know the individuals have a lot to offer. We have a good balance right now, I feel like, but we just having clean comms, not stressing ourselves, like stuff like this, to just really be able to deliver because in the past it has been a lot of stressful games, a lot of hectic communication. Decrease the stress in the game a bit and just like like Big has a.
Stuck in my beard. We're going to have to do that again. Counter-Strike Combine 2025, Dallas, Texas, coming direct, hot, and into your living rooms around the globe. We're going to have the best Counter-Strike players in the world put through a bunch of tests, trials, and tribulations. Do you have what it takes to win in Texas? We've had our best man on the job, Rushley A. Rushlison, defining and coming up with a couple of new techniques on what Counter-Strike players should be bringing to the server. Let's find out if they've got what it takes. Modesty, are you ready?
I am ready.
On the sound of the whistle, your time will commence.
Так. Оп.
That's unusual technique, seeing the chair adjusted. Of
course.
Not a mandatory part of the setup here.
Drop everything. We don't have to rush.
How is he on a match day?
He's fine. He's fast usually.
So he looks like he's not in a hurry right now.
He should be. He doesn't understand the.
It's a time trial.
Really? Faster, yeah, faster. What's faster now?
Look, as long as he gets headshots. Oh, he's even doing table height. We haven't seen this before. This could be very problematic. He's now under the table. Do you feel confident in beating this time?
100%. You know, I don't fucking see, блядь.
The USB's had to twist it. Is the classic. Is it all plugged in?
Easy, of course, yes.
And stop the clock. That's a time of 1 minute and 5 seconds.
To plug in a mouse and a keyboard.
And straighten the monitor.
Oh, wait. It's also chair. It's also table.
Look, we will give extra points. He did, take some, but you didn't. That's not part of the test.
Those guys are not professional.
Nico, are you ready?
Yes.
On the sound of the whistle, begin. Oh, look at that. He's not doing chair.
Who cares? No,
he's going for the W.
Yeah, but he's not doing it perfect,
His setup should be perfect.
No, you don't have to hurry. You're not in a hurry. You are in a hurry.
Oh, it's teamwork.
No, I wanted to unplug.
This is looking speedy. Rushley's happy with that. Stop the clock. Oh, 33 seconds. Absolutely trounced your time.
Flash, блядь. Whistle.
You want the whistle?
Of course.
Reaction time test, Mondesi.
Ui, блядь.
He's gone ahead of the whistle there. That's a false start. Note that down.
I'm lost. All
right, here we go. Oof, 160 out the gate. 143.
Ooh, he messed up on.
He's double clicked there. 138.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard to beat.
165.
150 average.
152 MS average for Mondesi. You happy with that?
Fine. And no, actually not bad. Not bad. I don't know what's very fast here,
I don't know.
152 is
You're
good,
first man off the ranks.
Nico Portan, good luck.
All right, you feeling comfortable?
Yes.
On the whistle. I think 138 was Mondesi's lowest. 146. Getting better. Mondesi can't believe it. On his feet now. 164.
That's good. It's good. Very far.
You're 10 years younger. And I'm proud of this.
The score is 11-11. You've died first. You've given away the opening kill. You're thinking, fuck, I've just given away 12. Kixon pulls off a miraculous 3K.
Yeah, prime.
And right now, you're up to 12 first, map 5. You're about to win the grand final.
Yes.
How loud would your nice be? You can't just yell anything. Like, you can't just yell bliat or something. We need nice. Nice! 114. Is it just one take? Okay, just one.
That was fine.
All right.
That was good. You see, but
That was great.
Are you fired up, Nicola, or not? Of course I'm fucking fired up. Now it's 12-12. Hickson Prime is going to clutch 1v1.
Nice! Oh, 128. That's 14 decibels louder.
Bro, I remember times I shout and I stand up and my fucking head is spinning.
Bottle of water's here. Your hand on mouse and keyboard. You need to grab the water bottle, take the lid off, take a sip, put the water bottle lid back on and put the water bottle back down. No, bottle's open. Doesn't want to spill a drop here. Consider it on the sip and bottle back down. Stop the top. 9 seconds.
No, I just wanted to drink on the sip, yes.
Well, this is yours now. Now, this is a man who knows how to stay hydrated. Oh, he's put the bottle back down with lid on in transition. That's a technique that you love to see. Is that something
technique? Your keyboard will stop working if you will spill everything.
What we're going to do right now is we're going to test how strong you are. You're going to shake Nico's hand.
Yes.
You're going to shake my hand.
Okay.
And then you're going to grab this and you're going to squeeze.
Hold it or what?
I think it was a 400 there. There's the highest point. Oh, 40, sorry, not 400. Okay, 40,
I didn't
40
really try
kg.
hard, I swear. I didn't try, I can't feel
Are you
it.
happy with that?
It's fine. Хорош, братан, давай! David?
Yeah. 57.
Oh my, let's go.
You gotta get in the gym, mate. We're gonna give you a page number.
Okay.
You have to flick through, find the page number, and read what it says on the page. Page 76. Oh, he is going straight to the back without knowing how many pages in the strat book. He's going
All
deep.
5 run A with minimal utility. What? Нахуй, it's 77, блядь. Go mid and wait, I will molly window, push when you hear the molly land go. Go camera, temple will be smoked, I haven't control, plant A and take A main. But I have a question. Who brings back 100 pages on...
What do you want, 10 pages and he says 6?
Well, this is to beat Vitality.
To beat Vitality?
Yeah.
To raid boss, yeah?
Yeah. All right, that is going to be 18 seconds.
I'm on freeze time like this, sitting так. Wait, it's page 13. There is a maze on 67.
It's a good strat book, right?
Insane.
Okay, Nico's turn.
American strat book.
68.
Fuck.
Struggling with the pages here.
Milk, eggs, bread, chicken breast, rice, apples, broccoli, cheese.
12 seconds. Look at that.
Man, I have like strats here. Milk, eggs, broccoli, sandwich.
Well, they're code names for strats. How do you feel about peeling and taking a bite of a banana?
Bad idea.
Which part?
Swallowing.
I need to eat.
You don't need to eat the whole banana, just take a bite.
Do I have to open banana?
Yes.
Or that you said peel
Yes.
it? What do you mean peel it?
Peel, open it, yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm from Russia. Man, I don't understand this.
Just peel the banana, take a bite, okay?
What am I doing here, man?
Strong peeling technique there. In the mouth, chewing now.
He actually opened the mouth.
11 seconds. That's not bad time.
I'm taking this banana.
I will not chew it, I'll just swallow it.
Are you really? Nico, you're not doing it. You need to chew it.
Why? Don't need to chew it.
Bro, you're not going
Don't
to
choke, all right? All right. Oh. Oh, he's not happy with the bite size. That's just a nibble.
It's a small bite,
That's a
okay?
nibble.
It's a small bite.
Oh, it's a +1 second. Okay.
+1?
So we've
What is
given
this
him...
referee? What +1?
Look, you're going to take it up with the tournament management.
Man, look how much I bite.
Yeah, look, it's not fair in life, Monacy. For the size of bite, he's taken 1 second off your time.
Okay,
And
10.
giving me 1 second extra.
Let's bring in our next task. How are you with utility?
Very good.
All right, we get 3 shots. We're going to be measuring your accuracy, not time.
Whistle normal then.
I just wanted, it's very sporty, isn't it? Oh, it's returned.
Okay. Okay.
Wait.
He sped through the shots there. Nothing lands, but I would like to give 1 point for the return on deflection.
Hey, that's not fair.
Hit the board, came back. He's hit the net. Oh!
No, that was a bad throw.
Wait, 1-1, yeah?
Well, I feel turn this into a 0.5. If this is only worth 1, then the bounce back's only worth a 0.5.
No way.
Nico wins.
Man, it's always like this against me. Everyone against me.
Are you happy with the results of today?
Yes.
Do you guys feel ready for Texas?
Yes, insane ready.
Yeah, let's defend the title.
All right.
We'll eat bananas, drink water, and play basketball.
Perfect. That's exactly what we need to make Counter-Strike great. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hello, we are back. It has been an extensive break with myself and Scriff, ready to bring you this second series. I mean, yeah, what can you do? Steam goes down. We even tried checking ourselves. We couldn't get in. Other games were working as per our rematch game. But we're now ready to get underway in towards our second game here, our second map, I guess we could say, in the series. It's Inferno coming up next. For those who maybe missed it, we had a pretty one-sided map number one. Astralis were dominant over Bait on their map pick of Mirage. It was a 10-2 half, and it was overall a 13-2 scoreline. But we're finally live with more Counter-Strike. It is Astralis' pick. It is Inferno coming up next. Thank you for the patience, and thank you for joining us once again here at IEM Cologne, here on the B stream. Myself, Neokai, and Scriv bringing you through the morning's actions.
Yes, it has been a banger so far. Maybe cast your mind back to map one. It feels like it was an age ago now because it was so one-sided. But Bait, they've also forgotten and they've remembered who they are. Quick kills to open up here as they look to take this pistol and just reset this series, as I suppose the gods of Counter-Strike have helped them to do as well. 5-on-3 might even be a soft call to save here, honestly. They are dragging back pretty aggressively on that Astralis side of things, but it would be quite rare to see a T-side pistol just save the armor.
Yeah. Surely you just commit to something here. I mean, that's the big kind of question mark. I guess the question for us is sort of where are we trying to head now? Half armor on Stair and Yabi. Who can see a smoke and a flash. They're going to go towards B. And actually, generally speaking, this is the right call. Only 2 players towards B compared to the 3 stacked over towards A.
Senthial just a little wary of what's going on here, checking in between. Could get timings. I think he has just spotted the edge of a player at the very least. Flash is good to force him away. They've still got the Julies to get through, though, and those are incredibly scary in the right hands. Oh. Head tricks are maybe not them. Perhaps, I believe the recovery from Stair, maybe his will be correct. We're about to find out. 4-on-3 for the retake here. No kit available. Another set of Julies, I suppose, is one thing to watch, but the Glocks will battle up close. Stair trying to keep it alive. Only good for one. Not quite enough. And it's Kenzizor with the spin around on the 90 degree to finish it off.
Oh my. That was slightly chaotic, but first and foremost, in a 5-on-3, for Astralis to get a bomb down there and make it so close, that's a silver lining for them. Bomb down means a buy to come through if they want it. Flip side, though, is a good little retake there from Bay, and we didn't really see many, if any, real good moments on them in towards map number one, so that's really going to help. Just shake things off a little bit, get the confidence back up, start opening the doors to this series a little bit. It's been a complete reset. Well, it's probably been in total from when that map finished to when we got underway, like an hour or so, probably. So they've had the chance to completely reset, and well, I guess for Astralis also completely cool down as well. So hopefully they can get back into it and they bother, but we'll have to see. They will go for the Force as expected. Double Glil, Tech 9, Mac 10, Deagle. Not a terrible buy, but still going to have to work for this one.
Slow roll here, as they will get that utility over the top. Interestingly enough, a short smoke that they push through, so just really trying to throw them off. Then a moto smoke that, again, they could have gone A with. It's all a bit strange. They are, as we know, wrapping round. Alex, though, it's such an awkward place to fight from. You know, you have to believe in yourself, but there's just so many angles that you're exposed to, and at CT there, and you can see he nearly goes down. The B bomb site under severe threat now. It is just this man, Essential, to hold things, and he's keeping the bomb in place is the key thing. Device can't join his teammates. It's going to be a bloodbath here at the top end of Banana. Device goes down, and the MP9s will hold the line. It's just the really, really smart play there from Essential to move forwards and stop that bomb joining the pack.
Yeah, and absolutely. That's a really good round for Bait. That's going to give them a nice little runway to start in towards Inferno now. Only the one casualty as well, but giving, you know, as you were touching on, right, with that bomb being trapped, nothing to work with. Yeah, getting fired up a little bit. That's what we want to see. Didn't see any of that in towards their map pick a Mirage. So 2-0 start Bait. And of course, no money to work with for Astralis, so it should be a simple third put on the board. This next gun round, very, very important for Astralis. It feels like a sort of must-win just to put the pressure back on towards Bait in this series. We had the feeling that this was going to go to a 3-mapper, but I don't think any of us sort of expected that it would be 3-mapper trading maps. So Astralis want to make sure that is not the case. Find some form, build a bit of the foundation on this T side, but this round's a little bit non-existent. If they can get any consolations, that'd be nice, but getting the round itself, super unlikely.
Bait really looking good then, as they needed it. They needed a good start, I think. It has been a long while in between these games. I think it can make a difference, you know, when you're on LAN especially. You just sat there, chilling, and the muscles start to relax a bit. The adrenaline dump starts to come in, maybe. You have to re-find yourself to get into the next game. It's quite a lot to ask of these players. This round in particular, quite a lot to ask as well. 35 seconds left, not a lot of time. Got the old classic faking things out on B, trying to get some action on A. They're obviously not biting here, Bait, but one distracted player could lose his head to a deagle. That results in a bomb plant, and that's a pretty good round for Astralis.
Kenzie finds Device with the nade. Hooksy, he'll get one, but that'll be it. It's just a consolation kill, as we sort of spoke about. Bait looking all right at the moment. A few rounds in a row, just going to give them something to fall back on. And the big thing as well, we've got to look towards now what this response, and this is the true test of Bait. The gun round's back in play, and once, you know, we saw Astralis really rocking and rolling with the rifles in play in that previous map, there was no stopping them. They were so solid. All expectations, I think, should go back to being, well, more of the same, but let's see. Step gets in front of the smoke in towards Banana. Needs to be careful. A lot of util raining down on his position, but they're wanting to fight and stays ready to meet them. Nado bound around that corner, and it does a healthy amount of damage. Self-flashing himself, but it falls to the hands of NPL, who, through the flames, gets the opener.
Well, Bait in firm control of this Inferno, it would appear. Yabi, though, spotting just before the smoke goes down a keen headshot onto head trick. So maybe something in it here for the T side, and with that, they've rotated everyone away from B, at least for a second. I think Alex actually was headed back towards CT to get a smoke. Dangerous, of course, that it's not with him, but it is something at the very least and should keep them at bay for a little while longer and buy time for that rotation as well. Still looks good here, and they're going to try and get ahead of the rotation. He's in at CT, can't stop them taking the site. He doesn't want to die, so they will confirm the bomb plant, and the 4-on-4 doesn't look good now for the CTs.
No, not at all. Yabi have the chance at one. Little Labors will get it. Quick trade from MPL, puts it back into a 3 versus 3, might I say, but with the HP of a Sentinel and MPL, it doesn't feel good. I say that. Nice shot towards the Vice, and there might still be life left in this round for Bait just yet. Crossfire is tough to break down. The last man unknown quantity. Stout's going to go huge, and he does. Both found by him. And Astralis bite back. It's right down to the wire, but all that matters is a round taken, a round found. And they get to build upon this T side of Inferno. That was way too close for comfort.
Looking good on the replays. Kills coming back in for Bait, I think, is the key thing. Yeah, there you go. Feeling good, but indeed, as you say, a little close. Means that Bait have got a keen opportunity to just immediately reset things and get back on the board. But this is good. This is what we wanted, a much better looking team as compared to Mirage. We knew they would be capable on Inferno. They're proving as such. Great flash, though. Not able to find the kill. I mean, felt like it was up on a silver platter, at least for a second or two. Don't even think, yeah, no bullets landed even. So, gifted that opener there.
Yeah, absolutely. Sent the house there. What a piece. Numbers kept. Oh, the spam is good, but the nade's better. Just there trying to sneak his way through. He actually might get through. The only issue is there's someone ready to meet them. It's Headtrick. As that smoke breaks open, it's there who falls. And now down to 2. And for Astralis here, hardly win from a spot like this. They've got to find isolated fights, untraded. And I think Beta are actually approaching this really well. They're sticking it in pairs, playing together, and hoping that the crossfires are good enough. Yabi, right idea with the long hold. I don't know if he spotted Kenzazor and a pixel of him. Now he has, and it's been at the cost of his head. And he goes, Hooksy. He's recovered at M4, but 1v4, surely no chance.
Spotted now. No ammo in the M4. Flies in. And if he'd been there, not a bad little move, but he wasn't there. So, nothing happening for Hooksy. Batman, eat your heart out. It will be a return round pretty quickly for Bait, though. And this is a worrying sign. I mean, he's blind enough, right? Yeah. Should be a kill. But just doesn't happen. He was flying. He came out pretty quick.
He gave it
the movement down.
You know, a real college try, as they say, right? Gave it a good effort, but not to be. And unfortunately, money back to a broken state. Stay Hero AK. And even getting armor is a luxury that a lot can't afford here. So, tough predicament, to say the least. So they're going to make his way forward. If he can get an opener, a recovered gun, also pressure towards B, feels like the only real inroads to finding a round like this. There's the opener. Pressure towards B as well. Alex, open, and Alex plucked out of the sky by Yabi's Deagle. This is the round back on. The two things I said that needed to go right do go right. We're going to round on our hands here. That's 2 recovered weapons as well.
Damn. Hell of a shot there from Yabi.
Yeah.
Hell of a shot. And a round-ending shot for sure. They see something like that come up on the kill feed, they're out of there. So, still game on our hands. Not going to be an easy ride for Bait if they are to stay alive in this series and the upper bracket side of things. Astralis always going to be capable, and yeah, it's looking good now. Some real strong weapons into this following round.
Interesting. For Bait, you know, they immediately call for that save. I mean, obviously, it's very standard in Inferno. It's just how this map gets played out these days. But 2 quick shots, and it's as simple as done. Like we said, recovered guns will always help. M4 and an AK goes a long way. It's like, yeah, the Eagle shot, that's everything. Beautiful work. Far from being out of the woods, and far from being in a spot of kind of no return in a sense on the flip side. So it's just about chipping away at this deficit. I mean, that's the shot. Yabi lined up. He was mid-air, so great reaction. A buyback in. No bother for Bait. And money left over as well in case things go wrong here. So they're not under too much pressure just yet. And they do have the AWP as well. Need to be careful here. That's the bomb that's taken that fight. And Headtrick really wants to take a tag.
Device, he wants his first kill. And he does not want to make it easy for himself, I suppose. Still looking for that in this round. Expecting somewhat of a boost to come in, and they are debating what to do with the utility here. Molotov and a nade. Backed up on top of each other. They try and send Stare in head first, and he will fall head first into the ground. And the setup still looks pretty damn good to me. Trade there from Alex. He's able to buy some time. In comes the AWP to back him. Astralis cannot break the defense. They cannot break the siege. And so, Bait set themselves up with yet another round. Not 100% confirmed just yet, but it looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, it feels like most of the way there. Fortunately, this has been what feels like quite a consistent thing of this inability to safely and securely take banana control. However, there is really good space towards A here. No one mini or big pit. Coldzera box cleared as well. Yabi's lurk, or might give them a bit of a chance here. He spotted one swing and he can't quite find MPL, who's just alive. He's trying to buy time as well. It's down to find him. Moto smoke, plant for Sean. A plant in which he's gifted time. 1 versus 2. This has legs behind it. Down knows it. No util, but he doesn't need it. This all comes down to can he hit the shots. AWP on a retake 2 is never what you want to see. And Stown, he's jiggle peeking. He wants to take this fight. Biding time. Kits in play both ways for Alex and Headtrick, so he's got to hit these shots. Smoke and a flash that comes over. That'll block off Stown. He has to play through this, but he knows his lineups. He knows where to be posted up. Tap on towards the bomb, but he can spam. Little to the right required. Can't quite find him. Oh, I speak too soon. Time out and run out, and it has. Oh, and a deagle shot from Stown. Another absolute banger of a round coming through from Stown, and he bails them out of a dicey spot once again.
Man, that is just fine margins, as you like to say. We'll probably see it here on the replay. He misses his initial spray, but the AWP gets off the bomb and shoots just kind of instinctively. So I think it gives him the information that he needed to just play it cool. He doesn't have to panic. He has many opportunities to reset here. And he is so comfortable. Hooksy gets loud as he has been in these big rounds. And those types of moments are maybe what Astralis are a bit more capable of. Timeout coming in after that one as well. An absolute steal of a round. So they have to capitalize.
Too right. Timeout that comes through. One thing I thought was interesting to mention, I did have a little look while we had our tech pause. I haven't seen any news about it, but Madden, the coach of Bait, not behind them. I don't know.
I also noticed. I didn't really
down. It seems like
bring it up.
It seems like he's not here, but it's quite a big loss. I do feel like when Bait have had moments of real success, or they've been going, for the kind of top level tournaments, he's actually been quite important. I think he's that level head, a guy who's played a hell of a lot of CS himself. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe a big loss. I don't know if there's maybe a story behind it, but I don't miss him. Alex, he's gonna get tagged up. Softened for 14 points of HP, but a resmoke. Banana control, that's the one glaring error right now for Astralis, where they've just been struggling on. Everything else feels okay. Late rounds have been excellent, mid rounds have been good as well. It's just this early banana presence, no matter what kind of buy they're against either. But it looks like Bay gonna call for a gamble stack towards the A site, and judging by the setup, it might be wrong.
Ooh. Close, playing with fire, both of them there. But MPL unable to get his desired headshot. Will be some aggression coming into the apartments. Yabi is ready and raring for this, but always awkward to track down the head of a pistol player. And now he enters into the dungeon. This could be a very dangerous move and could cost him his life. He knows there's got to be another guy around here because he heard a 5-7. Either way, out towards mid. They're trying to thread the needle. Yabi lucky to be alive. Still 2 more to get through on this site stack. The damage is done. Is there going to be any kills? The answer is no. And Astralis, a great follow-up to just get that momentum going.
Yeah, they needed that. Just make sure that this round itself is super solid and it once again puts that pressure back on. And this is where they can now start building upon this C side. I think in rounds like this as well, when you know you're against a lesser buy, making it inexpensive in any way is such a good positive to be taken. So for all, economy on that T side really being built up. The same definitely can't be said over towards Bait. So despite the strong start, they are actually backed up against the wall, especially in terms of momentum here in this first half. I mean, if Bait lose round number 9, money broken, Charlotte's up to 5 and basically gets gifted the 6th as well. That's a good first half already, and there'll still be 2 more rounds to play. So that's where things, for me, get a little dicey. Early util, device posted. Once this fights, Stair creeping his way forward. Doesn't spot anything. They're going dry here, but his gun barrel will betray him. And down he goes. Easy one for MPL. And now he can drop the util. Knows they're up close. The Molotov and the flash combo forces him off pushing in towards B. Surely you just drag numbers here as well. They know there's so much presence from Astralis here. One smoke shuts it all down.
Yeah, not looking good. So Beta doing all right in these harder press rounds, you know, maybe give them a bit of pressure and they seem to perform, but some of the rounds where you expect them to do well, not so much. Yabi, he's millimeters away from that monitor. He is hunched over for this kill and he will be gifted it right into the crosshair. He's not missing those while he's nice and close. Kenzazor, meanwhile, in the pit, turning away from all the utility as best he can. To gun difference, what can you do? And again, Astralis with another recovery. They break into the bomb site. They leave it down to the B players who are ready and raring for that B play, but it never comes.
Nothing quite like a failed banana presence push. Let's go A late round, let Yabi lurk. It seems to be just such a security for Astralis. Having that insurance of saying, all right, Yabi, we need you to pull up something special. Just get us an opener, or even just get us a bit of information and we'll hit towards A. These mid to late rounds, Astralis are doing a lot of their best work and Bait keep falling flat. And they're playing the same exact setup as well every single time. So now Astralis, after doing this, you know, mid to late push on towards the A site, they now know one long, one playing mini pit. That's it. That's the only thing we really need to clear. Fantastic work though. Great adaptability. Got to look towards Hooksy as well. His mid-rounding, we'll keep talking about it, has been absolutely excellent. That was the big thing that made that map number 1 so good for Astralis. Hooksy's mid-rounding was so perfect, and well, I think it's a little bit more of it there. Yabi gets information, gets a kill. The whole team go and join him. Beautiful stuff. 5-4. Lead taken by Astralis, and well, it's a closer map than map number 1. That feels like a whole lifetime ago now with Steam servers going down. So in this complete reset, it's, in a way, it's a positive sign for Astralis that they just go right back to winning ways, and now have a real chance to build upon it. Look at the money.
No one on the other side of the smoke. Shot doesn't land. Nice nade at CT though. Alex, the lone defender, will be chunked out. Again, getting a bit predictable potentially. Oh, we love this. We love this. Nade stack. Doesn't finish him off. It's damn near enough, but Essential has potentially bailed the B player out there by finding his kill, relieving some of the pressure. Release valve lifted on A, and now Astralis again left to re-approach and re-guess.
Is he going to feign a bit of presence here towards B? Oh, they're reacting to it. They're going looking. They spotted a second. I'm sure Yabi did. He does, and he delivers. Yabi again. Late lurk towards A. A tale as old as time. It feels in the server. Alex will get his, but they already knew at that point that Hooksy was the only man present. They could tell from the util alone. That's one man throwing the molly, the smoke, and the flash. I don't think you give this a go. And that's why I said they are going to get spammed in the smoke by Stare. That'll be Astralis up to a 6th and inching closer and closer to the series. Brilliant work, without a doubt. You know, yeah, obviously not just even like the numbers, but just in terms of his raw impact. Yabi on Inferno so far, the MVP. I mean, what an incredible showing. And you know, you look at the flip side, and I'm not highlighting this in sort of a super bad way. If his device has not got going, the fact that they're finding success and they've got a 2-round lead with device being 1-6 actually is quite impressive, but also really indicative that this Astralis side are holistic. They don't require one man's antics to shine. They've got a whole team that can step up, which feels like the Astralis of old, which feels like the team that we used to know and love.
It is true. It is true. I think that, you know, Yabi is the guy to just sort of take over a round. We've had Stan with a couple of nice clutches as well. So the rounds feel like they are never really decided because, again, they missed out on their sort of quote-unquote free kill by virtue of, you know, the nade RNG. And Essential found the opener. And that has to be, what, the 3rd or 4th round that Bait have been in a winning position and not been able to convert. So getting a little out of hand in that sense. Trading of damages. Slight missed shot. A bit more aggression in Banana than we're used to in this game. But it will be Astralis to just scare them off. No kills, but looking good.
Slows down. Orb of head trick. Poster. I think he actually just briefly spotted a pixel of the shoulder there. Saw him comet. But not a commitment. At least just, yeah, we're going to, of course, once again see what we can do in terms of lurking presence over towards A. No surprises. Yabi is there. Stare, full blind. They're committed. The bomb is on the back here of Hooksies. They are looking for this, and he's going to be first contact. There's 3 players here to meet them, one of which being an AWP as well. No surprises. A dead man. Bomb needs to be recovered, and they actually probably need to get out once again. And are we going to go for the old classic later, eh?
Yeah. Look who it is. Look who it is once again. Can he bail them out? Yabi, no. Denied. And that could be a big difference maker. Kenzazor with a massive frag. Still a weaker defended A bomb site, though. Gotta check the cold box. Gotta check the cold box. MPL takes them all. That third is ridiculous. Oh my goodness. And for once, Bait are able to hold on to their A-bomb sites.
Yeah, I mean, about damn time realizing that we maybe need to change up our positions a little bit, and Kenzazor does exactly that, playing up in towards balcony, waiting, seeing what arises for him. And it's MPL here, like you said. Third shot was fantastic there for them. Finally, a bit of success. It's been a long road. That was 5 in a row for Astralis. Now they can breathe a little easier. Worst things can get is 7-5, which is still plenty recoverable. Deep down towards corner. Will catch head trick. He drops one of his own to deal some damage over towards Stare in particular. Missed shot on the swing. That is so risky. And somehow, some way, they all get out alive.
Yeah, Astralis trying to answer the aggression with more aggression. Fire with fire. They've got long control pretty quickly here. Hedrick needs to be careful. I don't think he really respects how many's around that corner. Takes a quick shot. Molotov coming in here. Kenzazor panicked. The AWP going through the smoke. Hello? What is going on? A breakdown entirely of anything that makes sense on the A-bomb site. They don't find a single kill. And, well, you would usually save here, but it's the turn of the half, so not going to be the case. We'll see what these 2 remaining boys can get done. A quiet game overall from them on B. It's generally just been the distraction bomb site, the odd hold here or there. Device, advanced, easy. And just Alex now standing between 5. Not going to happen. He does get one in the back, but who really cares? It'll be Astralis to take a slim lead here.
Yeah, a couple of kills for Device at the end as well. Good sign. Still got it, still sharp, despite that, extensive break. But a fantastic first half. No 2 ways about it. Astralis, they've still got a little bit more to do to prove to themselves that really, really better side. But all in all, great recovery from being down. Great adaptation. Let's see if Bait can do anything to fight back. For now, though, a break.
Day one, game one for these teams, and survival already for Bait. It is better than Mirage. There are some cheers. I think the Astralis ones are a little bit louder, to be fair. But ultimately, a really great game here. A lot of bailout from Yabi. Probably a large amount of money that they owe him for that. All the same, Bait trying to stay alive here, and they might just be able to do so. Pistol gets kicked off. Some aggression coming round from Astralis, but nothing too heavy as yet.
What do they got for us? A pistol here for Astralis would really, really help things out. But Bait heading towards B. There is one man here. It is Hooksy, hard anchoring this B site. No one's even remotely close in terms of support. Next is Yabi all the way over playing long corner. So this is, if anything, going to be full retake. Smoke to go front of sight. He's got to hit at least one shot and stay alive as sort of a bare minimum. He's being forced all the way back. He's being hunted all the way in towards Church, but it's Yabi who does rotate over in time. Gets one. Kendazor drops, but a post-spawn set up.
Senthial, advanced position here, could just mow them all down. Oh, they're set up together so very nicely. And between two, they get four. Any hope of the retake shut down before they even get past the church. And that will be that. That will be Bait closing the gap now as well. This is very much a map that remains alive.
Yeah, you're right. Device. He's getting hunted on the way out as well. Concentration kills would be nice. He's working for it though, and it's all work for nothing. Great round for Bait. Only the one casualty for them. They find all five on the flip side, and they start bit by bit. You know, again, chipping away at that deficit. Now only the one round difference. And I felt there was life in them when Yabi finds that first, but yeah, an absolute shutdown in towards Church. So well played. 7-6. Bait have a chance here. Astralis going to go for the force. You know, real risky call. You lose this. Not only is the game then tied up, but you basically gift the lead over towards Bait because you won't have money to respond in. So this does feel inherently quite risky. It's a nice nade to open things up, especially on towards the Senthial, but even still, his pistols across the board. That's as good as it gets.
Yeah, a little wet here from Bait at the moment, though. Flattening off, trying not to give anything away. I think they're applying a lot of pressure to these rounds. Still stacking out on A. Long smoke comes in. That'll keep the attention for now, as there is indeed something on the hook for Astralis. Hooksy alone on B with a smoke. Always good. And he's just going based off the timing. What would be extra nice is if they maybe rotated a player across off the back of this smoke, but not going to happen. He gets inside it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, he goes through it, in fact. Thought maybe a little move happening, but with him going down, I don't think the round's going to happen. Device is here soon. Spams away, but with no crazy kills, it will just be a save.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. You know, you've gone for a gamble. The gamble's not paid off. As simple as that. You just keep on what you got, reuse it in towards the next round. But like we were saying, this is where things now become a little bit funky. Game tied up. Bait, in theory, should be taking that lead without breaking that much of a sweat. And it starts to look a little up in the air. Much better on Inferno comparatively to Mirage. And you know, especially if this is to go towards a map 3, we'll ponder the question of, I wonder what things would look like if we didn't have that extensive tech pause, right? And if, you know, Steam servers decide to go down, would Astralis, with all this momentum and looking so sharp, would they have just rolled in towards map 2 and done more of the same? Much more hard fought now. This is much more like the Bait that we know and love as well. The side that can punch up against the some of the best of the best.
Ooh, a little bit of frustration there.
Yeah, it's a gamble though. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Like,
yeah, but
he's alone. I guess he can't. I hope he's not too annoyed about it. In the sense of like, you've gone for a gamble. If they'd gone A, you'd be like, ah, sick. See, but it happens.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, isn't it? As well, when you maybe just feel like you should get a kill.
Yeah.
Regardless of how the odds look. it can be a frustrating feeling. And now they're gambling on B.
And there's 2 towards A.
This, I believe, is what we call an Astralis stack. So they're doing Astralis doing an Astralis stack, because it, like, can you call it their own stack? It's a different lineup, really.
But same idea, so I guess we will.
Stackception.
But they've changed it up here. This is more like...
They have changed it up, yeah.
It was obviously like kind of like in a pyramid against that back wall. This is like a staircase.
It's more like a VP stack. Oh, that's taking it. If anyone gets that one on Cobble, that's taking it back. They're all lined up perfectly. And now they'll start to try and charge forwards. The business end of the Galil here. Not going to be able to find too much by the looks of things on that CT side. They got Device. He's hidden away. He sold his team down the river, but he will still get checked. It is Yabi, of course. He's always good for one, it feels like, in the most unlikely of spots. But the round is over.
Yeah, it's all for nothing. Just catches a lurker. And he'll get a Galil as a slight little saving grace. Something to work with. But do you even really want it? You're going to buy into his next round anyway. Here's the steps. Swinging a fine to Yabi. Adding to his tally 17 and 8. Any more for any more? No. Shut down by MPL with the Mac 10. This game now goes back in Bates' favour. 8-7. But a buy back in place for Astralis, and one which really feels like it has to be won. Lose that and Bate can start knocking on the door of double digits and potentially even the map at that point as well, which we most definitely did not expect.
All right, let's see. Big round here for Astralis in particular. To keep the hopes of Inferno alive. One of those series that can be a bit weird as you feel like the hard work is done. But it ain't over yet. Bait trying to keep things going. And, well, with 4 in apartments, maybe this is the wacky strat that they need. Yabi will take a small tag, but he gathers a decent chunk of information there. Not a hop, skip, and a jump to assume that they're just going for apartments control in general. So get prepped for those kinds of angles. And now Stown finds himself alone. Counter flashes good-ish, but he peeks into it a bit too early. This is somewhat messy. They're just trying to capitalize on the chaos. 1-for-1's not going to work out. And of course, Device at long cannot stop them planting the bomb.
Really awkward. Molly down. And actually, Molly misses, I think. It did feel like it didn't go in the right spot. It didn't spread quick enough. So they are giving a plant there, but a Molly on top of Head Trick. He's trying to find a safe place to escape, but he finally does. Elevated on towards the box. So pressure on. They're giving this retake a go, which in itself is a little bit of a rarity. Device. One to his right, one close left as well, so needs support through that moto smoke, and they'll flash their way in, but the flash also catches the bite, so it stops his push. NPL Head Trick combined as Head Trick doubles it down. His third in the round, and another for Bait as well. They are inching closer to making this a third map affair.
Yeah, a little shaky, isn't it? A little shaky. A couple of flashes, a couple of timings, not quite going to plan, not quite tight enough. A few players off the rhythm, maybe. Meanwhile, Bait, the exact opposite. No syncopation there. They're all together. Looking good. We got the low buy coming round here, so it will be double digits more likely than not. See if there's any plans for Astralis, though. Big nade damage on both sides of the equation. But if they can take an early AK, it would be nice.
Oh, hello. I'll take that. Cynthia caught by the scout. Why not? Would be hilarious of all the rounds for Astralis to win, it being this one. The opener is all they've got for now, but Bomb is by no means committed. All the way back by Spawn. This is just Bait, just having a little look around, see what opens up for them. Smoke CT, spam from Kenzor, and a re-smoke from Astralis. A huge gap in that right-hand side. I mean, Kenzie can go all the way through. It's way too easy for him, but a nice trade and a gun that is recoverable. So there, you know, that kill alone changes things a lot. Now with an AK and half armor.
And Astralis going against the grain, right? Against the usual disciplined style. We've got a guy hanging out in the smoke in the form it's down. He's going to gather a lot of information. He's being watched for. He needs to do something here. The scout landing tags. Oh, no kills. No kills, but set up for Stown, who there was someone watching it, but he just managed to find the perfect timing to dip in here. Low time on the plant. So put them under pressure. Try and capitalize on the plant, but they're unable to do so. Flying MP9. Does it work as well? So far, not so good. NPL with a key kill. They know where Stair's at, and he's just locked out by this smoke. So close. Yet so far away from the round here, and he will just have to concede for the save.
Yeah, unfortunately. That looks so nice, especially when they had the numbers, but they just needed one kill towards the A site to give them something, and there's a very quick hunt here as well. Hedrick's going to go looking. I don't think he'll get Stair in time. Unless Stair gets in the fight, I'll change things. Oh, this potentially could be a little funky. No, Hedrick, not close enough. 10-7, 3 rounds ahead of Astralis and 3 rounds away. Timeout going to be called the second by Astralis too. Really interesting Inferno we've got here. Much better than the last time out as well. 13-7 Astralis. The last time these two sides played a few months ago now, and at Austin. That was online though. But a big conversation to be had here. Got just enough for a bye. Long term, different story. So you lose this, and you're essentially playing for overtime. Not where you want to be.
No, sir. Heroic? Wait a minute.
Yeah, I did see that actually in the first map. I don't know, that's like a little bit of BM or anything.
Yeah, maybe. And, you know, maybe tough for the Astralis players to get their own graffitis.
True.
Sorry, that was maybe uncalled for. Stair, though. He will manage to find the first as a wacky attempt through the smoke there.
Oh, Hooksy will find a Sential, and Hedrick just tries to push through that smoke. It's a brazen call. And of course, it's cost them. 2 versus 5 now in what feels like a non-existent round in terms of chances for bait in this one. Something miraculous has got to go in their favor to find round number 18.
Yeah, I feel like they're all trying to walk through smokes in this round so far. Yabi gets a taste of his own medicine, the late round stab, as he will go down. Nade finishes off Alex, however, so just MPL remaining. He has been having a nasty game. He does have the bomb. So these are things that are in his favour. Stown with the timing, can't quite drop him, does some more damage. That's all they need to do, really. Just take a few chunks out of him. And eventually he will be in pieces, unable to carry his trusty AK. Stown cleans him up. And Astralis, there you go. At the sort of point of no return, they will stop them from crossing.
So still got a chance in this, and still very much in that kind of reach and distance for Astralis. Oh, weird round as a whole. It just feels like bait a little too giddy to fight. It does not work for them. 8-10. AK is back out for bait. No issues to buy in towards this one, and probably the next one as well. So, not like money's an issue. Astralis have to basically make it a 10-all scoreline before bait's economy would be in any sort of jeopardy, truly. Stam, up close. Who's this one here as well? Do they clear him? Oh my god, it's a double from a Sentiel and Kent Zor. And a Sentiel 180s for another. Oh, so sharp.
Oh my goodness. Device also pretty sharp. There you go. Chiming in for another. We'll keep the AWP alive. But yes, bait showing that they are too capable of a heavy fragging round. It's going to be over.
Oh.
That's pretty insane timing. Also for the AK as well. He's not there anymore, Device, so you're going to have to be careful. He's wary of something behind him. Head trick doesn't give the game away. Ready to strike, but just got to choose his moment to pounce. Oh, no, that's not the moment. That's not the moment. And Device has done a really good job of holding on to this AWP, taking some guns away. It's all going to get very, very tense in these next few rounds. So, big kills there.
He was 4 and 11 prior to that quad. So, yeah, you're right. Very important, but a really, really nice, kind of quicker pace play from Bait, and Astralis is just core napping. Great work on the save. That orb staying alive goes a hell of a long way. Oh, but Uxie not happy with how that one falls apart. And they will take that pause, their third and final for Astralis as well. So they're going to write things out for the rest of this. It feels like if they got any sort of chance in this map, it feels like they probably have to require to take it towards overtime. To get the consistency required feels so unlikely.
Yeah, not looking good. But these are the making moments of a great team, especially in the halls of Cologne. We'll see if there is a part of the mission here for Astralis to have to overcome one of their recent rivals. They look like they've done it on map 1, but Bait proving that they can still match up and that they too are capable of incredible things.
All right, slower take it from Bait. Not even a shred of banana presence early. Long smoke that'll come through. Still no commit by any means. Swings are as messy, but it's favorable for the Danes. They look for more as Stahl makes it a second. And it's Head Trick left scratching his head and pondering what happened to my teammates. 1v4, no chance for him in this one. He's going to tuck his tail between his legs, get out of there and save.
Yeah, sensational hold coming in there. Really, really well done. Very well set up. Everybody plays their part to perfection. And it is one of those. We can see it unfolding, and you kind of know that it's like, right, it has to go 80% wrong. You know, you really need both of those players on either side of the entrance to miss all their shots if Bait are to get in. Stair wasn't really needed, but I could definitely see him finding, you know, 2, maybe 3 if his teammates had let him down. So, nothing coming. There's quite a few graffitis letting us know. Lim Vision.
I like that one as well, yeah.
We love a bit of Amelia. He was having a great time in Austin, to be fair.
Yeah. Exactly. Shout out. Zaka, of course, had that ace. That 1v5. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
But
everyone was trying to get that highlight.
Yeah, true. Well. That late B pop, they take no control, no presence shown early, and they tried to go for a kind of a second wave execute back in towards Banana and decimated into the meat grinder. And a 2-round game ensues, but you look at the finances over towards Bay, less than favorable. A Tech 9 for Alex and Kenzazor. Nikolios we brought to the table for a Cential, and this is the most they can invest into as well. Not even like it's a half buy, so you lose this, you probably actually lose the lead. We probably get tied up 11-all.
Oh, looking for a Halls pop. Could be deadly. 2 in pit, though. Yabi up close on the edge of this smoke. They might just play perfectly into his hands. We'll find out. Is there anything given away? No, he's going to have to battle on his own. What's happened? Where's the flash gone wrong? They were so very blind going into Yabi. NPL can't help out. They've bailed on the idea. He doesn't want to lose the bomb down there, but that looked decent, you know? Molotov leaves Device in an awkward spot. He has to deal with that, so Yabi's kind of by himself, but then the flash was just... I don't know if there was a counter that came in from somewhere, but they should have killed him.
I do also think...
He was really isolated.
That flash, I think it catches the second guy going out, and while full blind, Yabi gets the first. So That's, you know, I think just a little unfortunate, but I mean, it looks like Beta are going to call for a pause. Maybe going to call for a save, Marseille. Just nice and early. MPL, he's left lurking, but yeah, there's no way they're committing here. Sential's already gone. Hetrick's more or less there as well. He might be saving over towards Kitchen. And MPL just sticking around to see whether anybody has a little look in. This is a one-round game now. I guess good thing is that saving here, you can reuse it in towards the next with a similar level of buy, right? If you really want to upgrade the pistols around, but you've got to force into this, right? It was T-side, no economy, residual cash is awful. You're forcing into about $2,000. Probably want to just try and go for full armor, tech down and a bit of util. Generally feels like maybe the play here, and potentially even be used as a bit of a human flashbang. What do we got? Nothing for Kenzazor. And Alex has gone for half armor, but with a Glock.
Alright. As you do. Something's cooking. Not sure if it's good. Might be a little burnt, maybe. But we'll see. Astrala's playing into their hand a little bit. It's Hooksy with the spray transfer. Lovely stuff. That's one of the guns dropped as well, right? Is what we're kind of keeping an eye on. How valuable are those kills? Well, one of them pretty damn solid. So, just like that, it looks set to be 11-11.
Oh, the gods looking down favorably upon Hooksy. More damage dealt. Oh my. The real smoke criminal in the server here. That's his third. And that is the round, surely. 2 versus 5? Surely no chance. Double AK, yes, but what do you do? Oh, they're just going to save again. I mean, I understand the save because of the AKs, but guys, no money.
Yeah.
Forcing again? Are we just going to keep playing forces until things go right? If they go right? That's
it's
a bold
also
move.
one of those things where, wait a minute, watermelon in a bowl?
So yeah,
I've never noticed that. I mean, I don't come to this kitchen often.
Sure.
Also, could be a hot frying pan on the wood. Not a good idea.
No, guys. What about kitchen safety and etiquette? Let's have a word.
Loose bananas. This is. The longer I look, the worse it
put the
gets.
bananas in the bowl. It's a fruit bowl, and then we got some washing up liquid, I think.
I guess so.
Nothing to wash them up with, though. Where's like the scrub daddy or anything like that. So just doing it with your fingers, washing your hands. Surely gonna stay dirty. So Astralis, another round for them. And you know, honestly, credit to them in terms of the recovery. 10-7 they were down. Things were looking quite dire. And Hooksy, he's got huge in this round. The first two were fantastic. The spam fortune, that favors him. First timeout for Bait as well. Astralis have used all three. This is Bait's first, but of course they also don't have the coach in them, as you can see on the right hand side. The headset is empty.
Yeah.
So it's moments like this where you really want a coach, especially for them. Madden, I don't know whether maybe like a visa issue or something of the sort, but shame that he's not able to be here for the
Not heard
game.
anything.
Yeah, same. I had a look as well.
Couldn't find anything. Yeah. Curious, certainly curious, but it will make a difference. You got a real OG in Rugger behind Astralis, and he really knows what it's doing when it comes to sort of the man management. Worked in many different rosters over the years. But yeah, the way I think that Beta are approaching these past few rounds with the saves and things like that, it does also speak to a defeatist mindset. It's hard, don't get me wrong, but I think they're giving a bit too much confidence and control across to Astralis. You know, Bait sort of playing not to lose in a way, and Astralis is starting to think, we've got this. Just keep it up. Flash comes in, ineffective, but Device, he splits the difference. There is a real quick Molotov that goes down there, so fair play to him. Getting the dexterity in his favor. It'll buy time for the rotation to come back around.
Yeah, he really threads the needle between the two of them. That's unfortunate. Flash that comes through. He's now in a lot of trouble, but he has Hooksy here for support. Who gets two? Of course he does! And Device delivers a shot on towards Headtrick. 2 versus 3. Bomb will go down, but numbers favor Astralis.
Well, we'll see what they can do with this. 3 coming in from Banana. Not really the best of looks. They're going to have to go through this smoke probably. They have plenty of utility available. Double nades on the cards as well that could really play into their hand. Double Molotov clears out some angles. They're going to break the smoke. That's unexpected. You can see it's caught these 2 players off guard a little bit. One does go down, and the tag, the Glock finish. Down doesn't know where to look, and they've held the line. As I said, man, all 3 in from Banana. Really not ideal, and they just couldn't make it work. And, you know, Molotov goes down new box, but they don't really move in with it.
Yeah.
The guy just goes back to new box, and you're working with old info. Really, really strange look.
It's a big post plant, though. They play together. I think Alex and Kenzie do so well in this spot. Yeah, look what it means as well. I think they play so well there. They just shell up. They play and go for trades and hope that things work. Map, point, bait. Astralis. For them. In the spot that they're in. Playing for overtime. Now or never, boys. Good news is, plenty of money. Plenty of money. So they can buy in no issues. Open play, of course, for device and rifles alongside full belter util kits, full armor, the whole 9 yards. Same can't be said for bait. Double Galil that has to come through. Util belts aren't full either. Let's see. Trading damage deep in towards Banana, especially with the HEs.
Device not afraid though. Still sticks around and getting the shoulders out, posturing for overtime. MPL going to be heard in the apartments. Smoke ready and is released. 4 here in at bracket, so a bloodbath to decide it. It looks good. It looks very good. Lots of damage coming round. Molotov to slow them as well. Solid advantage. Bomb spilled at the feet of the CTs. They should absolutely be ready for this. Looking to confirm things, take it to the overtime. More and more likely here as down goes Head Trick. They know that there's a man towards the pit area, and he will now be isolated. Half HP for Alex. They're going to give him the space. They're just going to play around the bomb here.
Some more rounds required in Inferno, it feels. Unless Alex pulls off the miracle, but yeah, unlikely. Alex, he's got a little bit of time, 30 seconds, but knows where one is. Just how do you even recover the bomb here? He'll keep moving around, but he should be dead momentarily. The gun barrel might even block the player down below, and it will. Stown sees him off. And Astralis are far from dead in their map pick. They're taking us to the extra innings here. Overtime on the cards. And now Astralis get another attack timeout if they'd like it as well. They used all 3 of theirs quite early. Let's see, have base squander the chance maybe too.
I mean, that's it. That's it, isn't it? Look, they were really playing for that one round.
Yeah.
When it was 11, 8, 9, 10. You know, they were just playing to get to 12. They managed that. But Astralis just didn't have the energy sapped out of them quite yet. Really, really impressive stuff from both teams to be able to take it the distance. It's been an up and down sort of game and series with these tech issues and things. So, you know, you do have to hand it to them. Got to be quite tiring to play for this long. Device, not fast enough. And Yabi goes down. Damage is decent. Device wants to stick around here. We'll see whether he gets away with this. It's a very aggressive angle. He's good for the first. He's in there looking for more. He's on to the AK. Device stamping up massively. Stown has played around him beautifully. The trade will come in. Device still alive and still fragging. Oh my goodness. There he is. An absolutely beautiful hold.
My God, Device has had a round. It started off looking a little shaky. A slow click of the mouse one, a missed shot, which cost his teammate Yabi his life. But, my God, does he step up and that AK in hand as well, nailing a 3rd shot. Beautiful, beautiful work. You love to see it. Yeah, look what it means.
Yeah, I understood
what it means. Yeah. Danish noises that come through, but I get the vibes. The vibe check feels good, and Astralis look good in that one. They take a lead. First time in a while where it feels like they can build upon it. It feels like they can utilize it. Bait, they've got to respond, and they've got to make it pretty dominant. Molly will tick, so Kenzie's known quantity. Are we flashing over here? Are we going for a peek? Of course we are. Now Device can stay posted. He's got the rifle. Oh my, nade will come down. Kenzazor, you lucky man.
Yeah, a bit too much tech in there on the nade. He goes for the middle click, as they call it. And it won't go past the wall. I think that's all it had to do was clear the wall, and Kenzazor was dead. But indeed, a lucky man, as you say. Device absolutely dialed at the moment, though. He's had a very, very quiet game. But we saw him get that 4K, and I think that's maybe lit something under him. Flash comes in. It's perfect. It is perfect. MPL does not know what day of the week it is, but we'll certainly see him in the next round. Nothing going to happen for him here. Kenzazor now, low HP, becomes a massive factor. And Astralis are just not letting up. Can they get the trades in here? They know there's at least one more round the corner, but the Device bait is perfect, and he will deliver. Yabi finds his. It's looking so good here from Astralis. Love it when a plan comes together.
Finish line is in reaching distance as well. They can see it, they can feel it. They just need to now cross it. Only a couple more rounds required for them. 16, of course, being the magic number. But if they can go 3 for 3 in this first half, that would be monumental. So, Bait going to use their singular timeout here in overtime. And, you know, a similar thing. It's moments like this where having your coach behind you would go a hell of a long way. They've just got to discuss as a side, take a breather, and hope that they can reset. But Astralis, they're looking on fire. This is looking much more like the Astralis of map number 1, who are basically untouchable. These are really, really good protocols, really nice setups that they've got as well, playing off each other. Timing's excellent. It might be the beginning of the end for Bait. If they can find just one here on the T side, just any sort of a leg up, that'll go a long way for them. But if is, of course, the big word in that sentence.
Well, here we are. Feels like that moment again. Series on the line. Hooksy. A lot of damage dished out on both sides here. Hooksy was thinking about going forwards. He gets Flash. Stairs there to back him. Still leaving him here at the sandbag. Flash comes in for an escape. And Stown will cover things and find that frag. That was at the top end of Banana as well. It's a little chaotic over here.
That's really well played, though. Hooksy flashes high. They know he's trying to get out, so they try and hunt. Stown swings immediately as Hooksy turns his back to then cover him and gets the kill. That's super, super important. And look at this as well. Hooksy, oh, he's turning around. Bad time to do that. But they're posted. Stown, low on HP. Needs something else, but can't quite find it. But look at the damage dealt over towards Bay. A Senthial head trick. 2 versus 2 against Yabi and Device. Device are only a 5-7. So drop the orb, looking for a gun.
Yeah. I think so.
Oh, lucky man. There's one.
The smoke.
No way. Is he pushing
Not
it?
ideal. They're just contacting through. Going to be heard now, unfortunately. The first orange man is not very healthy. Needs one. Oh, and Device, he'd started spraying. In from CT comes a Senthial. Can he save the round?
Oh.
Yeah, no! Device again. Beggars belief. Another big round from him in the overtime to find 15.
Oh my God. Oh, how has he got away with that second kill? Surely that is curtains being drawn here on this series. Oh, man. How it fell so flat. It's so unfortunate. Bait were looking excellent, but tail end of regulation fell off a bit of a cliff, and well, now they put themselves in an awkward spot. This pause, though, is of a technical nature, unfortunately. So we'd have to wait here. We're hoping, if I hear Valve servers again, I'm flying to Seattle. It's fisticuffs, mate. It's going to be some action.
Yeah, not now.
Yeah, surely.
For goodness sake.
It looks like tech's now turned tac pause, so A brief little conversation, get Roger back on the mic as well to try and close this one out.
Yeah, as said though, you have to think big picture. You have to believe, and for me, it just feels like Astralis on the sort of mini comeback. Yes, I didn't get it done in regulation, but just too much room, too much confidence. You can see into the overtime once money becomes less of an issue. They are running the game, and 15-12 up. Timeout comes in. It's Hooksy who's very vocal here. They got 3 rounds to play with. You don't need to panic and call a timeout. You know, a lot of teams, including probably Bait themselves, wouldn't take it here. But they know they've got full respect and they want to get this thing done. There is a degree of vengeance here, I think, on that Astralis side of things, looking to get that payback, of course. Oh, head trick. Misses out.
Oh, it's just going to stay posted. One more round is all they need. Just got to show us a little bit of this T-side, and hopefully not as weird and wonderful as the T-side was in regulation, where it was, oh, actually, we can't get into B. Yabby late lurk A, which worked way too many times. I'm hoping Bay still have that fresh in their memory. That's a bold push, though, from MPL. He's now got a call from the grave. That's also their main guy, generally speaking, in terms of the numbers, down. The chances are thinning out for Baitin. The Danes are on the brink, and Device will trade, keeping the numbers in their favor. Smoke down long, that denies head trick anything, but he lines them up. It's a collat. Oh, timing couldn't have been worse there, but it couldn't have been better for head trick as he finds both. Yabby late lurk, we need it.
Oh, the boost spotted. They've got info on one more. Numbers are even here, but the M4's surely looking to just rip through these low HP players. Battered and bruised as they attempt to hold on to what remains of the A-bomb side. Double swing coming in, and it's successful. Oh, and Stare finds the head of the final. It does seem a little bit of a guardian angel there for Astralis as the overtime heavily goes their way. A completely different team compared to regulation, but they take over and they will deliver.
Yeah. You know, when we compare map 1 to map 2, lifetimes ago, I think is the ultimate thing, but that is a really, really good series from Astralis. It shows that, you know, from map number 1, they can dominate games and really impose their style of play and make it very difficult to play up against them. On the flip side, in tough games, long, grueling ones, overtimes, all the rest, they can still look solid right to the very, very end. This is Astralis side that look revitalized with Hooksy. I love what I'm starting to see now from the Danes once again. For the first time in a while, they actually look like a side that are quite fun to cheer for. As just a spectator of Counter-Strike, they play some nice CS. It's fun to watch. The individuals are shining. This is really positive to see. There's a lot to like here. So for Bait, it's unfortunate. I felt like they couldn't ever get going towards map number 1, and map number 2, they squandered the chances that were there for them. They actually should have closed out. We should be on a map number 3, but they fell flat, they fell short, and they couldn't find their form back into it. So it's heartbreaking. Maybe we can come back, and I know we've talked about this quite a bit, about the lack of coach, but all in all, fantastic work. And I think, you know, you look towards Bait, and they'll be reeling, letting that one slip and not putting it towards Ancient.
Yeah, I think you mentioned the coach. It really could have helped them here as well. Makes a very, very big difference. But yes, they will be kicking themselves a decent demon for Astralis to slay, I suppose. You know, they've obviously got their sights set on bigger things here, especially given how the general year has gone. You know, we always look towards the majors as being a good barometer, but yeah, kind of exonerating themselves from that at the very least. It's not like it's going to be some crutch matchup for them or anything like that. They have played very well there for one map, and a great resurgence, which in a way it's like you'd love to get a super clean 2-0, but a lot of the pro players will also say to you, look, so long as we win it, that's the way it goes, and the game can be very, very up and down. However, for me, we get to see some more depth from Astralis, I suppose, so they're tested a little. So there are always caveats to, you know, how close these maps come and whatnot, but a great opening matchup from them, one that they were expected to win. Certainly a difficult second map, but an interesting and fun one nonetheless. And now, yeah, I'm keeping a close eye on this team. I think that they could potentially be a dark horse-ish team for like a playoff run or something like that.
I think it's spot on. I actually think Astralis, the level that they're playing at when we go from kind of Fisher Playgrounds into this now start, this opening best of 3, really, really is good signs. I mean, they're a team for me that I think they should be guaranteed to make stage 2, but I think you're right. Dark horse for playoffs, potentially even as well, going a little deep in them as well. This could be really, really interesting. We'll have to see who they'll play. That other game is still going on currently. I'm just checking over. They're in double overtime. It's 17-16 FlyQuest on that map number 2. And they potentially might even have a map number 3 behind it. So Astralis, they got a little bit of a wait to see who they'll be playing. Of course, Bait will be moving in towards the lower bracket. They'll, of course, play the loser of that FlyQuest Furia game. So we're starting to kind of figure out where things are going. It feels like, as well, while we have maybe a little of a break, it might be worth checking out that overtime FlyQuest Furia. Apparently it's a bit of a barn burner over there, but opening best of 3s for the B stream, for the most part pretty simple. 2-0s across the board and clear signs and showings of quite dominance as well. And I think, you know, for both of them, I think, you know, look at Bait and Complexity, worrying signs too. Still not playing to the level we want to see out from them. But on the flip side, teams who have gone through recent changes, i.e. Astralis and Gamer Legion, both looking really good. Systems are in place. The protocols are really, really solid. There's a lot to like as well. So only day 1 here on IEM Cologne here on the B stream, but we're starting to really get a good indication of how things are feeling, mate. We're going to throw this one to a break though. For myself and Scriv, we're done for the day as well. We'll be handing the mic over to Fi and Exner as they'll round out the rest of the B stream games. Of course, there's that barn burner of the A stream that you can check out in the break, but make sure to tune in and support the boys. For now though, we'll see you back again tomorrow bright and early. Join us for some morning Counter-Strike. I know you guys have got nothing better to do. We'll be there. You'll be there. See you tomorrow.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Hold. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Left back. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Welcome to the 1x Bet on It. My name is Freya. This is Hugo, and we're going to be predicting which teams will go through stage 1 of IEM Cologne 2025 as our 2-0s. Let's start with one of the biggest ones, no pun intended, FaZe versus Big. Brokey's back in the mix. It's going to be easy.
I think it's kind of crazy. FaZe in stage 1, that doesn't even make sense to me. They shouldn't be here on paper, but probably the favourite for the whole stage. Them or Astralis, perhaps, with the recent form. So I don't think, Big in Cologne, it's great fun. We love the idea, but it's not 2018 anymore. It's not going to happen. At least not for the opening round, I don't think.
No.
I'm buying FaZe every day.
100%. I caught up with them. We just did the lobby earlier. I said the same thing to Fraser, and I was like, I think a lot of people are really, surprised to see him in stage 1. He was like, really? Do you think? It's like, I don't know whether you're baiting me or like what's going on here, but yeah, FaZe definitely going to win that one. They'll be facing the winner of Team Liquid's Pain. That's an interesting one, particularly just coming off the major, right? You buying into the Pain stock?
It's scary because they had such a great major, but then we look at like even just Belgrade last week, the first event after the player break, and they kind of disappointed there. They got 2-0 by 3D Max, got eliminated there. And, the height was the major. The question was, are they going to maintain that coming into the new season? And debut event, not so sure. Yeah. On the flip side, Liquid have like the biggest fire lit beneath them ever because they're like dropping out of the VRS rankings right now. They're losing stock massively. So even though I would go off of recent form and I'd say Pain are the favorites for sure, they are on the ranking, it's like Liquid need to win these games.
Yes.
Liquid need to get to the next stage. So I don't know. What do you think? Are you in or out on Liquid right now?
I don't know whether it's my head or my heart saying this, but like I want Team Liquid to do well, so I'm going to put them going through.
Yeah, I'm going to
this
join
one.
you. I'm going to join you, and also because we get the FaZe Liquid matchup to go through the stage 2. And the funniest part for me is last Cologne. That was the last game of the group, if you remember, where FaZe pulled it all the way back. Like 10-1 down or something, 11-1 down on Mirage. So to think that that's a stage 1 game, not the playoff preceding matchup. So yeah, let's go Liquid.
So FaZe, first 2-0 team we're thinking to be going through stage 1. And that leads us on to 3D Max versus MIBR. I don't know, man. I don't know.
MIBR, new player, inexperienced, 3D Max, like kind of chokers of the century in the big games, but this isn't a big game, so I think they're safe, but to me, they're just such a random team. They can win or lose any game.
No, exactly. I would say 3D Max.
Yeah,
I would
I'll
put
join you on that.
more certainty going through. They'll be facing the winner of NIP versus Heroic, which is very interesting because I was just talking to NIP. I was asking, is X Kaspersky the real deal? Everyone's saying yes. Everyone's saying he has every single attribute, apparently. So,
I actually like the pick. I think NIP have been very aggressive on their building of the roster here. I've actually liked the changes they made. I'm glad they didn't wait too long with the double Portuguese players. They made a cut. You know, they were the most disappointing parts of the roster, which was surprising given how good they were on Saw and prior teams. But I would jump on the Heroic train, but they also just disappointed in Belgrade. So given that NIP went to their first LAN, made it to playoffs in Astana, or their first tier 1 LAN, made it to playoffs in Astana, have made a roster change with a young 18-year-old player, I'm all on board for NIP. I think they're going all the way.
okay, I'll co-sign that. 3D Max or NIP winning that one to go 2-0. What do you think?
NIP, I'm just going to stick on the NIP to stage 2.
Okay,
I think they've earned it. They've been grinding.
Yeah? Okay, cool. So FaZe, NIP, 2 more 2-0 teams we need to decipher. Gamer Legion, Complexity. This is a really interesting one. Where do you think?
I'm just going to jump on the Gamer Legion because I love what Ash is doing with the roster. I think the new pickup of Kersey is really good. He's looked solid in this team. There's still some super young, exciting players. Complexity haven't had a good event in like 3 months since Bucharest, so it's hard to, it's hard to fully believe in them right now. Maybe they could come through the lower, but I'm going for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with you on that one. You can never doubt Ash when he brings in these new players, man. He's got the pickups. Okay, Tyloo versus Virtus Pro. Full bias here. I just interviewed Tyloo and just G. I gave him a little ice cream challenge to pick his favorite ice cream. Winner stays on. He just has the aura on that kid is unmatched. That's why they'll win.
And you have like the most informed Jam Young you've ever seen. Like this guy looks incredible back in CS. So Tyloo, I love to hate VP. I'm going for Tyloo. It's not a question.
Okay, so Gamer Legion, Tyloo.
Let's go Tyloo.
Yeah? Okay,
I think that's decisive. They just picked up a trophy. They're confident. G's eating ice cream. Jam Young is sick. No doubt for me.
I saw him eat a Cornetto all in one. No kidding. Just went down the hatch. Yeah, it was impressive.
Sharp on the end.
Yeah. It was something. Astralis versus Bait. I mean, I don't know, the Astralis Tyloo Grand Final that we just saw going down. I don't know whether that gives me like more hope in Astralis versus Bait. Like Bait obviously surprised at the major and they were looking pretty good, but I would be inclined to go with Astralis.
Yeah, I agree. I think just proven like group stage, down and Yabi are going to be happy about that, and they're going to get to it. So Astralis, favourites, should be a safe pick. What could go wrong?
FlyQuest Furia.
I think this is the hardest one. I actually do think it's the hardest one because you have like experience on Furia looking really good recently, but you have FlyQuest making like a blockbuster move, bringing in JKS. I just think I would lean in favour of Furia given their recent form, given the major playoff appearance, given the Astana appearance.
Okay.
So I could be swayed on this one.
Yeah, I think you would almost sold me on that.
I love going for the favourites, Freya. It's so boring. I just think favourites are better.
There's just something about seeing JKS in that FlyQuest show today, man. I hear they just come off of a 2-week boot camp in Serbia. Things were going well. They seem very well drilled. Apparently, JKS is. I mean, you've probably played some games with JKS.
Not since.
Not since.
He's been grinding. Okay. He's been in the team speak. He's been grinding. They've been in there every single day boot camping in Serbia as well. So I believe in it. I think they could go through. I think they just got a really rough first match.
I hear he's quite a perfectionist. Is that true? He's very, everything has to be just so.
A perfectionist.
Yeah.
you know, he plays with Chad, Sponge Birchill, so he gets a lot of perfection, is what I'm trying to say, obviously.
I think I'll agree with you. Just looking at Austin recently, I think Furia go through, which means I would say Astralis do beat Furia.
Double thumbs up.
Double thumbs up. Well, that was our 1x bet on it for stage 1 of IEM Cologne 2025. Time to find out if we're right.
And welcome back to the opening stage and opening day of Counter-Strike's Most Storied Tournament. We are back in here with IEM Cologne 2025 here on the B stream. It's two boys here down in America, some unnamed location, and we're sitting right next to each other. What's good, Cole?
It's fantastic. I'm looking forward to being here. Obviously, we got a lot of exciting action here at IEM Cologne. We've got 2 remaining best of 3s here on the B stream. We're looking forward to covering the action with you all.
Yeah, absolutely. We're starting off here with 3D Max versus MIBR, but we've also had an incredible day so far. Some brutal games. I think a lot of Tai Lu fans, their hopes and dreams dashed as they've been sent to the lower bracket. Us over here in North America, shout out to the guys who woke up at like 4 a.m. for this one. They're going to be a river of tears down in the lower bracket as well, as they got 2-0'd by Gamer Legion. What do you think of the bracket so far?
Yeah, we're getting a taste of a lot of new exciting rosters. We actually just got to see FlyQuest take a map off of the side of Furia right there on Dust 2. They actually completed that overtime affair, so you'll see. I mean, obviously the bracket rolling on forward. We're still looking at some of the other rosters here in stage 1 as well that are looking to carry forward. I mean, that's the exciting action that we're going to be covering here today with 3D Max and MIBR, and then of course later down the line Ninjas in Pajamas and Heroic. I'm looking forward to those matches.
Yeah, I mean, Ninjas in Pajamas coming through with Kaspersky as well. That's going to be a really cool addition, just because of how different those 2 players are between Adazos and Kaspersky. But here for 3D Max and MIBR, we are going to get some words from the captain of MIBR in the form of Exit.
Sitting here with the Exit, we need to talk a little bit about MIBR. So in doing so, let's talk about what was the big reason behind Nick's pickup, and better yet, how's he slotting into the team?
I think we picked Nick because of his role. We needed like a guy who plays anchor and lurker, and I think he fits well into the team because we wanted to bring Breno into the to the role he wants to play the most. I think he's fitting well, both players. So we just need time and more practice and more tournaments to be a better team.
Well, speaking of time, you just had some off. So let's talk a little bit about that off season. What was that like? And what sort of work did you guys put in to prepare for Cologne?
The off season we took a little break, like for 2 or 3 weeks maybe, and then we came back with new player. Everyone was hungry to play again, and everyone is putting a lot of hours into the game. So I think we are prepared because we are playing a lot of CS. We are talking about CS. We are like leaving CS this week and this month. So I think we can surprise here.
Well, a lot of things have been going on in CS, right? We had a player break, and then we come back to the news, which is minus Anubis re-edition of Overpass. What do you think about Overpass?
I think Valve hates us because Anubis, Vertigo was our best map and they took off, and then Anubis was our best map and they took off again. But I'm enjoying playing Overpass. I think it's a good map. I think it's a slower pace kind of map than Anubis. But I really like it. I think my ideal style fits into the map, so we are working on it, and yeah.
Well, you said you think Valve has a target on your back. Anything you want to say to Valve while you got them right here?
No, just I think they hate us because they're trying to pick our best map off the pool, man.
They're nerfing you.
Yeah, they're nerfing us.
Hey, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, always going to be putting down his signature on the interview board. I'd love to see it there from the side of Exit. Losing their first pick in Anubis. It's not their highest win rate map, but it's the map they always love to choose. So a tough break there. First tournament with Overpass in the pool. Will they be utilizing that?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to offer up a lot of challenges. As Exit mentioned there, they have been taking some hits in the map pool as of recent here this year, so they're kind of having to adjust on the fly. They're going to have to land on their feet, and again, that's what the work has been done right there. Obviously keeping their perma bands up there in Dust 2 and likely Mirage coming through for 3D Max, but both of these teams kind of in the past being good on Anubis makes me interested for how they'll slot in. I know 3D Max was talking a little bit about the liking of Overpass there, having some excitement that it's back into the pool, whereas I think teams in the past for MIBR have kind of struggled on the T sides of Overpass, so I don't think they'll be too interested in that map.
Yeah, I mean, losing Anubis is more of a chaotic map, and I think that's what MIBR really liked with Lukowski, but Nyx is a very different player than Lukowski. Lukowski always wants to run around. Even though he was in those anchor positions, Lukowski would just go ahead and lead, and we see a train pickup from MIBR. That's going to be big-time surprising here, but they destroy Virtus Pro on it back at Fisher, and they were talking about how good their CT sides were on this map. They were telling themselves how confident they would be even with 3 T-side rounds, and it paid off. So cool pickup there, and Train Ancient slotting in for 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, looking to test MIBR on that map, they actually don't get an Overpass ban there, so they're still floating it until the decider. We'll see what 3D Max go for again. They talked a little bit about some interest in that map, and they will ban it in the second phase there. So we get Nuke as a decider rolling out for the last map there. I think overall here, again, it's MIBR trying to land some adjustments here. They're playing up against a very strong Train team. I think 3D Max only losing to Vitality this year and being able to topple a lot of the lesser competition that they've placed up against Train. So I think they're still going to have a challenge here, but it's a little bit of lack of reps in recent history. So we might see some rust coming through from 3D Max on this map. It might be a good opportunity to lift off here for the side of MIBR.
Yeah, we'll have to wonder if how this one will pan out. Obviously, 3D Max bringing in a new coach over in the off season as well. And now, as we move over to Train, it is MIBR. With a new player in Nyx, former Fortnite player. I should also add, for the bit of lore and the people who want it as well. Obviously, we're going to be running up some jokes over here, but we're getting ready to go into game here with Train. Who do you think won the veto?
I still think that just by the fact that, again, MIBR have been taking some hits, I think Anubis was their most safe pick here versus this team. And obviously not having that luxury is going to be a challenge for them inherently, but I do think 3D Max walking away with a little bit more comfort here this veto. I think they have a little bit better of a structure in terms of the grand scheme of this map pool. I mean, Train might look a little bit deceptively rough for them, but they've had a lot of success throughout 2025 on this year so far.
Yeah, I mean, 3D Max have really been like a commentator favorite. Like everyone from the Sponge and Machine to Harry and Hugo always loved watching them play because they just play excellent team Counter-Strike. Now, will that show up here versus MIBR? Will they be able to thrive in chaos? Will they miss the smoke? I think Nyx might have hit his keyboard with his mouse. I mean, look, I've done it when you're on that extremely low sense. So a missed sandwich smoke allows Exorcist to try and get some shots in there out from A main, but he can't get any. It's Insani leading the pack, of course, with a double and safe to follow up. That is 3 kills on the A site and a pistol round win in the books, surely.
Yeah, that's already what you see out of Insani here. I think he's going to be the engine of this MIBR team. When you lose firepower like Lukowski, you think even more weight on the shoulders of Insani, and that is the sort of entry prowess that he brings to the table every day that he plays on this MIBR team. So perfect start there, even with the missed smoke. It just allows him more pathing for the entries right there for Insani to close the distance. And oh my god, he lined up the flank there as well.
Oh my goodness. MIBR, starting off with firepower, I think that's something that they really have. We're talking about like a meta of Counter-Strike where every team's got to have that superstar. Every team's just got to be loaded with firepower. Is the word. I think 3D Max are the one team that kind of play against that grain. But MIBR are trying to develop their own Donk-esque superstar in the form of Insani.
Yeah, I mean, they have it here. I mean, maybe not to that height, but obviously Insani's been so touted in South America in terms of what he can bring to the table. So looking forward to seeing him replicate here. It's a force buy, and already Breno moving out here on entry, looking for Lucky here behind the E-box, and instantly finds him.
That's exactly where you want Breno now with these new role swaps. He gets to play in front of the pack and lead with a double entry here. Highly impactful player in the form of Brenizin. Bomb going to be planted. This should be a save unless Gravity has some AKs to steal, but Shoulder seen, running gun's good. That will be an AK picked up, but the rest of this round should fall into place here for MIBR.
Oh, there's a chase down here. They're hunting down these MP9s. It might not be safe for him.
Oh my!
He's getting tapped out of the round wallbang that I didn't even know you could do at that range. And the only thing to walk away with now is Gravity on an AK and a smoke. I mean, not a bad save for him, but what could have been is a second bite of that force buy for 3D Max. Instead, only a single rifle saved onto.
Yeah, I really like this here for MIBR. I mean, this is the kind of gameplay that they like to see. They love to get in your face. You have very explosive players in the form of Insani and now Breno, and leading these charges outside non-stop and constant pressure here for 3D Max. It's going to put a lot of pressure onto these individuals, right, for 3D Max, and it's something... That kind of front, it's sometimes struggled upon, I think, has been one of 3D Max's biggest weakness is just their firepower. They play so well, though, as a team. It's really like the team versus the individual here between 3D Max and MIBR.
Yeah, they're looking to press that, right? I mean, if you can overwhelm some of these individuals on 3D Max, if you can shoot them, that'll be a good start. They're kind of tone setter. MIBR looking to capture. I don't know if Maka has a gun. Just rock with the knife.
Okay, he's coming back to spawn to pick up a US.
There you go. Oh, good there. Unfortunately, the AKs are removed here, not recovered, and Sonny deletes both of them. So a little bit of aggression there. The hero rifle gets shut down. Same for Safe. Taking care of business towards the outer yard in this one. Likely going to lead off to a 3-0.
Exercise. Come on. On the fourth attempt, it's no good. Shake of the head. It's not a big deal. Of course, it is just the full eco, but it will be the clean 3-0 start here for MIBR.
Looking forward to this liftoff here. We'll see the first gun run. We'll see some of that structure come through from 3D Max. Again, I kind of talk a little bit about the fact that while this map is pretty solid, they haven't played it in quite some time. So, I mean, in terms of officials here, kind of lifting off in Cologne on this map could be a little bit of a challenge for them.
Yeah. We do see Maka pick up the AK. MIBR in the post-match interview versus Virtus Pro said they only needed 3 rounds on T side to be able to beat them, and I mean, they were right. You know, they had a 9-3 comeback and only allowed Virtus Pro 1 attacking side round. MIBR, in their mind, should be in a great position, but can't fall over yourself just yet.
You still have a whole half to work through with 3 rounds already, so a bit of a luxury there with the pistol, but now looking for some more success off the back of an execution. A pretty early call, working through brown holes, but there's also a bit of a cheat rotate here. Maka joining forces, an extra player now defending this B bomb site here.
A flashbang's good. It blinds Maka, and Insani finds a kill as well in the exercise. Maka not quite connecting here. 3 versus 4. Maka finally with the flick, but he goes down low. Bomb on the ground, though. That makes the difference, and Nick's getting caught by Gravity. Makes this round live for 3D Max. Insani low, Breno down. And despite the early misses for Maka, now he's connecting 1v3 for Insani.
He just has no health to get this clutch done. He does have the firepower here. We'll see if he can bring it.
He's trying to spot. Gets on top of the blue train, but not sharp enough. Lucky will connect the bullet necessary. And that will be the first round here for 3D Max.
Able to stabilize there. I mean, again, there is such a luxury of having 3 players on that B side, despite some of the misses from Maka early. Able to recover his aim in time there and still find a multi-kill. You still have a well-structured defense, even though there's an entry coming through like this from Insani. It's scary stuff with the trades looking effective, but eventually Maka able to transition into some of those kills. Provides that security right there for 3D Max. That's absolutely necessary, but I mean, you're seeing the effectiveness of these executes from MIBR and the way they're reading this map, and it still felt like there was a window of opportunity for them to capitalize.
Yeah, even though they went in a 3-man stack, that was a very winnable round. Now forward control here from Gravity. Backed up by Lucky. Flashbang forward, but nothing's home. A lot of footsteps made. I wonder what MIBR are going to do off the back of that info.
They put an early priority on getting safe in AWP. You're going to see him, of course, go in towards Ivy and look for a bit of an overextension. Can be a bit of a common move here.
Not quite the smoke break they were looking for. It's just a full 5-man spread right now from MIBR. take some time to talk about Nyx. He's a very slow rolling player. He's a player who will late activate, hard anchor. He's happy to do that, and I think a lot of people are wondering, like, hey, is Nyx gonna actually be an upgrade over Lukowski? I don't think in the short term. That's a miss smoke. That's tough.
Yeah, that's an Ivy smoke that looks like it's thrown from the CT side. So he's completely nullified in this position. That is just an extra bit of utility that they get to use.
Oh, that's
one of them
massive.
spam straight through. Gravity gets sidelined in T-Con, and that's an early pickup right there that they desperately needed.
Lucky under pressure right now, has no support. Has to face up the whole team, but that's a great opener. Good flashbang back. Nyx needs this entry, and he delivers. New guy on the block with the aim, and body uppercutted next by Insani. Maka, though, has a chance, but Safe won't give him the opportunity. Bomb to be planted on the A site, 2 versus 4, and Maka with nothing to do. Exorcise will try to make the play back in, but a quick trade from Insani locks up the round for MIBR.
Yeah, just some security right there. Huge opening pick, despite some of the disrupting utility thrown from Nixon towards Ivy, still allows him to then work through T-Con a little bit later down the line and then find a trade. If Lucky's able to stay there as everyone else is moving through pop, that creates a lot of challenges in this take here, but I think almost a fortunate error right there for MIBR in terms of having an extra player in T-Con ready to lurk about.
And I mean, it's Nyx, new guy on the block, showing up with that big time entry. Needed to stop that double kill or else the whole round goes wrong. And MIBR 4 rounds T-side, and Safe starting to heat up as well. Picks up the op, double push into the box halls, but surely that spurs a reaction from MIBR now as Breno just runs through the smoke and eliminates Lucky. Gravity here on the site just screwed with the MP9, and MIBR are trashing right here on train.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's just a quick reaction off the back of that information that Insani's fallen. And they have to take some space here. There's a bit of a gap in the Smolly, though. Chance here to work through this round. Ooh, not going to take it, though. Instead, Exit going to not turn that corner. A little bit of discipline in this late round might allow them to just coast here to 5. Flashbang going to be timed up there, and a safe exit coming through here towards Ivy.
Yeah, right now the pace of play and the sheer fragging ability right now of MIBR is just devastating. That was a full gun round, by the way. And good openers there from Save. Entries from Breno, who is just like the max impact player because he kind of does it all for this team. Obviously, Breno well known for his entry fragging up top of Banana in a particular retake that we'll not talk about or mention for a little bit. But you know, he kind of feels in his element when he's swinging you.
Yeah. I mean, he's a very aggressive. He'll peek you over and over again. Even if it doesn't work out, I think he's a player that never really loses his confidence. And you know, I think Insani, who does a lot of work here in terms of the opening as well, has a little bit of help there. When they had Lukowski again, there was a bit of a chaotic structure in the team where I think Lukowski and Insani's clashes constantly, and then same for Breno. There was just not a lot of unity in the roster, and that's kind of what Exit mentioned in the pregame there, is that you're just looking for something that makes a little bit more sense. Maybe you lose out on a bit of X factor that Lukowski brings to the table. He's obviously a great player mechanically, but when you bring in Nyx here, you're going to get some more stability in the roles. You're going to have more comfort for players like Insani and Breno.
Also, obviously, Nyx's background, I think Exit had a lot to say just about, he has the right mentality, obviously. You're already the best in one esport.
Oh, that's so funny, man. I can't believe he's like a huge Fortnite pro.
Yeah, see, I like, from what I've talked to a couple players or a couple of people in the Brazilian community, and he's like one of the goats, Brazilian goats of Fortnite.
That's awesome.
So, I mean, he attended a couple of World Cups. He has, I believe, Wikipedia listed as like $220,000 of earnings.
Dang.
Like, you know, he was legit, but obviously this was years ago. Now playing the big boy game, Brennison delivers a good kill and a Gravity, and they're just going to shift walk through this. It's going to be a banger flashbang that will get the spot on a Lucky, but on the move, the pistol does it. What a shot, though, there from Exit, though. Body taken out of Cloud. It's Lucky, though, with the second. He picks up an AK. Could he put it to work? Yes. Triple kill here for Lucky. Bomb on the back of Exit, but Exorcise.
Is he flanking brown holes right now?
He is right now. Save has an open A site.
Oh, there's an opportunity right now. He's going to try and capitalize on it. Lucky.
Save.
Oh, he's pressing the issue.
Save trying to take the angle. Lucky trying to make the read. I think Safe knows.
Still has a window of opportunity to get this numbers punched in here and try and find some safety in this post.
Already out from T-Con, though.
Oh.
And Exorcist hits the timing. As Safe will not have a chance to clutch this one. It will be 3D Max taking their second.
That well handled. Still a little bit of chaos in that late round, but Safe never being able to slide through that smoke. With the AWP, if he had a rifle, that's an instant trade exit. Was just too low on health there and couldn't make it happen there. So Lucky being the big difference maker with that quick pickup and being able to stay alive crucially, extend play.
Yeah, 3 of a kind there for Lucky. I mean, how did he get that second one? Full running and blind. Dink body shot. I mean, that's the 5-7 formula. Obviously, they nerfed the wrong gun. And with the MP9 being nerfed in its range a little bit, I mean, we saw Gravity struggle with it a bit. See here, yep, Nick's solo here in T-Connector is going to take this moment to get away. 3 players closing in on his position.
See if he goes for some spam. We've already seen Gravity get flushed out of this position one time. Straight to the smoke.
There's no molly in this variation, however, so Gravity will kind of go unperturbed.
You're going to have to give him a hard clear here. See if you can read into the tendencies. It already looks like MIBR well prepared for this matchup. See if they can continue their success. There's a deep flash. Gravity goes for a clear and recycles the smoke. They might have to wait that out here for now. They're still moving up Ivy, though.
That's a good molly, though. It's going to keep them just sitting behind the flames while their smoke might fade sooner rather than later. Flashbang lined up for Safe. Another HE. Devastating utility right now from 3D Max, but the flashbang's excellent. Exorcist out in the open does not go down. His smoke thrown a little amiss there as well with 40 seconds on the clock.
Just a little bit of delay here, continuing to put some time pressure here on MIBR. And now their routes out elsewhere are cut off. A tough shot for Safe, not connected. There's still no motion into this round. They've got to break through here soon.
Safe knows where Gravity is, though, as well, so that molly's going to force him out. Glock available, and Nyx is going to get him. Maka delivers his kill, but it's Exorcist from the corner. Runs out of ammo, though. The 5-7's enough for Exorcist. Nyx now in the clutch. Not meant to be. It's Exorcist working him. 3 rounds for 3D Max with an Exorcist triple.
Oh, man. That is beautiful work. They're so sneaky. I mean, just watching them slide through right there. That late smoke that goes in as well. A huge luxury. There's Maka on the other side dealing with the lurking presence as well. But Exorcist, the difference maker in this round. Providing that impact, putting 3D Max on top. A timeout called.
Yeah, MIBR having to think things over right there. They just got locked up in Ivy with so much utility there from 3D Max. The volley, then the nade, and that allows Exorcist to get a pretty darn easy triple.
Yeah, you have to take into consideration right there the impact of that lurking kill. If Insani's trying to make a late play through Pop and he's able to connect on that play, it feels like it could be a different look. Exorcist not able to play in that cubby, or at least not safely. So a little bit of cutoff there from the opping presence as well is monumental. Every little detail of that round has to be played out to perfection right there. Again, that delay utility as well for 3D Max, both towards T-Con and Ivy. With what little utility they had left was used perfect.
That looks like we got a little set play here. Safe's gonna throw a Mirage on the A side, threaten that control. While 4 players in the voxels are sprinting right now, right into Body. He gets a double though. Insani trying to chase off the MAC-10. That's not meant to be. Body can't transfer for the 4th, but he's done enough. Exorcist will clean up Nyx. Bomb on the ground and the Mirage, just the 1 player here in Safe on the A site. It is a mowdown.
Yeah, I mean, Body just doing enough right there. Huge multi-kill, securing the round. And Safe calling the A side clear. Guys, can you bring bomb? But he's got no one to call that out to. Might just be a bit of a save here. We might be watching this one for a while.
A bit more time to talk about Nyx, and you know, is he the question I kind of posed earlier? Is he that upgrade over the likes of Lukowski? Is the question, and realistically, I think in the short term, I don't think so. I think it's just about equal. You can see that Breno's definitely been performing a bit better, a bit more consistently as well, just being part of the pack, just because the roles are a little bit nicer for him. But I think what the luxury that MIBR have with this player is that he's a player who's only been, kind of in the Counter-Strike world for like, 2 to 3 years only? Like, he only started playing Counter-Strike back in 2022.
Yeah. I mean, I actually watched a lot of his time when he was playing with both the Academy project here for MIBR, which is probably how he got a lot of the attention, and then when he played on Fluxo as well. So, I mean, obviously, a player that has been able to rise through the rankings of Tier 2. I think a lot of teams taken some risk on what he can bring to the table as opposed to dipping into what is a very proven Tier 2 space in South America. Right? I mean, he kind of exploded onto the scene, whereas others have been, rolling through the Tier 2 space for so long. It's pretty rare to see that explosive introduction into the space, and he's one of those players that has been able to break through. And when that happens, I think it proves a lot of his capabilities inside and outside of the server.
I don't think he was necessarily picked up for his rating, but he can do his roles just well. Yeah. He's a good role player, but he's also like a blank slate that, and Exit was saying in an interview that they're just going to go ahead and polish up this player, and they can do that because I don't even think Nyx has really like established a play style in himself. So big opportunities for his career to develop into something big. He's still young, just 20 years old. Which is crazy because, everyone in Fortnite is like 14.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. He realized that he was too old for the Fortnite mechanics, had to switch to CS.
Yeah. You get to that age.
Once you start building, you lose me.
Ages 10 to 16 is for Fortnite. But if you're under 16 years old, start playing Counter-Strike, you might be the next Monacy.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, I started playing Counter-Strike when I was 11, but I didn't really go all in like that. I could have been
a while to warm up to the game.
I could have been NA's next greatest, man, but here I am. Just a guy with a microphone on his head.
Yeah, we really lost a good one.
I'm sure. Save a Hero AK here. It's going to be a box halls pop, and it's actually just body. Only now calling in Lucky for rotation, but there is no smoke to stop him at the moment. Risky scenes here with 30 seconds on the clock.
They're well defended now. You're going to have to make a move, but it's only rifle work that can hold off against this execution. It's only a single smoke, though. There's no flashes.
Yeah, so let's see. Lucky can't quite convert, though. It's a sharp shot out of Insani. Players dropping. There's a second. Bomb gonna get planted. Exorcist with the AUG. Looking over the site, but doesn't get any targets. That nade, though? Oh, it strikes through on an exit for a good chunk of damage. There's nowhere really to stand here for the T side. Insani's gotta make a miracle happen, and it's not quite meant to be. Exit.
Oh my God.
Fall as Exorcist rolling rotors of that AUG. It puts in 3-4 on the round. Here for the side of 3D Max, they're going to equalize.
Man, I wasn't even scoped up, I don't think, right there. Just tapping heads and knocking them out. Usually that back setup right there on the doubling up on site gives you an opportunity to at least have the element of surprise, but Exorcist's just too sharp on these shots. One by one, they give him opportunities, and he knocks them down. 3D Max able to recover despite the scare that MIBR put with those inches. That deagle shot from inside, you can just see how quick he can be.
Yeah, that purple scoped AR taking down Nyx right there. Can't build a wall to stop those shots.
You gotta find that gold loot.
All right, well, we've burned our fort. All right, Lucky though, with incredible grenade damage, allows for an easy kill onto Nyx. 4 versus 5, Gravity looking for a bit of a swing. Smoke goes into pop, but I don't think Gravity knows that Brennison's already gotten out on this timing. He's jiggle peeking for an angle that might not exist.
This timing huge, at least a window into this round for MIBR. The fadeaway slow, but there's an opportunity.
Whoa.
Capitalized on. Gravity a little too quick. And now the re-aggression rolling into safe here. Get a chance. Isolated duel, but still, Exorcist with this AUG is just way too sharp.
It's just 5 players walking out one by one on the other side of the map. Insani. No!
No, denied.
No good. Look at the X's on the map. One player dying in each and every choke point of train. Exit, just go to upper B and you'll complete the trifecta.
That's how you finish it right there.
Not the trifecta. What is it? Like the quintet, I suppose?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I think that's right.
Big on English words here.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, I mean, especially after you lose the opening pick, you can probably imagine a world where MIBR have a kind of a set structure, a game plan there, and when they lose Nyx early, when they realize that pop control, when they invest a lot of resources trying to take that early, is then taken by the CT side, that's when the game plan completely gets disrupted, and everyone just tries to look for redemption in the round.
Miss an old train right there. I will say, like, MIBR want to play this duel-oriented style against 3D Max. I mean, that's what they do best. They are a very high firepower team. And that's kind of what you want to do. You want to take those 1v1s. They just happened in this round to lose every single one of them.
I mean, 3D Max definitely giving them opportunities to isolate right there, but they win out those tough head-to-heads. Are able to keep their advantages rolling and just amplify them. They're using quite a bit of timeouts here. I mean, we know the MIBR CT side is something they're looking forward to. We've seen it already. How effective, how strong it can be at holding together. They've got their rounds here on the T side. They've got a foundation. They want one extra, though. Calling in another timeout towards the tail end of this half.
I'm wondering if it's a set strat here called by Bit. Or this is JNT, excuse me. Read the back of the jersey wrong. Former MIBR coach. I believe Bit just recently joined back with 9Z.
Yeah.
Just some shuffles happening in the South American space during and after the major. But yeah, JNT, which is very cool. It's kind of a long-standing duo between him and Exit, back from Sharks in 2019. They've been working together for 6 years. Oh. Yeah, safe burning, he's blind. But he does not die. He will stand and fight. 31 HP, and even still feeling furious to tap this smoke. Has eyes on Lucky at the back of the site, so Brennan's gonna start scaling fast. He sees a player in gravity, and it's Nyx to get the kill. Lucky's still back of the site, though. Brennan needs this refrag to protect that bomb planter. Not needed anymore as he takes down Macanex. Brennan fragging up a storm. 3 versus 3. Exorcist falls next. Litany of trades, 2v2, bomb planted, exit known, but where is Insani in the mind of 3D Max? He's playing from pop. Will they be ready for this swing? Back at the site, he plays his hand. Now 3D Max, no. But access to the bomb.
No smoke. With
no smoke, they do have the kits available for the defused body, trying to cover. Insani gets him off it, though. Then Lucky delivers a headshot, low HP here on body, but it's Lucky who falls, body on the defuse, has it with less than a second. 7-5 at the half as 3D Max grit their teeth.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Strong start for MIBR, but they need a little bit of a pit stop here as it is 7-5 at the half. 3D Max bouncing back with Exorcise highlights.
Yeah, I
the
mean,
Frenchman
played incredibly well throughout the whole first half there in terms of the multi-kills, in terms of holding off that A side and recovering when it was the B side take. So looking forward to seeing if he can keep it up. MIBR still with the 5-round T side though. Oh, looking for some success, but it's Mod now that lifts off here through T-Con.
3 bullets, 2 kills, 1 P250. Nick's walking forward. He's not clearing this, is he? Oh, he does, but it doesn't matter, as Body is also just as sharp on the shot. And a pistol round here for 3D Max could be absolutely devastating on MIBR's map pick. Shadow advantage seen. Body is armorless, but it doesn't matter. No bullets connect for the aim punch. It's Mako with the most precise triple kill. You can't believe it. It's 8-5 pistol for 3D Max. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just fighting that range there with the P250. That's the deception of the CT pistol round. You just think you can take these long-range duels without any punishment, but when you bring the P250 out, all of a sudden you got an opportunity to take those fights a lot more comfortably. You can close the distance. Make sure that weaponry disadvantage is no longer. Good raid boss setup there for 3D Max. Another pistol. Splitting the difference here with MIBR. Leading them to a 4-round eco and a 3rd round buy looking likely in the future.
Okay, Nick's got it. Little boost.
Hello.
Lucky what we caught on that one, but I don't think there's really anything for retrieval. No guns picked up here. This should be stable. Barring the worst whiff you've ever seen, which the complete opposite of that just happened. 1v3 for Exit. Looking for his namesake here. And it's going to be 9 rounds for 3D Max. This is a very terrifying start if you're MIBR. I mean, if you pick up the pistol, then you know you got momentum. You're starting to run back in, but you might not even have a CT side to play at this point.
Yeah, not a lot of runway here, really. I mean, the luxury is that they do have a 3rd round buy, so I mean, they prioritize that. They are going to be missing some pieces, though, including, you know, likely an AWP not going to be in play in this next one. I mean, that's a challenge here that you have to play on train. Also, you're missing out on utility, so when you talk about blocking utility on the CT side, trying to take T-Con control, you have to use so many mollies, so many smokes to gather that space, and that might be missing. It does look like they have all their bases covered, though.
Yeah, all the important utility, but as the round drags on, we can see a weakness start to form, but early on, Insani, full spam through the T-connector smoke. And that will be a free opener for MIBR. Exit also getting flashed in to clear Ivy. Good start early for MIBR.
You're looking at what they have left here. It's a smoke. A couple of them now. One just used here towards deep T-Con and a molly left here. Really not a lot of utility still held on to for 1:15. So very nice that they do have that man advantage to lean in on. And some late T-Con control capitalized as well. Breno pressing the issue. Recycled smokes go down as well.
It's the last smoke in the arsenal, though. So with about 40 seconds, that smoke will fade. 3D Max kind of have free reign to walk wherever they want.
A good rotate here. Extra help on the B side, covering off all the bases. Where's that smoke? That's over towards Ivy, actually.
Yeah. And a swing forward. Again, another clear. And Safe is calling it as a fake. In the meantime, out B they go. And it's Exit with a lot of damage. 30 seconds on the clock. And now it's 3D Max who are out of smokes. Are they just going to make a play? Are they going to go for it or save? Mako with the entry. Keeps it nice. Breno, quick trade. They have avenues onto B if Gravity finds a quick kill, but the double swing's perfect there between Nyx and Exit. Good team play from MIBR are going to get them this round.
Yeah, I mean, just didn't seem like 3D Max had much of a direction in that round right there. Again, they lose that opening pick. They're forced to take fights all over the map. One little bit of good timing found from Maka, but quickly traded out on. Saved Galil, all they're bringing to the table. MIBR are going to be able to lift off here on this CT side.
And better yet,
more runway here from them.
And Sonny and Brennison have just been armed with AK-47s as well. I mean, we saw what they were able to bring to the table in that very first half. Now they play defense with the automatic Desert Eagle. That's the AK-47.
Golden Scar, if you will.
That was a one shot to the head, Cole.
See if I could provide them any extra defense here. Sure. We'll be looking forward to using those just fine. Deep smokes again tossed in. All the extra utility brought into the mix. Mission accomplished for T-Con Control. This does leave a small vulnerability on that B side, but that worry's already kind of filled up by a quick rotate rolling out from Safe here.
But it looks like it's going to be a fast pop. As flashbangs launch down the ramp. Long range AK is great from Nyx. Safe as well. Does re-swing into the fight, and Nyx gets punished. B-side is available, but this is very retakeable for MIBR.
Well, they've got to take this long control here. Try and press into the back of the site, and that's exactly what Exorcist is doing. Has he been seen, though?
I think they're going to expect it as Amali forces him back. And well, Lucky does deliver a kill. He delivers a second off the Galil. Are you kidding me? 1 versus 2 now for Breno, and has no idea where the other player is in the form of Maka. This is going to burn valuable time off the clock. Breno continues to advance, but he's going to have to make noise at some point. He has a molly, but it doesn't look like he thinks it's possible. And with just a little bit of a rush, a smattering of utility, and losing the AK, 3D Max will win it off the B rush.
What a big 4K right there from Lucky. Again, taking that backline control on the B side is so important on Train, and they don't even get that luxury. They get shut down pretty early on, even though these trades are so effective. 3D Max are feeling a little bit claustrophobic in the back of the site, but Lucky able to not only provide that quick trade, but then do it again on the back site. You can see how much it means right there. That's a huge shutdown round for 3D Max.
Passionate team is 3D Max, as always. At the major, Body was screaming "Vamos" every time versus all the Brazilian teams. Versus Pain Gaming specifically. As Brennison needs a Desert Eagle highlight here. And it might be possible. They don't clear him. Off angle held. Does Breno have another seize? The Shadow looks in for another cheeky kill, but will get out.
Oh, that's a huge find right there. And he stays alive. Mr. Molly goes in as well. That's going to put some more pressure, but somehow Gravity still cracks through. Oh, this flank.
They're not going to clear this at a minute. At a minute, just needs to stay alive here for the rest of MIBR, and Nyx can deliver a kill. That's a headshot. That's an AK, but the quick trade from Lucky's already at the red box. And it will be exit to fall to Exorcist. It's 11-6 here. 3D Max, just 2 rounds until they take MIBR's map pick.
Yeah, they were able to play MIBR already 2 times this year. It's been a nice 4-0 record versus MIBR as well. So they're looking to keep that hot streak alive. A little bit more Vamos coming through here today, and looking likely on Train is T-side looking cleaned up. I mean, this is really the last-ditch effort rolling out here from MIBR with this purchase. You know, lost bonus stacking up, sure, but your first op being brought out here for Safe at the scoreline of 11-6 here on the CT side. That is a huge scare. It's putting a lot of weight on this round here for the last time out used here from MIBR.
It's the first time Safe gets out an op, and that's something that that was destroying Virtus Pro. That's kind of why they needed that good start off the 7-5 half, but instead losing some critical rounds. I mean, that B-pop victory is going to be ringing in MIBR's brains for a bit. Well, but this is still an opportunity for a bit of a bounce back. AWP in play.
This is where you have to live on it. They got Rashins in play here. They're going quickly.
I mean, of course, Gravity on his Mac 10, but a great smoke break, and Exorcist just shot in the back. Easy does it. Opening pick for MIBR.
Spot control here is a reaction, though, and Lucky ready to deal with it. Fighting back through this round here. Going to get met by Mollies, but able to reposition and equalize, get out of dodge.
Would they even think about going in towards Ivy? They can spread out across the map, but they've run out of utility.
Whatever they do,
an op.
They've got to do it quickly here right now. You've got Aggression coming through from Nyx at the right time, not the right place here. Full control of the B side of the map, so whatever they do next is going to be read. It's going to be telegraphed from MIBR.
Yeah, and again, no smoke. Just a flash for Lucky. Is he even going to use it? It's just going to be the full contact walk into an AWP, but it misses. It's just a tag on the Maka. They get out. They scale. The Mac-10 closes in, but he does nail the shot, but not the second. Off on the floor, so is the bomb, but exit. Huge kill onto the lurk, and Insani puts in his own effort for a 1v3. Maka to scoop up the bomb, 40 seconds.
Can't quite transfer over to B comfortably either. You already see Nyx reposition. 30 seconds left to try and play around with. Just have a little bit of time. Be cautious to clear out these angles. But slowly running out here at this point. And again, it's about Nyx denying this bomb plant. Can he do so from this position though? Smoke goes onto the site, looking to bait out some rotations, but I don't think he's much interested in actually making an attempt here.
I think Maka is just going to try and guard
the op?
Yeah, either guard it or grab it. One or the other.
I mean, that's valuable in its own right. They're going to hunt it down as well.
They're going to try. I mean, Maka could also just go down after time. That would be equally as embarrassing. But
oh, protection right there. I mean, that's a crucial bit of the weaponry taken out. We just talked about Safe's necessity. He already found a multi-kill with it, and now you're not going to be able to purchase that again.
And 3D Max here back in with a big opportunity. Well played from Safe, just not fast enough on that second shot, and also just keeping the economy down low for MIBR. We have a USP for Safe. They think they're gonna eco. Instead, 3D Max have decided to force buy. Okay, I'm like, what? Sorry, I was like, are we seriously doing this at 11-7 buying USP?
You can't afford those sort of risks at this point, but yeah, I just dropped it in spawn, able to recover it. Oh, buddy, you're not going to push this, right? Surely not. Oh, instant dismissal right there. Nyx fully prepared for that aggression. A little bit of risk-taking required on rounds like these. You're hoping to catch him by surprise, disrespect your opponent, and really steal this one on up, but Nyx is too prepared.
Safe could be in trouble. Gravity picked up an AK, tries to swing, a little slow on the draw there for Safe. Has a full belt, hasn't used any, and he'll drop without a kill. Gravity got a second as well. Catches the rotators. Nyx, though, all on his own on the B site. 3 kills for him.
Oh.
Gravity sees the jiggle peek. They don't see him. Nyx is aware of this potential, however, and now Exit sees the player. Now Nyx on notice. And it's a double kill from Insani to save the day. Nail biter round there, courtesy of Gravity, but MIBR pull through.
Yeah, I mean, and that's Nyx right there, providing what he does best. That's him stepping up here. They ask why they bring him in here for these roles, for the ability to deliver these big multi-kills. When Safe falls like that, it becomes panic stations for Nyx. He should be, surely dead with a one and done, but he already found that risky smoke push kill on the body, able to then fine-tune more off the back of it. And then stay alive, crucially. I mean, that is the cherry on top of that. Did his job, went above and beyond. Able to save MIBR from what feels like defeat.
And that is such a mandatory round for MIBR because they can now boost their economy a bit. And as long as Insani survives this round, he can drop an AWP. I mean, we expect them to win the Glock round, I suppose. Yeah, Nyx turning into a very solid player for this team. Has had some good impact, especially back on the T side, too. It's not like huge multi-kills. I think that's his first triple kill of the game, compared to, say, like Brennison and Insani. But he has consistent output, and that's what we're seeing so far here on Train.
Yeah, I mean, just really good positioning there as well. Able to hold on to his advantage, sure up any sort of vulnerabilities in that round. That is a good pickup for MIBR, something that they definitely needed here in terms of, kind of patching the holes of that roster role-wise.
He still has the mechanics despite coming from a different game.
Oh yeah, maybe even better ones. Fortnite's pretty hard to play. Bet she's got some good movement.
I'm not going to laugh. Instead, it's Nyx here again on the site. Misses the opportunity at a lot of players coming out upper, but Safe is going to empty out his mag into the T's. Can't find the bomb, can't find the plant. And MIBR are going to stabilize. Nyx is going to collect his double. Now top of the server, by the way.
All right. That's what you like to see right there. Able to really step up in the performance here. Again, that's going to lead to a safe AWP here in the mix as well. And the scoreline closes even closer. 3D Max.
Oh, no safe AWP. He sticks with the rifle. And Sonny could have dropped him. He has 5,100 in the tank, as I mentioned, but...
Yeah, this is one of those crossroads where I always think it's worth it, but especially on the CT side of Train. Just gonna think 3D Max needs something in the bag here. Try and put them across the finish line. We'll see if they have that depth.
Speedy. Gravity's already running out with the flashbang. He's already on the A site, but defensive smokes deployed, really limiting his impact. Swinging at air. Exorcist now follows up, but a good swing from Save. Transfers that. Still 2 kills. Go back the other way. 3 on 3 at the moment. Spotty does get himself up onto the train, but no one's picked up the bomb. Smokes now fade. Angles open up for MIBR. Molly doesn't land in its intended position, I don't think.
So that a complete standstill here. No leverage into this round here for the CT side, but also no bomb plant, so you can just try and pluck off some of these pieces one by one. 3D Max got to figure out a way to punch in the digits, and now all their utilities faded away. They've got no ground that's safe here.
High-low setup. Lucky is going to start clearing, but Brennison looking away. Not ready for the back of the site play, and then Lucky also caught. The setup is good, and exit overextends. Wow. Maka gets the kill, and 1 kill breaks the whole setup for MIBR. It is map point 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, just a really speedy rush right there through Pop as the first point of contact. That's the first time MIBR have really seen that sort of pressure through Pop Dog, and what 3D Max do incredibly well is these quick trades. They're so effective. That's part of that structure of this team that we talk about here. They win by committee here, and with these trades available, are able to scale into that A-bomb site, play that 3v3 to perfection.
Superstars and high ratings. 3D Max don't do that. They are a 5-man unit, and well, one of those has just been picked off because Nyx keeps going aggressive. Absolute maniac. He's gonna get found here by Gravity, who had the bomb on his back, and Exorcist as well, doing great entry work at his availability into CT spawn. Maka is sprinting right now, but I think Exit heard him. Moving forward, Maka moonwalks into him and gives back the advantage. It's a 3 versus 3.
It leaves the A side weak right there, though. There is just a single defender. They're trying to recover in CT spawn, but still in a good position right now. There's Insani on the other end of the wall.
I mean, Insani knows that was not Exorcist. They know there's a player still live in Ivy. In the meantime, a free walkout onto B. Wow. But 2 players are here, believe it or not.
Just containing that further aggression is the goal right now. Not trying to allow 3D Max to plant their feet. They don't need to. They have time for this flank to activate. That's what they're leaning in on.
Reno is also moving forward, however, and Exit gets a huge kill. That's the bomb planter down, but where is Exorcist? He's activating here on the flank, but Exit can watch his player up top. Brennison goes down. Exit also drops, though, and Exorcist keeps up the big-time performance. Insani will chase, and Exorcist will lock it up. All for 3D Max as Trade gets robbed. It's off the rails right now, and 3D Max take it 13-9.
What a close, man. Just so much big performances coming through from Lucky and Exorcist, and some of those late rounds finding ways to thread in their aggression, and again, winning through this team effort, winning through their effective trades in that second half, just needing some extra leverage in some of those T-side rounds and being able to knock them down effectively. MIBR try and put up the resistance. We see some of the efficiency out of the new guy, but it's not enough in the end.
I mean, the moves that Exorcist was making throughout that game is round defining right there. I mean, we're going to see it. There's some good moments here for MIBR, but I feel like they just got outplayed on that player-to-player basis from 3D Max. Just the cohesion between this unit and how long they've been playing together. They're moving as a sweeping unit, these Frenchmen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the biggest assets here is the availability and coordination of this team right now. And you can see it when, especially some of the best pieces of this team are able to fire up there, when you see the ability of Exorcist to knock down these massive multi-kills on both sides of the half. You see Lucky in these late rounds trading his teammates effectively. Maka right there in the pistol. The energy was high here for 3D Max, and again, you know, this win streak that they have versus MIBR now moves up to 5 maps in a row here versus this team.
Yeah, some of these rounds got Body going full turkey out here. I mean, they're a very passionate team. They get very loud, but they don't, you know, they're not like the typical momentum-based team where they're all swinging each other. They still keep composure in the server as well. I think for MIBR, they just didn't get that good CT side start. They didn't really have runway, and I think they just lost some rounds that couldn't be lost. I mean, that B site pop on the force buy for 3D Max on the desperation purchase, that broke their backs right there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There were some key moments right there where we saw the ability of 3D Max to land these multi-kills, find these opportunities to line up some great trades. I think that makes this team so incredibly deadly. And again, I think MIBR also walking into a little bit of a trap here. Their train is very solid. They've been able to best every team besides Vitality here in 2025. So that just goes to show how strong this team is already on this map. And MIBR, again, left with limited options for picks, I think did fall into the train trap here.
Yeah. I mean, of course, when you lose Anubis in your first pick, and also like 3D Max have a pretty wide map pool as well, it becomes very, very, very difficult. Obviously, like the Dust 2 ban's a little bit difficult because it's not like you can float it. Everyone really, a lot of teams play Dust 2. It's one of the more played map. So, of course, now we head over to Ancient. That's 3D Max's pick. I think MIBR still have a shot, obviously, just courtesy of their strong individuals, but it's definitely going to be difficult. We're going to bring this one over to a break. It is map 2 of Ancient here on the B stream as IEM Cologne continues.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Hold on. Forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback.
Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Yeah. You get 2 opening kills thanks to Vexite's heroics top middle, and then your 2 defenders attempting to stunt their maneuvers over towards A. Get damage, sure, but that's not good enough. Molodoy can show that he can do it on the rifle just as well as the AWP. And the Storm, I think it's going to start to subside now.
This was the play, wasn't it? Molodoy just took the matters into his own hands. He dropped the bomb, said, I'm going to go make a play, and play he did. Makes that 3v3 into a unwinnable one for Regali. Head and hands for JKS. Looks like the end of Mirage is imminent. JKS tested, flashed off, flames at his feet, still gets one flying in the sky with his M4 going. Yakinda's gone. Molodoy low, put to death by Vexite, but the gap is crazy.
Hello.
Oh my god, 2 players not looking at him, and K-Serato to break FlyQuest hearts. A 1v3 straight after a 5v3. Okay, Regali will save him. Oh, man, that would have been a spirit breaker. That would have been it.
Yeah, charging from halfway across the other side of the map. That's what that one felt like.
Holy.
Okay, well, the money is in a compromised position right now, but you know one player survived.
Okay.
So
are you brave enough to go all in, is what you're saying?
Well, next round you get 1900 loss. So traditionally in this situation, you would force buy. But if you force buy here and you lose, Flycoast will get you on an eco or lighter buy to tie things up 11-11. They are going to force buy. This is the decision that I would be expecting them to go for. So it's and again, this was the most direct round they've played, right? Normally it's fakey. Normally we've seen them throw the U2 and not go. This time they've just gone and, okay, FlyQuest said, let's play heads up CS, and it worked out for them. I guess FlyQuest are also fed up of being faked and being behind smoke, so they've run through, they've helped out JKS, and it looks like it's going to be a B execute. So Vexite alongside of Ints.
Nice and deep incendiary to start. Keserato audible.
Vexite's on the balcony, so if Inns takes first contact, Vexite might go overlooked. Here they come.
Here they come indeed. Vexite readies himself, lets the first one go. Empty hands for the entirety of the B site. It just can't be that easy.
The setup looked good too.
It did.
If Vexite was meant to be the sleeper, he awoke from the slumber a little bit too early there. That was just on a little bit of a time delay. So 12 is found regardless.
It was a sick flash. Did Vexite get flashed the second he shot at the window?
He definitely got partial blind for sure.
Partial blind from someone.
I think though the qualm, that's some JKS wiggle frustration. We've all been there. I think the qualm that I have is if you're playing that position and you're playing to, then let's just hide.
Yeah.
Right. Like I understand it sells Inns down the river. Maybe Inns gets one, you get two. But just some bad rounds and I guess early teething issues. FlyQuest unfortunately don't have time.
No.
They don't have the good graces to work this out. You're going to have to go and play the Blast Rising over in Asia, and then after that you have Bounty, and then after that you got nothing. So these VRS points are worth their weight in gold.
Just a little bit of an overextension. Crosshairs are ready for you, and then this is your teammate, Inns goes down empty-handed, fallen. I mean, good movement from him. He gets out of the window straight away, flies into the site, makes it awkward. But yeah, teething issues is a fantastic summary. I mean, what you said, I heard JKS say 2 weeks is essentially all they've had together.
Sure, it hasn't been a long time. They were boot camping over in Serbia.
So you're gonna still need some polish, but they're making Furia work for this, even with their shortcomings.
Well, mid-control established. Keserato will be in through the underpass, or at least could have been. Not required, as called clear.
Fallen requests some util as he paths closer to Con. Molodoi to flash, perhaps? Okay, progress made. Control gained. Mid is under Furia's control. Ladder Molly. The tension builds for what could be the final round of this head-to-head. Regali posted towards the connector position, anticipates the finish. Good flashbang, but a quick reaction, and just through the tip of the stairs there. Has Yakinda tagged up, but good aggression from Netic. He gets active.
Again.
And a flurry of frags back from Furia, just like that. Yuri, he starts it off onto Regali. Inns and JKS tested. Oh, he gets two and gets out. Somehow he's still alive. Even chips away at Yuri with the HE. JKS may have saved them. 8 seconds. If they could just stop that.
Get it down.
Yeah, they can't disrupt it. He can't. And maybe he can. Oh, his knee's poking out. Flash is good. Oh, he gets the frag. JKS has to do it all. Can he save him? Yes, he can. The Savage keeps FlyQuest in it with a quad kill. Everything was compromised. Nothing was safe, but JKS's hands safe enough for another.
They never said it was going to be easy, but it's not meant to be that goddamn hard. Wow. Oh, Ian's just expecting it to be the default plan.
Oh, how is he getting the second one there?
Insane.
K Serato couldn't find the head, and JKS can.
They already knew he was site-centric because he got one of the opening kills there on the way out. But it goes 2 initial kills from FlyQuest, 3 back from Furia, and then having to close it out in a 1v1. Insanity on display.
Bro, the impact. No, I'm not putting my hat on back on. No.
Keep the glaze in for Duncan.
Yeah.
Donuts.
Duncan
Donuts?
That's not bad.
I need to clarify.
Tactical timeout number 2.
Inns is having one of those games, Alex. He has the second highest damage for his team overall.
Classic.
Which means he has 11 assists. 9 kills, 11 assists. Look, if he gets one more frag, he can get the triple-double.
Yeah.
That's a basketball term, apparently.
Triple-double. Sounds like an order at an American restaurant.
Okay. Here we go again. We have another OT. 2 rounds for FlyQuest to take us there.
Ikinda already across to the tap. Nice bit of vantage point for them to continue their crawl. JKS is not playing scared ramp side. Aim for that shadow jiggle smoke defense.
And while absolute cinema is going down on the A stream, moving past that, it is 3D Max rolling down the tracks and taking Train 13-9 with a strong T side of all things.
Yeah, I mean, their T side looked incredibly well versed. It's more of what we expected of 3D Max here, kind of heading into this event, being able to topple teams that are maybe building up a little bit of cohesion, building up a little bit of comfort. We know that Nyx is getting slotted into this roster, but again, 3D Max has the availability of structure. They have the availability of team cohesion. They're bringing that to their T sides, and honestly, that's an exciting form from them to try and move on throughout the plans.
Yeah, but the man who was just powering them, Exorcise, was going off. He had like 4 triple kills and just ridiculous rounds. Obviously, the rating really doesn't show what kind of impact this guy brought to the server.
No, I mean, non-stop multi-kills. I think that's the big factor of what he brought in this map, and a lot of them coming through in transition, maybe not opening up the round, but being able to close them with those big multi-kills. Those 3Ks, those 4Ks, I mean, multiple of them stacking up and just winning 3D Max rounds. And honestly, the best luxury of 3D Max in this map was that it wasn't just Exorcist finding those big multi-kills, it was Lucky as well on that T side. Versus Insani, who again is always going to be the engine of a lot of the success here of MIBR in terms of the aggression alongside Breno, but we just see the impact here of having those trades available, of having that good team play that 3D Max bring to the table here on this map.
Yeah, I think MIBR had some really good openers, but they were just battled back, even in like the 4v5s from 3D Max, and getting Exorcist into these really annoying positions over there towards, I mean, these casters call it icon, I call it camera, but yeah, over in towards that camera position, working their way up Ivy, Exorcist was just a non-stop problem on the extremity. Now moving over towards Ancient, obviously 3D Max have to pivot away from Anubis as well, and now this is a map that they have to try and make their home turf versus MIBR, who, despite not having a good win rate on, I think stylistically can work to their advantage.
Yeah, again, you have a lot of effective, aggressive pieces here that can definitely make this map work for themselves. But maybe doesn't always come into play here. It'll be interesting to see with Nyx how they can kind of slot this map in and you know, become a little bit more effective, become a little bit more comfortable on this map. Again, that'll allow for Breno to be a lot more active and try and find those opening duels. So I want to see how that kind of factors into the equation here for this matchup in particular. That'll be a huge opportunity for them to try and land on their feet here, but it is a challenge of building up that cohesion out of the gates right now versus 3D Max, who do also need to maybe find a little bit more availability in their map pool, but are looking towards Ancient to do so.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of got rolled by Astralis out of Fisher, so now they kind of need to bounce back and try and start strong, at least in this series as well. Losing their map pick and now gearing up for map 2 of Ancient. Still possible, but it will be difficult versus a 3D Max that is looking sharp today. Opening day of IEM Cologne continues as we're moving over here in our first opening match between 3D Max and MIBR. Finex are on the call. Let's go.
Here we are. Map 2. And already some motion out towards middle with no resistance. Just a little bit of hopeful spam as they set up the B stack right now. That's kind of the game plan from the very get-go from MIBR. 4 players leaned over. Dual Beretta set up there as well. Lots of utility. And the bomb also positioned towards that side of the map here. So it might be a crunch into the B side. MIBR might be doing some effective reads, but that's going to make it challenging here. Nick's on low HP, and the rotations available are now cut off as well.
Yeah, Nyx is going to go leave the A site and try to help out with the red room fight, potentially.
Bringing the bomb back. I mean, this is a good call right now from 3D Max.
But it's on 8.
He's re-aggressing.
He sees another player in middle. He wants to fight. He wants the duel. Player up close, but can't flick up to body. And Nyx down low on 11 HP. It's going to be very, very difficult.
He's going to have some help here joining up shortly. I think a smart move from Exorcist not to get too aggressive. Only a flashbang to get onto this site, but donut control. Very valuable in the post plants, and free bomb plant coming through here.
Yeah, no kits either. So a defuse play is going to be very, very difficult. And so we're going to have to see MIBR get some really fast kills here. Exorcist could get caught in a timing here as 2 players move their way through, but instead it's Body doubling up in CT spawn. Breno will get some kill reward on the way out, but this round is done. Body with the quad to start off here for 3D Max. More strong starts for the French.
Yeah, perfect pistol round right there. I think a pistol round with options is always really good. You let someone lurk out there towards that A side. When they're able to apply that pressure and you cut off that close rotate right there with Body finding this kill, it's going to make this round so incredibly difficult. 3D Max started that round with the vision of heading in towards that B-bomb site, and then later down the line are able to transition their play towards A. So they avoid the stack walkout. They get a very comfortable round. Another B-side stack call. Another A-side play here from 3D Max.
I always find this there's 2 wolves inside of you. You either force buy or you full eco on the second round if you're CT side. And it really tells the type of team that you are.
Yeah, I feel like largely it just comes down to how much you want an op, but I actually do think Safe is a very efficient opper here on Ancient in particular. I think he's super comfortable on this map. Can play very aggressive, can find angles to find opening duels, but
yeah,
it's still going to be one of these maps here where CT side, he's just not going to have an op for a little while.
Yeah, the little correction there is you actually force buy if you want AW.
Right, yeah.
Because, you just take the extra eco and then you'll have enough money for an op off of the force. But here, this will be an M4 purchase in round 3, and it might be until like round 5 or round 6 before your offer gets a gun. This is a little funny. Nobody has a kit, or else that actually would be a ninja defuse. My caster bomb brain timer knows.
Terrorists win.
That's 4 players go down to the bomb. Incredible KD on that thing. It will be 3D Max at the second round. Always buy a kit, guys. No matter the eco, no matter the situation, you can ninja defuse.
Yeah, really would have had an opportunity right there. Instead, everyone goes down to the bomb trying to bait out the remaining 3D Max members back to the bomb. But limited casualties here on 3D Max. And they'll set themselves up quite nicely for the opening stage. We'll see if they come in with a little bit of pace here on this first gun round. Can oftentimes at least the utility a little limited.
MIBR trying to emphasize the B site a little bit more. With 3 players, 2 in cave at the moment and mid empty. And that leaves a weak A site. But of course, it's Insani at long range, so I trust in this player. And Exit also delivers here from the cave side. Solo, Gravity won't challenge. Opening pick here for MIBR.
Yeah, Gravity's maybe wanted to go for that trade, but knows that he is kind of the bailout option now at this point. After losing Body like that, can't make the risk of losing another player, otherwise it's just going to force 3D Max's hand into a tough execution. Now he can still try and spoil some of these rotates if 3D Max are able to get any leverage into this site, again, you've already dealt with one of those lurking presence. You might not think there's going to be another right around the corner.
Smoke. Volley to CT, but that won't keep Insani off of the angle just yet. Now a player peeks into him, but he misses his chance. Nick's behind the smoke at the moment, and Insani does push forward. He drops the bomb and the quick trade from Safe. Now Nick's making his move. It's Safe all the way, though. They don't smoke CT. They try to take the duels, and they get punished. So Gravity, 1 versus 2 with 20 seconds, is not going to go for it.
I head in the opposite direction. He's still able to spoil some of those rotates effectively and kind of accomplish his goal, but needed a little bit more creation on that space towards the A side there for him to actually get a chance to play in this late round. So knows it's over, able to do some damage on the way out, but Safe able to, you know, rifle effectively as well in transition. Without that CT side smoke, still able to rush in on that defense and ensure some chaos in the communications.
I think Safe is a very capable opper in his own right as well. And also a rifler. So, can shoot hard. And Sonny also helping out. He gets a lot of damage, and even besides his first kill, that lets Safe do cleanup. And so what looks like an immediate timeout. Unsure if it's tack or tech, and I think the box opening up tells me it's a bit of a tech.
Might get some time. I saw Body immediately get his notes out after a quick death there. Had to check and make sure it was on the same page.
Literally on the same page. Like, guys, are we working? Are we doing this one?
I read this one right.
I mean, it was an attempt at a play, but 3D Max were really looking for that duel versus exit. And just couldn't get it. Just couldn't beat him in that initial duel to kind of get them that mid pressure that they were looking for on that A take. You know, once you take Cave, so many other parts of the map begin to open up.
Also got to look at the direction right there. It's been a lot of early A calls there where they're stacking a lot of resources right now for 3D Max. But with the little utility that MIBR did have, and they expended some of what little they had towards middle early in that round. It's a mission accomplished when you're still able to delay out that A take and make sure that they can't turn that corner quick enough and take that space. There's already some good work being done by MIBR to secure their holds on the round.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about this prior, but MIBR as a team are not bad on this map. I think a lot of their playstyle actually works in their favor. It's actually just how they integrate Nyx into this whole situation as well, because Ancient's a map where you don't actually really have a dedicated A player. He's more in towards Donut a lot of the time, unless you're anticipating the A call. So Nyx is actually going to be required to move around the map and be coordinated with his other defenders, and that's the real challenge here for MIBR going into this.
So I also think it made a lot of sense for, you know, Lukowski to be on this team in this map in particular. I think, you know, it offered him a lot of opportunities to still fight and be active on this map as well. But again, it looks like Nyx is at least from what we've seen so far, a little bit more dedicated on this A side, especially with the tendencies that we're seeing out of 3D Max to hit that site early and often. It's going to force him to plant his feet and kind of remain a part of that A side defense from the very get-go, as opposed to helping out with that mid side defense.
Yeah.
Some early conditioning here. That might open up some opportunities elsewhere on the map for 3D Max here. Might be setting their sights more towards middle later down the line. Or some early space towards Cave.
I mean, Exit was talking a lot about the lessons learned in the matchup versus Astralis as well. And, I mean, just from Fisher as a whole, as a tournament. And they got owned by Astralis on this map. And, you know, and in fact, Astralis didn't even, like, hit them with the same map that they played Astralis twice. And Astralis even just shook up the veto versus them. Didn't even get a chance to show their improvements and what they learned playing against a good Ancient team like the Danes. So now MIBR kind of get to work with an unknown strat book, a hidden plan potentially here versus 3D Max.
saying they learned from their losses here. Definitely be able to teach some lessons in the very get-go. Gravity taken down low, incredibly so.
Nyx.
The very get-go of this round, and Nyx is going to be under pressure early.
That's a nice kill there from Breno, but this is all onto Nyx. Shadow seen and an instant entry from Body. It's clean. Insani long range taps. Not quite there though with the kill. He got a dink even onto Maka, but that wasn't enough to take him with a body shot too. Just too long range for that A1S. Still a 3v3 though.
Yeah, bomb shot down. It's actually far removed from the site here.
And safe. Pushes forward, gets taken down. Lucky has the multi-kill. He needed that too. Gravity was on a late lurk. It was all Lucky, and he does it. Pressure on him, he delivers.
Yeah, stone cold right there coming through from Lucky again on a side of the map there where he's just left a little bit isolated in a late round clutch, having to step up to the plate, essentially on an island and perfectly dancing around these duels, especially with Maka on low HP, able to nail that opening pick. It makes Lucky and his position so possible. And you can see again the energy rising here. They know that that just shattered the economy of MIBR.
That was a bit of a gut punch for MIBR, especially the opener. But the nades! Oh my goodness! That's 4 grenades, 3 gravity. I mean, still tons of damage dealt. Are they seriously going to continue committing?
They can't. They killed Nyx. That's the B site.
Yeah, there's 3 players here and a couple on low, but they're still going to go. And it'll still work out. The flashbangs were really, really good and kept the pistols at bay. Very risky. As you can see, the health bars, just a dink or 2 in between would be the kills. But not meant to be here for MIBR. It is 3D Max who are getting off to a big lead while already up a map. They are putting the pressure on here in this opening round.
That they are, man. Set execution, that they don't get phased by the early damage that they're taking. Again, there is just full buy-in. I mean, watching Body go in and check the notes as soon as he dies in a round just shows that there is so much trust in the system that's provided. They're knowing that they were walking into a stack and trusting the flashes, trusting the utility.
Yep.
That's value right there. And even though they are walking in, they have the full buy-in on that execution. That's the difference maker right there in that round.
Yeah, I mean, look at these grenades. They were really good, really well placed, but obviously, I mean, look at those flashes too. It doesn't matter how many players there are on the site if they can't see anybody. I mean, that's 3D Max in a nutshell, really. Their executes are so powerful. They have their own set strats. They have a really strong playbook.
I think a playbook that works perfectly up against teams like MIBR, challenging rosters like this that, again, are going through some changes in their system, having to constantly adapt on the fly. 3D Max have the set pieces, they have the structure to back it up.
No more util here for MIBR. There's about to be a set play as the smokes fade for Breno. He might be in trouble.
Extra rotate joining over, though.
I mean, it could be possible. Swing there from Breno. Sees a lot, but Exit could not get a kill. But are they going to back up? No, Breno's going to keep challenging, not let him escape, but he takes so much damage in the process. Ooh. The anchor, though, in the form of Nyx, has already arrived on the scene, but he'll be smoked out. MIBR left without info here.
I mean, still a 4v3 here, working with a couple players on half HP as well. Open access towards the A side now kind of being filled over. They're trying to reaggress for info.
Save. Oh, it's being watched, though. It was being watched. Seen on the edge of his screen. Surely safe dead. He sees the bomb carry. He goes down. 2 versus 4. Eventually, the time is going to beckon them forward here.
It's got to be B-side play. I mean, that's their only option. Running away, though, Nyx.
He almost dropped the bomb.
Transitioning out of this one. Also, a little bit of time buying for the flank to activate, but it's an open bomb site.
Yeah, it is a freebie bomb site. Nyx needs to hold on to his guns. Money's not good for MIBR. And it will just be very chaotic there on the B ramp. My goodness.
Yeah, but a little bit controlled from 3D Max as well. They get their advantage. You know, they didn't really press the issue too much into that B-side play. They didn't force it. When they realize there's enough resistance to scare them off, they then back up with their advantage that they take off the back of that HE tossed in, and then let the reaggression fall into their hands there.
I mean, that is crazy levels of coordination as well. Like, normally, you get that entry kill, and it's go, 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 right? It's like, okay, we have a weak site. but 3D Max leveraged their advantage, and MIBR were actually screwed if they left behind, because they had no utility to take back any map control, take any confident peek. They had to take risks, and that's exactly what Breno took, and he got punished by an HE late in the round.
Yeah, they've also been conditioned pretty heavily with these early A plays to think, okay, there's probably a lurk on the extremity pressing out A. I've got to recover this space as all of that's taking place as well. And it just leaves MIBR with really limited options. 3D Max just able to sequence these calls one after another.
As we have another ref incident here with Gravity slowing down the roll. But it looks like once the headphones go back in, it should be good.
That's always a good sign.
Yeah.
That's what's snappy. This one could be 2.
Right. 2 saved rifles here for MIBR. Still, right, we've been talking about it, there's just no AWP for safe. It really is, what dictates the pace of this game. Do you eco or do you force buy in that second round? Obviously, when you win the second round force buy, you're in a lot better spot, but safe with no op in the picture. I wonder what there's probably a decision-making tree for that as well for MIBR, why they wouldn't bring out the op here on Ancient. Obviously, with 3D Max so primed in their executes, maybe the op won't even have anyone to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a little bit of it there. I mean, we saw some of the same tendencies flare up, though, on the side of Train, where I always think you should be prioritizing getting an op out.
Yeah.
Early on in the half and making sure that's maintained. I mean, again, they don't oftentimes play a lot around Safe's AWP. There's not a ton of setup for his opening moves, so that might be a big reason. If you're prioritizing more of your riflers in opening phases of rounds, then, that's what you want to get out as soon as possible. It's just the riflers. Try and set up Insani, try and set up Breno for aggressive duels, but I think Safe can be such a good offer on both Train as well as Ancient in particular. It would be nice to have it out at some point in this half. It should be in the next round at least, with the loss bonus stacking up.
Yeah, timeout called from MIBR. We're discussing here on this saved M4 purchase how they're going to utilize these saved weapons. As new coach getting his teammates fired up.
I don't think it's fizzled out last year. I think, tried to make some changes in the coaching role there. They said they weren't on the same page. They said there was some issues in building up some unity, and maybe that coaching change here helping out early on in the season, ready to set them up right. And you can definitely see that we're already getting a glimpse at a 3D Max coordination.
Yeah, especially after just a really devastating season for 3D Max. I think a lot of people had tons of expectations for the team. They had their own expectations, but they just barely missed playoffs in every single one of their events. In fact, as we have a little bit of a fake A execute here, I say a fake. We have Body walking up into Red Room right now. Lucky will see the swing of Nyx, but big time lurk available here. But 3 players are actually coming back to watch this. And Breno, a wide swing, escort in the rifle, which Body handily dispatches of. Throwing the HE, but safe with the refrag. Will he be able to escape? Yes, and be able to fight.
Beasthead also thwarted right now. They're met by smokes. They've just finally cracked through. Made the risk to move on in. But also re-aggression coming in from Exit. It gets punished though so quickly.
So it's about to fade. At long, and Nyx pushing forward. Big kill for 1. Trade there from Safe. Back to the 2v2. Mako's alone here with the bomb. 20 seconds. He has to make a decision to go A or go B now, and it looks like it's going to be that A site.
Yeah, you got the rotates being cut off now by Lucky, who's aggressing through Red Room. He can cut off the transition, but it's going to be quick.
Lucky right here, low HP on Nyx on the first. It's easy for Lucky. Next up in Safe. He doesn't hit the instant headshot though, but the bomb is being planted right now. Safe looking for the fight. Gonna charge onto the site. Get the wall bank, but not the kill. So close there for Safe. but not meant to be. It is 3D Max who continue to hold on.
Yeah, I mean, just such a heroic effort right there coming through from safe, but not enough damage sent through the wall. And enough cutoff off the back of that lucky lurk. Rolling through middle, again, gives him that late bailout option. And when you talk about decisions that have to be made in a small window of opportunity, 3D Max make the right move again.
That's what I always love about watching 3D Max, is you see them make the right call every time. Now, sometimes they get destroyed by the firepower. Look, they got eliminated from Fisher by Tai Lu, Jam Young going absolutely nuclear. You know, who could blame them? But they make such great decisions. Here, they picked on one. Yes, Safe brings out the op and puts it to work.
Already an opening pick right there. Finally, his weapon of choice in the mix for a CT side. It comes in round 8. It comes with an opening pick, though. There's a nice little gift wrapped up for 3D Max. Recovery effort being made, and again, being able to pull back these deficits. Can be a bit of a specialty here. Gravity's still rocking a Mac 10. Maybe he was hoping for a little bit of aggressive maneuvering through the cave side.
It's the Gratatat, or that's the Gratisfaction, actually.
The Gravity 10. Execution lining up here. The small window of opportunity to capitalize on a B exec right now. 3 aggressions rolling through A. It's going to put a small window on this execution. They got to get moving.
Yeah, tucked behind the site right now. Brennison hears them moving forward, swings, but gets eliminated. Maka with an incredible shot. Safe locked out of this site. He has a molly maybe to force a fight, but instead is trying to get away. Molly up towards the site pillar, but he has no backup. A swing from long will end him. Or will it? First kill, but can't get behind the box. And the hard-hitting 2-damage dink from Insani is going to force a back away, and 3D Max are running away with Ancient.
There's the opening pick, just null and void right there. It's great timing on the entries. You see the smokes getting tossed down, and there's just no rush. They do this small little 2 or 3 second pause after the execution is kind of revealed, where they just force peeks out of MIBR's anchors, and they get those duels. They're prepared to catch those fights. And that's sort of, again, trust in the execution, trust in the utilities. So it's always so risky. It feels like it's always so concerning, but 3D Max just have that buy-in.
I mean, they always show the elements of a team that... Oh, look at that. Through the smoke. A little outline as well found. What a shot from Safe. But 3D Max have always been so close to playoffs. And have always been a team that can always put up the digits versus some of the top competition. Just never been able to do it. Even at the Austin Major, they came close. We have an A rush, by the way. We got CT Donut Smoke instantly, and it's a lucky Mac 10 pushing forward. That Donut Smoke does miss, though. And that could give an entry to Insani, but instead, it will be a bomb plant, no contest.
Lucky trying to play off the gaps in that smoke. There's a kill straight through it, though. Gravity able to pluck one out, trying to rotate through CT.
Oh, devastating kill from Body as well, and stops this retake before it even starts. It's a save.
Yeah, just run away with what little you could bring to the next. Rifle's still held on to, but MIBR getting no ground, no traction in these rounds whatsoever. There's another good sequenced call from 3D Max.
Empty A site.
I mean, they've been abusing B early. They've been taking cave. I mean, they have used a little bit of mid, but they haven't met a lot of resistance from MIBR. So as soon as they try and punch towards middle, a little bit more aggressively, punch through B, a little bit more aggressively, they're swinging that air, and they're forced into a retake.
Yeah, it really is just beautiful Counter-Strike we're seeing here from 3D Max. And once again, I just watch them make the right call every time. And sometimes the individuals don't quite convert, and we've seen that, as I mentioned, Tai Lu. But like talking about their major run for 3D Max, they had a chance to even make playoffs incredibly well. There was matchup versus Na'Vi in the 1-0 bracket, came down to a 1v2 from Wonderful, and devastatingly 3D Max lost. They could have been 2-0 in stage 3 and be 1-BO3 away from the major, but instead that game went to overtime. They go to the 1-1, and that Rops Dooley's ace, if some of you guys remember that from the major, guess what team that was against?
Yeah.
And then they choke a little bit versus Pain Gaming in the 1 and 2, and kind of just a devastating way from almost being, soaring and almost being in playoffs to just being eliminated in a pretty mediocre position for this squad.
Yeah, I think sometimes challenging some of the best teams is always a bit of a challenge to level up in that department for 3D
we
Max.
going?
MIBR's in the bread and butter here, and another great opening right there. Flying Mac 10, that's what Gravity's buying it for.
Fast sprint up, and Sonny needs this duel. He does get it. A bit messy in middle. He sticks around. He's looking for the extra fight. He wants that multi-kill. Especially with Exorcist low, that could have been it. But instead, new setting utility, and Sonny will still get it. Non-stop production from this guy, but it could be given back. Lucky, I think he saw the apparel. And inside the doorway, gets an easy headshot, gifted right back. That is the bomb spotted. But still devastating.
Yeah, just a little confusion right now in MIBR as to where they head. Execution lining up towards this B side, but again, never a massive rush. Volley of utility tossed out here. Oh, and the spam eliminates Safe. He's just thinking he's tucked in covered, but still making strides in.
It's finally time for this new blood to show up. Has not had any action whatsoever.
Okay.
Maneuvering on the smokes. It does fade. 2v2. It's all on Nick's decision-making here to make this round possible for MIBR. He is versus 2 players. Gravity pushes forward, but Nyx can't get it. That is the A site open, and it is Insani on a long journey. And he's looking like he wants to try this 1v2.
I mean, you don't have a lot to lose here at this point. 3,000 in reserve. Kit, smoke and play.
He'll move forward. Clearing out the short side. It's a crossfire between Mac and Cave and Gravity as well. Double swings perfect. And Insani stood no chance. The best players in the world wouldn't stand a chance. It is 9-1 right now for 3D Max. This map of Ancient is looking like a blowout. This series is looking like a blowout.
Just not going to cough that one up. Great late decision making there to get the double swing. Make sure Insani can't use some of those mechanics to isolate these fights. And just the perfect reads right there. Being able to flush Safe out of the round as well with the wall bangs. 3D Max not looking back whatsoever. No regret in these rounds.
There's an AWP for Safe.
Opening picks just feel like they don't really matter all that much up against this team, especially if you're going to try and press the issue and give those picks back.
I mean, obviously, you're just trying to end the round. Maka on the off, but it's a bit sideways there. Wallbangs from exit actually put in some good damage, making that kill possible. Maka, not even burned out. CT Molly's total spread was not increased, just the rate at which it does. So, plenty of room there for Maka.
Oh, man. They got to be careful of giving these duels back right now, but there's another fight from Safe. He reaggresses and is able to offer up more success in the openings.
Audi, though, he burns Insani. He knows he has a duel up against him. But no HE to continue the pressure. Oh my goodness, instead he's going to go knife out. They walk into each other, but mouths are not moving for either team. I don't think either player realized. Body does cross, however. How will 3D Max play this? They've already walked out A. Oh my goodness, Lucky's walking through the smoke! And Body activates as well! It's perfect for 3D Max! Safe though, good quick scope for one and another! It's going back and forth! It's cinematic here on Ancient. Maka now tossed into the clutch. He has an AWP, and this is winnable. He runs back into Donut though, will make no secret of his move. He's onto the Tech 9, and it's gonna swing and destroy Safe! Into the 1v1 for Maka! Craziest round of Cologne so far, you gotta think. Maka needs the flick. The Ninja Diffuse though is coming through for exit. And it's the Tech 9 spams off the mark. It's a Ninja for exit. Insanity here on Ancient. The no-scope even connects, but it's just a leg shot. It'll be the second round for MIBR.
Man, what a pullback effort right there rolling out from Safe, man. Desperation setting in. You're losing out on every last duel. The perfect smoke collide coming through from 3D Max and unity right there from Body and Lucky, but Safe just has to take charge in this round and delivers the 3K. A little bit frustrated with the end of that round for him, but still redeemed by Exit's clutch.
Oh my god. I don't think I can imagine anything more insane than what I just witnessed. Safe somehow battling back 2 kills. Maka nearly in the clutch site. A body out here already moving. 10 HP. Will the smoke spam get it? Instead, Nyx is going to be under pressure. He doesn't get his molly down in time. He surely goes down. He does get 1, but a 3 versus 4 in an open A site might call curtains on this half for MIBR.
He just drew all the rotates right there. Nyx was on an island. And Sonny trying to pick up the pieces here, but gonna try and make a quick move here through Temple.
Now making noise. Now revealed, and this player on the boost too that can watch this angle. HG. And MIBR's hopes here in this opening match are looking grim. 10-2 looking likely. Swings are sharp here from 3D Max. Calls are perfect. Beautiful Counter-Strike we are witnessing from this team. Smoke onto the bomb again. That was what got them in the details in the last one, but this won't be happening for Safe and Exit again. 10-2 here. Domination from 3D Max. Might have got eliminated by Tai Lu just a couple days ago, but they've come back here in Cologne with a vengeance.
tournament. You guys dropped series to Lin Vision, 3D Max. How'd they...
They had a brutal start to this year here for 3D Max. Many big opportunities to make the playoffs of S-tier events. But now they're starting off strong here in Cologne with the new coach and new fire as they are dominating here versus MIBR.
Yeah, just systematically shutting these rounds down. We'll see if they can deal with this MIBR T side. We said the aggression can be unleashed. They can get a little bit more impact out of Bruno and Insani, but they're going to need every last bit of muscle here to try and pull back this deficit.
Exer sees dual Berettas and 3 players about to be on his screen. Will he swing? He does, but no kills. Instead, he sticks around and gets owned by Breno. Banger flashbang as well. And Nyx will clean up. A pistol round for MIBR could extend this game.
Able to scale in here, waiting for the utility. Gravity going to be met outside, looking in on these smokes. Looking for some desperate spam. Connects a little bit of damage. A bomb plant going to be confirmed here. And MIBR looking like they've got a little bit of motion in this second half.
This round's not over. Maka, though, does get goosed. Reduces his effectiveness. Safe thinking about the swing. And hears him running away, so does not take out Maka. Now Gravity sees a foot. Oh my god. This is not possible. They don't have a kit, and Sonny's got some sharp shots to keep this one under wraps. MIBR on T side. What can they get done?
This is the start they needed here. Hunting down the pistols. They've got to run away from the bomb too. Able to do so for safe, and Insani chase it down body. Nothing held on to whatsoever for 3D Max. We'll see what their decision making here in the second round will be. Still a lot of saves from MIBR. Full ecos. With this sort of lead, I definitely think it's worth the force, but you've got so much runway here with this lead, you can just kind of nurse it to the finish line. So if that means getting an op-out for your first gun round, I like that decision. That's what we're going to get here out of this CG side of the 3D Max. 4 MP9s in the mix.
May have been nerfed, but it is still the MP9. It still has way more firepower than it should for 1250. I feel like people buying the Desert Eagle just don't know. Not the whole team can buy a Desert Eagle, that is. If you're going for long-range fights, Desert Eagle is your weapon of choice, which is body here in middle. But if you're doing anything closer than that, MP9 half armor run and gun is a great way to win these kind of rounds. It's not looking like this round, though, Cole.
Not at all. They're gambling a little bit here. Again, this offers up the opportunity for 2 kind of force buys for the price of 1. If you call it a save or try and play a containment game with the MP9s, you can get $600 for every kill. And then you can try and do it again in the next round. 3D Max go a little bit gambly on the stack. Don't get rewarded for it. Body sticking around here being a nuisance. That dink will scare him off.
Yeah, the pacifism round. Some people call it the unicorn round, I guess. Is it going to happen? Obviously, the bomb on Ancient is a nuke. Not the map. So, better run away. Oh, no. Exorcists, don't give it up to us. Come on, we just want all 5 players to survive, and it looks like it's going to happen. Everybody, put your hands together for the most entertaining Counter-Strike round ever played. Nobody dies.
Yeah, at least Body tried to provide some entertainment. Dancing around those smoke, spamming the whole round, but all 10 up. Again, second opportunity with this force supply. That's 3D Max making some very frugal decisions. We'll see them try and replicate maybe a bit of a gamble stack here again. They didn't go B last time. What if they did this time?
True, and now this round they can buy a little bit of extra utility as well. Maybe they can make a play. It's literally, not literally the exact same setup. This time Bodies and Donut. But it basically is. Easy mid control for MIBR, working A main. Okay, since Body's in a little bit more of a committed position, I don't think we're going to see back-to-back unicorn rounds, but
Body's going down with the ship this time, it seems. Multiple smokes dropped over, though. Okay, that makes it seem like there's a little bit more presence than you'd like to deal with on that A side. Maybe it kind of tilts your decision-making.
I do like that a lot. The 2 smokes here, feigning presence on the A site.
Doesn't seem like it's phasing the decision-making, though, from MIBR. They
no
those
way.
smokes out.
No way it's going to be back-to-back unicorn round.
Well, I think at this point you try and actually get
okay.
the MP9s.
Yeah, body. Yeah, that's. Oh, he's diving away. He's diving away. No,
wow.
No way. Is this gonna happen? Body could get spammed through the smoke.
Well, the MP9s are starting to kind of close the net here.
Okay.
Again, every kill you get is going to amplify your purchase in the next. And that bomb does force a lot of repositions.
Yeah, but if they go CT again, they'll face off into body. No, okay, they're going A main. So CT's the way to go. Body, the lone sheriff down here. This is his part of town, and he's going to be able to laser down the first. This ain't IEM Dallas, though, so he's only good for one. And the MP9s, I mean, I would want to see... Oh, they're all in the corner. Oh, and the defuse is going to lure him out a little. I think Insani's going to go down. He's not. Maka does fall. I mean, the armor's worth a little bit, but we're throwing out all these MP9s for M4s now.
Yeah, you're getting the setup in the next round. That's what it's all about. Good reads from MIBR for back-to-back freebies, except for this one shot for body. That's nice. Work right there. Safe catching that one. Everyone else able to stick around there. MIBR up to 5 before the first gun round does come through. They're holding onto the MP9s. Okay. Sticking with the weaponry. That full belt of utility. All the tools at their disposal for an opening pick, but running through the flames right there is insane. He can't make the escape.
But they know that's body. They know that's one of their A anchors. And so Safe is going to start making moves out from A main, and the A site is completely empty. Lucky might have a chance, and now that B lane's getting cleared, I think the alarm bells are ringing here for Lucky. But the shadow advantage is big time. The Safe won't spot it, however. Easy kill onto Safe. Full belt of utility here for Nyx. Bomb plant as well will be good, but Brennan holding on and stops the weapon from being picked up, bring it back to a 3 versus 3. Another molly, though, deployed by Nyx. That could have gone to the bomb. Instead, they're just going to run right past it. 3 players sprinting through Donut, already out on the site. Easy kill in the exit, and this retake is fast. They failed the boost as well, and they've seen it as well now. Both players watched here in A main, smoke onto the bomb, defuse beginning. This is a 10 seconds, but it doesn't matter. The kills here from Gravity and Maka bring 3D Max to 11.
That's, again, 3D Max being able to make decisive moves before MIBR have a chance to plant their feet. They just catch these small timings, getting the information before the post plant can really establish. You can see Lucky able to threaten a very crucial kill, but in a 3v3, without, you know, that smoke being blown open, if they just sit and wait, that's surely an MIBR round. That's just, to time alone, that would have been the impact, but to the positioning probably would have even further amplified the problem. MIBR really thought they had that opportunity right in their hands, but 3D Max just too quick on the trigger.
And a big-time setback for MIBR, who needed that. Just being able to win the true first gun round and put their opponent's economy back on the back foot. Instead, it's 2 rounds away, and they might not have the runway to lift off. That allows the CT's money to build up. They have multiple buy rounds. You don't get those freebies anymore. As he goes and shakes everybody's hand. Everyone, dap up culture, be damned. He's shaking everyone's hand. This guy, you know, their new coach here for 3D Max, he's a professional guy.
Exorcist as well. You see this time, Safe trying to go for these opening duels. Pick towards the middle, but just no visual. How about the flashes, smokes and bloom. Mid-control captured by 3D Max, but there is a player looking to disrupt this around the edges of this smoke. Breno trying to work for some cave control here soon.
Instead, though, 3D Max are actually going to push down the ramp, and bad time to have a flashbang if you're Safe, because Body's making moves. Breno got dinked down to 16. Might die to the spam. Gets away from the laser beams. It will only get singed down to 16 and then dies. Lucky gets it. The 4-man collapse inbound of the B lane. 3 players drop to Lucky. 3 of a kind again. Now Insani having to make the move out of desperation. Nyx does have space on A.
Oh, the bomb has to be recovered, though. Exorcist to cut this off.
Oh, Insani with the monster shot. Is he ready for the next? No. Loses the bomb. Nyx has to backpedal it. 30 seconds. And he's calling it off. He doesn't think it's possible. I mean, realistically, it isn't. Smoke on it, too. And this is going to be series point for 3D Max.
That perfect collapse there. Another massive round from Lucky. Aggression rolling up the 3K again. Rolling through this late round activity coming through. Lucky has both times now in Train and now in Ancient been the opportunity to move this team onto 12. And MIBR have a couple good rounds in them. But as soon as those rifles get brought out from 3D Max, it feels like curtains called instantly with the motion in the round. Coordinated aggression, spam rolling through as the extra leverage on into this control towards B. And they're just shooting fish in a barrel here, really. And it's just the duo between Gravity and Lucky providing that damage to spam. And then even, part of that play is body.
It's somehow 3D Max amassed more defenders than attackers in the B lane. That was a 4v3. And I mean, it helps when MIBR are just unable to shoot back. There's nowhere to stand for MIBR. The bucket position was flushed out by wall bangs and utility. Now mid, about to be cleared. Smoke break, and the Galil's not enough. It's a double from body. Insani did the damage, but not the right weapon. And this could just be the series as Lucky continues his tear.
Just absolutely blew this round open right through the smoke. Safe. Looking for recovery on 13 HP. Breno not making any strides into this round. Absolutely no ground gained.
I mean, 3D Max have looked rough in recent tournaments, have been looking like a middle of the pack team. And this kind of dominant victory really is a breath of fresh air for French Counter-Strike as a whole as well. Obviously, you have Team Vitality to look up to.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good.
Walking to their doom. Lurk smoke for safe. Desperation. It's Breno on the AK. He's done some great things with that rifle, but is this going to be that round? It'll be a trade from safe, but a 13 HP 1v3 is not the finest situation to be in. Body moves forward, trying to close in. Safe. Can't miss a bullet, and that he does. Gravity will lock it up. It's a 2-0 for 3D Max. Dominant on both maps. They are looking fresh to death in Cologne.
Yeah, decisive victory here. Another sweep against a team that they've had the number of throughout this year so far. And they do it again, looking so incredibly comfortable, even despite, I think, both these teams having some challenges that they have to answer in the offseason in terms of map pools. Losing Anubis for both these teams is a bit of a hit. I think that 3D Max coming to this event showing that they have been looking to get more on the same page, build up that structure, get back to what they were able to show in terms of coming close into these playoff events. Cologne's a chance to break through, an opportunity to make it through not only stage one, but try to then amplify some of that success off the back of all of the roster moves here. Teams are not on the same page. They're trying to build up off the off season here. They've been taking some time off, so you have a chance to weasel your way in and be that next team that can rise. And that's an opportunity they really hope to capitalize on. This win looks like they have that capability.
And to get the confidence back for this team, who has been just, again, middle of the pack team, kind of like hanging around the top 15. They're gunning for top 10. They're gunning to be a contender and a dark horse in a lot of these tournaments and actually deliver on that expectation. And so, a great start versus a solid team in the form of MIBR. But obviously, there is much more difficult opposition to come in a stacked tournament like this.
Yeah, that's going to be the next step here for 3D Max. Obviously, it's kind of been the case throughout this year, is can they challenge versus some of the best teams, some of these organizations that do have the firepower stacked to the brim. I will say that's always going to be something that they'll have to deal with right now. But they still show that they have that capability. I think this is a bit of a statement victory that starts off their Cologne run here, right?
Yeah, and I think for for MIBR, I mean, it's kind of tough. Again, they're still debuting, and I think a lot of people can't really use the Fisher event as like a real benchmark for a lot of these teams. But I think, and obviously the record versus 3D Max you mentioned, just like, 4-0 in terms of maps versus this MIBR team. It's already a difficult matchup that doesn't really favor them. I think there will obviously be a chance for MIBR to bounce back, but definitely if they end up crashing out in stage 1, it would definitely be a bit of a disappointment. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously it kind of talked a little bit about the work that they've been putting in right now. They've been, trying to get prepared for this second part of the season here, the second half of the year. And Cologne is a huge opportunity to kind of explode in the rankings. And if they can pick up some upset wins, that can kind of get them more established as one of the top teams in South America. This isn't the result they were hoping for. Wanted to see them finally be able to overcome what is a bit of a demon team in 3D Max here for this roster at MIBR, but this isn't necessarily that start here. We saw some promise out of Nyx and some of those train holds. Ancient was kind of a wash for them. Yeah, I mean, you can't really put it on to any particular player. I mean, 3D Max are the team that just makes so many good decisions, and they had great execution here today, especially on their T side. I mean, I look at Lucky and Exorcist and the multi-kills they were able to provide, especially Lucky when they needed an extra push in the late stages of games. Man, he was constantly providing those big multi-kills. He was constantly providing huge X-Factor moments in late rounds on the T side as well. So you just look at some of those moments and you think, man, this team does feel like it has the full package. Now, can they, again, bring that to the next level of competition versus the best teams in the world? That'll be a big test. It's so funny that Maka probably didn't even need to fire a single op shot this entire series as well. I think he maybe had it like maybe once or twice, even across both maps. And that absolutely not necessary. Like 3D Max are able to win with so many other pieces of their team. They don't need one player firing on all cylinders to do it. And that moves 3D Max further here in the second half here of stage 1. Obviously, they are facing off against the winner of our next matchup here on the B stream. That is NIP versus Heroic. Yeah, looking forward to that matchup. Should be a very fun one. Always a bit of fun banter between those two organizations. So I'm excited to see it play out again in the server. Both of these teams kind of looking for answers in the offseason. Maybe Heroic more so hands forced, but NIP looking for some upgrades and heading into the season right. And again, big opportunities for both these squads. Heroic a little bit more established, but NIP are one of the examples that really needs to make this run at Cologne work for them. Yeah, I know. It's NIP, the story of a team that started from 0 this year, and they didn't even get enough points, I think, to qualify for the MRQ, if that serves me correct. I don't even think they played. They were there. If they were or not, but either way, online competition, nevertheless, is difficult. It is a grind. And they had to play the qualifiers to PGL Astana and slog through like a 400 team open qualifier into a 32 team closed qualifier. They have completed the grind, and to cap it off, they need a good run here at Cologne to keep their VRS high. We're going to see if they can do that versus a new look Heroic team, as we're going to go ahead and bring this one off to a break. NIP versus Heroic up next.
Full fight now for FaZe. And Big have got hyped on his AWP. He was very slow to start this game though. And he's going to be slower. Tagged early. Does pick Brokey through the smoke, but Leech runs up middle and finds an early kill. 4v4 here. Bit of chaos in middle. Banana owned by FaZe in the meantime.
Oh, a bit of re-aggression from Big. Carrigan, in the meantime, is trying to crack open this B site, and even now, doesn't get the kill, sure, but that puts a lot of pressure on him. Big have to rotate a second player back to B.
This is scary.
Hype's also pretty wounded here, so even this fight down through middle as he plays for that info is far from safe. It's a necessity, though, for Big. They feel like they're flying blind in this round with very little idea as to where FaZe are ending up. There's the attempt at an info play, and Elige will punish it. When that AWP looked down mid, Hype saw nothing. And so as Crimbo went into that fight, wasn't ready for that many players peeking him. Can Hyped, hold on. Set up with JDC in the site. Now the AWP is the only thing that remains, and it's just going to make out with that one kill.
FaZe masters in those positions, not overswinging the AWP, waiting for Rain to come and join them before anyone really commits into the AWP. And they're able to find him for a good price. 2 will do. And that is a save for tabseN. Low from that early skirmish with Karrigan. FaZe thrive in the chaos. And just like you said, that lack of info from the hyped AWP, really unfortunate. Because FaZe just pop out mid when Big think it's completely clear. Albeit still a close round, but one that FaZe will take the cake in. Don't think they'll be saving that AWP either on this T side, especially not with Big's economy in tatters here. They've got one more buy. Even just from the early eye test, it does feel like we're getting, you know, more investments and more options for investments with this little bit more money. It's not like it game-changing in a huge way, but I've heard some players already talk about how, you know, you'll think they're lower money than they are a lot of the time, and suddenly they come out with an M4 when they have no right to. And Big take a very conservative approach here, going for an eco, getting some deagles, bit of Kevlar, but looking to buy in the next. Damage is the goal here for Big. Playing very weak on this B-bomb site so far on the CT side. Once FaZe figured that out, could come at an awful time for Big. Many rounds just had one player here.
And even now, this is just FaZe kind of puffing their chest out, hoping that they can force a reaction out of Big. Ooh, Rain discovers this double mid setup. But it's a tricky prospect for him to go and fight that, so 4v4 might be the best case for FaZe. A Big start to rotate away. And bringing almost everyone around towards this B site. The JDC Deagle does 99 damage. Frozen getting out with 1 HP. FaZe do have this site control. Bomb only just getting planted now, though. Big have had plenty of time to arrive.
Flood it.
Make life tricky for FaZe in this post plant. It's tabseN's double that changes the tide. And Frozen tagged up earlier on. Trading places in this smoke out at the spawn. Can they finish the job on Frozen?
He's going back, he's read it, but Rain draws him in with attention. This is winnable for Rain and Rain alone. Then he springs the trap. Frozen with 2 more. Looks for 4 to win this round out. The reload in the face of the defuse as QB just sits on the site hoping for the swing. He gets it, but it's too late. And Rain and Frozen pick up that post plant with no support.
That is just a wild clutch. Rain to tee him up for it, brings the attention of him in at the top of Banana, and then Frozen at 1 health, 1 HP the entire time in that post plant.
And QB was going back to check it. He was going to consider that play, but then Rain gets a kill and he has to help his team out. This kill was a perfect timing to turn QB round. Gives Frozen 2 kills. Give him a pat on the back, because that's a 10th round for FaZe, dodging the eco win from Big. But ultimately, Big's goal was damage, and yeah, it hurts when you have a 4v2 that winnable. But they essentially got their goal. They got damage, they made money, and now they can capitalize. But it's now or never here for Big on the CT side.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
That's the shot. Hold on. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
And welcome back to Counter-Strike's most storied tournament, over a decade of tournaments here in Cologne. And now we're here in the Big 2025, featuring the winners of 2014. NIP taking on Heroic down here on the B stream of 5. John McCullough, Ekner McHenry.
Yeah, looking forward to this matchup here. It's going to be a very exciting one in between Heroic and NIP. You know, two teams, again, that have a lot of history battling it out against each other. Two teams that are looking to kind of rebuild. NIP have had a little bit more time with their roster here, but Heroic have been left trying to build up a team here during the offseason.
Yeah, I know. Heroic have been undergoing tons of different changes as well. Obviously, with Sampaius might be over there in G2, but we do have the Unction joining us here, as Snappy has been a player left out of the oldest players competing in events. He's here at another Cologne, finally here with NIP. Obviously, Falcons, that was a different story, but 35 years old, just 2 months younger than Kerrigan, kind of emphasizes how important this event is for him.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's so impressive to me right now. Obviously, these IGLs being able to really turn a storied career here, and a Snappy, one of them, looking to elevate with a young roster. I think a roster that has a lot of buy-in, that really trusts his leadership as a IGL.
Yeah, and don't forget about Sponge's birthday tomorrow. Everyone wish him a happy birthday before he can drop a tweet about it. Anyways, but yeah, I know Snappy as an in-game leader is constantly proving himself with so many different rosters as well. So it's like it's very cool to see him bring up yet another lineup. But on the other hand, here for Heroic, they had their little debut over in Fisher. And for these superstars back in Tier 2, it wasn't a great debut tournament for them.
Yeah, it wasn't a excellent showing. I mean, obviously for Nilo, he's got a little bit of rust to shake off in terms of playing during the offseason. He was on the bench for quite some time, finally being unlocked in this Heroic roster. I do think he can get back to a really high form. And yeah, Grix obviously looking to step up as well.
Yeah, we have an interview from Grix as well, finally getting some word from him.
Fresh player here for Heroic in the form of Nyx. Now, Nyx, brand new on Heroic. First time in a Tier 1 team. Tell me about that.
Hello, everyone. First time in Heroic, yeah. My first Tier 1 team. Excited to play. Want to show myself that I can do everything.
How long have you been watching Counter-Strike and playing Counter-Strike?
I started to play in CS in 2020. That's why for 5 years. And before it, I just watched some games and so on.
Okay, so who were some of your favorite players to watch and learn from?
Simple.
Yeah, I mean, it could just end right there. I mean, he'd pretty much tell you how to play the game. Let's talk a little bit about that first time in Cologne feeling. This is your first Intel Extreme Masters, first one in Cologne. Is that correct?
Yeah, you're right. And I can say that I'm so excited to play here. So it's the second, or maybe I think one of the best, or the second best tournament in CS. And yeah, excited to play here.
A lot of prestige that you could potentially take home here. Tell me about playing with Heroic today.
We just want to show great game. We prepared well. We had more time than preparation before Fisher. And yeah, we prepared well and want to show what we can do.
Well, good luck today, Mr. Nyx.
Thank you.
And Grix gets to sign his name on the banner, as we did see those vetoes come through, and we've got a big surprise for you. It is an overpass pickup for Heroic in this one.
Well, hey, it's a pretty fresh-faced team here, so you're going to be looking at some changes in the structure. You're going to be looking at some changes in the map pool, and overpass is a huge curveball. That right there is going to be an excellent opportunity to get a little glimpse at what Grix can do on that AWP. We're going to get a great showcase of how he can play. I mean, 2020, he's got a little bit of experience playing overpass, but probably not a ton, to be honest with you, on that map. So a really exciting opportunity for him to showcase what he can bring to the table. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that curveball from Heroic.
Yeah, I think a lot of people also just have kind of like misidentified Grix as like some sort of Monacy aspect. I see him as a lot more of a passive striking operator, kind of in supportive roles as well, kind of like a Sampayas. I think he kind of one-for-one fits the kind of opera that Sampayas was. He's not like the next Monacy. He could definitely show up. He could definitely have some great moments and good highlights, but I think what is good about Grix is his floor.
Yeah. I mean, he brings up a level of consistency that you really look forward to. I'm excited to see what he can bring to the server. I mean, he comes from a team that I think has lacked a little bit of structure, and already looks like he can play with that structure that Heroic brings to the table. Yep. So it's a really good sign from his opping that he does have that consistency.
And 2014's champions, and one of them is standing behind the Ninjas in Pajamas as well, and Exist, bringing aboard Kaspersky from Ents, I believe on loan for a time being, and of a way different player that Aras Dose is. We'll take a look into what he has to bring to the table as well. He's an exciting one, and so is Shush. He's leading the pack here. That's a smoke as well. And he can deliver that as a lurk.
Yeah, an opportunity to maybe isolate some duels and get to the back of Silo here, which is always a challenge, and already taking a fight here. Tanir only good for one from the top ropes and gets knocked out. It's already some impact here from the new guy.
It's Kaspersky with a double, but backs turn, wrinkle caught between two mines. Youngstar and Linus deliver, and Snappy with a late molly, but Ujerks, big time flank, and that molly going in towards the silo is quite nice as he emerges forward, but doesn't get the kill. Linus pops him. And Snappy in a 1 versus 3. Jumps across, slams the door in his face. Come on, Snappy, you got this. Clutch on the cards. Armorless, though, and... now. It swings the other way. A little too much swing in the door from LNZ. I can't really call him Linus, because there's actually 2 Linuses now on Heroic. Shout out Linus Bergman, a.k.a. Nilo.
They got already some impact here out of some of the new guys right there. Kaspersky able to find the entries and create some room into that site, but rotation's a little bit too quick.
No, both players didn't expect to be seeing each other. Oh my goodness. I guess you can call that a clash of the captains. It's not that dramatic, though. As Ujerks gonna be flashing his way out immediately, but destroyed there by Tanir. Quick trade back though from Kaspersky on the other side, but eventually the crossfire is far too good. There are 4 players on the A site. Unbreakable are Heroic.
Yeah, that's rotations being way too fast for NIP to create any space right there. Despite the opening, the counter utility, and the amount of resources that Heroic stack in towards that upper site. Way too much to get past. And a couple statements being made here. This squad ready to play, ready to catch some of the heat that's been thrown at them. NIP's map choice, map that they've really built up a lot on throughout this year, so no surprise to see that come out of them early.
Yeah, a variety of positions that Nilo has to take up for this team as well. He's a ramp anchor here for Heroic versus Kaspersky. Hey, new edition on new edition combat. Kaspersky, no way he does this off the Tech 9. Snappy's Deagle, though. Sure stays so. Unfortunately, the rest does fall apart from that point on. And honestly, NIP haven't played a lot of Counter-Strike in these first 3 rounds.
I mean, just so quickly traded. Opening duels may be working for NIP, but the reaction's way too swift. Snappy looking for some more shots for a bomb plant. Not going to happen. Not in this case. Heroic get where they need to be, shut that play down. Some quick motions out of NIP early on. These first 3 rounds flying by, but Heroic are ready to match that energy in this first map. something that T sides like to do a lot on Nuke, especially is I think if it's the first map, I think you play a little bit quicker. You try and catch them a little bit rusty, not warmed up. But Heroic are ready to match that.
Yeah, Grick's already on the op in round 4. Get to see what he can do against tier 1 opponents. Because this is the real test with a bit more practice here for Heroic. Chance to prove himself. It's Linus, will he spam? Just being careful of a mini walk and will not empty his magazine.
3 players down. Secret, that's such a huge advantage. Rotates are coming through a little bit delayed though. You're seeing Nilo kind of get where he needs to be.
Ooh, and the spam onto Tanir is devastating. It forces Nilo to activate, and he gets slaughtered by Ujurk's open B site. Grix arrives, but 3 players on his screen. He's lost too much space. He's given up. NIP with 2 sharp entries will be able to break through the B site and force a save.
Yeah, it's so valuable right there. Getting players down and towards Secret, being able to remain silent on the cross, not getting exposed by the HEs. Everyone on Heroic going to save back in CT spawn, but that is something that you need to disrupt in rounds to come. Being able to take that control, that's why you get the Grix up out as soon as possible. Trying to get him some sight lines. But that's an NIP specialty right there, right? Getting players down into position, allowing them to catch that element of surprise. One of the lead reasons as to why they find this map so comfortable in their pool right now.
Yeah, I think 3 players in Secret is a big surprise. They did break the smoke. I wonder if it was a gamble, though, from Heroic to say, hey, they're probably just knock down Secret. Because Nilo, once he loses his teammate, just approaches the vents. And also, I just want to talk about a player like Shush, who has turned into the star player for NIP in this one.
I still am so impressed with his level of output. I think he is just the most valuable player with sometimes just the least really resources to really play off of. So it's always so impressive what he can bring to the table, given that factor. Still putting so much together here. Chance to start, but he misses his opportunity. Doesn't get punished fully.
Oh, HE will strike through onto him. He keeps going, and he just 180s onto him. There's the 3rd, there's the 4th for Ujurk. And NIP plays through, not quite the ace. But that's all that's needed for the Cologne semi-finalist.
Oh my god. What a sequence. They're flying into the fight right there. All triggered off the back of that HE and opening pick. I mean, a full 360 spin on the mini player on his entry pathing. That is an electric start for Ujurks.
Oh my goodness. I feel like an entry player that has definitely lost some of his teeth here on NIP steps up in a huge way. Nilo's not living here. Oh my goodness. Full-blown execute. A little team flash. And Percy's got the headshot. And there's one thing that NIP, I think a lot of people underrate them for. They can shoot hard.
Yeah, I mean, even the fact that, you know, again, during this offseason, he lost kind of his duo piece and long-standing teammate, Rose Dose, still able to provide this impact. He still has that firepower. Look at the entry pathing coming through. It's just a tear. Headshots galore. And an explosive start to another gun round that just gets sideswiped.
I mean, it's going to be a quick timeout here from new coach Tobis as well. So it's had to be like kind of a complete restructuring right now for Heroic. And I mean, a lot of gaps in that defense too. Grick's not ready for the top silo play. And nobody prepared for anything, right? Also, the comms are not clear that a player's inside a mini. You have 2 backs turned right there on the A site.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's able to get that much space as a one man alone, I mean, also triggered by the fact that NIP are executing out A while this is happening. Everyone through Hut and Squeaky, it doesn't have to do a think. They don't have to lift a finger. They just move on in to a very clear sight. Off the back of that one-man shell. Ujurk's back up to his antics, flying in towards Secret as soon as possible.
And Kaspersky just maintaining lobby here as well. Just a real easy kills so far for NIP on this map and Nuke.
Denier looking for some risk taking, gets punished, and again down in towards the secret side. Jerks aggressive. Oh, absolutely punishes LNZ's aggression. They need some space. They needed some sort of recovery. They can't afford to lose all of the aspects of the map, but they lose even more. It's just going to queue up more re-aggression, you'd think, as well, right? I mean, that's the sort of reaction that you need to go for if you're heroic. I guess you could gamble in this A site. You might not be wrong.
2 players. These Swedes. And Kaspersky sees a shoulder.
Oh, they went down the fence.
Oh, they've beat him. And this is instant round win. NIP will not be going for this. And outcalled by Unk. That's a kill back, but that's just an AK.
They're going to try and find safety in this round. I mean, NIP might be a little bit interested in a hunt here, especially with Grix up in a vulnerable position. I think he's towards CT right now if you're Snappy, understandably so.
And Snappy looking to lock up these last couple. Real proving moment here for Kaspersky as well. People can make the joke, Eliza Espo 2024 champion with Ents, but outside of that, oh, okay, all right, that's a way to save by taking their guns away. Alrighty, that was a bit fierce from Grix. Anyways, either way for Kaspersky, I feel like just that Ents lineup just could not get anything going. Just could not find traction in Tier 2 and just get consistent wins. Because that's all you care about in Tier 2 is consistency. And Kaspersky, I wouldn't say consistent is the word, but explosive. So maybe not the right player for Tier 2, but definitely the right player to get the call up to Tier 1, I think.
Yeah, has a big opportunity. And, you know, when you play with big teammates, you have an opportunity to get a whole lot more explosive. Like that start on the Youngstar. Already taken out of this round. She's just target his location. It's just a free opening duel. And again, it's triggering re-aggression here all over the map. LNZ going to clear outside. Well, maybe some hut poking and prodding as well, but you avoid it for now.
Rick's on the A site right now is committed. He's looking in towards Squeaky. I think he's going to just choose to fight from the second vent.
That smoke's just going to block his vision. He's going to have to change directions. The outer yard wall also assembled. LNZ in a pretty committed position. Taking in the molly. No contact taken just yet, though.
Here's the footsteps, but has no teammates. He has to do it all on the FAMAS. Is he going to stand and fight? He's going to swing. He's going to see the whole team, and he's going to get a second with the FAMAS. HG to try and slow them down, and it does. Extra damage. He gets away. Has backup too, because Grix has been called down, and Heroic are going to pull this one back. 1 versus 3 right now. Here for Shush. And will he be found? Yes, by Nilo. Heroic somehow come back in that.
Incredible stuff right there from LNZ, pulling that round back. Needed to be a hero. That's why he's sticking around in that secret position. That's why he's not giving up that space. And not only finding that duel, but then delivering the multi-kill, chasing those frags down, buying time for Grix to get involved. What a sequence here. The fadeaway baiting out more attention here, allowing Grix to get a multi-kill. He lifts off the back of the exit kills that he gets, maybe a little bit of confidence building, and then re-peaks in the angle for those multi-kills that matter.
It's been LNZ who has truly been the fragger in this game for the side of Heroic. I mean, he started off the first 3 rounds 7-0, and I mean, kind of needs to be that hot hand as well. I think a lot of people criticize Heroic for the removal of xCloud as well, as just that he's a huge, X-Factor player is xCloud, and replace him for someone much more stable in the form of Nilo. I think xCloud just kind of has the ability to wide swing someone and just open up things, especially on T side, and CT for that matter, and the high ratings that he was posting. He had like a 1.18 rating with his time on Heroic, was absolutely dominating. Then he got benched, big question marks. But Linus seems to try and answer them. Good opener for Youngstar. And Kaspersky getting nothing. This will be an opener for Heroic to work with.
Yeah, but they do have a player that got down the vents here in LNZ despite all the chaos. Now, Nilo has a challenge
All right.
holding up this ramp side. He's a little bit isolated.
Let's answer the call here, Nilo. A lot of questions about you. What do you got? First kill's not there. Taken down by the other new addition, and Kaspersky. Easy entry, and NIP descend down to the lower site. It's Linus here in the corner. Breaks the glass, but does not deliver the kill. A missed spray, and Tanir, no angles into the site. Looking for Ujurks on the lurk, but this bomb plant might settle this round. Grix is already saving.
Yeah, Grix is out of this one. Ujurk's still in a position to try and cut off further prospects of this retake as well. And they're sticking around, but not going to gain much ground in this retake if they're not moving forward anytime soon. And Tanir and Youngstar going to move on up. Huge opportunity opened up from the new guy here on NIP, and followed up by the old as well, and Snappy.
Dude, Autos Dose hit those kind of entries. You're more dug into tier 2. I've always seen Autos Dose just a very passive player, very decision maker based. Wow. Someone like Kaspersky is just going to underhand a flash through a smoke and make the play himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was an excellent anchor. He's proved that in his time on Sol, right? But on this roster, maybe the look of cohesion that they wanted to build in New Jerks and Rose Dose didn't quite really formulate, and they were able to bring in some more firepower, some more aggression in this NIP team, some more ways to win on this T side that you already brought to the table with New Jerks. Oh, it's a good positioning from LNZ though. Oh, early, but he's gonna get mollied out.
He can't stand up top either. Oh,
hey, he can't survive.
He found I thought he found a tiny corner.
They saw him there. They threw another molly to make sure.
Man, down with the ship.
And Grix, this timing is going to be rough here.
He's dead.
He's on outer yard, and
he is dead.
Oh,
no. God. Oh, no. Both players miss as well. Grix doesn't hit his wide flick. And Youngstar finds Kaspersky inside of lobby, turning this round on its head. Wrinkle hasn't needed to do anything this game. Will be called upon with Shush. I mean, talk about the depth of this NIP team. We've only seen things from Kaspersky and Ujurks. Now, Nilo, though, does drop the bomb in lobby. Someone's going to have to come back and get it. And Grix is also here. On top of things, 3 versus 3.
Getting flanked though. Wrinkles on a little bit of motion here. Now he's in the danger zone.
Grix inside of the hut. Does deliver the first. Ujurks round the side. Molly in. Doesn't spread to him though. Grix, you can't be inspecting your op. You gotta fight here. Wrinkle holding his exit inside of hut.
You got a flank though now. Tanir could catch him by surprise.
Oh, and he will. Headshot there, delivered on Ujurks. It is Wrinkle moving through on the A site. Grix holding and delivers. Messy round everywhere, but it will be heroic to barely scrape by.
Yeah, I mean, just a small window of opportunity if Wrinkle was able to pull through on that flank fast enough, but ends up finding himself in a position where they can crawl up the vents, and there's still a little bit more impact rolling through from Tanir, and Grix staying alive, making the right moves late round. Tough shots for Grix, but he's able to connect, he's able to survive.
That's a proving point there for Grix, who also had a tough tournament against, I mean, albeit lower ranked opposition. You know, Big and Bet Boom are not the caliber of team that Heroic expect themselves to be losing to, but here a win over NIP could change all of that in the more important tournament. As an easy double opener. 3 versus 5. Heavy hitters, and Kaspersky and Ujurks are gone.
Yeah, this is going to lead to a bit of a last-ditch effort towards ramp. Nilo with a good decision to fall off of this. No need to try and keep a stranglehold on towards ramp when
Grix
you have
arriving.
Disadvantage already.
Yeah, Grix is here to stop any heaven wrap. This will force them down into the low side, where it is only Nilo. And Linus falls. Grix misses his chance. Nilo, what have you got?
Oh, this is a good molly.
It's going right towards him. It'll force him away off of the headshot angle. There's a smoke, though, that he can play around, courtesy of NIP. Nilo underneath. Shush falls first, going all 180 everywhere, but still gets his 1 kill necessary. And a 1v3 for Wrinkle.
All collapsing it on this lower side. How does he isolate these fights right now?
Watching this?
Oh, yeah.
There we go. That's a leg shot. That's 3 HP. That is done from Youngstar as Heroic getting back on their feet in this game. I think a lot of these rounds have been a bit sloppy. That's one of the better ones.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that maybe what we should expect heading into this matchup as well. You're trying to see two rosters that are looking to land some adjustments during the offseason, trying to get themselves prepared. There might be a little bit of struggles here and there to really coordinate their efforts, but Heroic's still able to stick the landing here in these couple of rounds. Take some advantages in the CT side despite NIP showing so much early success, so much explosiveness.
Yeah. And off the timeouts, force buy. But surely they've got something in mind for this. They've got Rinko on a Galil, Kaspersky on an AK, and a bit of utility. It's a rush. The question is where? Are they going to go back to Nilo?
They've been trying a lot of upper hits as well early on in the half. I mean, that's how they kind of started off this map. We'll see if that trend remains true here.
Kaspersky and Rinko, it's looking like it's going in towards ramp. And a gap in the molly. Kaspersky gets to walk forward through it and gets the entry. Kaspersky takes matters into his own hands. Young player, but Youngstar with the second, followed up there by Grix. Great work here back from Heroic despite losing Nilo early.
Oh my god. What a tap right there for Youngstar. Still a bit of a crunch on LNZ. Snappy has to make some moves on in because right now Ujerx is getting flanked.
Ooh, but the timing?
Yeah,
oh,
landed that perfectly.
But he's not going to swing the door. Maybe did he catch a glimpse of Tanir? Something seems amiss for Ujerx. He thinks he sees a barrel. He sees a barrel. I think there's a barrel. And so Snappy walks forward and gets Linus. Smoke on to the site. Plant on the silo though. Tanir gets an angle and denies. And Ujerx gets found by Grix dropping the vent. Very close round. But Heroic still stabilize.
That's a risky move right there. All in play from Tanir. You have to make the risk right there of trying to deny that bomb plant and say, hey, you know, if I go down, this could be the round right in the palm of my hands. But recovery coming through from Youngstar and Grix in that early ramp fight. Able to redeem that.
Yeah.
That deadly opening pick coming through from...
Just saw trying to high-five the fist bump. Oh, man. I mean, Youngstar definitely was one of the better performers as the new lineup has developed. And we'll see if he continues fragging as well as he is currently. Last round of the half. Tech-9s.
It will all get down in towards Secret. Again, this is something of value that NIP were able to use early on. LNC, though, again down the fence, able to rotate in time. Help stabilize this position. Jump spots in a more passive hold, though.
He's up. Oh, and he's ready. Absolutely ready for it is Linus. Won't be caught with the nade in hand. That gets passed down to a worthy heir in Kaspersky.
I mean, they still have some room to work with here. LNZ hidden in the back lines of Dark right now. It's a comfortable bomb plant. And again, they still have this lurking presence coming through. Shush has a lot to do on his shoulders.
Yeah, he's stopping the vent rotates. So it's going to be mostly through ramp for Heroic.
You're so patient right now, man.
Oh, he's got it. He's seen Shush. That's going to take Tanir out of the picture. What can the other three do as, at the moment, NIP needing to defend this site. Heroic have already stormed it. They're starting to defuse. It's off the mark. Nade onto the bomb might be too late. Instead, Linus gets off it. No, Kaspersky finds his aim. Nilo, though, can he get anything extra? Bomb, diffuser low. Knife out. Someone got off it. They don't have kits, Cole. Youngstar couldn't find the bomb, and it will be NIP who get a fifth. It's everywhere here on the B stream as it's 7-5 at the half.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
It's so creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Many of these rounds, cinematic masterpieces that movie directors couldn't even figure out. How are some of these rounds falling into place for Heroic? How are some of these rounds falling into place for NIP? We could just defuse the bomb, but we don't. And so we have 7-5. Heroic do lead, though.
A little bit of a cherry on top there of a half that's strong. We'll see if this play remains quick. They're a pacey one through the squeaky door, but they haven't got their utility down just yet. Rich is thinking about lining it up.
Oh my God!
Them apart now.
Oh my goodness. 2 quick shots, but it's still not done. Tanir finds Kaspersky's dualies, and they've got Shush pinned. They know where he is. They know he's Gush. They've got him dead. 3 versus 3. Flashbangs high, but Wrinkle still inside of the vent, denying that rotation point, and Snappy and Ujark swing out. Wrinkle now to activate. He gets the headshot. It's down to Nilo in the 1v1, needing the quad kill and the pistol for the new guy.
Oh, it's such a brilliant opportunity, but Wrinkle reading into this one.
Right off the bench. But not quite the clutch. 1 bullet remaining. New Glock available, though, and Wrinkle's low on ammo, too. He actually changed out the mag, and it's all good. 17 HP for Nilo. Doesn't matter. Right off the bench into a quad kill clutch.
That is huge right there. That's the accuracy. Again, felt like he was a little bit rusty there in his last tournament at Fissure. Able to step up on these pistol rounds. That is something he's so good at, is these pistols here. Was able to establish that, and then comes home with this quad kill to seal it on up on 17 health.
Oh. And finally, Nilo kind of delivering on the hype. Right? I think he was a hugely touted pickup back when, you know, Heroic announced that they bought him, but obviously personal issues kept him out of competition for a couple of months. They got his replacement, Tanir, who stole all the spotlight from him. He was Heroic's main man. He was the breakout player. And, well, now he's dead.
Awesome.
Snappy. Oh, there's a lineup, but it's not quite the double kill. Still, 3 versus 4, speeding up into B.
Can't rotate down the vents. That's cut off here, so it's just the Deagle and Famas now combo to try and hold it off against this young star aggression, and they can't.
Yeah, he even keeps going forward. That was picked up. Yeah, I mean, Ujark just has no idea about that potential aggression. Kaspersky is here at the double doors. This is some space to retake from, especially with Nilo very far behind. That's a big kill and a Grix. Ooh. Where is Youngstar, though? Defuse started up. An easy kill. Not the double. Yes, actually, is now Youngstar's turn to show up with the quad kill.
Yeah, providing safety right there. Just the right amount of activity out of Youngstar, chasing those kills down. When especially Tanir just gets plucked straight to the smoke. Wrinkle able to connect, and they lose some of that space, but when Snappy goes down in rotation, even if it's a 1-for-1, there's a small window of opportunity to take charge and take control of that B-bomb site. Heroic recognize that opportunity, capitalize on it fully. And now we've got a half-buy rolling out here. Again, NIP, Snappy always been known to be aggressive with the purchases. So still not fully letting off the gas here. You got some small investments. You got an MP9 armor, 5.7 armor, Deagle armor.
taking on a MAC-10 inside a secret. And Linus going for the full space take here. Snappy up against the wall. Gotta be diligent.
He's gonna jump around this corner, right?
Oh, instead he gets hard cleared. Snappy never stood a chance.
That'll do too, I guess. Just give him the due diligence. Re-aggression also feels like it's guaranteed to be punished here. Young Star at range. Tanier ready with that peek.
Oh, legs only seen though, and Kaspersky allowed to live.
That's it though. Trying to reroute this one towards the ramp side.
Deagle
could be deadly.
There's 2 Desert Eagles. Ujerks pops up. And Nilo goes down, but not a follow-up from Wrinkle. Nice shot out of the 5-7, but they are down to the low site with an easy plant and vent rotate cut off. Kaspersky's just going to give it a go.
Surely not.
Oh, he won the fight! All right, they're in it now, Cole. They're in it. Grix, though, has the AK. There's the trade. It's a 1v1. Tons of time remaining here for Shush. But a guessing game. Where is Youngstar? Is he still on the site? Is he above him? Is he to the right? Is he towards ramp?
Oh.
Running out of ammunition.
Oh.
Wallbangs don't connect, though. It's not good enough out of the Galil. And Shush might think it's clear. 5 bullets. Not going to reload. Fake on the defuse, and Youngstar, he reads it perfectly here. The young Swede steps up, nearly gives it up, however. But not enough bullets to get it done. I'm not sure Shush had time despite the kill.
Yeah.
Whatever the case, Youngstar is fragging.
Yeah, he's providing so much leverage in these late rounds here. Able to secure some scary situations for Heroic. This crossfire looking deadly, but Youngstar and Grix able to crack through. And that felt like an impossible kill flying down the vents. Kaspersky able to make it happen. Timeout called from NIP. They know that they went pretty heavy in that buy. They're still going to be able to bring a Wrinkle AWP into the mix despite that fact. You want to make sure you have HEs. That's one thing you need to have for this CT purchase. It's taking some time. They know this is what really feels like their last stand here for these gun rounds.
Yeah, I feel like NIP have had so many opportunities as well to run away with the game. All those rounds that Heroic picked up on CT were just total nail biters. I mean, Nilo was kind of getting thrashed around at ramp. But it was these rotates, especially Youngstar, who was able to step up. Now, Wrinkle on the AWP. Hasn't had to do anything this game, now needs to.
Beat the HEs. Beat the HEs here crucially. Takes a lot of damage for his cross down and towards the lower site, but he got no visual
ramp hit
on any player making it down secret. So now you can look at LNT cut off the rotates as everyone else heads in towards ramp.
Lineups here for Youngstar. Double flash, and Ujerks eats it. Now Wrinkle misses. They get ramp control. They set down stakes. Will they go down to the low site instantly?
I mean, they're scary about the rotates down. You can see Kaspersky a little bit slow and LNT cutting it off.
And it won't be clear properly still. Kaspersky gets the kill, and Ujerks stepping up again. Kaspersky and Ujerks, the heroes at the start of this game for NIP, are here in defense.
Oh, Youngstar's the hero now for Heroic.
1v4.
Doesn't pick up the bomb, though. I don't know how much interest he has here. Looking for maybe some extra kills before he makes this one a possibility, but backing out of this round at this point.
Yeah, last round came down to a clutch, so no money at the moment for Heroic.
And that felt like it was a shoe-in right there. They take the ramp control. They have LNZ down. Again, kind of unidentified right there. And so all of the win conditions there for Heroic kind of line up in their favor until you see some of that X Factor.
Kaspersky is all X Factor. Oh, okay. Peace out. Oh, lordy, lordy. Respect your elders.
Well, we know Youngstar. He's not.
not the most respectful individual.
It's all him.
Before this tournament, he said, "I clapped simple in Clash Royale." So that's a quote.
1v1 in Clash Royale?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'm thinking of Clash of Clans where they have the clan battles.
Bro, if you're ever late to the clan war, bro, it was cutthroat back in those days.
You get kicked instantly. You don't stay on that roster long.
Yeah, I mean, There are some jokes I could make, but instead we had a little bit of aggression towards ramp. Youngstar already looking for the play here as the saved rifle and forcing a drop down.
Utrix gives the space over here. Tenier looking for fights towards the outer yard, but again, crossing down. Here's the difference, though. There's already a couple rotates down and towards this lower side, so this opens up avenues, creates a weak side defense on the A side, and definitely towards that outer yard. I mean, Rico doesn't seem aware that this is a vulnerability right now.
Boosting back up into heaven, though, and Shush watching the ladder. Hey, you're right. Wrinkle is in a bit of trouble, but I don't... Surely they don't full flank a garage, right?
Now this puts a time pressure here. Shush is going to clear outside soon, and now Wrinkle becomes aware as well.
Oh, hi there.
Back's turned off.
Oh, double scoped in as a miss, though. A pistol? Are you kidding? He gives that one up, but Shush is trying to save this. Spray's awkward, but he gets it. And Kaspersky converts his duel onto Tenier. Round is not easy. Round is not great. They lose the op, but it's one on the board.
Shush providing that security again. That's a very quick decision making right there from Heroic to boost up Shush into the heavens, allowing him to get these flanks through, knowing the vulnerabilities in the defense and having Shush shore them up. That's a full Glock eco. NIP have done a lot of the hard work in coming back into the CT side. For Nilo? Okay, no. Nilo back to a P250 instead. So a very cautious save. Chance at stability here. Again, that op removal, though, pretty valuable.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, pretty broke, I'd say. I mean, Wrinkle struggling here. For NIP.
He's getting caught a little bit in transition for a lot of his fights right now. That's the big problem. It's always, half second too late on the rotation, and that can make you miss.
And now Snappy will be overwhelmed. Not Kaspersky, though. What a debut for him so far in an NIP jersey.
Now looking sharp as can be right there, knocking down quick headshots. And again, you can toss that A1S over to Snappy, get an op in the next. Absolutely no problem. Only a single casualty.
I mean,
it's okay. It's okay. You got an A1S.
When you're the in-game leader, everyone also just hits the most insane shots on you.
Yeah,
so.
It's part of the laws.
Yeah.
Of course I get destroyed. Nilo is saving that one for Snappy.
Should be for this round, though. I think this one's a lot more important. Still sticking to the FAMAS or Ujerks. Will that come back to bite him here? Molly's in towards Secret. Linus.
Oh my god.
Fast. And he's thinking he goes down easy. And Ujerks just deploys his incendiary. And deploys it fast enough to where they respect it.
Now it's about the reaction here. Again, you spot that ramp player over in towards the Secret side. Do they take ramp control? No, Nilo sticks to his lurk in towards lobby, trying to punish re-aggression as everyone else is fighting the ghost that was Ujerks playing up in the Secret side earlier.
Is long gone. Clearing out the ramp, and Nilo, he does actually succeed. He's out on the ace site, believe it or not. Snappy wins his duel, very impactful. And now into B. Ujerks is long gone once again, but has a back turn. Youngstar's so concerned about positions that the last thing they expect is ramp. Still though, Tenier and Grix, a powerful duo that could lock this up. The Belarusians here for Heroic, but now being cut down. Grix, AK, not good enough. Wrinkle showing up with the op shots, and NIP are reeling this one back in.
Yeah, it's the last little piece I think that NIP need to have is the security of Wrinkles up in rotation and being able to see him pluck a couple shots down, build that confidence up, and secure that one is perfect. Nilo almost creating enough separation on this A side, drawing enough attention to empty out that lower site, but again, some small timings rolling in the favor of NIP in that late round, secure them.
Yeah, different system, new coach for Heroic. Tobiz, formerly the coach of Mao's NXT, Mao's academy team, and responsible for a lot of talent that have gone through that. PR, currently playing for Gamer Legion. Obviously the right man for the job to develop these talents.
It is, I think, one of the best opportunities at a replacement when you lose a coach like Saw, who is so good at building teams. You have a little bit more foundation with that Saw structure that he was able to implement. Now you can talk about developing young players as well as a strength of Tobis. So while you do lose a staple of that heroic team,
Franco.
their feet.
He gets an airstrike though, and down the vents goes LNZ. Now it's up to Ramp. Now it's up to Ujert on his own. He's not going to drop, though. He's going to try and stand and fight. Where's the molly? It's too late. You're right, Cole. They break through with Tech 9. They're into B.
Yeah, too much commitment right there. Ujert was trying to play hero ball and already passing the flank right now is Kaspersky.
He's coming through, but it's Snappy, though, coming through on the late flank, in through outside. Routes around them, but Tanier keeps making moves. They don't let off the pressure here for Heroic. Nade onto Shush. Running out of bullets as well. He gets found by Tanier. A huge round for Heroic off the timeout. Can Snappy possibly pull this one off? Tanier, armed with an AK. And no time remaining. I think Snappy's just going to try and save here in control room. But bomb on nuke is a nuke. A good first shot. An attempt at an escape that Grix will slam shut. It is Heroic on Tech 9's off the rush. And they're up to 11.
Off the back of that nade stack that opens things up, they read into Wrinkle's next move. Gets a couple confidence building kills, tries to take a shot through the squeaky door, gets bombarded. And again, Ujerk's looking to recover that round by finding a multi-kill. Knows that that's necessary with the amount of space in the vent dive taking place. But a perfect read rolling out right there from Heroic.
Timeout called from NIP. They have money. It's not the end of the road for them, but it's a Kickstarter here for Heroic, who have, again, every single one of their round wins just feels like they're holding on for dear life. Every single round in this game has not been clean. Heroic are able to pick up rounds that they shouldn't be winning. And here it stands. All the timeouts burn for both teams. It's solo sailing from here on out.
See, keep up that intensity here. Very explosive round. Taking place, just one round to go. You're now blowing open the smoke. LNC gets sidelined. Snappy times that one perfectly.
I know that's your typical lurk. And now Molly. Surely that ticked onto Grix? It hit him.
Registered though. Big question is, was that heard? You can kind of tell by the rotation in the defense, at least a commitment from Snappy as he finds that opening pick. He is going to commit down in towards that lower side as well.
So question marks on where Ujerks is, or rather the Hopper. There's one outside player that's missing in the equation here for Heroic. Tanier
He's going to have a back turned.
He's going to try and find him and hands it over to Ujerks. I feel like this angle's always good for one kill. The bane of every lurker's existence. Nilo needs the refract, can't get it. Ujerks has been a rock in this game. And a crowbar. Maybe a boulder?
He's everything.
He rolls through teams, and he's immovable by others. Now Snappy still needs to put up a decent hold, stop the plant, and that he's doing great. Wrinkle also follows up, and that is probably the cleanest round we've seen this entire game as Heroic completely dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, it's a well-structured round right there. You have your op positioned in towards ramp, allowing for Ujerks to start in that position from the very get-go. And this opening of the smokes, always going to give the CT side so many opportunities to find picks. This time, it's Heroic that finally get caught on the cross.
This is such a huge tournament for Snappy to do well at. To still prove that he can bring a roster from the bottom of the VRS to the very top of Tier 1. They did well at Astana. They made playoffs. Obviously, they had to play against Team Spirit, I believe, first round of playoffs. So that dream got shut down quickly, but has continued to be armed with good pieces. Obviously, Kaspersky has shown great performances so far in this map of Nuke. And if NIP could make a deep run in this event, testament to Snappy.
could be their runway into Tier 1 as well after being lost in the wilderness for so long.
Hold on, no!
This map first here.
No way!
A whole lot more challenging now.
Wrinkle needs some support, and he's getting it. Shush finds a double.
Flank in heaven.
Tennier's also making the move. He does have the right equipment for this. Tech 9 at range. Could be difficult, but he delivers and finds Shush. Wrinkle now in a terrible position because Grix finds that scout headshot. It is all Wrinkle, but they're coming towards him. The no-scope connects on Alliance, hits the neighbor's dog. Does he have the clutch? There's another no-scope, but it's not the clutch. Heroic on pistols again.
Oh my god. I mean, such a challenging round, but able to disrupt long enough. Wrinkle back against the wall, landing these no-scopes, making it possible. But the pistols just do too much early up. Grix with these headshots.
Oh my god.
With the scout as well, multiple of them. Another one onto Ujerks.
This one hits the wrong player, but it still works out. The Tech 9 at range is just enough for Tenier. Backbreaking. All the good things I said about NIP need to happen now. Wrinkle does it. Nilo gets another collection, though, onto Katspersky, advancing in through lobby.
This is going to be an A play here. They're looking to explode in towards Mini.
You have Nilo. What does he want to do? Inside of the vent. While the rest goes Mini, Shush delivers an easy kill. Do they want to go down secret? Line, it's a miscommunication here. Nilo's out of the picture. And Heroic are getting picked apart.
Capness smoke allows for Wrinkle to find even more ground here. The bomb finally getting down secret, but they have to figure out a way to unify it. They're looking for kills first. In this 4v2, they don't want to play the outright pose plan, but they have that availability. They just don't know it yet. Nilo going to play cutoff. He has a molly. He's going to have to toss in towards the vents, and then they're going to have to scramble in towards this B side.
But it is open for business. I mean, Grix has the bomb. Grix has to make the move. Time being burned off. That could have been used to plant this bomb.
Find good positions as well, which is crucial. Stuck in the back of Silo, and with Snappy quick on rotation, you're not going to have a lot of time to adjust.
Oh, Jiggle Peek seen. Grix is going to hold from this spot, which is so risky. The amount of utility here. It is an arsenal, but that first shot breaks apart as Grix finds a second. Snappy, terrified, up at the ramp as he's lost all of his teammates. 1v2. It could be Heroic taking this. In the 2 versus 4, the new guns doing it all on their own. Snappy won't be able to make it happen. It's a Grix triple. It's Heroic able to steal NIP's map pick despite so many close rounds, so many trials. They're up a map in this series.
All the right moves rolling out from Grix late into this map, able to provide that security. NIP falling in the 4v2 to close out that map, and again you get to see a little glimpse of what these new guys can bring here for Heroic.
I mean, it was still a well-played map from NIP. I won't doubt them, but every team is able to win rounds that they shouldn't. I mean, Ujerks going back and forth, Katspersky making moves. I mean, all I can say is very entertaining Counter-Strike, but NIP needing to pick themselves back up as we're moving to Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, such a unknown quantity for both of these teams. What can they bring to the table? But we just got to see some of the peaks out of Grix. We got to see that pistol round out of Nilo. It feels like all of the key pieces able to elevate here for this side of Heroic in an exciting fashion. Maybe even a fashion that we didn't necessarily see heading into Fissure initially. Yeah. This is a much better look out of these two new guys.
Yep.
And they definitely needed to step up here, and they did.
Okay, this is the more important tournament, and having Grix able to deliver in a high-pressure situation like that on LAN in one of Counter-Strike's most prestigious tournaments, like he said it himself too. Like, that means the world for a squad like Heroic. And honestly, sometimes you might not even see some bias hit those. You know, Grix able to provide something new to this Heroic team as well. And, I mean, credit to other performances here for Heroic too. LNZ and Youngstar also definitely stepped up.
Yeah, I'm so impressed here. You got to also look at Tobiz with some of those timeout calls, able to create some chaos in rounds off the back of those timeouts, finally breaking through what was a bit of a sludge and NIP clawing rounds back. And sure, maybe it did come down to a couple ecos going your way, a couple of timings working out well, but looked good from the side of Heroic. They're going to be heading into their map pick, up a map here on NIP.
And I feel for QB in this game. He's been challenged on A numerous times. He's the one to get wall banged here as well.
Big have won 4 gun rounds in this entire series.
Oh, don't say that. Okay, but German Deeks.
The pistols are out. Can't argue with the numbers. It's where Big do their best work. Oh, and watch them win it. From nowhere. Literally from nowhere.
Does this count as a gun round?
No expectation. I don't know what this counts as.
It counts. It goes on the board, that's for sure. 2v2. JDC needs to be pinpoint. Low health, no armor. QB up close. It's the same round, but Big, they're just going to get spammed, and that makes it a lot worse.
Oh no, they both picked up guns. It's over. Oh no, QB's just rolling with the deagle. Respect. QB land the dink and gets out. Frozen so low on health. The deagles are what's required for. Oh, don't change the M4. QB, don't do it, man. He's lost the round. He changed the M4, lost the round. Well, it was a damn good try, and pistols are the friends of Big. But defuses are not. That is stuck right under QB's nose.
The worst part about that is QB doesn't peek because he's low. He's just hoping he can call the fake and that Frozen will fight him because he's confident. But Frozen uses that against him. Frozen's also low. He doesn't want the fight. He doesn't want the smoke. He just gets that stick in QB's face. 3 kills deep on a German D ground. And a question of what if for Big. That's all it will be. Thank you very much.
Carrigan with the German. We promised you at some point.
It's not even necessary. They're already dead. It's 12-5. It's map 2. He just wants to practice his German. When in Cologne. And FaZe coming through with a confident display on day 1. If
Carrigan
nothing else.
Pulling up to the big funeral in the clown costume to get that last laugh.
Oh, yeah. It's a true hater right there. Carrigan's had a great series. Everyone really has for FaZe. No weak link. Ooh, yoink. And the mid-man of Big taken out of the picture early, so Hyped will have a go with the AWP instead. This could be a kill. It's a very tight jiggles for Carrigan. I'm not sure how much it's going to move his model here. It's got to walk into the AWP. And so Big with a shot.
I mean, look, for fans of German Counter-Strike in this trying time, we'll do something for you. You can claim Carrigan as your own.
Absolutely riotous game we had there on Nuke. It's not Heroic's best map, but they constantly get it picked into them, and they win it. They also won it versus Bet Boom just a couple days ago, and NIP are another team to fall to Heroic.
Yeah, I will say I feel like it is NIP's best map. Now, maybe they got something in their bag on Overpass, but we don't know. But excited to see that roll out from the side of Heroic. I mean, a big pick coming through here, obviously with a new team, new structure. You've got a good chance of actually being able to prioritize developing here on Overpass, and it's an exciting prospect here after what we just saw from Grix and Nilo.
Yeah, I think especially, I mean, NIP are a team that love investing into newer maps in the pool. They were one of the first teams to really pioneer Train a lot, even at the very start of the season, and they kind of uncorked that as one of their best maps in their pool. So having Overpass be picked is probably not a surprise to them. In fact, it's something that they probably want, as they're an underdog in most of these tier 1 matchups. But let's take a look at these two players. Some of the newer pieces of both teams definitely stepping up. I mean, Kaspersky had so much impact on those entry fragging, on that entry fragging. It was really a sight to see.
Yeah, it was a cool combo here in between him and Ujurks, finding a lot of opening impact. Again, it feels like NIP now have another crowbar in the round in terms of opening duels that they can utilize when they need to, when they have a chance to reroute. I think he was just an option. He was, told go get a kill ramp, and he would do it, right? Yeah. And I think that's a really valuable asset for Snappy to have at his disposal here. Nilo, again, being able to influence pistol rounds in a big way. Yep. Positionally, maybe struggled a little bit on ramp in that CT side, but still felt like he was able to step up to the plate on T side with some of those lurks and with some of his positions. So I think he, even despite the fact that I think he had a bit of a tough half, he's still able to show up with these numbers.
Yeah, it's just consistent output is all that's there for Nilo. I mean, the ADR is also just pretty good round wide for him. So I would just say a solid performance, but that map was really the remaining core. Honestly, it was Youngstar and LNZ who really brought that map home. Youngstar pulling back so many rounds, even able to pull off a clutch down the stretch there for Heroic. I mean, talk about a player who's obviously, been a little bit under the microscope since the beef incident. This is the hard work incident. Yeah. But now in this new lineup, I've honestly seen him put up much better numbers. Whether it be positional changes, obviously he's playing rotator here on Nuke, but he also just Youngstar even still able to thrive because he's actually been moved from the big site anchor to the small site anchor. Him and Linus have actually swapped positions on certain maps. So it's kind of interesting to see him still put up numbers despite some of these role changes.
Yeah, I mean, multiple player. I think he can really do it all, really, when it comes down to what Heroic need out of him. And again, those late round opportunities, those availability to offer up the clutches and be active enough in those late rounds is what you want out of a young player that has some really sharp mechanics. So when you see him, get aggressive in those 4v2s and take space when his teammates need him to, I think that's one of the biggest points of opportunity that Heroic capitalized right there, is on that little impact from him.
We still need to give a medal to everyone, so good job, Grix. But for now, we're going to go ahead and toss this one off to a break. We're getting ready, though, as Overpass is coming up as well. A very fun pick in this veto, as we're only starting off here in IEM Cologne. Back in a bit.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Hold on. Forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback.
Oh my, what the
Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Take a shot every time I say cinema throughout this entire game, because it was a cinematic masterpiece back on Nuke. Rounds people shouldn't be winning. We've got no scopes. We've got people not defusing the bomb. We've got 2v4s to win the game. It is Heroic who take NIP's best map of Nuke and drag it down with them into the mud, and now into the mud of Overpass here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get messy here as well. This is a pretty fresh map. I mean, obviously reintroduced, but out for quite some time now, being brought back. A little bit of revival here for Overpass, and I'm excited to see how this map plays out in between these two teams, especially with the priority pick coming through from this new look Heroic squad. They've got the new coach, they've got 2 new pieces, they're willing to try these new maps here, and who knows, man, they might just find here a new home turf for them to land on.
Yeah, we'll see if Overpass turns out to be the underdog choice here for Heroic. It's been out of the map pool for about, what, 18 months now since the re-edition of Dust 2, if I'm getting my knowledge correct. I believe so.
I think you're right, yeah.
Yeah, and Dust 2 returning in early 2024. And so now, Heroic trying to turn it into their home turf. It's a monster pop. It's been a while since I've commentated this, as Youngstar sprints up and can't quite hit the headshots. It's Udrik's a short, and it's 3back's turn for him. It's a mowdown on the site as Kaspersky joins in the festivities. It's easy for NIP.
Yeah, I will with Kaspersky turning that corner. I thought you were going to say easy for someone else, but
yeah, there's one in-game leader right there.
There you go. It is easy for NIP. They're able to knock down these kills. I mean, Udrik's just free firing from behind, and Heroic trying land the shots to entry. I mean, if those shots started to connect, that's where you start to be able to turn your attention everywhere else. But Heroic not able to connect on these opening duels means NIP get off to the races on the pistol. Be able to set their CT side up for success. So much early damage done with HE's deep. And trying to keep this Heroic side at bay.
I believe Overpass was picked just once today.
I think VP picked it?
Yes.
I mean, that makes sense. I was actually thinking VP is going to be one of the biggest bumps they could have asked for.
Yeah. A slow roll default map? Like Overpass?
Yeah.
That would... Oh, no, that wouldn't possibly be Virtus Pro's first pick.
No, they're not picking Overpass. They're avoiding that like the plague.
Yeah, surely, right?
I mean, I know James isn't on the team anymore. But
it's the same. It really is the same.
Same identity.
Oh, snap. Is he going to knife anyone? Nope, just stick to the gun. Obviously, he had some words.
He didn't get destroyed that time.
He didn't get destroyed by pistols. For those who missed map 1, Snappy had a little outburst after the one insane P250 kill happens, but that's a nice start here for the Ninjas. I mean, really, that map of Nuke, I think, can just be boiled down to unfortunate. They had the huge advantage in that 2v4 too. It's not like they were dry swinging. They had full util belts, but Grix was able to weave in between those flashbangs, make it happen. Tons of potential wins. We have a new little
util sets.
Yeah, here we go. NIP have done their homework. They know what to do.
I actually see a smoke for the molly at the very get-go for that tunnel side, and fast towards long. Grix is sprinting.
Kaspersky. He's in.
Footsteps. I mean, he knows. Is there going to be a flash to turn this corner? It seems like there is. Oh no, Grix does not have the ability. It's going to be a dry peek here and a 1-for-1 trade. Instead, Nilo as quick as can be on that response.
Doing connector though. Got Wrinkle crouched down, trying to catch players walking up, trying to jiggle peek. Now they push into short off the timing though. They will end up clearing the B site. Will Heroic accelerate?
I mean, either way, there's a huge window of opportunity right now for this Heroic squad, even if they remain slow. I mean, sure, you're going to talk about a little bit of a flank formulating, but you're putting weight of the world on Ujerk's shoulders to lock down this A side, deliver a multi-kill. Missed smoke there tossed in on this execution.
Seriously stepping in? This is so risky. I think the better play is to back away and try to play the retake, especially with the double flank arriving. Shush doing his best to keep them off of the truck.
Fast long flank. Here's where one of these players is routed.
It's being held and delivered upon. A missed spray from Snappy. Youngstar threads in a headshot and a 1v4 for Shush. That will not be happening. Ujerks fights for the frags and gives up the site.
Yeah, it just looks like a lot of risk taking right there and leaving that site so vulnerable. I mean, Shush is inching his way with the kit. With a kit and some very far away players. There's a player in Divider, though.
And there's also, was there like a smoke on Ujerk's body, or I could have made it weird. You know, we didn't experience it too much in CS2, but he goes down to Youngstar, but smoke breaks here on Overpass are going to be big time to turn the tide of this map. I think the game was just so T-sided when Overpass was removed from the pool that we didn't really get to experience that, just because of Peeker's advantage. No! But now we're kind of in a different CS2, where we could see a lot more tactic, a lot more smoke breaks, especially for the CT side as well, to get fancy with it too. I think back when Overpass was like at Katowice 2024, it was like we were like in prototype CS2. Now things have really settled, so I really wonder how we're gonna work with the current CS2 mechanics and the current CS2 meta.
It makes it interesting here. I mean, I guess you're probably looking at a lot of those smoke breaks for the T side leaning towards Monster.
Yeah.
Which again can just help you entry on in. A lot of players like to play close to the smoke and spam the smoke as soon as the execute starts to pull through. You can also dodge a lot of flashes close to the smoke, so I think that's one of the big luxuries of the T side utility. The T side HE's breaking open the util.
That is so okay. That never mind. That's just a missed short molly. I'm like, is that trying to stop the monster smoke? But no, that is just a missed short molly. That won't come back to bite Heroic. No one actually pushes into short. Snappy's in trouble though, and will not be chased down. Singes him out of position. He's out.
Make a good escape here. Again, just forcing some of these aggressive positions off, and honestly, for this T side, not using a ton of utility in doing so. Now we'll see some of that close range play. We also have an HE and Shush with a follow-up smoke to recycle towards Monster.
He's going to use it, though, is the question. Or will he let the smoke fade and lure them in? Oh, but it is going to be 4 players. Is that enough for 2 to hold? Well, now 1 seen. Smoke deployed, and the swing. Linus still converts a kill off the back of that, which is crazy. And Ujerks is out of ammo. And Tanir gets a huge kill. Snappy will try to dive in towards the pit, but he's been seen. He's in the open, and he's been dealt with. Smoke mid-sight. Kaspersky's going to make the move, though, but he can't deny the plant. It's not planted proper. He goes over top, though, and converts a kill. Still not enough. It's Wrinkle having to 1v2 with the AWP no kit.
And this timer's ticking here. He tucks into Graffiti right now. He's not making any strides into this retake. And he's going to soon run out of time here, if he can even escape. Now, Angle's not being spotted on the opper. You got to make a run for it here soon.
I'm not sure. Will he go down here, back or Graffiti?
I have no idea.
Well, that's first kill. Oh, but you try to cross? Absolutely not. And that's everything lost for NIP.
2 great T-side rounds. Just a couple of the entry players right there finding their kill and it sure instantly getting traded, but that's the space created right here. Big time pickup from LNC, and the fact that Tanir is able to get that kill before Snappy lands the return frag is so massive. Instant access into that B site through the smokes, through the utility, and a force buy here called out again. We saw this on Nuke. So many force buys called out from NIP on the CT side.
They don't like their double ecos.
I mean, Snappy's always been a fan of the force.
If you win it, it's a big time swing. Jeez. But Tanir got that kill, by the way. And now Linus speeds up into the pit, gets seen, gets taken down, but a good trade from Youngstar, who keeps accelerating, and nowhere to stand for Snappy. Youngstar closes in the net, Nilo with the backstab, and round over.
Contingency plans here for Heroic to make sure that round goes right. Able to collapse him perfectly. Wrinkle left to save an MP9. That's the force by getting sideswiped. And the money instantly becoming a problem here. As you said, you know, the force buy doesn't matter all that much when you win them, but when you don't get a lot of kills, you don't get any of that SMG reward or really anything to know, it becomes a huge problem.
Yeah, I'm wondering about, like, the decision-making, too. Obviously, I think they want to invest in more AWPs down the stretch. So we're looking at what is likely to be the full eco next round. And just this one lonely MP9 to try and hold off everyone. Also, of course, the new CT economy buffs as well could be coming into play.
Oh, yeah. Extra 250 for every round win.
Not even
5 kills.
And it's also, by the way, it's win or lose.
Yeah,
Should add as well. So, we're inventing.
So this is how you do it.
This is team play. This is actually where it really starts.
See, I mean, this is how fresh-faced Heroic are still working out.
It's in the short molly, looking like me out there.
They'll land it. Just taking a few more reps.
Only nerds can hit their short molly, all right?
100% of the time.
100% of the time, of course.
Sometimes we hit it.
The funny part is that it rarely ever matters. The short molly. We haven't really, well, in this particular game, we haven't seen any short aggression from NIP. They've been, you know, pretty steady backwards. Most we've really seen is connector aggression.
Yeah, that might be a part of the problem here for the defense on NIP. So they are missing some of that aggro play, although, as I say that, you're seeing at least some information gathering here towards the long side.
We have 4B stack, but no util to hold it back. Shush needs a 1D instantly to make it possible. And yeah, it burns out 2 players. And the fire claims 2. There's a team kill as the only result. 5-7 from 3 kilometers away is good enough, but... Oh!
Jeez.
Youngstar's hitting. And Kaspersky will hop on in. Desert Eagle. And Doom awaiting.
Hey, you're risking a $700 pistol for $50 kill reward. Or $50 per person.
Yeah.
Oh! That will be plus 50.
Okay, but not the second.
Oh.
Too many targets on the screen. That was a nice 90-degree flick, though. I mean, talk about Kaspersky and the firepower he continues to add for the Ninjas. I feel like no matter the way this goes, he has definitely made his impact.
It's an exciting prospect here of this squad here for sure. Yeah, we get that.
We were also in shock. He's like, okay, my bad. I shouldn't have shot at you. I'm so sorry. I will. You can file a complaint. And Wrinkle going for Old Faithful, the op peak. But the molly keeps him at bay. Can't see through the flames. Getting chased down from Party, but Nilo won't connect. It's Snappy instead, and Shush onto Grix, and Shush gets the double and ends this round basically before it starts. Minute 25, and it's done. 1v3.
There's a chance here. He's looking to elect to walk into the Wrinkle AWP, though, and that might limit his chances.
Like, is he boosted? No, he's just holding this deep off angle. And did he see the shoulder?
Oh, goodness.
We'll get him on the jiggle. Instead, step too far there for Nilo. And when short aggression comes through for NIP, it turns out it works.
Yeah, it's a good winning formula here on Overpass. Again, it's going to take some adjustment, but that's the way that Grix falls.
Yeah.
The wall bank damage right there. And when someone's spamming that, you definitely don't anticipate that re-aggression dry. That's a smart setup right there from NIP. Throwing out some trickery to punish the early start from Heroic. That's good utility. We're not seeing that entrance molly, though, in play here. And another bit of short aggression rolling through. That's Tanir falling over quickly. Sujerks with a freebie.
Was there a missed flashbang? Also, yeah, they extinguished the short molly as well. Yeah, Tenier goes down easy. Love this boost. But seeing that short's clear and no one going up connector, that puts Wrinkle on notice. And down.
Okay.
Teos Kaspersky. Is Wrinkle going to backpedal?
Or take some aggression forward into bathrooms right now. Times like this here, when you lose your teammate on A, you do have to start to recover that space. It's already triggered a couple of rotates, though, out of the B side of the map here, while everyone goes down the stairs through connector into Shush's solo hold. And he's going even more passive right now.
Yeah, he's going to play from Graffiti. Is this nade? Is he going to lob a nade?
Oh, it's not going to be on the money.
No.
A little bit of a bounce, sure damage to the Grix, but it puts him in a vulnerable position.
Yeah, well, he has Ujurk to help out from Heaven, because he disrupted Grix throwing the Heaven smoke, and Shush nearly for 2 onto the USP. And the shot's not quite there. It's Snappy from Heaven, though. Delivers his kill, and Grix in the clutch. Prove your worth now. Oh. And he does with a quick scope. Needing the quad off on op clutch for 15 seconds. Grix got to get the bomb. He's got to get it planted. And Wrinkle has already arrived. 10 seconds now. A missed shot though from Wrinkle. But he gets it with the USB. Are you kidding? It works out in the end of the day. We've seen misses from Wrinkle before, but on the pistol, he always gets it.
Oh, that's an easy one right there. A shot that should have shattered his confidence right there is bailed out by the USP pickup there. Grix looking sharp as can be again. Springing this round to life. But not enough in the tank to land that last shot, man. Didn't expect the disrespect coming through from Wrinkle. Tech 9 buyout, fast B-play looking like it's in order here.
All right, here comes the rush of heroic players. Flashbangs high. There's only 2 here, though, but Shush is solid.
Man.
3 kills easy. USP now. The Tech 9 eventually will get him. But the rotate is good. And Linus 1v3. Perhaps not to be.
That's just another perfect round right there from Shush. That is one of his specialties right there. He just did it last round as well. Just such a good time buyer when it comes to these late rounds, but providing those kills as well, those multi-kills in challenging positions is a specialty. That can allow you some extra leverage right there. That can allow you to stack your resources elsewhere if you need to. Now, LNZ, following in the footsteps of Wrinkle, is not going to find him, though.
This is not worth the save, though. You better find a CT as soon as possible. So
he's looking for that opper.
Simply does not exist. Yeah, but now you got to head towards the bomb. Wrinkle might get flanked, but also, what are the odds LNC checks his right corner as he's
right?
No,
he's going to go down the stairs the safe way. I'm not checking that.
Wrinkle's starting to be aware of it. But no shot. He checks this. Or he does, and Wrinkle misses. Will he keep the op?
Yeah, he's running away now. This is worth the save, that's for sure. Ripping it out of the hands here. I'm looking at the money. It's not actually going to be able to reinvest as well. Almost takes another gun down for his troubles, but it's a huge pickup. That's a robbery from LNZ.
Yeah, it gets out. Small heist there off the force buy, so Grix has something to work with, but upcoming round's going to be an eco for Heroic. Talk about Shush, man. Beasted.
Sharp aim while blind. Able to line up the multi-kill there. If he goes down 1 and done, I think that round's on. There's a panic to rotate in there. And with that saved AWP.
Oh, they're going back in.
Leo sent LNZ's way.
All right.
Invested. This is another force buy call off the back of another timeout here. From Heroic this time.
But Tobas has cooked up these rounds, especially back on Nuke. He called up a good ramp rush that overwhelmed Ujurks, or rather a pop, on a great timing. So what does this new coach have in mind for his team?
See what he has cooked up here. The quick glimpse. Not a fast B play this time around. Tried their hand at that. That didn't quite go in their favor. They are dealing with some aggression towards long right now from Kaspersky. forward angle. You wonder if he's going to turn that corner. You know that an op is against you right now on the CT side, so CT aggression feels all the more risky.
He's looking to turn the corner at the moment, and it delivers onto Nilo. Finds that lurk. Snappy. Oh, Grix needs to rescope. And a missed shot. Snappy turns that MP9 and drops like $10,000 worth of equipment.
Huge multi, man. Snappy able to keep coverage in connector. Trade availability denied. Reaggression rolling through as well. And Tanier only going to find a consolation frag. Tough to even escape this position with the op zoned in. They're hunting him now as well. They're not going to allow him to escape.
And devastating round there from NIP, especially Snappy just committed to the corner. And if there's an offer holding you, pro tip at home, just swing wider and they will not hit you. Example A. And this is gonna...
Oh, man, that's a nice shot.
There we go from Wrinkle. Yeah, this is going to allow NIP to take a pretty solid lead here on CT side overpass. Obviously, I think most people are considering this to be the most CT-sided map in the pool right now. Could be some debate to be had with that and Train.
Hello.
As, Snappy. Okay.
Got to get ready on that secondary up there. Took a little bit of time to mount on his perch. Got his rifle close by to bail him out, though. Nice shot.
Good.
Kaspersky.
You know, they say, I guess time goes slower here for old Snappy. Wasn't ready for that timing out long. Linus. Come on, Snappy, you got this. Re-swing him. You're that man.
You got that.
Yeah, there we go.
Secondary op beast. Snappy's got it locked in. Not a problem.
I can keep BMing Wrinkle, but I'll just leave it at the mention and the idea of BMing Wrinkle. Whatever the case, Kaspersky is putting on a clinic here. He is hitting some beautiful shots, playing some great Counter-Strike at the moment.
I mean, if he's the rifler that's standing alongside of these A-side holds here, you've got a very sharp and aggressive piece here to play on that A-side. You know, if you talk about that Wrinkle and Kaspersky combo now,
yeah,
this map could be very exciting between that duo.
Oh, Ujrix is already... Oh, Tanier's gonna get caught in short again. How many times does he run through that smoke right into Ujrix?
Oh.
And there's a dink. That's evidently something, but that nade off the mark. It's meant to break the smoke there for the Portuguese.
I just think maybe that play from Tanier has worked out before, and some of the limited play that you have on overpass, so he's trying to replicate that, and this time here, a little more prepared. It's NIP.
Oh, that smoke don't land.
That's just a bit deep here. I mean, that could allow Griggs to get some ground here. He's got to post up, though, soon. Boost over the smoke could be interesting.
Oh, jump spot.
Oh, man.
Kaspersky down. That's going to cause the acceleration. There is a second player on the side already. It is Wrinkle.
He's got to keep his attention split, though, right now. Bathroom's in long. Two problems that he has to handle on his own. There's no close rotates.
Is there a molly for back dice, though? That's the big question. Because that's the power position here for Wrinkle, and it doesn't seem like it. Forward he goes. Off shots. Good, not the second. Running forward, though, is Snappy. In-game leading and leading the charge, and those flanks develop and put Nilo into a clutch. Are they ready for him already in bathrooms, though? First kill's good, but not the second headshot. It is an 8-4 half for NIP. They have put themselves in a solid position to bring this one to 3. Kaspersky, the newest addition, is dropping down the digits on overpass. Obviously, that A-side CT player is always going to be doing nice in the statistics, but he's still showing that he's got the mechanics. Can he carry NIP over the line here?
See if they can bring it home in the second half here. What sort of T-side they got cooked up. And this heroic overpass trap pick, it seems here. NIP well prepared. Tap away, but Tenier doesn't give up on that duel, and neither does Wrinkle. He perishes for it.
Two more players are marauding through the backlines too. One goes into playground, heading to T-spawn. Grix is going to take the long way around, even though he could play from party to drop down connector. Instead, everyone's starting to stack the B site. It's a full rotate right now from Heroic.
Yeah, but there is a small glimmer of timing here. The Heaven Smoke going to come through, and there's still a well-ready defense ready to go here with the dual Berettas from Youngstar. Able to find one, but then traded.
Yeah, Tenier is here on the site, however, and you're talking about these rotates. They are fast. Linus needs help his squad, though. Tenier does deliver the second, but players start to get cut down. 2 versus 3. Nilo on the flank. Deny that plant with the headshot. And Heroic back live here with a Nilo double through the wall. And 8-5 the score.
A well-read round right there off the back of the CT side aggression. You deal with Wrinkle early. That's your one player that's pushing you back on that A side when he gets plucked out of the server like this. The follow-up aggression from Nilo is exactly what they need to secure that round. Some smart thinking from Heroic. Another good pistol coming through from Nilo. And they'll be able to count it up, but no surprise. It is a force buy from NIP. That is going to be a consistent theme. Again, that monster smoke just so deep. That's also a consistent theme.
Ooh.
That's a great HE. Grix falling out, but they're close.
They are closing in. Nilo does need to use his M4 bullets well. It's Grix instead. Picking up the rifle, now down to the pistol, now overrun by SMGs. Linus is going to step into the site, though. There's no molly for truck. Power position available here for the sweep, but he drops. Picked up M4, used well by Wrinkle. Fast flank from Tenier.
The auto shotty, though.
Oh, that's not the weapon of choice. He wants to go in towards bathrooms. Now he'll reposition towards Longman. Youngster won't wait. He won't wait for his teammate. Will it cost him? It will. 14 HP for Snappy. He dives back into CT spawn.
Smoke here. No kit for Tenier, though. Snappy, bomb not planted perfectly for him, but he can still make it work.
Tenier knows. Smoke deployed. Fake on the defuse. Snappy not seen.
Oh my
God. Wrapping around the other side of the truck, but the auto shot, he's enough. Flick down for that. Sometimes it misses even at close range, so sharp on the shot for Tenier. Now, do they force again?
Yes. Yes, that is the answer. They will instantly repurchase here. I'm almost certain of it. They want to keep the pressure on here. I mean, and so much success. The great trades that get them into the site initially. And almost a clutch delivered by Snappy. Incredibly close here. If it wasn't for Tenier sending him into a backspin. Grab the M4. That's important. But yeah, there's a force buy right back in return. We're running this one back here with the Grix AWP included on the CT side.
And a missed monster smoke. No. Thumbs down on that.
There's punish.
Oh, it nearly doubles. Oh my goodness. Missed monster smoke. Loses the opening kill. NIP back on the force. Might have a chance.
I tell you, didn't miss their monster smoke the whole half.
Grix?
NIP.
We just left. Oh.
See them at least?
No, I don't think he did. I think he just left on the timing here because they're moving through.
I mean, you got to do something in the map here. Feeling a little bit constricted. I mean, it might just be the risk that you have to trust a solo defender.
They're just boosting on B site and letting it go, and Nilo can't get his kill. Grix on the A side, obviously. We know how powerful this gun is right here.
There is no utility at all for this T side either. That's the difference maker. I'd be scared off of this A side as well.
This is Grix's round. He can also fast rotate Heaven in like 5 seconds if needed.
Boost here. Okay, it's over towards Graffiti.
Will it deliver? Is the question. No kills. Will that call off the round? Grix can take some angles into the site. Oh, but there's a picked up smoke from Youngstar, who went down in Monster. That smoke Heaven makes Grix's life impossible, and second try for NIP is good.
Oop.
We are not boosting heaven. No.
Oh, Grix might be in a tough spot, though.
Gotta run.
Okay, I think he's good. Safe and sound. Wrinkle's just too low on health.
He actually needs to chase, or else he's just dead with the bomb. So, Grix will get some target practice.
There you go. Second bite from NIP works out. I mean, just largely off the back of that Mr. Monster Smoke. And the amount of damage, I mean, not only the single kill that he brings to the table there in Kaspersky, but also the follow-up damage there. It's going to force you to reaggress.
Yeah.
I think also a very smart move. When you have no utility, you're not testing the op on A. There's not a chance of this world you're making that call.
You also know another player's low on B, courtesy of Kaspersky, so gotta poke and prod in the right site. Honestly, all that round comes down to, though, is the opening pick plus the extra damage from the newest addition here, who is just delivering. Like, this guy is just firepower. And obviously CS2 has turned every team into that kind of arms race, barring a couple exceptions. I mean, 3D Max was one of them today. Na'Vi another, but they kind of added another star to their lineup.
Yeah. They're looking to future-proof.
18-year-olds who can frag are a hot prospect right now.
Pretty good. No Monster Smoke this time around. A little too nervous about that one missing maybe here. Maybe setting their sight lines on a different point of call. Stacks rolling out towards the B side early. Grix taking damage, heavy fire, and early pressure being provided on this B side of the map. Boost. Might show Kaspersky soon, but he's avoiding that contact for now.
I don't think Tanier is going to be able to wallbang underneath. I think this timing is unknown. And actually, if Kaspersky checks for this, he'll see like the barrel and have a huge advantage on the fight. But not meant to be now. That position gets revealed. Tanier needs to peek on a good timing here. And he does. Finds Kaspersky. The next though, Wrinkle strafing out from the sky. Takes down Neil. That's the only A defender.
And they're moving quickly here. The rotations have to beat him to the punch, though, and it just might be the case here. Tanier!
Huge double as he knocks them down. No utility remaining for NIP, barring a smoke from Snappy, which he isn't going to use. He's going to walk out towards long. He gets the kill on a Grix, though. He beats the offer. Tanier stuck at the truck. Will be caught as well. 2 versus 4 potential for the Ninjas in Pajamas. As Shush gets himself the truck.
Once in the flank now, it's covered. Youngstar still delivers.
Whoa.
Snappy falls, and it's just Shush.
Gets himself in towards CT, however. A power position. And they should expect it now. They've cleared out a lot. There's no peaks as well off the footsteps. And it's not really planted for Shush properly. He resurfaces around at Bang. They think he's Dumpster, though. And Youngster doesn't bring it together correctly. It's a swing, though, from Linus that will actually stop the clutch effort and stop the 2v4 from happening.
Wow, what a pullback attempt right there. Snappy and Shush finding some sharp shots on the inbound there, deleting the opper in rotation as well. When Tanier's doing enough, but it all comes up in the favor of Heroic in the late round.
How did he get that kill? But, I mean, Tanier finally stepping up. This has been a quiet series for him. That map of Nuke, I don't really think he found a lot of impact. Here on Overpass D side, constantly was getting caught out. Finally in a good position to show why some people are touting him as rookie of the season so far. Molodoi only played for 2 tournaments, right? But Tanier definitely posted up the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, and also just think of the landing that he had to find quickly on this Heroic team. I mean, this was such a last-second decision that they had to make, and a reaction of Nilo not necessarily being ready for the call-up and all the problems that transpired there. But Tanier's landed on this team and landed in Tier 1 perfectly.
Obviously, there is a particular Falcons player that might be gunning for that spot as well as Rookie of the Year. And, I guess it hit. I guess it hit. That wasn't...
That'll do.
You know what? It's about the result, not how we got there.
It's about the journey and the friends you made along the way. And the landing spot. And that one's good enough. Provides a little bit of protection. Up against this force, but they don't have to start it in pretty much a 3v5. Can they hold the line here? Running out of utility pretty quick. The CT side has no foundation. And it does seem like Kaspersky wants another entry here, still on the B side, just through a different means of approach.
There's still 3 stacked A. And double monster setup.
Flash is good.
One flashbang owns them, but Youngstar does deliver his one. Tidier can't get any though. And NIP have broken through yet another site on another force buy.
Find the weak side defense and capitalize perfectly. Only 2 defenders there, and I'm surprised that they hold that stack for so long. They didn't have enough time to gather information on A, and NIP timed that aggression up perfectly. They read that defense.
Jiggle peeks from Nilo will be able to clean up Kaspersky, but I'll say, and even throughout Nuke, I think NIP were making the right team decisions. Just unable to deliver the killing blow in a lot of those rounds. And you're still seeing that here on Overpass. NIP have played, in my opinion, the more quality Counter-Strike. Will they finally see results because of it?
Definitely have a lead here to work off of. Double digits landed. Shush with a double entry right there. But again, the way that they path that entry, it makes me feel like they know heroic setup before, you know, they even start that round right there, which is so impressive because how on earth would you know heroic setup? Don't have any details. You don't have any reads on the defense, so I mean, just really good entry pathing and flashes from NIP.
Big brain as Snappy. He just knows how you're going to react already. Minus swing and good for the kill, but Nilo drops on the other side. Oh, and a second monster shot from Wrinkle has opened up the A site. Down goes the op. Wrinkle's like, thank you very much. And he's sprinting over towards A. It's not the end of the round necessarily for Heroic.
But it's getting what Wrinkle's looking for, and that's re-aggression right now throughout the map. LNC actually posts up. It's going to hit the pause button right now.
Oh, it's Youngstar. He's inside of the monster tunnel right now.
He's got a re-smoke here for it as well, so that could activate late into this round here. Again, Wrinkle waiting for re-aggression now. Position towards bathrooms.
Ooh, I bet they cross. The second one doesn't, though. Wrinkle known. And found. Please, just go for the kill. And Shush does find the kill in the Youngstar, though. And that's round defining. Heaven Smoke delivered just before that connector flank comes through. Bomb yet to be planted, though.
You can't get past Shush here.
Surely, right? Off angle's too good. Having to clear too many angles. Shush doesn't even look away from the flash. And that's going to be NIP advancing to 11 as Ancient suddenly appears on the horizon.
It's looking more and more like it. NIP showing up well prepared here. Again, they look like they understand the defense so effectively. And that round just coming down to Wrinkle with the X Factor. A huge multi-kill. He's been rifling so effectively on this T side. Finding injuries on this A side over and over again. I mean, what a pickup right there. We talked about Ujerks and Kaspersky in that first map, finding those T side openings on the extremities, but right now it's Wrinkle with the rifle. Oh, shot from Kinnear.
He's dead, though.
Oh, I didn't realize Snappy on the flank.
Yep, and everything gone for Heroic. The non-stop pressure that has been put onto the CT side by the non-stop force buys of Snappy. And they might have run out of running room.
Yeah, you're looking at now force buys from Heroic's side as they fight for their life. MP9s, Deagles, and Armor in the mix. This is going to be their last stand. They can't make it happen here. That third map looking likely. And Overpass could prove to be a bit of a trap here. NIP looking well versed.
They're always the type of team to pick the new maps to give the underdog advantage. Obviously, Overpass is still, a map I think everyone's played.
Yeah. But not for some time.
Yeah, and metas develop, and NIP are taking this chance to be ahead of the meta.
have an opportunity to try and define that as well. Looking well prepped. See some
push.
The aggression here. Kaspersky has a chance to punish.
Yeah, but Kaspersky's already in the corner and gets mollied out. 1-for-1 and short control for ZT side.
That's a worthy trade here, but they're not just happy with that, it seems. To press the issue, they know that they're vulnerable on the extremities right now, especially towards that long side that has been poked and prodded by Wrinkle. But now the reaction called in from Snappy here. Recovering this short space. They want to regain this control that they've lost.
Young starts pushing in the monster tunnel though as they re-clear, and he gets taken down on the aggression. Bad timing for him. And Ujerks even finds another on Nilo. This was the desperation purchase. This was the moment Heroic needed to turn around the game. Linus continues and sees nothing over at Monster. This flank has to turn into something.
40 seconds left. They are going to sprint it. And I think mostly the responsibility on Grix right now. Although there's pauses.
Okay.
Still going to be on Grix. He's got to try and buy time here.
30 seconds. They're sprinting up long. Shush is watching. Oh, got a glimpse of him, surely. Oh, definitely Linus saw them moving in towards long. So Grix, what kind of hold do you have? Cutting the cross with a deagle, needs a headshot and gets one. That keeps him in the round. Linus can flank. MP9 recovered. Is there a second for Grix? They still haven't planted. Seconds remain, but Grix doesn't get the follow-up. And Linus, big flank, but now seen, and not the gun for the job. It is map point for NIP, and both teams looking to trade each other's map picks.
I hope it's scary right there at the time pressure, but all is contained right there. Those MP9s cannot close the distance. And Snappy calling this round just about perfect. Being able to catch the re-aggression. And that flashbang, that was a team flash right there. If that one landed a little sooner, could have been up in the air. Instead, NIP with 5 chances to close this and another force buy to play against. Chris got a scout, going for the quick swing there, but no shots provided.
NIP having to start from scratch this year, completely abandoning the Swedish side. And prioritizing the wins. Funnily enough, it's Heroic who's the Swedish team at the moment. And it's a nice scout tag there from Grix. Actually dodges out on the off shot. Snappy's been seen by MP9. Just that darn MP9's no good these days.
No. Nice bench to keep him safe here. Ujerks, though, overlooks it.
Okay.
Thought that molly was deep enough, and so a trade back in some serious damage right now.
Youngstar off the MP7 is a laser beam. The recoil pattern is so easy to control. Just don't ask outside about 15 feet.
Now up close and personal, that might not be a problem. Recycled smoke in towards Monster and some extra help on this defense of the B side.
Shoulder seen, surely. Calling for a smoke. Oh, but he loses Nilo. Another player coming through, though, into Near. Brings in the support with the FAMAS. Bomb lost for NIP. Remaining players on 19 HP combined, and they will lose to the Desperation Force.
A little bit of survival here. With the force by able to stay alive. Tanir with another multi-kill. Stepping up again here. Grix will fall. The late peek to the AWP, but no big deal. AK is recovered. Round secured. Heroic still in this thing. 4 rounds on the CT side is all they have to close that distance. They just ran into, what feels like the first time Heroic are really able to save on their utility late into a round and have enough defense on that B side ready to go.
Last time out.
NIP.
Oh boy. This game's about to get fun. Money still remaining for the Ninjas. But lose this, you get reset. And we go right back to the slugfest that was Nuke.
Might go right back to more of the force buys.
more of the aggressive purchase that we've seen from NIP, meaning just one last round to try and take us into a third. Do not want to get caught. Stuck at 12. With resources gaining here for Heroic.
As I don't think that's how the monster smoke is supposed to land, but it is what it is. It landed.
I believe it. It's good. Twice in a row. At least trust. They can bring that in consistently. And again, goes where it needs to. The late boost in order.
That was the right molly.
In position. Yeah, that molly doesn't go anywhere though. This A-side defense is feeling a lot more passive than they might like here.
Grix did see a shoulder at Divider.
Doesn't have his AWP though.
Back of dice. Wrinkle posted. But misses out on that chance. Grix does steal a kill. Flashbangs are good, but he gets the second anyways. Lobs a nade, 3 bullets. Now's not the time for the reload. Might as well get desperate, and Tanir helping out. Heroic are putting up the hold. They are still standing against NIP on overpass.
I mean, that's so challenging right there. Grix with just a rifle in a perfect position where an AWP should be. Has to make his last stand, solo defense for so long, and finds the multi-kill, and allows for Tanir to rotate in. He'll double up as well. Op is going to be attempting a save. If this CT side could steal this weaponry,
oh boy,
that would be massive, and in a position to do so now. Although Youngstar going to walk by it. Should be safe here in Connector. But Heroic are far from out of this map right now.
It's another one of these games, eh?
Seems like it. Oh, Youngstar. Oh, the timing's good.
No!
Gotta get off that ladder there. He's all too attached.
And then we start B however you want, and then I rotate up to A. I give you front.
So we'll hold on to the op. Will there be anything behind it, or will it just be like half armor Tech 9s we're looking at?
Oh,
thanks for the free double.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you can just see the look on Snappy's face right now. There's a lot of stress going through him right now.
Yeah, job's not finished right now. NIP falling at the final hurdle is not something they're interested in letting happen. So much damage, but Wrinkle has a chance to make some opening picks work. Had to run through multiple HGs, but again, Flashbang dodged, and the duel comes his way.
Yeah, next up, Youngstar on the pillar, and it's 3 consecutive kills here for NIP. It'll be Tech 9s, of course, and a Kaspersky Hero AK to end this game. Wrinkle getting more chances to hit all these shots, and it just puts Nilo into a 1v4. Smoke forward. That does let him cross, and believe it or not, to the bomb. Ujerk's coming through on the flank. There's no way he wins this, right? Bomb halfway ticked. Molly forward.
Oh,
and Kaspersky will complete it. Absolute carry performance from the young Polish player to bring us over to Ancient. The gamble pays off for NIP to bring this guy onto the team and let overpass into the veto. It's a trap for Heroic.
Yeah, and he provides the opening duels here. You also had, another young gun in Wrinkle on the other side of the map, finding openings, finding ways there with the rifle work to get on into this. A dominant CT side start as well for the NIP squad, and they're able to secure themselves a huge victory, a bounce back opportunity. Now taking it into a third map here and showing what this new squad can do.
Yeah, NIP are the team that are trying to represent all the underdogs in the scene. The team that grinded their way from the bottom of the VRS all the way to getting invites at top events now. Through open qualifiers, through closed qualifiers, straight out of CCT, they've done it. And so, now delivering here in Cologne.
Yeah, and in particular, doing it against Heroic would be the ultimate example, right? Because Heroic, similar fashion, have to rebuild, but they have to do so in a way in which they get a core. So they were already kind of boosted up in the VRS. So NIP showing the dichotomy in between these two teams and how they've risen to the occasion here to meet this challenge here, meet the VRS in the new system. So a cool story here for NIP to try and pull these upsets.
Range. You can still run and gun. You can burst at range. Mark my words. We're going to see a bit more of this weapon.
And I mean, you know, like, there were even some early adopters of the MP7 prior to the MP9,
Simple.
but one of them even in the server.
Simple loved it back in the day. Ooh. Oh, did he see him? No, he definitely didn't. Nerds creeps up top mid, hiding inside of the top mid smoke. B-pop.
Up here, but spotted out on shore. That's a lineup for him in the apartments. Gonna try and reposition here, get himself tucked in under the window, catch them as they drop into his bomb site. Naf gets out with a double kill. They do lose twists in that crossing. But they've got Nerds hot on the heels of this B play through the apartments. The rest of Liquid waiting back in the market, ready to go. And so it feels like it's only a matter of time. They're just waiting for this flank to arrive.
They held him though.
But Nerds has been tagged up. He was being considered. It's Shui to push out and make the play, separating that bomb from Big Azera and Payne.
And that should be it. I mean, he can walk the walk around CT, but with 25, this isn't going to happen. No way you can plant. And so Liquid do respond to that clutch round in the previous, not letting it build into something else. Nice double from Naf as well. Love that reposition. Gets below the player on apartments. Able to get 2 kills. Again, he's being left alone in a lot of these rounds. Still able to hold at least for 1 and often 2. Liquid feeling good. 9-7 up and broken economy here. Tattered for Payne. Just this AK save.
DGT is part of this run out through the apartments. They're going to try and take lower control with the rifle. Hope is DGT can just work a couple of kills on the AK and try to siphon some guns for the rest of his team. They're letting him lead the charge in these fights. They're going to try and put him in positions to succeed. A little gimmicky boost here. And that will net them that first kill.
It's an unorthodox
from
angle.
The hero gun. Up over on the ticket booth. Ultimate has just missed the timing on that rifle, making it across. Seems aware of the possibility, but it's unconfirmed. Will nail the shot. This is why they let DGT play at the front of the pack, right? That gun gets...
Well, well, well. Well, well, well. A nice overpass pickup for the side of the Ninjas in Pajamas and really delivering on their potential that we've seen, especially back at Astana. Online Counter-Strike no more. You're at the most storied tournament in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and they look well prepared here. Couldn't quite get the job done on what is a favorite map pick in Nuke, but bouncing back on overpass in a big way here for NIP, being able to capitalize on what is a signature snappy move and constantly force buying, constantly keeping the tempo high there, the pressure, amplified on Heroic. They eventually capture some of that momentum that they needed. They have Kaspersky finding entries, finding big-time plays, man. And again, this leads to a lot of excitement for what this team can do now in Map 3.
Yeah, I mean, Kaspersky was really just non-stop pressure. And I think that was what Snappy's trying to bring to the table on this map of Overpass. There was not a single round where Heroic could breathe easy and just get a full anti-eco. They were constantly losing weapons, constantly losing ops here and there, and really the pace of play that we've seen so far from this Ninjas and Pajamas lineup has just been incredible. I mean, the two entry fraggers here of Ujerks and Kaspersky have been just relentless, and that's going to be a problem not just for Heroic, but any team that NIP face in the future.
Yeah, you even look at like Wrinkle right there in that last map as well. He wasn't even opting for a lot of that T side, and what he did in some of those rounds when there wasn't a lot of ground to be gained there on some of the extremities on B, he was on the other side of the map finding opening duels with his rifle, finding entries and drawing in attention, drawing out rotations. So again, there's just so much pressure on Heroic that when they make proactive moves that they're going to get punished for it, and that led to a lot of advantages that NIP capitalized on.
Yeah, I mean, man of the hour was really like Kaspersky, but I mean, you also have to give credit over to, I mean, someone like Shush as well. CT side, he was just immovable on that B site.
Yeah.
Multiple times they threw everything at him, just all full Tech 9 rush, and he's getting 3 kills inside of Molly at the barrels. And Shush is a player who has kind of evolved into more of the star player despite being in supportive roles. He's continued just putting up more and more numbers, and it's really cool for a player who, say, like back in 2022, 2023, when Heroic was a really successful team, was touted as one of the best anchor players in the world.
Yeah, I actually think that trend, even though he has had to take a dip into like the tier 2 space, he actually has been able to keep up that level of play. He's been able to keep up that that peak performance that you get out of a more passive anchor, right? I think that's what's so impressive, is that he still brings those same multi-kills no matter what sort of tier he plays in. Even gets better in tier 2, to be honest with you. You see a little bit more activity out of him. You see the bigger multi-kills, but when it comes to this event, he's going to be able to challenge some of the best because he has that history and experience doing so with Heroic. Yeah, that's the one thing NIP do have, is they have this kind of experience. They're very a team that's difficult to shake, I think, especially like a player like Shush. He's not snappy though. I mean, he's looking exhausted out there, I won't lie. I still having some good calls though, man. Yeah, I talked a little bit about the B-side call where it looked like he just identified the setup before the round even started, and then they perfectly capitalized. That was some of the good entry work that this guy on your screen was able to bring to the table, right? It was off the back of some very effective calls, some great openings brought to you by the Kaspersky.
And he was just making plays on his own. That's actually the biggest thing to talk about, is that he's self-sufficient. He doesn't need to be, micromanaged around. He's just going in towards Monster and catching them on the Monster peak. He's running out towards Party and delivering his kills as well. Being that A-site CT player, there's so much pressure on you because you are the guy who's supposed to deliver the rounds. If you start missing, if you start failing to execute, everyone's just gonna point the finger at you because like you're here to put up like 10, 15 kills in a single half. And he did that, and he was self-sufficient, and that's the biggest thing when you bring on a new player, is that you don't have to, just don't think about him, right? Just make sure you're not a liability, and he was more than that. He was an asset.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. They're looking forward to seeing what he can do on this decider. It's going to be Ancient. It's going to be coming up after this short break, guys. Stay with us.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback.
Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
And it lands on Ancient here between NIP and Heroic, two debuting rosters at IEM Cologne, and one of them is looking sharper than the other as Kaspersky powers NIP to a map win there on Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw some highlights here out of Heroic in the mix as well. We saw some exciting moments out of Griggs, but overall, being able to shut down some of that opping presence, be able to shut down some of the exciting riflers here on the side of Heroic by the early activation, by the early entries that were provided. So some exciting signs here from NIP. Now they have a map to close it, a third map here to try and answer back and continue this conversation of NIP trying to go from the doldrums, from the bottom of the barrel in terms of ranking, all the way to the top here, trying to make it into Tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, and the career revival of Snappy as well. NIP still willing to take a chance after a 2024 that shall be one to forget for him. So, as we're taking away the knife round here on Ancient, I mean, we've seen the aggressive tendencies for NIP, and Ancient allows for so many different opportunities, so many opportunities for CTs to run free and Ts to scale middle. I don't think it will matter the side. I think it just matters the team here. For NIP has Heroic clean sweep the knife round.
Yeah, that's a flawless knife round. No one even falling on the side of Heroic.
You type easy in the chat and you get your game started.
Yeah, already a win. They've won the mental battle here. Can they win the one in the server, though?
I don't think so. I don't think it really.
Knife round.
Oh, true. I
lose mine in my face-it matches.
And then all your teammates just start screaming at each other. It's like, oh my god, how did you not clutch the knife round? Yeah. Ancient a pretty balanced map, so it's not the worst thing to ever happen.
Not a big concern. I'm excited to see some of the aggression here. As you said, I think that this NIP side can really lend itself to
exciting.
Ancient squad here as a team here entirely. I mean, they've just proven to be aggressive with not only the early plays that they make here, but also with the purchasing that they go for.
Yep.
And this is another map here, I think, alongside Nuke, where you can get rewarded quite a bit for force buys. A lot of close-range duels.
We see as we're locking in for the final map here on the B stream, NIP versus Heroic, a matchup that has lasted quite a while. Obviously, both teams and both organizations have been knee-deep in the Swedish Counter-Strike scene.
Mostly a matchup that happens,
or rather,
on X.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Mostly that happens on the Everything app, of course. Obviously, now it's in the Danish scene for Heroic, now Swedish, and well, now I guess a Polish powerhouse for the side of NIP. 2 entries for Kacpersky again. This guy on a tier 1 stage. It might just be the superstar that NIP have been looking for.
Yeah, missing puzzle piece here in the opening phase. It shows it on the pistol. Now a recovery effort in a 3v5 where they just have no damage even done. No smokes, no kits.
Just jiggle peeking. Sees them pushing forward. A flashbang lob for Linus, but it's Wrinkle stepping forward with a new pair of dualies. Thank you so much for those fellas in Cave. The 2 young guns looking at each other laughing.
We did some good work that round, didn't we?
My goodness. We just get to see this double from Kacpersky. Though that's 2 sets of dualies that he just drops.
That's usually a powerhouse setup in the Cave side alone. Almost feels impossible to get past, but they make it look like a breeze. Kaspersky still finding openings, finding entries into a force buy, though.
Oh.
We're getting a little bit more aggressive with their forces.
We got 3 players in Cave. Jaguar is locked off for the moment. I don't think NIP are going to make a huge mistake in this round. Bomb's already angling towards A.
Bomb site looking awful open ever since Tanier left it. Trying to go and set his focus on in towards middle. And even still, his poke and prod for information doesn't really reveal.
Kaspersky is crazy. He hears movement and he just wants to fight. He is so hungry to take any duel. If there's a player in front of him, he's like, he just wants it. Here, Tanier has had a tough series so far, and it will stay that way as he swings into 2. Kaspersky getting ran down, though, from 2 different angles. That's an AK for retrieval, and Snappy needs to get away. He does.
Oh, boy.
3 versus 4. Here we go. The retake is on Shadow Scene here for Shush, and Youngstar lines up 3! All 3 in a row! And Heroic and given a force by victory!
How did he make that happen? Just lined them all up. The spray down comes through. It looks like he didn't even register that the round was won. That one just flew out of possibility right there.
My goodness.
Oh my god, the lineup is so brutal.
Heroic, they isolate these particular players from NIP. Kaspersky, but I was mentioning, he was going so aggressive, too much so. He gets caught, AK picked up. Next up, Snappy to fall, and everything just went wrong. If they just huddled together.
You got to keep donut control in those post plants. That's one of the biggest priorities that you can ask for on the T side. Once you're left all towards A main, especially if you're losing A main, it's going to be a problem. NIP find themselves in bad post plants.
I think this is going to be sort of a pistol round strategy. Thinking of the mid pop.
Maybe transitioning more towards that A side, but no, still planning out towards middle. Not a lot of resistance to run into. A more passive setup now that you see Heroic bounce back.
Interesting smokes here.
Yellow giving all of Donut up as a reaction to that smoke that was tossed, and he's not interested in taking those close range duels. It says getting the rotates that they're hoping for right now. This is perfectly lined up for NIP.
Look at how far back they all are as well. Nobody in cave. B site basically given over. And a fight that Wrinkle nearly wins. That Galil, lots of damage on a Youngstar.
They're going to quickly rotate over, but they're not going to be able to beat this execute to the punch. It's going to be hopeful smoke span to try and open up this round. Landing it.
It's good, but Youngstar himself was also low. So Linus will trade out for the AK, but no shots given. A nade onto Grix as well. Smokes are going to fade, though, and the real round begins. All coming in through long. It's the pistols. It's Snappy leading with 3. Oh, my God. 3 headshots off the Tech 9. It's down to Tanier.
He's going to try and chase this one down, but enough damage done. Can he win it, though? He can pull it back.
Kaspersky, last line of defense, has the Desert Eagle tucked in the corner. Can Tanier finally show up with a bit of a highlight? No! The Desert Eagle enough. And Snappy, that thing looks like an AK, but it costs $500.
He still got it, man. You're saying he's getting tired here in map 3. He's got the endurance, man. Marathon runner. Rolling up with that multi-kill. The Tech 9 tearing through them when they needed some sort of ground to be gained. Snappy tears through 3 names.
Even the dink landed from Tanier, but that's not enough. His woes continue. And that was like 3 one-taps in a row, it felt like. Oh my God. Got me singing out here.
Snappy force buys continue to be rewarded.
Who will stop this man? You know, it might not have worked back on Falcons, but now he has the individuals to do it. But here it comes right back. Are we getting forced by wars? Well, Kaspersky says no for now.
Oh, the bomb is on the floor right now. That's a huge problem. Don't know if that's really identified here by the A main aggression, but it does seem like that at least is going to force a recovery. I mean, it's going to take time to go and grab that bomb. And there's still a player inside of A main here. We're just going to fall off the aggression here. LNC going to be pressing forward, though, into the open long-range duel versus Wrinkle. Doesn't want to test it, though.
Sparks is already here. Oh, already seen. Kaspersky smokes off CT. And looking for the fight on LNZ, but he's only 42 HP. Smokesman could get him, but Ujerks has got one back. Linus, here we go. Everyone trying to close in at once, creating chaos, but Ujerks just holding on for his team. Snappy's got the headshot, and the force buy will be vanquished. Youngstar with no kit and little HP. And it will be 3-1. It will be NIP setting down stakes on Ancient.
Yeah, finally able to do it. Put it into these force buy wars that have been coming through there. A rifle to recover for Youngstar. Has to back out of this round. Have to get through the sludge of that A site, despite the heroics that come through there. Trying to play past the smoke. Snappy also has to push this. They're actually going to give Youngstar a chance to find some shots here.
Oh, that ammo.
You got to chase him down. That bomb is so deadly.
He's dead, though, as well.
Youngstar's gone.
Oh, boy.
Everyone falls.
And Snappy. Oh, he's looking at his opponents while he's talking. He's not looking at his teammates saying, nice, boys. He's hoping they hear him. Ujerks here. Lifesaver off the Mac 10.
Nice exit! Nice! Important, youngster! Important!
Nice exits. Oh, but this might be some good enough exits to call in another force buy here.
No way!
The force buy wars were over. They never end here on the B stream. Not between these two teams.
The idea of an eco, that is for cowards. These two teams, they are real gladiators.
Oh.
Linus is burning. He'll extinguish. And surely this is where it ends.
Oh my god.
Oh, Youngstar just gets...
Firing squad.
He was getting spammed as well from Wrinkle 2. Like, there was nowhere for Youngstar.
No exits this time. They make sure to do everything in their power to eliminate him early. There's still a bit of a B-side lean here. A call made out by Heroic. A little bit risky, but on the money. Extra resources here into what will be an execution towards this B-side. They're going to aggress.
Oh, but Wrinkle up on the boost. Possible to be hit off the MP9, and then there's a triple off the lineup. And it's Grix 1v5. And I'm sure Snappy will have something to say about this force buy.
Heroic want to be NIP so bad. They force buy over and over again, and here it's going to lead them into a very challenging start into this map. This time only a single MP9 saved over. Not enough damage to continue the conversation. And Crick's going to hold on. Just waiting for this round to end. Okay, that's Shush, not Snappy. That exit. Not all that important. There's this gun save. If he can get away. Okay, another exit. That's a rifle to be picked up as well.
Money generated for Grix as well.
Nice, Grix! Important!
There it is.
Chirping. And the thing is,
the treatment that Youngstar got after the exit kills.
He's unsparing, this guy. He's got the bellow as well. Echoing throughout the halls of Cologne is Snappy. Hope the A-stream can hear him.
IP looking to make some statements. That's what they're doing so far.
They've done it so far as well. I mean, it's honestly the quality Counter-Strike we've seen from them. We have a push-down ramp. You jerks, just don't botch it to the flashbang. Back away and start handing out headshots. And easy mop up of the eco. Saved Galil does nothing. Oh boy. More yapping.
Yeah, he's getting loud.
I'm sure, I mean, look, Youngstar probably typed something in chat. Something had to have been said.
You probably said what you said. Is Snappy getting tired? He's wide awake.
Absolutely not.
He is wide awake. Louder by the round here. Trying to put his team on top in this decider. Trying to continue this conversation here for NIP. They know every match counts here at Cologne. Oh, but eating damage here. It's not going to stop them. They continue their aggression into an instant dismissal. Clotheslining. Kaspersky there.
Oh, Linus as well, still here. Delivers a second. Youngstar
forcing it.
Yeah, and it's working. Oh, it almost did. Shush. If you got the kill clean. Instead, 2 versus 3. Re-smoke along, though, is important. And Wrinkle. That bomb plant is open along. It's risky, but there will be no spam.
Oh
and
my god.
He dodges the op shot, but he's looking to step forward instead. Flashbang's good. Snappy. Getting active. Reload heard.
No way!
Walks into Grix, who takes out the op and snipes down both. And that 2v3 not meant to be.
Oh man, Snappy had it right there on the silver platter, but still the coverage offered up by Grix. That's a tough shot with a no-scope. That one goes wrong. You don't know what's going to happen there. Unable to close it out into an instant heroic timeout. That's a scary round because despite the comfort in this opening duel, a 5v3 can quickly be pulled back right there. They find the entries.
Talk about the nade at the very start of the round. It's not just damage, it slows down those players, so then Linus could get to the angle. Typically, the T's can actually beat the defenders to that line if there's no molly and there's no HE grenade. But that piece of utility changes up that situation entirely. So timeout burn from Heroic. I wonder what they want to discuss.
I mean, I feel like there's still a little bit of concerns on how that B-side hold comes together. It's a successful round, but they know the risk of letting these T sides get into the site here. Want to make sure that they can do a better job of closing that down. Kaspersky looking to make some moves around the edge of that smoke. Molly fades, and he's going to step forward.
And Grix is going to convert the opening kill. Playing from the cutout. Just full committing. Now, Youngstar, though, faces the whole team, and that's the B site given over. He was solo defender in that situation, and Linus can't catch these players already moving in through long. This util set, not good enough, but Grix is holding for it. Still, Ujers does deliver and will not overface. It's a 3-on-3 here on B.
Deep smoke as well. Snappy still in the lurk here. Two players going
to noise.
He's loud.
No, and he's out in the open as well, but he surely sees a couple on death cams. Surely that's information, but they need to be able to take down Grix, and they do. And the off angle from Shush is no good. Ujarks does tuck away into the corner, but they do have access to the bomb. He's going knife out in the smoke. He's trying to stop it. As he walks through as well, Nilo does catch him.
No kit.
It was just a fake.
LNZ's on it.
And LNZ has got the defuse here. It is a third round for Heroic, if only for Snappy.
I mean, trying to set up some recycled smoke right there. I don't know if that was intended for, deep CT, probably to nullify Grix's position. But completely caught. He had the round in the palm of his hands until he starts to make noise. Had the cutoff on the flanks. Knows that one was a big mess up right there.
And he's gonna get a talking. I mean, still the 3 versus 3 was good. He was playable. Even then, Shush had a chance as well to convert his kill. Ujarks had to make it happen all on his own. A litany of things had to go wrong for NIP. So they should still stay confident despite these unfortunate moments happening.
Yeah, I mean, the access that they're getting in towards this B side, even despite opening duels going the wrong way. Kaspersky gets shut down by the op. Still find ground in that round. Great HE on Nilo early. More follow-up damage. Earning is Tanir down to 24.
Forget it. Did he
stop shot.
It's going all wrong right now. Tanir's down. Grix needs a huge round here, but there's a massive gap in the map.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's already in red room right now. Kaspersky's capitalized on the chaos in towards middle.
Never hesitates. But he fight and clear the corner. Shush puts his crosshair right on the head, on the clear. Youngstar down, round over. Oh man, Tanir's tough series continues right now. I mean, we know how good he can be.
I mean, had a little bit of a revival on overpass. This op is
No.
Snappy. It's all right.
Yikes.
He got his one.
You know, it's all good.
He's saving those exit kills for the young guns.
I don't think they're going to
have something to say about that, isn't he?
Good, impactful exits.
Great exit, Grix.
It actually is good. He
didn't whiff on you.
He keeps the off. And because so, he gets to drop a teammate, and Heroic will buy.
Surprisingly, Snappy didn't say anything.
I don't think he has the right to.
Look at this one, though. Make sure to get it on a Youngstar. Wow, okay, that's a nice shot from Grix. Oh. Frustration amplifies here in Big Map 3. This decider, every mistake gonna cost you a little bit more. So another timeout. Brought to you by Tobis, trying to get things back on track. Much scrappy buy here off the back of the op saves as well.
Yeah.
Adds in the mix, lots of utility prioritized.
See, Grix is not the type of highlight opper that we're typically used to. He's a guy who gets his 1s and 2s. I would definitely put him more in the Shiro category than the Monacy category. So he kind of needs to go highlight mode in a round like this, though.
Another just barrage of utility here early on from NIP, reading into the defense. There's so much damage taken early. And they could make a decisive move out towards the A, and that's going to leave the solo defense of Youngstar You are getting Grix rotating over, though. If he can get his 1s or 2s in a round like this.
Ollie down as well. That's big time. And Kaspersky is going to go forward anyways with a monster headshot. And a CT smoke was there to lock out Grix.
He's got to just save unless there's any denial on the plant. They're on the track it off the mark.
They've got 3 flashbang. If they find Snappy, they're in.
Oh, timing looking pretty rough, though.
The run. Snappy's turns for some exits.
Oh, yeah.
Ripping away these guns. Not like the last round. And Heroic off their own timeout as well. It's rough.
Yeah, this is more good reads coming through from NIP, looking like they're well prepared. When it was Overpass, I didn't fully understand it, but when it's Ancient, you can definitely see the vision off the back of these timeouts, how they interact with Heroic afterwards. Just nade stacks, 3 HEs early towards middle, doing early damage, and the off-spawn call to enter in towards A off the back of that. You can see Exist very happy about the way that round turned out.
Another timeout coming through from Heroic. So like, theoretically in this round, it's fine, actually, for this mid-control. Youngstar has a molly. It is a CT incendiary, however. And there's Kaspersky. He is daring them to retake. Last time they went for it, they won, so... Look, I'm not going to talk back to Snappy, all right? Yeah, I mean, he is an absolute vet of this scene. Multiple S-tier finals under his belt. Honestly, and the guy who just builds rosters, man. Somehow did it with ENCE, a team that performed like 5 times better than the sum of their parts.
Absolutely. And again, you talk a lot about the aspect of Saul in that team there, the Snappy Saul combo. That was so promising. There's 4 HEs towards middle. Just had to highlight that real quick. But yeah, he's a storied player, built up some foundations. He's doing so again with NIP from scratch, and has brought this roster to tier 1 play by any means necessary here. We got some aggression though. This is some good timing from Tanier. Has a chance to really activate right now.
Ooh, too late. They're already in. Plaster.
Gotta make something happen. He's gonna start to speed up. He knows the window's closing.
Yeah, and he might have just missed his window as they all turn around the corner. Nilo's only good for 1. 5-7 can only do so much. Flashbang from Youngstar. There's a miss long smoke.
It's fast up ramp though right now, following the footsteps.
Hold on. It's possible, but the Kaspersky, of course, is already in your walls. Now Tanier can't clutch because there's Wrinkle. And 8 rounds now for NIP.
That's too decisive from NIP here. They don't hesitate on the inbound. They don't get scared off by the 5-7s. Smiles on the faces here as another round win comes through. Just trying to facilitate that access in a huge play. Just high risk, high reward from Kaspersky. The name of his game.
I mean, this is going to be a huge debut tournament for him because no one knows what his game really looks like. Everyone could get caught off guard by this guy.
He's doing this in just his opening matchup here as well. It's so risky, so impressive, though, when he has that freedom to make these sort of moves. Oh, boy. Not going to make that move.
About it.
That one's one step too far.
Grix holding here with the AWP. Where's the smoke? Kaspersky just dancing right now. Ooh, here comes a nade for him, finally, to settle it down. In the meantime, push down, but Ujerks walks into 2 players. That's seen. Will they accelerate towards A? That's where they've placed Grix.
I got to do something here. They're just locked out by the utility, and once the smoke fades away, you'd imagine the defense will too. Nilo's sticking around, though.
Kaspersky's already through. Here comes the util. Nilo is going to be in trouble, but Linus has got the coverage for his Linus brethren. As Shush continues to scale middle. They're losing players and they're running out of time.
I mean, do have the best availability towards this B side as a last-ditch effort. A lot of utility to execute on in as well. Single smoke, but a couple flashes. Full belt of utility on Snappy that he's going to look to get down here in this late round.
He's going for short, molly in towards the cubby that actually allows them access into this site. Shush with the bomb, and Wrinkle for the fight! First on the headshot, Lions reveals his position, Wrinkle's got the second, but Tanier doubles up. Snappy in the clutch. Oh, they line up for him, but Nilo will quick trade. And at least, Heroic, barring the screams of Snappy, will get their fourth.
Able to capture that last round right there, provide a little security towards the late end of this half, put it down to 8-4. See if they can try and run it back here after a quick break.
Snappy talking down on them and taking names as well as NIP up 8-4 here on Ancient. I mean, Kaspersky absolutely powering this team right now.
Absolutely, man. And again, the energy remains high here for NIP in map 3. They've got some frustrating rounds that they put up on Heroic. And now they're looking to close it off in the second half. 8-4 lead here. We'll see if they can keep it up. Wrinkle puts in a little bit of a tone setter for this pistol round. A quick shutdown on the Nilo.
Youngstar does make progress, though, up the ramp. Working out towards long, but Kaspersky gets caught out. Linus activates properly. U-Jerks can't get the double. It's now Snappy. What can you do? Not the Tech 9, it's the USP, and it'll be the rapid fire, the dual Berettas to get Wrinkle. Whew. Shush 1v2. Okay, puts it down for the first, though. He has plenty of time. He knows where Linus is, but Linus just swings him. Does not care. It is a second half pistol for Heroic.
And despite that 4v5, still able to crack through, catch some timings, capitalize on the lack of awareness there from NIP. Some great pushes coming through the cave side from LNZ as well. They take initiative. Heroic going to be starting off this second half with a little bit of a clawback effort. Still got a lot of life left in them, but they do know what's up next. There's no secret. There's no surprise. It's a force buy. Couple umps in the mix. Going through the fire here. Instantly punched, but that's a tough shot throwing in. And then falls through. Youngstar keeping his head in the swivel, but there's only so much he can survive against.
And it'll be an acceleration towards B. U-Jerks. Stays with the molly. Steps forward to the team flash in the mix. Nearly gets Linus killed, and then a spam through the smoke from Tanir.
Wow.
Waking up in the second half. Absolutely needed.
Man, what a shot right there. Straight through the smoke. Make sure to submit that round in favor of Heroic. The team flashes, they look deadly, but it unfortunately also blinded up U-Jerks on the site. If he's able to put up any disruption right there, that could be a different story. And another tale of NIP winning these force buys to cement themselves on top. But instead, Heroic will survive to tell the tale. And enough damage done that I don't think you can convince NIP to go for another force buy. Although I wouldn't be surprised.
It was... I think it stops here. Really incredible shot there from Youngstar, being overwhelmed by 3 players and still is able to take one with him with a big flick. I mean, we'll see it here. That. Maybe not, but, you know, Youngstar's has continued to show that he can frag. Even though his positions aren't the greatest here on this Heroic team, and most of the time has to solo anchor a lot of the sites. When he has his moments, he can definitely turn up.
He's capable of putting up the digits here. They're trying to set up Wrinkle, though, right now. Missed the mounting on top of the shelf, and that one able to threaten the kill. What? And the multi.
No.
Oh, this is on.
There's no way. HE doesn't even catch him either. He might look to try and drop this off to another teammate. And he does. He passes it on to Kaspersky, who...
also has armor.
Yeah.
Chance to find even more ground here with this traveling Galil.
It's already here.
Holds long side of whole
swing. He's gonna swing. He lines up a couple, but Snappy's 5-7 doesn't go for anything. Lots of damage. Still more USPs here. Or a 5-7 as well for Wrinkle.
Yeah, they're boxed in right now. At least the cutoff held by Shush.
It's a very thin box. U-Jerks. Tries to thread in a deagle shot. And he gets one on the Grix. Another half HP, and Nilo pulls out the bomb to give up the round. It is a saved Galil, and that's it. And it does everything.
Yeah, Snappy liking that one as well. Getting loud off the back of just, again, that's held onto Galil, and the multi-kill from Wrinkle. Crosshair placement peak. And is able to come up with the necessary damage, even completes the mission.
No NG eco on cave. We are nailing.
Holy, absolute chirper this guy Snappy is. Back at an IEM. And back full disrespect. Kaspersky turns away and looks... has his hands his back over to the whole play.
Oh, still a defender here. Shush. Able to bring these multi-kills. Needed the transfer. It was too far a flick.
Next up is U-Jerks.
There's a route out of this one that they might look to overthink. They won't. Just a straight double swing.
Wrinkle. Doesn't want to try it. And as soon as Snappy starts chatting, Maybe do the rest of Heroic. Wrinkle thinking about it.
That's just very doable. You do have the flank. I don't know if he's given up. I think he might be routing this one through Donut instead.
Trying to back up his words right now. Wrinkle has a molly as well. That could force a fight onto Nilo.
Oh, this crossfire you'd think is too strong.
I wish he'd try for it. I think he's looking at his teammates and saying whether or not he should go for it. Now it's time. Wrinkle, late flank.
The bomb?
Smoke for the bomb. Back turned. Headshot as well. And now Snappy can try this. Nilo's out of ammo. He has to switch to the AK on the defuse. They pull it off. Snappy backs up his words with the clutch inside the smoke.
Oh, he's going to have something to say about that one as well. A chance to, again, back up what you're putting out. Talk is free right there. It's cheap, but able to actually put the actions on in as well. I thought they were saving, but he had some words to say about saving. He's not going to make that same play. Going to bring home that clutch off the back of Wrinkle in the late play through Donut as well.
Literally praying right there for Wrinkle. And start chatting now. 10-6 for NIP. Tenacious team. What I've seen from this team so far today is pure character. And now, Heroic throwing everything at the wall. Tanier just going to push into the smoke. Off a desperation forced by back.
Need to smoke again.
Oh, but that's a mistake. But Snappy will trade back and keep this one level. 3 versus 4. Grix now scoops up the AK. All 3 players in CT spawn. Plant will not be denied, so another disadvantage retake for NIP.
They make it on in here. Hopeful smoke spam just not connecting right now. They're still hanging around.
Got
a single smoke left here.
Smoke for the bomb once again.
That's even if they toss it that location. Right now it looks like might actually head out of this round. They got their chances. They took their opportunities in a 2v3, but a 3v4 a little bit too much to ask. And Heroic, from the very start of these rounds, able to determine them, finding the openings, taking space. This time it's enough to scare off NIP.
But Heroic don't chirp anything back. Man, I remember at Dallas, though, it was an absolute screaming match between Heroic and Aurora, if you can remember that, Cole.
Oh, yeah.
They ain't afraid to get loud.
I mean, was that the match right off the plane from Astana for Aurora? Or was
I believe it was the rematch to qualify for playoffs, and Tanier chirps in with after Aurora lose a round, it's like, why no yelling? Heroic proceeded to lose the match. Anyways, Kaspersky. Okay. Oh my goodness. He gets even more damage. Downrange up on the catwalk. And Heroic have lost their captain and lost half of their historically best weapon.
Absolutely. Tanier down low as well, and he has been trying to pull back these T-side rounds here. He has been able to crack through and apply pressure. Find some of these opening duels. This time Youngstar looking to maybe take the mantle here off the back of that damage. Some flashbangs put on Shush location. So mid-control captured as this 4-man stack cannot remain. IP have to do something about this quickly. Start to adjust the rotates. They do actually bring in an extra helping hand towards the middle side. And this still stabilizes a strong B setup, but Kaspersky cannot afford to go down here.
Not seen, I don't think. Pixels away from seeing each other. Which could have changed the round, but now there's a push here from Shush. Now there's going to be a 4-man B lean. Ujerks seen back there. There's no real counter utility that can stop the play. It's just the frags. Kaspersky with a dink. Now on the site, Snappy steps forward, but there's no kill. Wrinkle up on the boost. Plant in the open. Ujerks does get Youngstar, but now it's Nilo, and then 3 kills consecutively. Shush. Does he deny the plant? He does. He does deny the plant. There's a player close by. He could pick it up, though, and Tanier will strafe around. Shush is going to try and make this happen, though. Not another wallbang. Not meant to be, as it's Tanier who does connect the shot. Shush nearly pulling it off. Virtue of the time and the miraculous wallbang.
Oh my god. And, you know, it's honestly so impressive that you're actually able to crack through that. Despite the 4v5 deficit, despite the early
difficulties that they find themselves in. Nilo and even Tanir on low HP able to break apart that round. And they had so little going for them early on right there on the side of Heroic and still managed to punch through what was a 4-man B lean. A stack there coming through out of NIP off the back of the information that was provided by Shush. He's still forced into the 1v3.
Yeah, it was really NIP with no utility and trying to force the fight. Now, Kaspersky, does he have a monster deagle headshot? No. He will be dealt with. B-side execute inbound. And well, it's Ujerks instead with one. Tanir taking some flat. The two Berettas from Snappy.
No way.
Will not be good for another. Wrinkle does scoop up a deagle himself. 1v3, low ammunition, and reloading in the open. He's done. Heroic beginning to close this game down. Another buy on the cards for the Ninjas in Pajamas, but it's all business here.
A one-round ball game now. Timeouts start to get utilized here. I'd imagine on the side of NIP. Heroic, who chugged through a lot of their timeouts in that first half, don't have a lot left at their availability. So now it's NIP's turn with a little bit of difficulties closing out these rounds, even with man advantages, even with the right sight stacks. You have to figure out a way to deny some of these riflers that are finding strides into these rounds, that are finding openings. We know Kaspersky going for a lot of aggressive duels, trying to create some room here for the squad. And he's been doing a good job of it, closing out these rounds, looking like it could be a bit of a different story. Get back to another gun round here. AWP included as well for Wrinkle. It's a blast cannon.
Blast. Like no use, he'll nothing. We don't do that here. It'll be mid-control. Kaspersky wanting to fight, and he delivers a double dink onto Linus for the opener.
That's another opening pick here for Kaspersky. Back-to-back rounds, back-to-back onto LNC. Shutting down his aggressive maneuvers early. And he wants more. He's going to go re-aggressive.
And Nilo will be caught. Oh, Kaspersky and Shush tear apart Heroic in round 20 on just 22 HP. This 18-year-old Polish player who was in NIP's Academy project gets brought into the main team just about, what, 6 months, 8 months after he was released to ENT. And Wrinkle now as well. It is a mauling from the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Off the back of the timeout right there. Able to completely shut down that play there. Again, Kaspersky aggressing through middle, finding the opening duels, and then having the goal to reposition, to fight again. Off the back of the call that Shush wanted to get aggressive as well. That split-second decision-making and also the confidence that you can still land kills even though you're low. That's something Heroic were not prepared for. Now with opportunity really to dunk this game on in. Money could shatter right here. It's at a breaking point.
Oh my god.
Snappy instas LNZ.
He's 35 years old, but he don't frag like it. But here's Ujerks. Snappy continues. He has the double.
Blessing for his teammate as well.
Volley as well. And keeps them at bay. It's 3 versus 4.
A little bit of chaos catches Ujerks by surprise, but it forces the reaction right now. Bit of a gamble off of this A site here and a stack towards B for the defense. Still reading into it and almost certainly hearing that scope. Re-aggression down ramp here?
Yeah, they hear the smoke and cave, the scope and cave. There's no op holding ramp. 3 players though. Ujerks has to be careful. And he watches a cave and destroys Youngstar. That's Shush. And a missed shot from Griggs. And Shush is opening up here on the defense finally when it matters.
Gotta be a save.
I don't think he can. He is surrounded. And Wrinkle with the op shot delivers series point for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Finally, their return to a Cologne.
Man, what a statement right there. Look at this instant dismissal. Snappy at a breaking point for Heroic, or is able to break them.
with those 2 opening picks right there. Able to keep them at bay from that B bomb site.
Oh, man.
That is right. That's exactly what he did. Destroyed them. And now look at the buy here. Tech9's in the mix. Both of these teams, no strangers to making these Force Spies work for themselves. But this is what you have to live on for this series, otherwise into the lower bracket.
Oh my goodness, and the grenade damage is incredible. Tanir barely straggling into the site, but they're surrounding him right now for Shush. Tanir still converts. Linus gets a kill onto Snappy. Where do they go? Heroic on both sites at once.
Oh, there's a big flank right now. Activating from Kaspersky, found a timing.
Oh, and Wrinkle gets the bomb. 3 versus 3, bomb on the ground, and Kaspersky has vision on it. They have a crossfire on the bomb, and Heroic don't know. Kaspersky with 1, and the 2nd, and the series. You'd have to think Linus being watched right now by Ujerks. And this is looking like a game. NIP advancing further in the upper bracket of stage 1. They arrive back to Cologne and deliver on their series.
Yeah, what a massive pickup right there. NIP able to elevate the intensity off the back of losing their map pick as well. Having to pull back the reverse sweep, having to play on overpass. A map that we weren't sure what they would bring to the table here. They look well prepared and are able to finish the series up on Ancient. It's those young guns that continue to fire up here as well. Kaspersky showing a lot of impact in the opening duels. You see what Wrinkle can provide for this team with the AWP. The consistency, even with the rifles for Wrinkle throughout those last 2 maps. And it provides the win here that they needed here for NIP.
I mean, what a debut. I mean, he was probably the biggest asset for the team as well. The amount of entries he finds, the amount of multi-kills he's able to get, the confidence that he plays with, and making sure that his team is supplied with so much information and fragging power. Kaspersky just had a dream debut right here with NIP. Also to welcome back this name to IEM tournaments as, again, climbing up from the bottom of the VRS ladder, now just racked up a ton of points, guaranteeing themselves more matches. And Cole, the quality of Counter-Strike I saw here today from NIP, honestly, this is a team that could easily make it to stage, the 2nd stage and the main event.
Yeah, no question about it there. I think that's what they're putting on a proof of concept. I really rate this Heroic. Also, the changes that they made in the offseason, you can definitely see that this team is no small feat, but NIP able to handle business without even, the win of what is usually a comfort pick in Nuke as well.
Yeah, they lost it. I mean, and Nuke was kind of lost in tragic, clutch situations, losing a 2v4 to lose the map in general, and a couple of just, strugglesome moments where they found opening kills, but then had the round reversed back on them, getting surprise picked by Overpass and then moving on to Ancient. Honestly, that NIP were tested on all 3. Nuke was unfortunate, but they came through and showed absolute class on those final 2 maps.
Yeah, and again, I just love the style here. It still feels like Snappy's got that DNA back in this team. It's constant Force Spies, it's constant intensity. It's a lot of off-spawn calls here that were just kind of what he built. A lot of the credit of on Ints here was sort of decisive moves that he would so often make. And now, again, you've got the freedom, you've got the buy-in from these players to make a lot of those moves, and it works underneath this Snappy system. And even the extra firepower, that impact that Kaspersky has, the willingness for him to go aggressive and take that space, that's another weapon that he now has as well.
Yeah, he's got his nerds again. He's got his nerds again. Young 18-year-old Kaspersky at his first IEM event and absolutely delivering here, just coming off from really nowhere, honestly. I mean, he was on Young Ninjas as a prospect, then went to Ensign. NIP respect game in that way, and they bring him back to the main team.
He was able to prove enough for long enough, right? And again, he obviously has been even with that Young Ninjas roster, I feel like was able to show a lot of his talent. I believe he stood in for some NIP games, if I'm not mistaken, when they were in desperation mode.
Yeah.
And made a lot of changes. That was before this kind of rebuild that they built from scratch. But during that time, again, able to build up that experience with Ends, proved it in a couple big opportunities, and he's just taking some of that level and bringing it to this opening matchup here for NIP.
Yeah, there's nonstop this quote being brought up. That threat says NIP is going to be on top of the game in 2025, when back in February they were at like number 70 on the VRS rankings.
Yeah.
But the build up has been incredibly inspiring, honestly. It should be inspiring for a lot of teams who are in the grind and showing that, hey, if you get it consistently, you can do it. And the man leading that charge is Snappy. We have him here for an interview after his opening win. I mean, Snappy chirping, getting loud. That's stuff you love to see over here.
Yeah, I believe we have him ready as well to hop in. So looking forward to seeing what the Snappy has to say. I mean, again, there's some surprises that we looked at throughout this series in terms of the veto and all of that. So interested to see what his thoughts are on said matters. But
yeah,
again, you know, obviously this NIP project. Oh, okay. We do have the interview ready.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and toss it over to Snappy.
Yeah. Try to bring him up on the line.
Sitting here with Snappy, obviously in the game versus Heroic. They just took a W. Ton of shouting in this matchup. Why is that? What happened here?
I don't know. I think last season I figured we have a lot of silent guys, and I felt we could kind of get into their heads, so I just started shouting a bit at them.
And does that kind of rub off on some of your youngsters over here?
I think they were just laughing, creating some good moods. So I think, I mean, sometimes I have the energy for it. Sometimes I need to focus on calling. But today there was energy, so I tried.
There's a moment and a time and a place to read the room. So in this room right now, you just took the fight over to him pretty good. You look at the series, Nuke. Talk to me about playing on Nuke and maybe the beginnings about how that kind of was a little difficult.
I think on Nuke, it wasn't even that maybe a little bit of nerves at the start, but we lost 2 Antiques, 2 pistols, and the following rounds. And I mean, if you do that in MR12, it's over, right? I think we were actually not bad on Nuke. It was just all the key rounds.
Yeah. So you go from here. You've got matches tomorrow, but I just want to ask you real quick as the last question. What do you think about all the updates within the game right now?
I mean, I think it's a pretty good update, the one that they just made. I like it. I think that I don't know if I think Overpass is the best map to bring back. I think there's other maps that could maybe replace it, but I definitely don't think Anubis was very good because it was too T favored, and I prefer CT favored maps where the T side have to get a bit more creative. I guess you can argue that you need to do that as CT, but you were kind of boxed in, so I think it's fine. Anubis goes, but yeah, I always like playing new maps again. It was fun to do it today.
Thank you very much, Snappy.
Thank you.
I mean, he should sign his name above Grix on that banner as well, because he just won. Snappy's stepping up, especially in that last match, especially towards those last couple of rounds. Yes, there were a few mistakes, but also a couple of clutch moments, and his aggressive calling style is always a treat to watch.
Yeah, I mean, some of his, again, decisive calls just show how good of a read he has on the game, how much it feels like there's preparation heading into these with what feels like anti-strats off those spawn calls.
Mm-hmm.
And again, he was able to do that on Overpass, which is kind of perplexing for me. If you're able to do that on Overpass here, you definitely have a good read on the situation. You're heading in, still playing with that old school DNA, and it feels like he is back to a really good form. I'm interested to see how some of that level of play will play up against some of the better teams as you move forward throughout stage 1 and maybe into stage 2, but still a statement being made here for sure today.
I mean, even like, obviously we're talking months before, but even back at Astana, they still made some very competitive games against teams like Team Spirit. Obviously that was their first matchup in the playoffs. So I think NIP definitely have a chance to take down a squad like 3D Max. That is going to be their matchup here in the upper bracket, as we will be sending teams to the main event of IEM Cologne, while MIBR versus Heroic populate the lower bracket. What's good there?
I mean, a scary elimination matchup for both of those teams. I think MIBR didn't really get to show their full force. It's a battle that they just feel like cannot win this year in 3D Max in that matchup. That remains true versus Heroic, who's another scary opponent to play in an elimination game. There's no doubt about it. Yeah,
I mean, I think for this matchup, Tenier was not really at the centerpiece of all the action. I think he was in a lot of different save situations and wasn't in the right positions, but he'll have a second chance at that, and we can see Heroic's big moves try to pay off. But overall, here we go. We also have back from earlier on today, Astralis do matchup versus Furia. That's one that one's gonna burn the house down. That's an incredible matchup to have here for the main event. Gamer Legion versus Virtus Pro, and in the elimination bracket, I hate seeing Complexity versus Tai Lu. I'm gonna be crying no matter which team heads home.
Yeah, one of those two teams has to depart here. I think, you know, the biggest surprise on this side is, you know, Virtus Pro, as soon as you start doubting them after a pretty miserable event, they come into Cologne and all of a sudden they can kick butt. So ain't that just how it goes? They're back though. I mean, again, Overpass is back.
They're just gonna insta pick it every time. Like, they just got like the biggest buff ever.
Yeah, they're gonna be so back. I think that's reinvigorated them.
Yeah, they were really like they were just missing out even on their own map picks. They were getting like dunked on Mirage. Yeah. So it's like yeah, so Virtus Pro definitely got a big buff off the back of that. We'll see how they continue to perform. We have our schedule and matchups here on the B stream as we were waiting for the a matchup to end with, I believe, Liquid Pain is still going on. Yeah. So Gamer Legion and Virtus Pro coming up first. Bait and FlyQuest and MIBR versus
FlyQuest.
MIBR versus Heroic, obviously. There we go.
And FlyQuest looking pretty exciting today. I think it's a really exciting prospect there, especially up against a Bait team that couldn't quite replicate some of that success from the rematch versus Astralis. They got bested, so that'll be an exciting head-to-head as well.
Yeah, a Bait are always an exciting team to watch because you just never know what's going to happen in every round. Players just are trying to hit every timing and always swing no matter the situation. So, I mean, Tai Lu-esque in that way. Just like 5 mini Jam Young instead of 1 big Jam Young.
Yeah, I'm excited to catch some of the action. We'll be back here tomorrow, so looking forward to covering it.
Absolutely.
On that, I believe that's all we have for today.
Yeah, I think that's it here for the opening day, at least here on the B stream of IEM Cologne. Do check out the main stream, though. There are some bangers happening. But myself and Cole will be back here tomorrow as well. A B stream is going to be running throughout this whole darn event, so do check in. But yeah, on behalf of myself, Cole Henry, Adam Reduction Squad, thank you guys for watching. Check out the main stream. Peace.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame out of love.